Volume 2, Chapter 48, Jousting Part 1. The next day became the day of the jousting tournament. Early in the morning, Damien headed to the waiting room located behind the tournament arena. Already present in the waiting room were knights preparing for the competition. "Young master, is this armor really suitable?" Victor asked Damien while extending a leather armor towards him. The leather armor Damien brought was small, barely covering the torso. Without any protection for the shoulders and arms, it seemed like any sword slash could cause immediate injury. "This should be enough," Damien casually replied as he put on the armor. All participants in the jousting tournament were either junior or low-class knights. With their skills, they couldn't even touch a hair on Damien's head. So instead of wearing heavy iron armor, a lightweight leather armor seemed more fitting. Still, wouldn't it be better to put on at least a chainmail? Dong dong. A soldier, stripped of his armor, beat a large drum on one side of the tournament ground. The knights' attention shifted towards the arena. Earl Copperhead was walking towards the center of the arena. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for coming here. I am Earl Chester Copperhead," he began, inaugurating the opening ceremony. "Today, the bravest knights from the West have all gathered here. The victor shall not only bask in fame within our western region but will also etch their name prominently across distant lands," he continued. A tournament of this scale was a rare occurrence. Undoubtedly, it would attract not only participants from the West but also pique the interest of neighboring regions. As the Earl said, the winner could achieve significant renown. Of course, fame is not the only thing the winner will obtain. "We have prepared prizes befitting the champion," Earl Copperhead gestured, and servants brought in covered items. After removing the cover, the Earl walked, revealing a small crystal the size of a child's fist. Oddly, the inside of the crystal had a continuously burning flame like a candle. "What is that, a magical artifact?" someone asked. "That doesn't seem to be the case. If it were a magical artifact, it would have magic runes on the surface," another noble explained. Nobles looked at the crystal with a mix of curiosity and confusion. Upon the Earl's signal, another servant brought in a large silver tray with a blazing red flame. The Earl gripped the crystal and inserted his hand into the flame without any sign of pain. "Ah, what is that?" nobles and knights exclaimed in shock. The soldiers in the waiting room had similar reactions, but the Earl didn't seem to be in any pain. "This is a treasure collected by my grandfather. As you can see, it has the power to protect the owner from flames. Not only that, but it also maintains body temperature." The nobles began to buzz with excitement. Magical items that could protect the body were highly valuable. They were usually created by mages of the 5th rank or higher, with limited uses. However, this crystal seemed to have no such restrictions, and it even had the added effect of maintaining body temperature. It was truly an extraordinary item. "As for its origin, even I don't know. My grandfather collected it, but when he asked the mages, they couldn't identify it," Earl Copperhead said. Although the mysterious origin was a bit disappointing, it wasn't a significant problem given the exceptional properties of the crystal. "This item will be awarded to the winner as a prize," the Earl declared, lifting the crystal. The nobles cheered. In the midst of it all, Damien alone was astonished. "Why is the spirit's heart here, spirit?" It was a term referring to mystical beings born with the power of nature. Although their intelligence was only equivalent to that of a young child, the power they possessed was formidable. Even the weakest spirit's power was considered low class, to say the least. He offered an incredibly rare item as a reward. Unlike the Earl, Damien knew exactly what the item was: spirit's heart. When a high-level spirit perished, this was an extremely low-probability manifestation of its power. High-level spirits possessed remarkable intelligence and exerted power equivalent to that of a high-class knight. "The rumors I heard in my past life were true," the question was answered. According to Damien's knowledge, the winner of the jousting tournament had reached the ranks of high class using the prize. If it was the heart left by a high-level spirit, it was entirely possible. If he could melt and absorb that heart, he could gain immense magical power and the power of the spirit. The power of the spirit. Damien recalled the elves he fought in his previous life. When under Dorugo's command he sought to destroy the Empire, the elven race came to stop him. All of them had made contracts with spirits, including elves who contracted with the Spirit King. They were formidable. "I thought I was fighting nature itself." Damien had battled over 30 spirit mages for more than 3 months. In the end, he emerged victorious by tearing apart the Spirit King. To offer such a treasure as a reward. It seems it was true, even though they claimed not to know its true nature. Humans didn't understand spirits properly. Therefore, there might not have been a mage among them who recognized it as a spirit's heart. Thanks to the knowledge from Dorugo and the battle with the elves, Damien could identify it. "I didn't expect much from the prize, but this one is quite tempting." If he could absorb the spirit's heart, he could speed up the process of regaining the strength of his past life. But where is Abel in all this? Damien scanned the spectator stands. There he spotted Abel sitting inconspicuously among the nobles. Abel was looking at something with an envious expression. What is he looking at? Olivia Copperhead was sitting in the VIP section. Other nobles crowded around her. Unable to break through the crowd to speak with her, Abel seemed resigned. Such an immature fellow, Damien inwardly sighed. It was unpleasant, but it was somewhat expected. Abel was practically a greenhorn in these matters. Victor, follow me. Yes, what? Damien navigated through the knights and exited towards the tournament arena. You, young master. The competition hasn't started yet. I am aware. After dismissing Victor's complaints, Damien stood in front of the Earl seated in the VIP section. Your Excellency, good morning. Oh, Damien. Good morning. Thanks to your Excellency's gracious hospitality, I rested comfortably in excellent accommodations. Damien's response seemed to please the Earl, who wore a satisfied expression. However, what brings you here? Do you have something to say? I wanted to address a concern before the competition begins. A concern? The Earl asked with widened eyes. The jousting tournament can be quite brutal and occasionally involves scenes of cruelty, Damien said, looking at Olivia, who was sitting beside the Earl. I am concerned whether someone as delicate as Lady Olivia could truly enjoy the jousting tournament. Damien continued, making a worried expression. I believe it would be beneficial to assign someone to accompany her, providing explanations about the difficulties of the jousting for a more enjoyable experience. Fortunately, my brother Abel, whom I personally trained in both swordsmanship and horsemanship, is good for fulfilling this role. Pointing to Abel in the spectator stands, Damien made his proposal. Abel looked at Damien with a surprised expression. Thank you for your concern, but Olivia is not such a fragile child. She enjoys hunting as a hobby even in her usual days. That's a good suggestion. I'll go along with Sir Damien's idea. Olivia Copperhead spoke briskly. Earl Copperhead turned to Olivia with a bewildered face. Olivia, having someone explain the tournament beside me would be better than watching alone. Damien looked at Olivia with an unexpected expression. A woman with a keen sense. After Damien mentioned Abel, he expected some objection. What was more pleasing was Olivia's proactive attitude. It seemed she had a definite affection for Abel. Well, since Olivia says so, I suppose there's no help for it. Abel, come forward. It was when the Earl gave the order that cries erupted from the waiting room. Your Excellency, this is too hasty. A large knight walked up to the arena. My squire has accumulated long years of service under my command. Even compared to Abel, he will not be lacking. After asserting his opinion, the knight looked at Damien provocatively. Your Excellency, my squire also possesses exceptional talent and skills. Your Excellency, my squire. Other knights also rushed out of the waiting room shouting. They all seem eager. Most of the knights participating in the jousting tournament came to propose to Lady Olivia. If they could place their squire next to Olivia Copperhead, they could make a good impression by praising their master during the jousts. Therefore, giving up such an opportunity to Damien was a waste. Well, how should we handle this? The Earl frowned in distress. Even though he was an Earl, he couldn't make decisions freely when the knights came out like this. Your Excellency, there's no need to worry. Damien spoke up again, and the Earl's gaze turned to him. We can simply select the most outstanding individual to sit next to Lady Olivia. Well, the most outstanding one, how do we choose that? Right, are you thinking of having us fight among squires? Some knights shouted at Damien. Damien shrugged and said, considering the most outstanding knight has the most outstanding squire, wouldn't it? Are you suggesting a duel between us? Before the jousting tournament, we can't afford to do that. Instead of a duel, how about competing in other skills? Damien suggested to the Earl. Your Excellency, considering Lady Olivia's interest in hunting, why not have a competition in archery among the knights? The squire of the winning knight can then be seated beside Lady Olivia. Some knights strongly opposed Damien's proposal. What nonsense is this? How can we determine a knight's superiority with archery skills? I agree. There must be a fairer way. Not all knights opposed the idea. A bow competition sounds good, I like it. I was known as the master archer of the Octavia Forest. I can demonstrate my skills. Above all, what sealed the deal was Lady Olivia's words. I love the idea. I was curious how others shoot arrows anyway. Since Olivia agrees, let's decide with an archery competition. With Olivia's support, the opposition couldn't exert any more force. Who will go first? I'll go first. Damien stepped forward and said, addressing Victor, what are you waiting for? Go and get a bow. Yes, sir. Victor briskly ran and brought a bow and arrows from a soldier. Here you go, thank you. But sir, did you know how to shoot a bow? No. Victor's expression momentarily froze at Damien's answer. No, then why did you make such a proposal? Because I'm confident. Damien strung an arrow on the bow. As mentioned earlier, Damien didn't know how to shoot a bow, however, he already knew everything intellectually. Let's see, how did that guy do it? In the past, Damien had fought against a master named Gungwi. Surprisingly, Gungwi was not a human but a half-elf. Gungwi was a formidable opponent, capable of shooting arrows from a far distance that rivaled high-level magic. After a week-long battle, Damien managed to defeat Gungwi by severing his throat. Of course, during the battle, Damien absorbed all the skills and attainments Gungwi had. Soldiers, listen. Go and bring the training targets. No need for that. If it's targets you want, aren't they right there? Damien pointed to the sky with the arrow. A bird was crossing the sky with a fluttering sound. Damien, are you going to shoot a flying bird? Damien shot an arrow towards the bird. However, the arrow he shot went far beyond the bird. Ha ha ha, talking big and all. Seems like you can't even get close. Sir Damien, it seems you're not good with bows. Some knights ridiculed Damien with loud voices, but Damien paid no attention. I roughly understand how it flies. The first arrow was to observe its trajectory. He only shot once, but Damien fully understood this bow. Your Excellency, I'll aim for the left eye of that bird. Damien strung the second arrow, then released it without aiming. The arrow flew directly to the sky. In the blink of an eye, the flying arrow pierced the bird's face. The bird fell to the ground without strength. A soldier who was waiting rushed over and picked up the bird. Sir, he hit the left eye. The soldier's shout silenced the entire arena. Handing the bow to the knights, Damien asked, who's next? The knights looked at Damien with astonished faces, but no one received the bow. Thus, without anyone opposing, Abel claimed the seat next to Lady Olivia. Damien is the best wingman FR. Chapter 49, Jousting Part 2. Abel Haksen moved to sit beside Olivia. It's nice to see you again like this. As soon as he sat down, Olivia said with a smile. Abel felt his heart swell. Thanks, brother. If it weren't for Damien, he wouldn't have had another chance like this. Abel felt a sense of gratitude towards Damien deep in his heart. I'll do my best to ensure Lady Olivia enjoys the match. Although he said so with tension, Abel was filled with worry. Unlike his brother, he lacked skills in swordsmanship. He wasn't confident he could entertain Olivia. It's okay. Yes, but forget about that and please tell me more about your family. Olivia looked at Abel. Abel began to speak about the Haksen estate, even though he felt it wasn't the right place. Damien returned to the waiting room. As he entered, he sensed the gazes of knights. Everyone looked at Damien with wary eyes. The impressive archery skills Damien displayed had left a strong impression on them. The fact that they were cautious meant there was an increase in competition. But Damien didn't care. Even if he had to fight all the knights here, he wasn't afraid. What mattered was Abel's happiness. Participants, listen up. A knight in plate armor entered the waiting area. The symbol of the Earl of Copperhead was embroidered on the knight's cloak. They were the most loyal knights of the Earl. The jousting tournament will unfold over the next 3 days, featuring a variety of events. The knight explained the detailed schedule to the participants. Scores will be awarded to the participants after each match. The participant with the highest score overall on the final day will be the winner. The participants nodded. There are 3 different events prepared. We look forward to your efforts. At these words, the participants began to buzz with excitement. Do not worry about injuries. A mage skilled in healing magic is on standby just in case. The matches will begin in 30 minutes, so please finish your preparations. With that, the knight left the waiting area. Young master, we're in trouble. As soon as the knight left, Victor shouted. What's the matter? If it's the jousting tournament, don't you need horses to ride? That's right, B, but we don't have any. What should we do? Should I quickly buy one now? We do have horses. Victor let out a sigh of relief at Damien's words. As expected of the young master, everything is already perfectly prepared. You know, the horse that used to pull the carriage. Victor nearly fainted for a moment. Young master, those are draft horses. They're heavy and can't run fast. In jousting, the most important thing was the horse. Horses that could run swiftly, didn't tire easily, and remained composed under dangerous situations. Without such an excellent breed of horse, they couldn't participate in combat. Stop talking nonsense and go get a horse. Okay, Victor headed for the stables with a worried heart. Young master, I've brought it. Victor handed the reins of the horse to Damien. Damien stroked the horse's mane. The horse raised by Viscount Haksen was very big with thick legs, giving the appearance of it being a draft horse. As Victor had feared, the horse was not suitable for combat. Sir Damien, do you intend to participate in jousting with that horse? A passing knight scoffed at Damien's horse. It seems Sir Damien is unaware. That horse is a draft horse. It is not suitable for battle. Sir Walter, that's enough. I'm afraid he may not understand that. The knights burst into laughter. Damien ignored their words. Those mocking fellows wouldn't be too late to trample in the arena. There was something else he needed to attend to now. Among the masters Damien had fought in the past, there was a person named Jinakin. He was a nomadic tribesman from the grasslands who became a master not with a sword or spear, but on horseback. His mastery was known as the inmate mastery. He achieved a state of unity between horse and rider. He could perform all sorts of complex ticks by communicating with the horse. He was even able to strengthen his horse's body with mana and shape it into an auror blade. This bizarre skill allowed Jinnikin's horse to charge through the speed of sound with aura blades wrapped around its body. Damien had fought him for half a day and won. "Look at me," Damien grabbed the horse's head, making eye contact with it. "I'll need your strength today. It might be tough, but hang in there." Damien infused mana into the horse's body. The horse's pupils dilated. It seemed quite surprised by the sensation it felt for the first time. Fortunately, the horse didn't buck. It calmly accepted Damien's infused mana. Damien's power spread through the horse's entire body. "The jousting tournament will begin shortly," soldiers shouted as knights mounted their horses. Damien also got on his horse. "I'll rely on you today." The horse whinnied as if to acknowledge monster hunting. When he heard the name of the event, Jackson Cutter inwardly cheered. "I can finally show my true skills." Hunting monsters is completely different from facing humans. Even knights skilled in killing people often died pathetically while fighting monsters. Hence, hunting monsters requires special skills and experience. "I'll make a name for myself in this competition." He decided to firmly imprint the title Ogre Slayer into people's minds. "Well then, open the gates." With the soldiers' shout, the gates of the waiting room opened. Knights passed through the gate and revealed themselves in the arena. Andrew Grand, Gerda Born. Gerda Born, nobles shouted the names of the knights they supported. The knights waved to the audience. Jackson Cutter." Amidst that, a familiar voice was heard. As Jackson turned his head, he saw Sophia Russell waving her arms. Jackson Cutter smiled and waved back at Sophia Russell. Dum. At that moment, a soldier beat the drum. It meant that the monsters would be released soon. The knights looked at the iron door on the opposite wall. Although they didn't know what kind of monsters were prepared, dull and rough sounds could already be heard. The knights stared at the iron door with tense faces. As they were to be faced as a group, it was clear that the monsters wouldn't be ordinary. And the knights' expectations were exactly right. Chiek. As the iron bars opened, a monstrous figure leaped out. The moment they saw the monster, the knights exclaimed in horror. It's a troll, known for their tough skin that swords couldn't pierce and their ability to tear humans apart effortlessly. They were monsters famous for their high vitality, not dying even after being slashed multiple times. Not just one but 3 trolls appeared that even low-class knights found challenging. Chiek, the trolls charged towards the knights as if they had been provoked. "Run. Don't fight them head-on." At someone's shout, the knights began to disperse. The trolls chased after them. "This is madness, releasing trolls." Jackson Cutter clicked his tongue as he rode his horse. An aura could cut a troll's tough skin with ease. However, it was the same for the trolls. With their strength, trolls could easily kill knights. Even low-class knights might be able to withstand a single blow, but junior knights had no chance. "Well, I guess I have to accept this level of danger, right?" While the knights hurriedly fled from the trolls, Jackson attempted to attack instead. Jackson Cutter circled around the trolls. The trolls' eyes filled with killing intent as they saw Jackson charging towards them. Cheek, the troll swung its palm to grab Jackson, but it missed. "Take this." Drawing his sword, Jackson slashed at the troll's thigh. A groan escaped from the troll's mouth. But trolls are monsters that are known for their regenerative powers. The sword wound was gone in an instant. "It seems this won't be enough." Jackson spurred his horse again and circled around the troll. Whenever the troll showed an opening, Jackson slashed its legs with his sword. Who is that knight? Not only brave but also skilled. Nobles sitting in the stands admired Jackson Cutter. As the nobles' cheers grew louder, Jackson felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "See that? This is me, Jackson Cutter, the Ogre Slayer Jackson Cutter." Jackson swung his sword again. A long gash appeared on the troll's thigh. That's when it happened. The sound of hooves came from behind. He instinctively turned his head. Damien was charging in his direction. Cheek. As the troll caught sight of Damien, he swiftly whipped his horse, urging it to run faster. "You fool," Jackson Cutter scoffed at Damien's actions. Though trolls seemed muscle-headed, they were actually very fast and dangerous monsters. One moment of carelessness could result in their hands crushing one's body. Knowing this well, Jackson continued to circle the troll, looking for openings. "Don't you realize charging head-on is suicide?" Indeed, as he thought, Damien wasn't such an exceptional knight. "This is my chance." As the troll was about to attack Damien, Jackson Cutter aimed for its abdomen, intending to split it open. Even the troll would suffer grave injury if its stomach were slashed open, spilling out its entrails. Cheek. The troll swung its hand down just as Jackson was about to rush forward and aim for its abdomen. The horse Damien was riding leaped high. The troll's palm slammed into the ground. The horse on which Damien rode used the troll's forearm as a foothold. Damien and the troll were now at the same level. Damien swung his sword and struck the troll in the throat. Blood sprayed onto the ground. At the same time, the troll's head fell to the ground. It's not easy to control a horse. Unlike weapons, horses had their own consciousness and emotions, making them difficult to handle. However, Damien's talent compensated for any lack of experience. Damien quickly grasped the reins and commanded the horse. Let's go. Without waving the reins or kicking its sides, the horse moved. With each stride, Damien could feel it. He felt how powerful the horse's muscles were and how it moved. So this is how it moves. Damien manipulated mana in rhythm with the horse's movements, enhancing its movements with infused mana. With each hoofbeat, the horse's speed noticeably increased. What was initially sluggish movement gradually became agile. Suddenly, it sprinted like the wind. Cheek. Seeing Damien, the troll raised its arm. The horse's fear was palpable. Don't be afraid, Damien reassured the horse. I'm here. Damien's strong will also influence the horse. Without fear, it charged towards the troll. Run, the horse leaped. The troll's palm struck below. The horse rushed over the troll's forearm. Despite the narrow width, the horse didn't waver. Reaching the shoulder, it was an ideal position to strike the troll's neck. Damien swung his sword, beheading the troll. The headless troll collapsed behind the horse. The horse leaped again, landing gracefully. Wow, what did I just witness? The nobles erupted in cheers. The horsemanship Damien had displayed was something they had never seen in their lives. Good job, Damien patted the horse's neck. It neighed happily. Damien glanced sideways. Jackson wore a look of disbelief. Thanks for the distraction. With Damien's comment, Jackson's expression crumpled. You fucking bastard. Damien didn't bother to listen to the words. He urged the horse forward again. There were still 2 trolls left to deal with. Chapter 50, Jousting Part 3. As Damien's blade sliced through the troll's tough skin like a hot knife through butter, Abel found himself clenching his fists involuntarily. The scene was so exhilarating that even Abel, known for his calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement coursing through him. The troll, though categorized as a low-class monster, proved to be a formidable opponent with its relentless ferocity, rapid regeneration, and impressive strength. Despite its classification, facing it was no easy feat, as its sheer power and tenacity could easily overwhelm even the most of the knights. But to be able to defeat such a monster in one stroke. Abel, your brother, he's truly remarkable. Even Olivia was staring at the arena in astonishment. Seeing his brother being acknowledged, Abel couldn't help but smile. Wow. I've never seen such a technique in my life, Earl Copperhead exclaimed as he jumped up from his seat. Sir Abel, what breed is that horse? How can it move so lightly? Earl Copperhead turned to Abel and asked. Abel felt tongue-tied. Come to think of it, isn't that a draft horse? If Abel's memory served him right, it was undoubtedly a draft horse raised by his father, originally used for plowing fields or carrying heavy loads. But how can it move like that? Abel couldn't continue his thoughts due to confusion. At that moment, Earl Copperhead took Abel's hand and said, It seems difficult to answer, but please do convey this message to Sir Damien. Tell him to sell me that horse, I'll even pay 1,000 gold for it. No, or can't you lend it to me as a stallion, I beg of you? At Earl Copperhead's request, Abel's eyes rolled around. Meanwhile, Damien succeeded in hunting down the remaining 2 trolls. Thus, he finished first event of jousting with an overwhelming score. Brother, you were absolutely astounding today, Abel exclaimed with genuine admiration as they made their way back to Damien's quarters. Abel's demeanor was unlike his usual calm self. I knew your swordsmanship was excellent, but I didn't expect you to handle the horse so well. Oh, calling it well-handled is an understatement. Jumping onto the troll's arm and slashing it in one go, I guarantee even the centaurs, who are half-man half-horse, wouldn't be able to pull off such a feat. Not only Abel but even Victor was excited, speaking up. Damien chuckled at the 2. By the way, have you become close with Olivia? Abel blushed suddenly at the mention of Olivia. Due to Damien's remarkable performance, Abel hadn't been able to chat much with Olivia. To change the subject, Abel mentioned what happened during the day. Moreover, brother, the Earl wishes to purchase the horse you were riding. If not, he requests to borrow it as a stallion. What? Why would he want to buy such a draft horse? What, was it really a draft horse? Abel said with a surprised expression. But how could it move so agilely? Everyone thought it was such a high-quality breed. It's because my skills are exceptional, Damien pointed at himself. Abel stared at Damien in disbelief. The horse's movements displayed in the arena were not achievable by mere horsemanship skills. No draft horse in the world could run on a monster's arm like that. All right, I understand. However, Abel didn't press further. He thought that if it were Damien, it might be possible. Should I explain it to the Earl like that? No, that would be awkward. From Abel's words, it seemed like the Earl really wanted that horse. He was on good terms with the Earl, and it would do him no good to turn down such an urgent request. Tell him that I can't sell the horse, but I'm willing to lend it as a stallion. The horse's exceptional movements were purely thanks to Damien. Selling the horse recklessly would surely lead to trouble, but lending it as a stallion was no issue. If a mediocre horse was born, it wouldn't be Damien's fault, it would be the Earl's fault for not raising the horse properly. Make sure to mention he needs to pay a suitable amount. It was also a way to fill the family's accounts while they were at it. The second event took place the next day. GR roar, GR roar. The monsters prepared for today were orcs. Dozens of orcs were grinding their teeth while trapped behind bars. The knights looked at the orcs with tense faces. Compared to trolls, orcs weren't particularly formidable monsters. But the terrifying aspect of orcs was revealed in group battles. The heat of battle, the death of their kin, the life of their enemies. When these factors converged, orcs unleashed their savagery and went berserk. Berserk orcs didn't care if their limbs were severed, they killed their enemies regardless. It was to the extent that they were nicknamed berserkers. Then let it begin. With the Earl's shout, the bars opened and the orcs rushed towards the knights. The knights also attempted to charge towards the orcs, but someone ran out ahead of them. It's Sir Damien, Damien. Nobles who recognized Damien cheered. He dashed into the group of orcs, leaving the knights behind. As he passed through the orcs, several orcs had their throats slit in the blink of an eye. Roar, the orcs swung their clubs towards Damien, attempting to grab him. As if anticipated, he pulled the reins. Surprisingly, the horse moved sideways, evading the orcs' attacks. The horse can move like that. Usually, horses could only move forward. Moving sideways by crossing their legs was a skill only horses of special breed could perform. It couldn't even be taught through training. The horse moved here and there according to Damien's commands, dodging the clubs. Damien swung his sword in time with the horse's movements. With each swing, an orc was killed. Roar. An orc leaped from behind Damien. It was determined to kill Damien even at the cost of its own life. Without looking back, Damien commanded the horse. The horse bent its body and stretched its hind legs. Its hooves struck the orc's jaw. The orc's jawbone shattered and its body flew far away. Roar. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 orcs were slain, causing the orcs to hesitate in rushing towards Damien. They only retreated with cautious expressions. Let's go, let's annihilate these orc bastards. At that moment, knights who arrived late attacked the orcs. The orcs, already demoralized, lost their lives too easily. Damien sheathed his sword again. He had already killed enough orcs. Thus, the second match also ended with Damien's overwhelming victory. Damien. When the second match ended, the nobles all cheered for Damien's name. The remaining knights withdrew from the arena with frustrated expressions. Damn it, among them was Jackson. To think I'd be ignored by everyone after being humiliated by that asshole. Jackson Cutter came here to make a name for himself. But instead of achieving his goal, he was being ignored by everyone. He was angry, he couldn't bear it. But what angered Jackson more than anything was the sense of defeat brewing within him. The skills Damien displayed yesterday and today were incredible. Even Jackson couldn't help but admire. He couldn't even imagine keeping up with Damien. It's ridiculous, that bastard is stronger than me. He didn't want to admit it. But deep down, he was already acknowledging that fact. That's why his anger surged even more. Where's Sophia? Jackson expressed his anger by mentioning Sophia. Yesterday, she came to meet him as soon as the match ended. But today, she was nowhere to be seen. Jackson headed to the audience seats to find Sophia. Wow, Damien Haksen, and there she was, Sophia Russell cheering and shouting Damien's name. At that moment, something broke in Jackson Cutter's heart. His mind had struggled to comprehend the sight, his chest tightening with a mixture of disbelief and anguish. Every cheer she uttered had felt like a dagger plunging deeper into his wounded heart. Jackson had felt a surge of conflicting emotions coursing through him, betrayal, jealousy, and a profound sense of loss. How could she, he had wondered, how could she so easily forget the love they shared? In that moment, the world around him had seemed to fade away, leaving only the painful realization that the woman once loved was slipping away from him. Sophia couldn't take her eyes off Damien. He was impressive even when he defeated the trolls with a single stroke on the first day, but today he was even more remarkable. Massacring a horde of orcs numbering over dozens alone was an extraordinary feat. Sir Damien, please look over here. Sir Damien Haksen. Other nobles sitting nearby also cheered Damien's name. Watching such spectators, Sophia felt a sense of pride. Do they have any idea that Damien was so obsessed with her? Ha, Sir Damien, where did such a person come from? A young noble lady who was sitting beside Sophia said suddenly. I've made up my mind, I'll ask father to arrange a marriage with the Haksen family. The voice that suddenly reached her made her mood sour. Arrange a marriage, ridiculous. Who does that ugly girl think she is, competing with me? Since yesterday, more and more women were starting to show interest in Damien Haksen. Fortunately, among the women here, there was no one as beautiful as Sophia. But she couldn't be completely at ease. Objectively speaking, Sophia and Damien currently had no relationship whatsoever. There was always the possibility that he would give up on her and choose another woman. Sophia imagined Damien with another woman. Just the thought of it made her angry and her body tremble. No, I can't allow it. Unlike Damien's previous self, the current Damien was too precious to let slip away to another woman. The only fortunate thing was that Damien still had feelings for her. But I have Jackson. She was torn between the two of them. Suddenly, she felt someone's gaze and turned around. She saw Jackson standing in the audience seats. Only then did she remember that she hadn't gone to meet him because her mind was preoccupied with Damien. "J. Jackson," she hastily got up from her seat. Jackson turned around and descended below the stands. Sophia hurriedly followed him. "Jackson, wait, Jackson." She reached for Jackson's hand, but he shook her hand off. "Sophia, what are you doing? What do you mean? Cheering for Damien while I'm here. Are you out of your mind?" Jackson's criticism made Sophia's face flush with embarrassment and shame. "What did I do wrong? Isn't it natural to support a knight who performed well in the match?" But Sophia refused to admit her mistake. "What did you just say? Jackson, don't be so narrow-minded. You're just jealous because Damien is getting all the attention right now." Jackson Cutter's face tensed at her words. "Sophia, besides, are you in any position to be jealous of Damien now? You haven't even performed well in the jousting tournament." Sophia thought it was time to stop talking at this point. However, once the floodgate of words opened, Sophia found herself caught in a torrential downpour of thoughts. Each drop a relentless cascade of pent-up expression, impossible to dam back as they surged forth like an unstoppable river, flooding the landscape of her mind. "Jackson, what have you been saying to me all this time? Saying you're the best, saying no one can beat you in your age group. What's all this about?" When Jackson told her that he'll participate in the jousting tournament, Sophia was excited. She hoped to see Jackson Cutter shine in the jousting, and to see herself next to him sharing the attention and cheers. "Instead of blaming me, think about what you'll do in tomorrow's match first." Sophia walked past Jackson and disappeared. Jackson stared Sophia's back with a blank face. Soon anger boiled up and reached its peak in an instant. Just as anger was about to cloud his judgment, a voice came from behind. "The match is over." Surprisingly, as soon as he heard Jacques Noiret's voice, his anger subsided instantly. Jackson turned and lowered his head. "Master," Jackson couldn't lift his head. Jacques Noiret ordered him to win the jousting tournament. He himself had not only failed to fulfill the order but also failed to make any impact in the arena. It was a poor performance. Yesterday and today, Jacques Noiret didn't offer any words of comfort. "As expected, my judgment was correct. With your skill, you can't beat Damien Haksen." Jackson bit his lip at his teacher's words. But it was the truth, so he couldn't argue. "Thankfully, I prepared for this, otherwise it would have ruined the plan." Jacques Noiret turned and spoke. "Follow me." "Yes." "Where are you going?" To Jackson Cutter's question, Jacques Noiret replied casually, "To finalize the marriage proposal between you and Olivia Copperhead." Chapter 51, The Plan Part 1. "Did you say it's a private meeting right now?" But Jacques Noiret began to walk without answering the question. As usual, Jacques Noiret didn't offer any explanation. Jackson sighed and followed his master. They arrived at a tent used by the Earl Copperhead. As expected of the Earl's quarters, it was the largest tent and elite knights stood guard. "Let's go in." Jacques Noiret headed for the tent. Surprisingly, the knights did not prevent Jacques Noiret from entering. It meant Jacques Noiret had been here several times before. Inside, Jacques Noiret sat in a guest chair. "Master, since when have you been in contact with the Earl?" Jackson couldn't contain his suspicion and asked again. "2 days." Jacques Noiret replied briefly. Jackson was deeply shocked by this revelation. 2 days ago was the night of the banquet. In other words, it was before the tournament even began. He really didn't trust me. He didn't know Jacques Noiret's intentions. But he knew that to fulfill those intentions, he had to win the tournament. Jacques Noiret judged that Jackson had no chance of winning and contacted the Earl to achieve his goals in another way. "Master, what on earth are you thinking? Why do I have to marry Lady Olivia? Please explain even a little." It was when Jackson Cutter was pressing for an explanation. The Earl Copperhead entered the tent. Olivia Copperhead was by his side. "Sir Jacques, my apologies for keeping you waiting. I had to settle matters regarding the event before coming." "No need to worry, we just got here too." Surprisingly, even in front of the Earl, Jacques Noiret spoke casually. Even more surprising was that the Earl didn't mind at all. "Father, what's going on here?" Olivia asked with a confused expression. "Olivia, I haven't told you yet, let me introduce you. He's Sir Jacques Noiret and you must have seen him before, and on this side, you must have seen him too, he's Jackson Cutter, Sir Jacques' disciple." The Earl added with a bright smile. "We are here today to discuss about marriage between Jackson and you." "Don't talk nonsense," Olivia shouted, immediately expressing her resistance. "I've never had a proper conversation with that person. And yet you're talking about a marriage proposal." Olivia seemed just as clueless as Jackson, not having heard any explanations. "How can you make such a decision without consulting me even once?" In response to Olivia's outcry, the Earl spoke calmly. "Olivia, don't misunderstand. You're the eldest daughter of our family. Your marriage is not something you can decide on your own. It's for the head of the household to judge and decide. But what right does father have to judge? Of course, I'm talking about the benefits our family can gain through this marriage." Olivia stood still and glared at the Earl. What about Damien Haksen? Weren't you considering him for me? That's right, but Sir Jacques has offered much better conditions. The Earl turned to Jacques Noiret. Unlike when dealing with his daughter, he had a very gentle expression. Sir Jacques has agreed to serve our house as a middle-class knight if this marriage is finalized. Do you understand, Olivia, what I mean by middle class? The Earl's eyes sparkled. Among the nobility in the West, only Duke Goldpixie and the Marquis Ryanbloom have the middle-class knights. Through this marriage, our family can acquire a powerful force like the middle-class knight. A strategic weapon that could change the course of the war. In Earl's eyes, Damien was no match for middle-class knight. Damien may be an excellent knight, but at best, he's only low class. There's no guarantee he'll ever reach the middle class. The barrier between the low class and middle class was extremely high. The majority of low-class individuals struggled to surmount the barrier, ultimately remaining low-class knights until their deaths. Among them were those who were once hailed as geniuses. And that's not all. He even promised to provide our family's knights with swordsmanship and mana cultivation techniques. He said he would provide those used by the master class. Jackson was astonished by this statement. Jacques Noiret had gathered and researched a vast amount of knowledge to reach the level of a master. Among them, what he cherished the most were the techniques used or directly created by the master class, to openly offer things that even he hadn't shared with his disciple. Now do you understand why I accepted this marriage? Olivia bit her lip. Even to her the conditions seemed too good. Well then, let's sit down. The discussion with Jacques Noiret is not over yet. Olivia helplessly sat back in her chair. Are you willing to accept the marriage proposal? Jacques Noiret asked as the father-daughter conversation came to a halt. In response, the Earl nodded. That's right, there's a bit of a problem. Jacques Noiret's eyebrows twitched at the Earl's words. What might that be? Your conditions are satisfactory, but bringing in a knight who hasn't even made a name for himself in the tournament as a son-in-law is rather embarrassing, wouldn't you say? In essence, it was a statement that Jackson Cutter's reputation was inadequate to be accepted into the family as a son-in-law. If that's your concern, there's no need to worry. My disciple will win the tournament tomorrow. Just performing well in one match may not be enough. What if he not only wins but also defeats Damien? The Earl's expression became peculiar at that remark. If he defeats Damien, we would indeed gain a reputation worthy of our title as the son-in-law of Earl. But is it possible? The Earl had doubts too. The techniques Damien displayed in the tournament were truly extraordinary. It was doubtful whether there was anyone among the low class who could defeat Damien. It's possible, and if he fails, I'll offer swordsmanship and mana cultivation techniques without conditions. Well, even that. If those are the conditions, then I'll accept. In return, I have something to ask from your side. The Earl spoke with a hint of discomfort. We have no relation yet. I can't accept unreasonable requests. It's nothing grand. I just hope that if Damien dies tomorrow, the Earl will refrain from interfering. The Earl pondered the request. I can agree to that extent. One more thing, I must be the one to see his body first. That shouldn't be too difficult. But why do you want to see Damien Haksen's body? Jacques Noiret responded to the Earl's question with a faint smile. There's something I need from him. Master, why are you doing this? As soon as they stepped outside, Jackson Cutter asked Jacques Noiret. A marriage proposal without even asking for my opinion. Jacques Noiret punched Jackson in the stomach. He rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach. Shut up for a second, I'm in a very bad mood right now. Jacques Noiret looked down at Jackson with a contorted face. If you had the skill to win the tournament, I wouldn't have to make such proposals to the Earl. I wouldn't have to waste my resources and knowledge. Gasping for breath, Jackson Cutter couldn't do anything. Only then did Jackson realize why Jacques Noiret had demanded him to win the tournament. Undoubtedly, the winner of the tournament was the best option to be the candidate for the marriage. If you understood, shut up and follow my orders. Jacques Noiret utilized his mana to alleviate the pain, allowing Jackson to finally find relief. Master, I have Sophia. Jackson gasped for breath as he spoke. That woman is now useless, get rid of her. Jacques Noiret cut him off sharply. Jackson looked up at Jacques Noiret with a shocked expression. I allowed you to associate with Sophia Russell to receive support from the Russell family. Jacques Noiret continued with a stern tone. Thanks to the Russell family, I was able to obtain the swordsmanship books I needed, and you were able to obtain the potions you needed when you rose to the low class. With the support of Viscount Russell, who even incurred debts on their behalf, both of them managed to attain their desires. But the Viscount Russell doesn't have the ability to offer more than that, so now I'm looking for a new family. The new family is the Earls of Copperhead. Are you looking for support like the Russells? I'm not looking for support. I plan to dominate this family through the marriage. Why go to such lengths? For the sake of my ambitions. Jacques Noiret's ambitions meant becoming a master class. To become a master, you needed elixirs to enhance your senses and the knowledge left by the masters. And such items were expensive. Not just expensive, but expensive beyond imagination. I need as much money as possible. The Earl Copperhead will be a stepping stone for fulfilling my ambitions. Only then did Jackson Cutter realize why Jacques Noiret had taken him as a disciple, to lure in wealthy families. Jacques Noiret truly saw him as nothing more than a tool. I can't obey this order. Perhaps due to this rebellion, Jackson Cutter spoke through gritted teeth. I have Sophia. I can't abandon Sophia. You're still attached to a woman who just flutters her tail at the first sign of a better suitor. It was the first time. Jacques Noiret's words left Jackson speechless. Sophia Russell no longer intends to keep her loyalty to you. Are you willing to disobey my orders for such a cheap woman? That's. Jackson Cutter's pupils shook greatly. Jacques Noiret drove the nail in. If you reject my proposal, you will never be able to defeat Damien Haksen. Jackson hesitated for a moment, then asked slowly, was what you said inside true? Is there really a way to defeat Damien Haksen? In response to that question, Jacques Noiret nodded. Have I ever lied to you? Well, what kind of method is possible? Oh, or are you going to tell me about a secret method to defeat Damien Haksen? Jacques Noiret pulled something out of his pocket. It was an old bracelet made of brass. Besides that, it had no other features or peculiarities. But for some reason, Jackson Cutter felt a sense of danger when he saw the bracelet. This bracelet has the effect of disturbing the enemy's mana. If used skillfully, it can even induce a mana overload. Mana overload. It was a phenomenon in which the mana in a person's body escapes their control and runs wild. During a mana overload, not only does the user experience a massive drain of mana, but the body also sustains severe damage. As a result, knights who experienced a mana overload lost most of their strength. This old bracelet, does it really have such remarkable abilities? However, it's not an ability you can use recklessly. It requires some of your mana and life force. Upon hearing this, Jackson frowned. The cost was too high. Of course, it could be considered cheap if it meant defeating Damien Haksen. Then suddenly Jackson remembered. Bringing about an effect by paying a price. It was like, Master, is this bracelet perhaps dark magic? Don't talk nonsense, Jacques Noiret said in a menacing tone. Jackson sealed his lips shut. Choose. Will you accept my proposal or will you refuse it? After deep contemplation, Jackson spoke. I will follow your words, Master. You've thought well. Jacques Noiret tossed the bracelet to Jackson. Jackson caught the bracelet and held it close to his chest. Tomorrow, wear that bracelet and fight Damien Haksen if Damien experiences a mana overload. Jacques Noiret added firmly, kill him in the name of showing mercy. That night, Olivia Copperhead made a decision. I can't just stand by like this. She had always been manipulated by her father's orders. The Earl Copperhead completely ignored Olivia's wishes and handled everything. Even this tournament was not what she wanted. She took out a dagger from the drawer. The tent was firmly fixed to the ground, making it impossible to lift the fabric except at the entrance. Olivia used the dagger to tear through the tent and slipped out through the torn opening. She hurriedly ran, avoiding the gaze of the guards protecting the tent. She made her way to the tent where Damien was. Having listened carefully during her conversation with Abel, she knew exactly which tent he was in. Olivia Copperhead lifted the tent and entered. If brother wins, father will be greatly surprised. Olivia, Damien, and Abel, who were chatting, were surprised to see Olivia. Olivia caught her breath, roughened from running, and spoke to the two. Sir Damien, someone is targeting your life. Chapter 52, The Plan Part 2. Something like this happened. Olivia laid out everything that had happened today to both of them. Brother, Abel looked at Damien with a face full of fear and worry. The situation was dire, with the Earl and the middle class joining forces to target Damien's life. We need to run away right now. Your life is in danger if we stay like this, brother. While Abel seemed desperate, Damien remained calm. Jacques Noiret, I must admit, when I first laid eyes on you, I held you in high regard. However, I find it hard to believe you would resort to such cheap tricks. He thought things were going well, but I didn't expect Jacques Noiret to be such a jerk. The Earl Copperhead isn't any different from his past life. Just because it benefits the family, he's willing to try to kill someone so easily. Indeed, everything that seemed good about him was just an act. In reality, he was a cruel person ready to do anything for the benefit of his family. He was much more trashy than what he had heard from his past life. How do I handle this? Honestly, Jacques Noiret didn't worry him much. Dealing with him might be a bit tricky, but Damien was not going to lose. Killing Jacques Noiret would be a real pain in the ass. Currently, Damien, who had only recently picked up the sword, was already known as a genius who had risen to the low class. What if in this situation, Damien could defeat the middle class too? What if rumors spread that he had reached middle class within a few months of taking up the sword? The whole world would try to find out his secret. But how are they going to kill me? There's no way to do it. Even if they were to teach techniques, mastering them would require time, and even with potions, absorption would take days. If there were a way to defeat Damien within just one day, there's only dark magic. Unlike other forms of magic, dark magic specialized in such nefarious deeds. Cursing others, inflicting diseases, bringing misfortune, and more. When it came to killing or crippling someone, nothing surpassed dark magic. Since Jacques Noiret is a knight, he wouldn't possess knowledge of dark magic. He would likely resort to using enchanted artifacts imbued with its dark power. If they're planning to employ dark magic tomorrow, then there's no need for me to be concerned, because he can dispel any form of magic with a single thought. I'm also curious about the mana cultivation technique that Jacques Noir promised to hand over to the Earl. Currently, Damien is researching to create his mana cultivation technique. If he could get his hands on the mana cultivation technique used by the master class, his research would progress much faster. We're not running away. What? Abel shouted in surprise at Damien's words. Brother Jacques Noiret is the middle-class knight no matter how much. Don't worry, I have a plan, Damien said, raising the corners of his mouth. Abel looked somewhat uneasy. I'll be back in a moment. Comfort Lady Olivia while I'm gone. Really? She must have been quite taken aback to hear about such matters of taking lives. Surely she must require someone to calm her. Are you sure? Abel asked Olivia while looking worried. Olivia made a face as if asking what nonsense he was talking about. Then when Damien gave a hint, she began to pretend to cry. It was so scary. Lady Olivia. Abel didn't know what to do. Damien walked out, leaving the two of them behind, and went to the next tent. Victor, are you sleeping? No, I'm awake. Victor yawned and stepped out of the tent. What can I do for you? I need you to do me a favor. What? This late at night? Yes, it's something only you can do, Damien whispered in a low voice in Victor's ear. Victor's eyes widened. The final day of the jousting tournament, there were significantly more people in the stands than usual. Even nobles stood in rows at the back due to the lack of seats. It was inevitable. The final match was a team competition, which was the most popular among the events in the tournament. Well then, let me explain the rules of today's match. The Knight of the Earl Copperhead shouted to the knights at the waiting area. Unlike before, this team competition will be conducted as individual matches, not cooperative. At the knight's words, the participants began to murmur among themselves. The team competition had been changed to individual matches where they fought separately. As such matches could easily become lackluster if not careful, both the participants and the audience began to wonder what was going on. Soon, most people understood the intention. The one who defeats the most competitors will be the winner of this match. The knights looked at each other with rolling eyes. They're all so blatant, Damien thought, feeling the gazes of the knights. Every knight harbored resentment towards him. Some knights exchanged glances. Damien could easily guess their intentions. Look at this, they're uniting against me. It was an unfair act, but he had no intention of accusing them. Just because a few joined hands, they couldn't do anything to Damien, although if everyone did, that would be another story. Well then, the match will start soon. I hope you're all prepared. The knights armed themselves and mounted their horses. Damien also took up the spear offered by Victor and mounted his horse. Please do your best today as well, Damien said while patting his horse. Well, let's begin. The door of the waiting area opened. The knights rushed out to the arena. The knights scattered across the entire arena. Wow, go for it, Sir Alonso, show them the might of Baron Alter's sword. Damien Haksen, you can do it. The audience cheered fervently for the knights. But the knights had no time to respond to the audience. They all looked at each other with tense faces. Now, who's going to come at me first? Damien observed the knights' gazes and demeanor. Then he suddenly realized something strange. Most of the knights were directly targeting him. Even Damien couldn't help but be surprised. Start the final match. As soon as the Earl's shout came down, the knights all rushed at Damien. Watching the knights converging from all directions, Damien let out a bitter laugh. I didn't realize they'd all formed alliances. Strictly speaking, not all knights had agreed. It was just groups of about 6 knights who were usually friendly, gathering together and forming alliances. The problem was that the target of these alliances was exclusively Damien Haksen. Isn't it disgraceful for knights to act like this? Damien said, hoping to provoke the knights. But the knights didn't show any sense of shame. If we don't do anything now, you'll win the tournament with an overwhelming score. It's far better to do this than to be mocked for sitting on the sidelines and watching you win. Damien's performance was so overwhelming that other knights couldn't perform well. Among the nobles who came to watch the jousting tournament, some even mocked the knights as wooden dolls. For this reason, the knights agreed to focus on Damien Haksen and suppress him. We can't let you take first place in this match. We'll obstruct you in the name of the Malta family's honor. I swear on the name of Viscount St. Troller I'll defeat you. The knights surrounded Damien and charged at him. Weapons rained down on him from all directions. Doing this while shouting out family names, have they all lost their minds? Damien sighed inwardly. Well, this should be fun. He loosened the reins, but there was no problem. Damien could move the horse with his will alone. Let's go, the horse stamped the ground. It galloped to the weakest point of the encirclement. Here comes Damien Haksen, knock him down to the ground. The knights brandished their spears. The sight of knights charging in armor was eerily imposing. Unlike Damien, who was lightly dressed, the knights were wearing armor. Moreover, unlike Damien holding a short spear, they were wielding long spears. It was clear who would suffer more in a collision like this. Damien didn't stop the horse. Instead, he commanded the horse to increase its speed. After riding the horse for 2 days, his understanding of horse anatomy and inmate mastery had increased. Thanks to this, Damien could pull off another trick. He infused mana into the horse. The seeping mana strengthened the horse's muscles. With each step the horse took, its hooves left clear imprints on the ground. Huh. What? The knights' faces showed confusion at this unusual scene. Wah, what? With a roar, the knights and horses flew together. The knights tumbled to the ground. Coo, cough, what kind of horse is that? We have to stop Damien Haksen. So shocking was the scene where other knights forgot they were in the middle of a match and stared at Damien Haksen. Thaw that, what, how? Then, the horse carrying Damien changed direction. After looking back, it scraped the ground with its hooves. It wasn't like a horse at all, more like a charging bull. Thaw that, surely not. A foreboding feeling crept into the knights' minds. Sure enough, the horse charged at the knights again. The knights scattered in disarray, shouting, "Be back off! Stop, don't resist!" However, the speed of the horse was faster than the knights' attempts to evade. Eek! With a crash, 3 more knights and their horses were sent flying. Here it comes again. Whenever Damien spurred his horse forward, knights flew and fell off their horses. Surround him, don't give him space. If you do, he'll charge again. Only one knight, still reeling from the chaos, stepped forward to block Damien. This time, the horse stooped before ramming with its head. The knight fell to the ground along with the horse. I got his back, a knight emerged behind Damien. This time, the horse extended its hind legs, sending the knight flying after taking the full force of the armor. What? What is that? A knight who had long fallen from the horse murmured while lying on the ground. It's not a horse but a monster. As the knight said, the horse Damien rode on rampaged like a monster. Its speed and power were impressive, but its massive size was even more intimidating. Instead of wielding weapons against Damien, the knights were being thrown by the horse. Within an hour of the start of the tournament, most of the knights had been eliminated. Wow, Damien! The nobles cheered for Damien, calling out his name. Although many jousting tournaments had been held before, Damien's remarkable performance with horsemanship skills made him stand out, leading to even louder cheers from the audience. Damien stopped the horse and enjoyed the cheers of the crowd. Sometimes, this kind of attention isn't so bad, is it? Damien patted the horse's head and asked. The horse seemed to understand Damien's words, nodding its head. However, not all knights had been eliminated yet. Damien Haksen. At that moment, one of the remaining knights shouted. Shout infused with mana reverberated and shook the entire arena. The nobles in the audience were startled into silence and then turned their attention to the shouting knight. I am the Ogre Slayer Jackson Cutter, he yelled, pointing his longsword at Damien. Damien raised an eyebrow as he looked at Jackson. So you finally decided to challenge me. Damien turned his horse toward Jackson. Meanwhile, Jackson continued to shout, You may not know it, but I do. I know what an asshole you've been in the past. Damien felt puzzled by the unexpected accusation. Was he out of his mind to cuss another knight in public like this? A bastard like you has somehow gotten stronger, but don't think you're invincible just because you've improved a little. Jackson Cutter raised his weapon high. I, the Ogre Slayer Jackson Cutter, will expose your true nature. This is my last chance. Jackson Cutter thought to himself as he rode forward on his horse. Today, I will defeat Damien Haksen and gain fame. It was embarrassing to rely on his reputation rather than his own skills, but Jackson forced himself to forget about it. As long as he could get revenge on Damien, he was willing to throw away his pride. Make him pay for ignoring me. Jackson unsheathed his sword, aiming the tip at Damien's face. Just before the blade could touch him, Damien turned his head, skillfully avoiding the attack, and grabbed Jackson Cutter's wrist. More precisely, he grabbed the bracelet on the wrist. As expected, it was dark magic. At Damien's words, Jackson Cutter's blood ran cold. What are you talking about? Damien exerted force on his hand. The bracelet twisted, and simultaneously dark magic surged outwards. The spectators' eyes widened as they witnessed the scene. It's dark magic, the audience exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, hooded figures in the stands rose up in unison. They leaped over the stands and descended into the arena. Then they all removed their hoods, revealing pristine white robes. As the audience saw their attire, they once again gasped in shock. They're the paladins from Church, Chapter 53, The Plan Part 3. At the appearance of the paladins, the arena fell silent as if icy water had been poured. The nobles were even more terrified of the Church's arrival than they were of dark magic. They knew that when it came to dark magic, the Church would rampage like a mad dog. Damn it! The first to break the silence was Jackson Cutter. Realizing there was no good in staying put, Jackson Cutter attempted to flee, but Damien wouldn't let go of his wrist. Let me go, As Jackson Cutter attempted to resist, the paladins rushed in. They forcibly knocked him out with the back of a blade, forcing him off his horse and breaking both his arms. While Jackson Cutter was being subdued, the one paladin addressed Damien. He was a large, chubby man with a face like a full moon. "Mr. Damien, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Thomas, a second-grade paladin of the church." Paladins, unlike regular knights, identified themselves by their grades. A second-grade paladin was equivalent to a mid-class knight. Damien had sent Victor to contact the church in a neighboring city last night. Damien's message was to dispatch a paladin to the jousting tournament in case any heretics showed up, and he specifically requested someone capable enough to face mid-class knights among them. Not only did the paladin immediately comply with Damien's request, but they also sent a force capable of truly rivaling the mid-class. Thanks to this, it seemed possible to handle the current situation without directly using force. It was akin to using poison to counter poison. Sir Damien was right, there is indeed a filthy heretic, Jackson Cutter exclaimed as if throwing a tantrum. "Who says I'm a heretic? I haven't done anything wrong." One of the paladins struck Jackson Cutter's mouth with the hilt of his sword, producing a crunching sound. "You sure do talk a lot for someone who uses dark magic. Don't dirty our ears and stay quiet." The paladins growled as if they were ready to kill Jackson Cutter at any moment. Seeing their demeanor, Jackson Cutter visibly cowered. "But Mr. Damien, where are the other heretics?" Damien raised his finger and pointed to the spectator stands. There sat Jacques Noiret. "That man is the mid-class heretic I mentioned." Jacques Noiret's expression contorted. Simultaneously, Thomas rushed towards Jacques Noiret. When the arena match had just begun, Jacques Noiret didn't have a care in the world. The bracelet handed to Jackson Cutter was no ordinary item. It was a notorious dark mage's painstaking creation. When Jacques Noiret was low-class knight, that bracelet saved his life too many times. If it hadn't been for the significant drawback of consuming life force and mana, he would have always worn it. As the arena match began, Damien Haksen started to move. Watching Damien, who could knock down knights with just one horse, Jacques Noiret felt anticipation. Jacques Noiret didn't know what sort of secret treasure Damien had. But considering Damien raised to the level of low class in just a few months, it must have been something very precious. By killing Damien today, Jacques Noiret could have both the earldom of Copperhead and that treasure in his hands. Truly something to celebrate, but at that moment Damien grabbed Jackson Cutter's wrist, causing the bracelet to shatter. Dark magic permeated the surroundings thickly. The unexpected turn of events left Jacques Noiret's mind in chaos, but before he could even begin to process the confusion, something even more shocking happened. The paladins sitting in the spectator stands revealed themselves. Jacques Noiret could only be astonished. Despite being so close, he hadn't sensed the presence of the paladins at all. It wasn't until the paladins removed their robes that their presence could be felt. The robes they wore were no ordinary items. They were special relics used during undercover operations by the paladins. The paladins immediately subdued Jackson Cutter. Amidst the chaos, Jacques Noiret couldn't think for a moment. "That man is the mid-class heretic I mentioned." Until Damien pointed toward him, a paladin rushed towards him. The paladin swung his blade towards Jacques Noiret. Jacques Noiret instinctively raised his forearm to block the attack. The clash between the protective gear on his forearm and the blade produced a sharp sound. Arg, eek. The collision of the two mid-class combatants caused a tremendous shock, enough to push back the surrounding audience. "There really is the mid-class heretic." The paladin's eyes glowed like flames. "To dare to touch dark magic with your god-blessed talent, I will tear you apart today and offer you to God. You're deluded to the point of not even having a semblance of reason. Just spouting nonsense so carelessly." Jacques Noiret spoke in a calm tone, but despite his demeanor, his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The church was as powerful a force as the empire. There was hardly a place on the continent where the church's influence didn't reach. As far as Jacques Noiret knew, there were hardly any who could confront and survive against the church. "Don't blabber about me with your filthy tongue." A white light erupted from Thomas' body. Strangely, despite the light emitting from him, it wasn't blinding. Divine power. A power that only those who believed in and served God could use had manifested. "I'll tear your bones apart right now." Thomas exerted force on his arm, pushing the blade even harder. Jacques Noiret didn't resist. Instead, he utilized Thomas' force to fly backward behind the spectator stands. "Where do you think you're running?" Thomas shouted loudly as he chased after Jacques Noiret. Intense noises followed from behind the arena. "Just as expected from the church," Damien exclaimed, watching the scene. There was no better way to counter dark magic. At that moment, something caught Damien's eye. The Earl of Copperhead was leaving the arena with a pale face. My, this can't be happening on my estate." The Earl Copperhead broke into a cold sweat as he walked as if he could collapse at any moment. "Jacques Noiret." That bastard dared to use dark magic on my land. The inquisitors of the church were persistent and cruel. It was evident that this incident would not be concluded as merely the antics of Jacques Noiret and Jackson Cutter. A broad investigation would surely uncover other related individuals. If it's revealed that I was planning to deal with them. No, I knew nothing, I knew nothing. The Earl Copperhead trembled throughout his walk. Olivia looked at the Earl as if he were pitiful. The human who usually acted so dignified and cunning was now trembling in fear at the real crisis. Olivia, I must think of a solution. When the paladins comes looking for me, tell them I've fainted and buy me some time. Understand? Upon reaching the tent, the Earl commanded Olivia. With a skeptical look, Olivia replied, I don't think that will work. I'll make it work. Why do you have so many words to say? The Earl shouted in response to Olivia's retort. He needed time to gather his thoughts no matter what. Your Grace, where are you going? Are you trying to take a nap? A voice suddenly came, startling the Earl, who turned his head. Right behind him stood Damien. Damien Haksen, how dare you show your face in front of me? By the demeanor of the paladins, it was clear that Damien had summoned the church. To the Earl, Damien was nothing short of a sworn enemy who had ruined everything. I've come to discuss matters with your Grace. Don't talk nonsense. What are my knights doing? Drive him away. The Earl's knights blocked Damien. No further access to. Damien lightly tapped the knight's chins with the back of his hand. It was too fast for anyone to see properly. As knights collapsed, Earl let out a scream. Your Grace, it's regrettable to see you like this. Saying so, Damien grabbed the Earl's collar and lifted him up. It seems you've completely forgotten your attempt to kill me, your Grace. As Damien's gaze intensified, all color drained from the Earl's face. Shall we have a quiet discussion inside, or would you prefer a different method of conversation? We'll discuss, the Earl hastily exclaimed. Only then did Damien smile satisfactorily. You've made a wise decision. Your Grace, I'm deeply disappointed. Damien sat with his feet on the table. The Earl couldn't even think of correcting Damien's attitude. I thought we had quite a good relationship, your Grace. Yet you were plotting my demise behind my back. Where did you hear such nonsense? I've never tried to kill you. What absurdity. Lady Olivia told me everything. Jacques Noiret wanted my life. And you promised him assistance, didn't you? The Earl glared at Olivia. Olivia met his gaze nonchalantly. Yes, father, I told him. Olivia, have you gone mad? Why would you do such a thing? Thump. Damien kicked the table with his heel. The Earl fell silent again. Your Grace, my talk isn't finished yet. Why you? What do you think will happen if I tell the church that your Grace attempted to deal with Jacques Noiret? The Earl's face turned pale. I didn't know, I truly didn't. I never thought Jacques Noiret would resort to dark magic. Do you think such excuses will work with the church? The church had zero tolerance for anything directly or indirectly related to the dark magic. Moreover, the Earl was implicated in an attempted murder involving dark magic. Attempting to claim innocence to the church would be futile. Sir Damien, I'm sorry I was wrong. Please don't report to church. Even if I don't say anything, Jackson Cutter will expose everything anyway, and you know how horrible the torture of the Inquisitors is, don't you? As Damien pointed out, the Earl felt all strength drain from his body. Your Grace may not know, but I have my own connections within the church. Defending a single person should be easy. Damien spoke with a subtle tone. The Earl's expression seemed as if he'd met a savior. Why you? But there are conditions. Speak, I'll listen to anything. Damien raised his fingers one by one. First, you must grant my brother and Lady Olivia's hand in marriage. That's easy enough. Second, declare me the winner of this year's tournament. That's only natural. The first two conditions Damien mentioned were quite easy. But the next one posed a problem. Before the year ends, transfer half of your estate to Lady Olivia. That's preposterous. Half? Are you out of your mind? The Earl erupted in anger. In response, Damien's voice sharpened. Then go to the church and claim your innocence. With that warning, the Earl had no choice but to remain silent. As compensation for this incident, send 300 gold to the Haxen's Viscounty, 300 gold. For someone who tried to kill me, isn't that a small price? With Damien's sharp words, the Earl could do nothing but remain silent again. What will you do? I need to think for a moment. Decide here and now, Damien stated firmly. The Earl sighed and said, I'll comply with all your demands. You've made a wise decision. Damien stood up. Before leaving the tent, he warned the Earl one last time. Your Grace, just in case, if you break our agreement today or continue to delay. Damien unleashed his power. His aura and killing intent engulfed the entire tent. The Earl completely lost his senses to such overwhelming power. I will make sure to collect the price personally. The Earl's head nodded slowly. Damien emerged from the tent with Olivia. Are you sure it'll be okay? Damien pushed, his face filled with concern. Last night, Damien had sought Olivia's agreement to reveal that he had reported the incident. The price for that was acquiring half of the estate. With this incident, Olivia was practically estranged from the Earl. You don't have to worry so much, I'm fine, Olivia said without batting an eye. But father has used me as a tool his whole life. So this time I'll use him as mine, she said, chillingly composed. Could I accept such a woman as Abel's companion? Damien pondered for a moment. Well, Abel has his naive side. It might not be so bad. As they walked, someone was running towards them. Damien, you're here, Sophia Russell spoke, her face on the verge of tears. Chapter 54. Damien, Sophia rushed towards Damien. I'm glad we met so quickly. There's no one else I can rely on but you. Fear filled Sophia's face as she trembled, speaking to Damien. When Jackson Cutter starts interrogating in the auditorium, I'll surely be taken as well. No one in this place had a deeper connection with Jackson Cutter than Sophia Russell. There was no way Damien could leave Sophia alone in the auditorium. But I'm innocent, I didn't know anything. I only found out about that bracelet from Jackson Cutter. Sophia clung to Damien's arm. You're the only one who can help me, please protect me, I'm begging you. Why should I help you? Damien couldn't understand at all. Not only did Sophia unilaterally declare a breakup with Damien, but she also insulted the Haksen household in the process. Now the two of them had a worse relationship than others. How could she so easily ask for help? I'll make your wish come true if you help me. My wish, Sophia swallowed nervously. A slow smile appeared on her previously anxious face. I'll become your woman again, Sophia confidently stated with a face full of assurance. Sophia was convinced that he would definitely accept her proposal. I don't need that, Damien said with a puzzled expression. In response, Sophia sighed deeply and scolded Damien. Damien, no matter how angry you are, you should at least pretend to give in when a woman comes in with her head down. There's a charm in acting like you're losing when a woman approaches like this. What are you talking about right now? Fine, I get it. I'll apologize again. I was completely wrong. So please stop being angry and accept me now. After his regression, Damien felt his mouth shut for the first time. At the same time, he was infuriated by Sophia's unchanged attitude in this situation. Damien, I know everything, you still want me, so when you first saw me you were pretending not to know, right, to grab my attention. Sophia said with a confident tone. You kept giving up Olivia's seat to Abel because of me. You may have tried to hide it, but I noticed it a long time ago. It's so absurd that I don't even know where to start clarifying the misunderstanding. Damien said with a cold tone, you're still not over it. How much do I have to apologize? Sophia said smugly, no, I don't need anything, I don't need you, I have no interest at all. Damien cut her off abruptly. I'm begging you, stop talking nonsense and just leave in front of my eyes. Damien, if you dare to defy my warning and appear in front of me again spouting such nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue. To clearly convey his intention, Damien even brought up a threat. Sophia's complexion turned pale. Understood, I'll leave now. Damien passed by Sophia. She stood like a statue, not even considering stopping Damien. Damien headed to the martial arts training hall with Olivia. It was to meet the knights remaining in the martial arts training hall, but something was off. The atmosphere among the knights gathered in the martial arts training hall was incredibly grim. Damien, you've returned, Knight Thomas spoke with a heavy face addressing Damien. We lost Jacques Noiré. Is that really true? He was hiding his true skill and because he used another dark magic tool, Thomas said with frustration. Losing the heretic in front of him had clearly angered him. Jacques Noiré, he was indeed a formidable, skillful person as the rumors say, Damien said with a stern face. But contrary to his expression, Damien wasn't particularly surprised. He escaped after all. Damien predicted this would happen from the moment he first saw Thomas. Compared to Jacques Noiré, Thomas's skill was insufficient. Perhaps if Jacques Noiré had the intention, he could have easily killed Thomas, but killing a knight of the church would bring even greater repercussions. A situation where he couldn't kill the enemy, nor let them live. In that case, escaping was the only option. I did well to place the mark in advance. Last night, after sending Victor to the city, Damien went to Jacques Noiré's residence. Remembering Jacques Noiré's magical power, it wasn't difficult. Deceiving the senses of a mid-class being was also a simple task for Damien. In Jacques Noiré's lodging, Damien discreetly drew a mark that allowed him to locate the position of his clothes while he slept. Knight Thomas, don't be too disheartened. With the help of the gods, you will have another chance to catch Jacques Noiré. Damien comforted Thomas. Thomas looked at Damien with a face full of emotion. Damien, even in such a situation, you never lose faith. Indeed, as Lady Agnes says, you are truly the pride of the knights. Damien distanced himself from Thomas slightly. These fanatics were still as unsettling as ever. From the next day, the martial arts training hall became noisy. The latecomers from the church began investigating all the nobles in the martial arts training hall. Hey, I have nothing to do with a guy named Jackson Cutter. Do you know how much tithe I give to the church every year? I can't tolerate this treatment. The nobles protested, but it didn't matter. The church interrogated each noble one by one. Fortunately, since Jackson Cutter didn't actively interact with others, the investigation for the nobles was quickly resolved. Speak, who gave you this bracelet, Jacques Noiré? Jacques Noiret gave it to me. He said that with this I can kill Damien Haksen. He tried to kill Damien. Was there someone else involved in the plan? Earl Copperhead. Earl Copperhead was also involved. The person directly involved in the incident, Jackson Cutter, was interrogated by the Inquisitor himself. The interrogation by the church's inquisitors was particularly infamous for its cruelty. Rumors circulated widely that torture methods evolved each year to extract all desired information. Even during mealtime and bedtime, Jackson Cutter's screams never ceased. The inquisitors only stopped questioning after hearing every trivial secret of Jackson Cutter. Next, the inquisitors summoned Sophia Russell and Earl Copperhead. "Ah, your lordship is innocent. It's true that I tried to kill him, but I had no knowledge of dark magic." Damien defended the Earl as promised. Despite speaking, Damien was somewhat worried. He knew how relentless the inquisitors could be. Understood. "I will only summon Sophia Russell." Do you believe what I'm saying? Of course, how much has Damien contributed to the church? The inquisitors easily believed Damien's words, leading only Sophia away. I really don't know. He never told me anything." Sophia Russell asserted her innocence, but the inquisitors didn't believe her at all. They judged that, as Jackson Cutter's lover, she must be hiding many things. Not long after Sophia was taken, a sharp, piercing scream erupted, tearing through the air. A week passed before the church concluded its investigation. The church declared that there were no suspects other than Jackson Cutter. Only then could the nobles be released from the martial arts training hall, though the martial arts competition had not yet concluded. The procession of nobles returning to their territories stretched long. "Are you also leaving, Sir Damien?" Like other nobles, Damien was also preparing to return as the heir of the Viscount Haksen. However, Thomas and the knights came to Damien. "Yes, we would like to meet your family, as they must be worried." "Well, I recommend staying a bit longer." Thomas spoke with a worried expression. "Jacques Noiret might be targeting you, Sir Damien." Damien was the one who brought the church to the martial arts training hall. There was a high chance that Jacques Noiret held a grudge against him. "We are currently issuing a wanted notice for Jacques Noiret. Until his whereabouts are confirmed, would it be possible for you to stay here?" Although it was appreciative that they cared, Damien had no intention of accepting the proposal. With his skills, he could easily handle Jacques Noiret. Moreover, he hoped Jacques Noiret would come looking for him. Above all, traveling with bothersome knights was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. "Thank you for your offer, but I'll decline. It wouldn't be right for Sir Thomas to be hindered because of me." As a second-class knight, Thomas was an uncommon force within the church. He had many tasks and responsibilities. "Besides, the Great One in the heavens is watching over me. How could such a special person harm me?" Perhaps moved by Damien's words, Thomas quietly made the sign of the cross. "Above all, since the church has issued a wanted order, Jacques Noiret is likely too frantic to target me. Sir Damien, still, if it's just for a few days." Damien repeatedly rejected Thomas's words. In the end, Thomas had no choice but to give up on his request. Damien set out as a representative for the Haksen estate. Unlike when he arrived, there was one more person in the party on the way back: Olivia Copperhead. "I didn't expect to go to Haksen as a member of the estate so quickly." I didn't either. I never thought I'd introduce Olivia Copperhead to my parents so soon." Beside Abel, Olivia Copperhead sat. Olivia had already gained the approval of her father, the Earl. Therefore, rather than staying at the Earl's estate for no reason, she chose to leave with Abel. "But how long are you going to use honorifics?" "You can speak comfortably now," Olivia said with a chubby face. Abel hesitated for a moment before responding. Olivia, good, from now on, please speak to me comfortably like that." Damien, sitting across from them, looked at the two with an annoyed expression. Although he hoped they would get along, he had no intention of willingly accepting their excessive affection. Damien stood up. "Where are you going, sir?" "Outside, have fun together." Damien opened the window, climbed onto the roof of the carriage, and looked at the two from above. Victor, who was on the coachman's seat, asked with a puzzled face, "Young master, is anything uncomfortable?" "No, there isn't, just drive the carriage well." Damien opened a dimensional space with his hand, pulling out an item. It was the heart of a spirit, the prize for winning the martial arts competition. Due to the complex turn of events, the award ceremony did not take place. However, as promised by the Earl, Damien was declared the winner of the martial arts competition. Therefore, Damien received the prize from him. Absorbing this is also considered a task. Thinking of the spirit's heart as a solidified stone was convenient. Without melting it, absorption was impossible. From now on, Damien had to stimulate the spirit's heart with his own magic to melt the spirit power. It was not an easy task even for someone of Damien's ability. However, the reward was certain. If he could absorb the spirit power, he would gain not only magic power but also the power of the spirit. Spirit power. Spirits were extremely powerful beings. They possessed countless abilities. Many elves absorbed the heart of a spirit to gain its characteristics. By absorbing the heart of a wind spirit, Some elves obtained heightened senses, while others, by absorbing the heart of an earth spirit, gained tough skin to ward off attacks. Those who absorbed the heart of a spirit became powerful individuals, surpassing the middle class without exception. I wonder what characteristics I'll gain by absorbing the heart of a fire spirit. Damien knew the hidden abilities of the spirit's heart. Another reason he was surprised was because the heart containing the abilities of a fire spirit was particularly famous for being rare. Moreover, no elf had ever seen one that possessed the abilities of a fire spirit. So Damien did not expect it. I'll absorb it first and see. Throughout the carriage's journey, Damien continually infused magic into the heart of the spirit. That night, Jacques Noiré attacked Damien. Chapter 55. Jacques Noiré Part 1. As the sun set, Damien halted the carriage and prepared for camping. "Everyone, come for the meal," he called out. Victor had prepared the evening meal. After filling their stomachs with Victor's cooking, the group retired to their sleeping quarters. In preparation for any contingency, Olivia slept inside the carriage, while the remaining three laid out sleeping bags outside. It was deep into the night when it happened. A dark shadow approached the camp silently, moving so discreetly that not even the sound of footsteps could be heard. No one in the camp noticed the intruder. They were all immersed in deep slumber, unaware of the impending threat. The assailant slowly unsheathed a dagger, its white blade ominously gleaming in the moonlight. Before swinging the knife, the intruder counted the people lying in the camp, one in the carriage, two outside. "Two, I was getting bored waiting." A voice echoed from above. The intruder quickly looked up. Someone was sitting on top of the carriage. "Jacques Noiré, did you really want to kill me that badly?" Damien Haksen mocked, framed against the night sky. "How did you know I was coming?" Jacques spoke with a calm tone, seemingly unfazed despite being caught off guard. "Trying to easily reveal others' secrets isn't a good habit." "Smart. There's nothing to gain from exposing yourself to others." Jacques nodded, and Damien felt a sense of perplexity. "It's strange. I thought you'd be angry and ready to attack as soon as you saw my face. Why should I be angry at you?" In response to the unexpected question, Damien replied with a puzzled expression. "I got you chased by the organization, remember?" "Oh, that. I did get annoyed as you said, but I decided to forget about it. It's a hassle being wanted by the organization, but I can change my face and escape to the outskirts of the continent." Damien's brow furrowed slightly. Speaking so casually about abandoning one's name and identity was unsettling. From his breath and tone, it seemed like Jacques was genuinely speaking the truth. It felt like Damien was finally understanding the identity of the discomfort he had felt since their first encounter. Jacques was a person lacking something essential as a human, so why did you follow me? To obtain the artifact you possess. Artifact? Damien's expression tightened even more. He found the statement absurd. No matter how much you hide it, it's useless. You undoubtedly obtained the item left by the master. Through the memories and knowledge stored in that item, you've become so much stronger. I haven't done anything like that. Damien responded with a face expressing utter disbelief. Even if you lie, it's futile. How else would you explain your rapid improvement in skills if not for the artifact? I'm just a bit of a genius. A brief silence hung between the two. Jacques licked his lips briefly. It's impressive how thoroughly you conceal your flaws, intelligent, almost irritatingly so. No, really. I initially considered sparing you if you handed over the artifact willingly, but with you being like this, I have no choice. I'll have to kill you and take the artifact. Jacques discarded the dagger and slowly drew the sword hanging at his waist. Unlike a regular sword, its blade undulated like waves. A treasure should be in the hands of someone worthy. Jacques spun the blade once. With a bizarre sound, the afterimage of the blade lingered before disappearing. "So peacefully hand over the artifact," Damien sneered, gripping the heavenly sword. "This is ridiculous." Damien and Jacques Noiré charged almost simultaneously. The clash of their two swords echoed through the air, with neither side giving an inch. Simultaneously, both men stepped back, but as soon as the distance widened, Jacques sprung forward again. Targeting Damien's face, he thrust his sword. As if anticipating it, Damien effortlessly parried the sword, aiming for his opponent's throat. However, Jacques smoothly evaded Damien's attack as well. With each clash of their swords, the surrounding trees shook, accompanied by a thunderous noise. He's on a high mid-class level, efficient use of power, Damien thought. The captain they fought before, Urin, was a mid-class dark mage. With every swing of his fist, earthquakes occurred and the terrain was destroyed. Jacques' attack seemed lacking compared to that dark mage at first glance. However, in reality, it was not the case. If Jacques willed it, he could unleash even greater destructive power. But for now, he concentrated all that power into his sword. Evidence of this was the occasional traces left by Jacques' sword in the surroundings. Whenever the blade grazed a wooden pillar, the entire tree was neatly sliced. The cut surface was so smooth it could be used as a mirror. Despite not causing any visible shockwaves, it demonstrated an incredible cutting force. Smart move to cast dark magic on the kids in advance, Damien observed, glancing at the team lying on the ground. Even in the midst of such chaos, the team remained in a deep slumber, thanks to the dark magic that induced profound sleep. For the time being, Damien planned to hide his true abilities to avoid unnecessary trouble. He didn't want to reveal the fight with Jacques Noiré to the team. We should change the location. Continuing the fight here increased the risk of the team getting involved. Dodging Jacques' sword, Damien darted to the side. "Where are you going?" Jacques Noiré pursued. The two raced through the forest, swinging their swords. Dozens of exchanges occurred in a single breath. The sound of air being sliced resonated constantly. "He's using a very elusive sword technique," Damien thought, analyzing Jacques Noiré's swordsmanship throughout the battle. It wasn't an honest swordplay that secured victory by overcoming the opponent's techniques head-on. It was a relentless technique that targeted the opponent's vulnerabilities, tenaciously exploiting weaknesses. And it wasn't merely due to Jacques' personality, it was because of the essence embedded in the swordsmanship he was mastering. Damien felt a significant fluctuation in Jacques' magical power. It indicated he was preparing a technique. Not bad, but it ends now. Jacques swung his sword in a straight line. The power and magic imbued in the sword were immense, but the motion was large enough to be easily blocked. However, Damien chose not to block the sword. Instead, he left his head exposed as if offering it to be sliced. As Jacques' sword touched Damien's head, astonishingly, it turned into an illusion and disappeared. Immediately after, a sneak attack targeted Damien's neck. He had already noticed that the first attack was a deception and the second one was real. Damien raised his blade to block the attack. The force pushed his body backward. Jacques halted the attack and increased the distance, wearing a surprised expression. "Unbelievable, a low-class knight managed to block my attack like this." Mid-class knights and low-class knights were on different levels, not only in physical abilities but also in overwhelming magical power. Yet the crucial difference between the two was not these aspects, it was the depth of their techniques. The techniques of an enlightened mid-class knight were far more profound than those of a low-class knight. In normal circumstances, a low-class knight wouldn't be able to engage in such a prolonged exchange with a mid-class knight. Even that's not enough, knowing the intervals. The illusion Jacques Noiré just displayed wasn't an ordinary technique. It belonged to the swordsmanship intervals that he was mastering. Phantom Sword, a type of sword technique that uses magic to create illusions and pierces the opponent's vulnerabilities. It was one of the most challenging and difficult sword techniques to learn and utilize. "I told you, I am a genius, remember," Damien said, tapping Jacques' shoulder with the sharp edge of his sword. During the battle, Damien had already discerned the intervals of Jacques' stance and magical flow, recognizing the phantom sword technique. If you understand it well, it's easy to block. Just rely on senses other than sight. "What are you thinking?" Damien asked as Jacques remained silent. "I get it now." After much contemplation, Jacques Noiré nodded slowly. "The knowledge obtained through the conduit was indeed remarkable. Although you're in the low-class stage, you've reached a mid-class level in terms of technique. Still on that topic, you must have gained significant knowledge. I'm curious about the kind of conduit you have." A smile appeared on Jacques' face, but it felt forced and unsettling. "I haven't felt this excited in a long time. Show me the conduit you obtained." Jacques Noiré raised his magical power. The aura of his sword was starting to be enveloped by an aura. "Do you know the decisive difference that separates a low-class knight and a mid-class knight?" The aura of low class resembled a lion's mane. The aura of the mid-class knight was much denser, almost like being surrounded by smoke. It's the crystallization of aura. Beyond manifesting aura, it's about transforming and shaping it. That's the essence of a mid-class knight. Jacques moved forward. Numerous afterimages remained where he passed. Surprisingly, the afterimages didn't stop at their initial positions. They dashed in various directions, some left, some right, and some even leaped into the air. The departing afterimages didn't stop but dispersed in the air after moving a certain distance. Jacques circled around Damien. Dozens of afterimages surrounded Damien, leaving no visible escape route. "Let me show you my ideology." One of the afterimages charged towards Damien. Damien didn't rely on his eyes. He used his other senses to judge. Activated senses confirmed it. It was not an illusion but real. Damien raised his sword, blocking the attack. A powerful impact struck him. However, what Jacques believed to be real scattered away. Before Damien could react, another afterimage attacked from behind. Once again, his senses confirmed its reality. Turning his body, Damien swung his sword. However, this time too, it was an illusion. Interesting, Damien couldn't hide his fascination. He didn't expect his senses to be deceived so easily. In his past life, he had encountered various swordsmen, but none with such a peculiar phantom sword technique. "It's impressive, isn't it? I've spent a lifetime perfecting this sword technique." Jacques' voice echoed through the gaps between the afterimages. The constantly moving afterimages mesmerized Damien. All these are fakes, yet real. With your senses, you won't be able to tell what's real. The afterimages simultaneously aimed their blades at Damien. This is the end. Dozens of afterimages rushed towards Damien simultaneously. Observing the spectacle, Damien couldn't help but smirk. It's amusing, but nothing special. People encountering the Phantom Sword for the first time would inevitably be overwhelmed, captivated by the mystifying technique that turned illusions into reality. However, in reality, the Phantom Sword was not such an extraordinary blade. It lacked the destructive power compared to a strong sword and was slower than a swift one. Its main focus was on thrusting attacks. That was the essence of the Phantom Sword technique. Coincidentally, Damien possessed a technique that could counter the Phantom Sword effectively. It seems you take great pride in that sword technique. Damien swept his hand over the thousand-mile sword. The sword began to vibrate, emitting a resonating sound. Let's shatter that illusion. Damien flicked the thousand-mile sword with his finger, dark blade merciless slaughter. The piercing sound of the sword seemed to tear the air apart. Chapter 56, Jacques Noiré Part 2. It's interesting but nothing special, Damien remarked. Upon hearing Damien's words, Jacques felt a faint anger. The swordsmanship he was employing was a high-level technique that low-class knights could not belittle. It was the Phantom Sword's technique, the technique favored by Swordmaster Shinkaru, who had been active a century ago. Shinkaru was a highly renowned swordsman even in the Empire, where masters were as common as sand piles. When Jacques got hold of the Phantom Sword manual, he was ecstatic to the point of losing his composure. However, his joy was short-lived as the manual was mostly lost. Despite this, Jacques couldn't bring himself to give up on the Phantom Sword. The name value associated with Shinkaru was too immense. Jacques believed that mastering the perfectly restored Phantom Sword would elevate him to the level of a master. So he devoted his life to it, and though he achieved only a meager 30% restoration rate, it was enough to create a convincing illusion. "You seem to take great pride in that swordsmanship," Damien commented, irritating Jacques with each word. The Phantom Sword represented everything for Jacques, guiding him toward the mastery he sought. "I'll shatter that illusion," Damien declared. As Damien swung the sword, its aura began to resonate. Witnessing this, Jacques felt a sense of foreboding. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a sword technique that amplified the aura like this. Damien flicked his sword with his finger, and immediately the aura spread in all directions. A storm of sound swept through the surroundings, and the residual illusions charging towards Damien turned into dust. Not only the charging illusions, but all the illusions created by Jacques vanished, leaving him alone. In the face of this unexpected scene, Jacques was left dumbfounded. Illusions created by the Phantom Sword were not supposed to be erased so easily. They were resistant to cutting or piercing and required a significant amount of accumulated shock beyond what an ordinary person or low-class knights could achieve for them to disappear. But now they vanished at the mere sound. "This is a major flaw of the Phantom Sword. Its weaknesses are as clear as its strengths," Damien said, adjusting his sword. Jacques' instincts sounded the alarm. "Now is it my turn?" Damien rushed towards Jacques. Jacques snapped back to reality, realizing the battle was far from over. "Don't get too cocky just because you managed to erase illusions," he retorted, as the low-class knight initiated an attack against a middle-class knight. It was an unexpected turn of events. Jacques felt anger rising within him. Both of them swung their swords at each other, and dozens of trajectories collided and vanished. The clashing sound of metal resonated continuously. "Damien, it's about time you get your act together. I'll show you the true essence of Phantom Sword." Jacques extended his sword towards Damien, simultaneously creating two illusions. Three Jacques simultaneously thrust their swords, each aimed for a different vulnerable spot. In that moment, Damien swept his sword with his palm and the aura resonated. The aura erased the illusions. Only the real Jacques was exposed. What? Compared to the previous occurrence, the aura was unbelievably small, yet it was enough to make the illusions disappear. In the moment of Jacques' confusion, Damien swung his sword, leaving a long gash on Jacques' cheek. He allowed a low-class knight to inflict a wound on his face. Before feeling the pain, a deep sense of humiliation spread through Jacques' entire being. Life burst into his eyes. "Don't act so arrogant." Jacques manipulated his magic to create an illusion. However, before the illusion could take form, the magic dispersed and vanished. No matter how many attempts he made, the same result occurred. A situation where the Phantom Sword user couldn't create illusions. In his perplexity, Damien spoke to Jacques. "What? A middle-class knight like you can't understand the situation?" Only then did Jacques realize why his illusions were being blocked. It was due to Damien's sword. The damn sword emitted a disruptive aura, hindering the concentration of magic and preventing the creation of illusions. What is this? For the Phantom Sword to be blocked by such a simple technique was unthinkable. "It shouldn't be happening, let's finish this." Suddenly, Damien's speed increased. The number of trajectories multiplied. "This is absurd." Jacques had no time to speak. He desperately tried to parry Damien's sword. "Oh, be careful. You might lose an arm." Before he could finish speaking, Jacques' forearm stung. Damien's sword had grazed past. "Get your act together, otherwise you might lose a wrist." This time, the wrist was cut, though not deep. Just a slight graze on the skin. Jacques' eyes widened significantly. As a middle-class knight, he was being outperformed by a low-class knight. No, it was embarrassing even to admit being outperformed. He was being toyed with like a plaything. "This sword, do you even know what kind of sword this is? It's not a sword that someone like you can handle," Jacques exclaimed. Damien smirked at the sight, making a fuss with such mediocre swordsmanship. Mediocre nonsense. Damien swept Jacques aside. Jacques' body flew backward. He received another blow. Jacques coughed while the sword remained stuck in the ground. "Yes, you." Jacques glared at Damien. Damien stood at a distance. "Before I kill you, let me show you something interesting." Damien took a step forward. Suddenly, there was an afterimage left in the place he was standing. With each step Damien took, more afterimages appeared. Over dozens of them were left on the ground. You, Jacques looked at Damien with trembling fingers. How the phantom sword, saw and learned, nonsense. By the way, I can do this too." Damien flicked his fingers. Suddenly, the afterimages swung their swords towards each other. The afterimages cut by the swords disappeared. Jacques' mouth gaped at the sight. He couldn't move the afterimages so skillfully. At best, he could only give one command. Dreaming of giving different commands was impossible. "Jacques, wake up, your swordsmanship isn't that great." Jacques slowly shifted his gaze at Damien's words. "Oh, to be precise, it's quite a decent swordsmanship, it's just broken." "Strange, isn't it? The principles of the technique are quite advanced, but the actual techniques using those principles are pitifully inadequate." Damien continued speaking. "There probably was an original swordsmanship. You probably tore it apart and modified it as you pleased. It's a case of improving the bad. Maybe you tried to restore it but failed." Damien didn't stop at merely copying the swordsmanship. He was examining everything in detail. Understanding the principles makes it easy to create a technique. The original swordsmanship was probably in this form. An afterimage appeared in front of Damien. The afterimage walked forward and eventually began to split. One person became two, two became four, and four became eight. Suddenly, the entire world was filled with afterimages. The phantom sword restored by Jacques could only create illusions where the user was present. That's why Jacques kept moving constantly. It was to leave afterimages. However, Damien created illusions while remaining still. Moreover, the number of entities he could create far surpassed what Jacques could produce. At this point, they were no longer afterimages. They should be called clones. "Did you say phantom sword? The original of this sword is probably something like this." In order to restore the phantom sword, Jacques collected all the anecdotes related to illusions. Among them, there were many statements suggesting that illusionists were not just one but dozens. This was because the illusions created by illusionists moved as if they were real. Jacques made relentless efforts to realize those testimonies. However, Jacques could only create afterimages, not clones. What Jacques couldn't restore in his lifetime, Damien perfectly restored in just a few minutes. How on earth did you restore the phantom sword?" "Just did," Damien said nonchalantly. "Just did, and it worked." With those words, Jacques' pupils darkened. In his younger years, Jacques believed he was a genius. His peers in training were all much weaker than him. He quickly rose to the ranks of the low class several years ahead of others. He couldn't help but be deluded. He believed he was a genius. This delusion was shattered just after reaching the low class. It happened when he lost in a duel against a knight who was also called a genius. The first experience of defeat, the first experience of confusion, the first experience of bitterness, various emotions entangled. Jacques couldn't admit defeat and challenged again. The result was even more disastrous. Unlike the first time when he at least swung the sword once, this time he couldn't even wield the sword and was defeated. When asked how the opponent easily defeated him, the so-called genius replied like this: just did, and it worked." That one sentence shattered Jacques' delusion. Jacques was not a genius, just slightly better than others. Since that day, Jacques has obsessed over the sword like a madman. He gave up all pleasures and focused only on training. After a decade or so, Jacques reached the middle class, and the real geniuses ascended to the high class. Despair overwhelmed Jacques due to the gap that effort alone couldn't bridge. It must have been then that Jacques started to fixate on potions and master techniques. He thought that by consuming high-quality potions enhancing his senses, he could compensate for his lack of talent. He hoped to obtain knowledge he hadn't realized through the knowledge left by the masters, and so, for another decade or so, Jacques remained in the middle class. Others might have given up, acknowledged their shortcomings, and settled. But Jacques didn't give up. He was determined to surpass the real geniuses. But today he heard the same words. Just did, and it worked. The emotions that had accumulated over many years ignited. The emotions were like rancid oil. The flames consumed the emotions and rose fiercely. A rage so immense swept over Jacques that even he couldn't contain it. Now you said just did, force involuntarily surged into the hand gripping the hilt. Yes, it just worked, just. Just you bloody just, teeth clenched on their own. Blood rushed in the veins, threatening to burst any moment. Geniuses were always like that. They effortlessly caught up with what others had painstakingly worked on. And they always spouted the ridiculous phrase just did. It wasn't a coincidence. You were a genius, Damien, you were a genius too. Jacques intermittently began to laugh. Madness emanated from his laughter. No, not just a genius. No other genius I've seen could do what you did. No genius Jacques encountered could steal another's swordsmanship like Damien. But Damien not only stole the swordsmanship, he perfectly wielded it and even restored it immediately. Enough, it's all unnecessary. I'll kill you even if I have to discard everything I have. If he couldn't be the best, he'd find meaning elsewhere. In this moment, Jacques decided to find meaning in trampling Damien, the unparalleled genius, before he could bloom. The master class techniques Jacques possessed didn't just include the phantom sword. Jacques pricked his body all over with his finger, stimulating the mana-flowing veins. The stimulated blood infused with mana. The surging mana brought out Jacques' latent power, madness of bolstering fury. This was the last resort of a master swordsman who was once called the incarnation of war. He in his last moments in a fight burned his own body to ashes. In terms of level alone, the technique was far higher than the phantom sword technique. However, it couldn't be used recklessly as it required sacrificing one's life. The art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. His muscles swelled all over his body. Mana rampaged ferociously. Jacques raised his sword. The violently surging mana created a crimson aura. Die! Jacques swung his sword down. The colossal blow cleaved Damien's body in half. However, something was strange. Even though Damien's body was cleaved in half, no blood flowed. The severed section seemed strangely hollow. No way! Damien's body, split in half, turned into an illusion and disappeared. He had deceived his own eyes using the phantom sword technique, a situation where he fell victim to his own technique. Jacques' pupils dilated with veins pulsating. The whites of his eyes turned a deep red. Damien Haksen. I'll tear you apart. At that moment, a sword thrust from behind and beheaded Jacques. Chapter 57, Jacques Noir Part 3. With a swift motion, Damien's blade severed Jacques' neck. The headless body staggered briefly before collapsing to the ground, its decapitated head rolling away. A knight should not be swayed by emotions. Jacques, who was blinded by rage, Damien found it easy to deliver the finishing blow. Otherwise, it might have posed a bit of a challenge in the end. You seem to have learned quite a few peculiar things. The technique Jacques used at the end was good. However, if it was a technique meant to unleash destructive power, Damien had encountered plenty of that in his past life. As a Death Knight, Damien himself had been a force of destruction, and many knights had been forced to use extreme measures to halt his rampage. However, none of the techniques he had witnessed back then displayed a sudden surge of power quite like Jacques. In particular, the final strike Jacques delivered was terrifying, rivaling that of high-class knights. I better leave this place quickly. The forest lay in ruins, with only a massive sword left on the ground. It didn't make sense that no one had noticed despite the chaos he had caused. It was certain that knights would be sent for investigation from nearby territories. If they encountered him and it was revealed that he killed Jacques, things would get complicated. However, leaving empty-handed was not an option. Damien quickly searched Jacques' body. There wasn't anything particularly eye-catching. All he found were the sword Jacques had wielded and the pouch on his waist. Damien examined the sword. Unfortunately, it was just an ordinary steel sword, but the pouch was different. Surprisingly, it was enchanted with subspace magic. Although it looked like a small leather pouch from the outside, the inside was quite spacious. Any magical item enchanted with subspace was a priceless treasure. However, it didn't compare to the spatial ring Damien possessed, which was far more valuable both in terms of space size and practicality. Damien took out the items from the pouch one by one: emergency rations, healing potions, gold coins, and 2 swordsmanship books. The Phantom Sword and the Art of Sacrificial Raging Demon Manifestation. Both were techniques used by Jacques. The Phantom Sword was in an incomplete state, but the Art of Sacrificial Raging Demon Manifestation was complete. Is there any information about the mana cultivation technique? He was currently developing his own mana cultivation technique. For his goal, he needed as much reference material as possible. He already had plenty of knowledge of combat techniques stored in his mind. If it was lacking, he could learn from other knights. However, the mana cultivation technique was different. It was much more intricate and complex than combat techniques, working within the body rather than externally. No matter how skilled he was, he couldn't completely steal the mana cultivation technique. That's why a book containing information about mana cultivation technique was crucial for him at the moment. He eagerly flipped through the Phantom Sword. However, his expression soon turned to disappointment. The section about mana cultivation technique is completely missing. Most of the Phantom Sword was lost. Not only the swordsmanship part, but also the mana cultivation technique was entirely gone. Feeling disappointed, he set aside the Phantom Sword and opened the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. Unlike the Phantom Sword, the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation was intact. However, he still couldn't get what he wanted. Sacrifice your life and you shall gain power, he read the inscription on the first page. Upon reading those words, he immediately realized something. This was the technique Jacques used at the end. I don't need combat technique right now, I need the mana cultivation technique. Despite his initial disappointment, Damien recognized the potential of the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. So if there might be something useful, Damien decided to read further. As he read a few more pages, Damien began to feel uneasy. The content regarding the combat technique was too good and detailed for his liking. Damien remained seated, carefully studying the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. Mana cultivation technique right, though skillfully concealed, Damien could discern it. For those with superficial knowledge, it might appear as nothing more than a normal technique. The true identity of the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation was that it was a mana cultivation technique. Moreover, it was of a remarkably high level and possessed unique effects. A mana cultivation technique that accumulates mana through combat. The art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation was not a seated meditation technique for absorbing mana, but a dynamic method of accumulating mana through physical movement. Unlike seated meditation mana cultivation techniques, dynamic ones had significantly fewer numbers due to their high difficulty. Not only that, this mana cultivation technique has a function to enhance the body. The art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation was a mana cultivation technique that stored magical power in muscles. The stored magical power brought about unique effects, transforming the muscles to be faster and stronger. The art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation aimed to create a body specifically for combat, deceptively recording such an extraordinary martial arts technique. It was natural that Jacques didn't recognize the true value of the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. Whoever developed it was unknown, but their character was undoubtedly cunning. This is quite a find. With a happy expression, Damien placed the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation into his spatial storage. Damien returned to where the carriage was. Staying there any longer risked being discovered by others. Let's go. Damien cast mana illusion on the horses pulling the carriage. Being infused by Damien's mana, horses surged forward with extraordinary speed, the carriage vibrating with the force of their gallop. Despite the intensity of the ride, and everyone slept peacefully, it was all thanks to the black magic Damien had cast on them. Let's stop around here. Damien stopped the carriage in the new forest. He slowly put down everyone and set up a campsite similar to the original forest. By the time the work was done, the day slowly began to break. He released the dark magic that kept the party asleep. The first to wake up was Abel. Stretching, he yawned. Brother, are you up already? Abel asked, looking at Damien, who was sitting by the campfire. Damien added logs to the fire and replied, "The night air was chilly, so I woke up early. Oh, do you want a cup of tea? If you don't mind, I'd appreciate it." He poured water into the iron kettle and placed it on the campfire. After a while, Damien poured the steaming tea into an iron cup and offered it to Abel. "Here, drink." "Thank you." Abel blew on the tea to cool it down. As he sipped, he suddenly noticed something odd. By the way, brother, was the forest always like this? The scenery he saw before going to sleep and the one he saw upon waking up seemed somehow different. Although not being a hunter, Abel couldn't quite pinpoint it, but he felt a sense of discomfort. "Did you not get enough sleep?" Damien said with a puzzled expression. Abel made a sheepish smile. Even when he thought about it, it was an odd remark. However, Abel's suspicion grew stronger as the other two woke up. My lord, something seems off about the forest." "What nonsense. Before going to sleep, the trees seemed taller and thicker. All trees are the same, that's true, but..." Victor, rising from his slumber, rubbed his eyes repeatedly. "It's noisy, get up and prepare the breakfast, I'm hungry." "Yes, my lord." Victor quickly took out the ingredients and started making a simple stew. "Good morning." Following suit, Olivia woke up from her sleep. She stepped out from the carriage while stretching her body. Olivia looked around, tilting her head with a continuous puzzled expression. "Why does the forest seem something, With Olivia's reaction, Abel became convinced. "Brother, yeah, what on earth have you done this time?" "I haven't done anything. Don't play dumb, already 3 people are saying the forest is weird." Abel's words made one of Damien's eyebrows raise. "What's weird about the scenery? Did I secretly trim the trees last night or something?" As Damien countered, Abel hesitated in his words. "Or maybe I brought you guys and relocated to another forest in the middle of the night. Am I crazy to do such a thing? The more Damien spoke, the more Abel felt uncertain. Was Damien really up to such antics? Usually, the forest feels different in darkness and light. So the misconception that the scenery has changed, I guess. Yes, if you understand, stop talking nonsense and go fetch the utensils, we need to eat. Abel rose from his seat with a sheepish smile. Watching Abel leave to fetch the utensils, Damien exhaled softly. Arriving at the scene, the paladins were speechless. A completely devastated forest and on the ground, clear sword marks. Evidence that a fierce battle had taken place here last night. What shocked the paladins even more was the body of Jacques lying on the ground. He was beheaded. Paladin Thomas spoke with a deeply shocked expression. According to the reports, people heard a commotion nearby. They had requested assistance from other nobles in the neighboring territories. As soon as the news reached the church, they urgently dispatched the paladins, thinking it might be Jacques. It hadn't been more than a few hours since then. To think that Jacques had lost his life in such a short time, it was impossible unless the opponent's skill far exceeded Jacques. Sir Thomas, who do you think killed Jacques? One of the paladins asked Thomas. After a brief hesitation, Thomas spoke. Jacques is a top mid-class knight, someone with the ability to kill him in a single blow. It must be. Thomas fought Jacques just a few days ago. Although they were both mid-class knights, the difference in skill was clear. Jacques easily dealt with Thomas and then escaped. An individual capable of killing someone like that. Most likely a high class, a position just below the master, a true elite, not as powerful as a master, but high-class knights were monsters sufficient to be called monsters. If it was a high-class knight, they would possess enough skill to kill Jacques. However, the paladins couldn't easily accept Thomas's words. But Sir Thomas, if there were a high-class knight in this vicinity, we would have known. Currently, there are 3 high classes in the Apple Kingdom. If any one of them moved, rumors would spread throughout the kingdom. It's likely they encountered an unknown high-class knight. An unknown high-class knight. The world is vast and there are many talents. There have been instances where masters were discovered deep in valleys, so it's not an unreasonable assumption. Above all, Thomas had reasons to believe it was a high-class knight. And if it's not a high-class knight, who else could have easily killed Jacques like this? Upon hearing this, the paladins could only nod in agreement. That day, a report announcing Jacques' death flew towards the church. Chapter 58. Rest Part 1. 3 days later, Damien and his companions arrived at the Haksen Viscounty. Damien, Abel, Viscount and his wife ran out in unison when they heard Damien and Abel had arrived safely. We heard rumors about the appearance of Dark Mage at the jousting tournament. You don't know how worried we were. Fortunately, both of you are safe and sound. Viscount Haksen wrapped his arms around Damien and Abel. Damien, did you finish the jousting tournament safely? Are you injured anywhere? Viscountess scrutinized him with a worried expression. I'm perfectly fine, mother, and to top it off, I even won the tournament. There was no prize ceremony, but he had asked the Earl of Copperhead to declare him the official winner. It didn't really matter since Damien was the winner anyway, and numerous spectators, including nobles, had witnessed it firsthand. There were no major issues. What, you won, is that true? His father asked in surprise. Damien responded playfully, Oh, are you too surprised? Didn't you believe in my skills? How could I not believe it? Ha ha ha, fantastic, truly fantastic. Viscount rejoiced greatly, patting Damien's shoulders vigorously. Where is sister? Louise sent a letter saying she'll rest a bit more and then come. Damien frowned slightly. Louise had left the estate to meet her fiancé. Damien didn't like Louise's fiancé. Compared to Louise, he lacked both in appearance and abilities. Damien wished Louise could meet someone better, but their relationship was too firm for him to intervene. By the way, Abel, how did your proposal to the young Miss of Copperhead go? Viscount Haksen inquired. Blushing, Abel replied, I succeeded. Is that so? Viscount Haksen's face lit up with a smile. Then we should visit the Earl soon. That there may not be a need for that, Abel hesitated. What are you saying? Planning a wedding is incredibly complex and challenging. Yeah, thinking back to when we got married, we almost didn't finish preparing for the wedding day. The couple laughed as they reminisced. Father, mother, that's not it. May I step outside to greet everyone? A voice suddenly came from the carriage. Viscount and his wife's eyes widened. Oh, Olivia, wait just a moment. Before Abel could stop her, the carriage door opened. Olivia stepped out of the carriage. Pleased to meet you, I'm Olivia Copperhead. Olivia greeted, holding the ends of her skirt slightly. The mouths of the couple dropped open. Abel, did I just hear something? Oh, Olivia Copperhead. Why is the Earl's daughter here? Abel glanced at Olivia, silently asking if he could tell the truth. Olivia nodded. Father, it's because. From beginning to end, Abel explained in detail what had happened at Earl Copperhead's estate. As the story unfolded, the couple's mouths widened even more. So to summarize, there was a conflict between Damien and Sophia's lovers. Yes, Sophia's lover bore a grudge against Damien and attempted to use dark magic. Yes, Olivia snitched on him. And Damien called the church beforehand. Yes, The church raided the jousting grounds and arrested all heretics. Yes, Damien demanded a marriage between Abel and Olivia and half of the estate in exchange for your defense of the Earl. Yes, Viscount Haksen swept his palm across his face. Damien, Viscount shouted loudly. Startled, Damien looked at his father instead of letting out a yawn. Yes, father, you rascal, didn't you promise to come back quietly? Oh, right. Seeing Damien's reaction, as if he had forgotten all this time, Viscount felt his back stiffen. Father, I don't blame you. I was trying to be a good boy, but what can I do when they're the first to argue and I can't stand it? Damien sighed and spoke. Viscount clenched his fist. The more accurate the statements, the angrier he became. With this incident, our Viscounty has gained too much attention. Do you know how dangerous this is? Due to the church's interference with the jousting tournament, the Earl Copperhead lost his reputation. Noble guests invited to the event were also suffered. As if that wasn't enough, Earl now had to hand over half of their property to Olivia Copperhead. From now on, the Earl Copperhead would no longer be referred to as a major noble. In reality, a major noble had collapsed due to Damien. The name of the Haksen Viscounty would now spread widely throughout the western region. Being famous wasn't necessarily a good thing, it made it easy to start rumors. In the future, many will attack on our Viscounty whether they don't like our sudden fame or want to take it away from us. Enemies will overflow. Will people just leave an exposed rock alone? For various reasons such as it being bothersome, risky, or a potential threat, they'll try to destroy it. Viscount felt uneasy even thinking about it. You don't need to worry about that. If someone dares to mess with us, I'll crush them as an example, then everyone will think twice before acting, Damien said nonchalantly. The Viscount let out a deep sigh. Honey. Viscountess placed her hand on her husband's shoulder. Indeed, the only person who could understand her husband's feelings was his wife. Now that Abel and Olivia are married, and Olivia inherits half of the Earl Copperhead's estate, our Viscounty will become huge, won't it? Viscountess said with her eyes sparkling. Already, whenever we go to gatherings, they say our Viscounty is small or out of place, but this time, this is a chance for me to knock their noses out of joint. Dear. Right now, that's not the important thing. Now that our Viscounty has grown, we must think about what to do next. Is there anything more important? Her words made Viscount snap out of his trance. His wife was right. The incident had already happened. It couldn't be reversed. While the attention on the Viscounty was the matter to worry about, they had gained a lot more than that. Miss Olivia, I apologize for keeping you standing for so long. Please come inside. Feel free to call me in, Mother. Oh, Mother, she called me Mother. Viscountess was so delighted she didn't know what to do. Thank you for welcoming me into your family, Father. Oh, Father. A warm smile spread across Viscount's face at the unfamiliar title. Come in, my child, come in quickly. Do you have any favorite dishes? Just let me know, I'll prepare them for dinner tonight. The couple entered the mansion with Olivia. The forgotten brothers glanced at each other. Let's go in too. Yes. The two brothers also moved towards the mansion. Olivia Copperhead adjusted to life at the Viscountcy of Haksen more quickly than she expected. Not only has she won the Viscount and Viscountess over with her gentleness, but she's also broken down barriers with the servants by helping with the estate's lack of manpower. The blades on the windmill are worn out, and I think it would be a good idea to have them repaired this winter. I heard that the Silence family's lady is pregnant. How about sending some good food for her health? In winter, nomads from the north come to sell sheep and goats. If we buy them cheaply at that time, we can make a big profit later. Before they knew it, Olivia had taken charge of the affairs of the Viscounty. She went around the estate, resolving inconveniences for the residents and offering helpful suggestions. Thanks to Olivia, everything is much more comfortable. During dinner, Haksen spoke with a satisfied expression. Olivia expressed her gratitude with a slight nod. The servants are saying the same. They're thankful for Olivia taking care of things. Olivia's abilities were outstanding and praised multiple times by the couple. Indeed, she's a capable woman. Damien also highly evaluated Olivia. He recognized her efficiency not only in her strong actions but also in her exceptional abilities. Abel got a good partner. Though Damien was the eldest son, he had no intention of inheriting the Viscountcy of Haksen. He planned to leave it to Abel. Not only did he lack interest in managing the estate, but there were also other things to do. He couldn't be tied down to the estate. When Abel eventually took over the Viscounty, Olivia would become a great support. As Damien was thinking about this, Damien, it's about time you find a good person too. At his father's words, Damien choked on his drink. Cough. Cough, why are you suddenly saying that? Did I say something unreasonable? It's about time for you to consider marriage. Even without saying, I keep getting proposals from here and there. Can't I choose later? Even his mother subtly persuaded him with a sly smile. Marriage seems too early for me. What are you talking about? While there may be late marriages, there are no early marriages for men. Above all, a man needs to settle in one place. That's the only way to have stability. As soon as Damien expressed his refusal, his father and mother poured out words like a waterfall. You should also meet a good person soon. Abel is getting married, and if you, as the older brother, stay alone, it doesn't look good to others. The daughter of Viscount Child is said to be gentle and talented. I'll set up a meeting. She's of marriageable age, too. Damien heard their words with one ear and let it out with the other. After finishing the meal, Damien headed to the forest. He planned to focus on training all day today. However, when Damien arrived in the forest, he couldn't concentrate on his training. His mind was too complicated. Marriage, Damien looked up at the sky and murmured. He had never thought about it before. The idea of getting married and creating a family had never crossed his mind. I have no intention of getting married. Well, not yet. Damien quickly came to a conclusion. It's not a privilege for someone like me, a killer. In his past life, Damien, as a death knight, slaughtered many people, someone's child, sibling, husband, wife, parent. He turned everyone into corpses. Of course, it wasn't by choice. It happened under the domination of Darugo. However, the fact that he killed them remained unchanged. Originally, such concerns are a luxury for me. To contemplate marriage, Damien had too many responsibilities. Doruo, that bastard, needs to be torn to pieces. Damien's face contorted like a ghost. His teeth clenched involuntarily due to the surging anger. This time I won't kill him easily. Killing Darugo would complete the revenge. It was a way to atone, even if just a little, for the sins committed in his past life. Damien sharpened his goal once again. Now that the goal was set, it was time to make an effort. Damien stood up for training. He opened a spatial ring and took out the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. The art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation was a technique that allowed for the accumulation of mana while in motion. It also served to bolster muscle strength. The only drawback was its limited capacity for absorbing mana. Damien planned to overcome this drawback using the Supreme Absorption technique. Combining the two mana cultivation techniques, I will create quite a refined technique. To reach the level of a master, Damien needed to complete a perfect mana cultivation technique. Without a proper mana cultivation technique, one couldn't advance to higher levels. That's right, I almost forgot. Damien also took out the heart of a spirit from the spatial ring. In order to absorb the spirit heart, he needed to continuously inject mana into it to dissolve it. From today, Damien planned to keep the spirit's heart with him, continually infusing mana. Shall I move my body after a long time? Damien drew the 1,000-mile sword. Utilizing the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation, he swung the sword. In an instant, Damien immersed himself in training. Damien's training didn't end until evening. As he was about to put the 1,000-mile sword back into the spatial ring and return home, young master, Victor came running from afar. Damien asked with a puzzled expression. What's going on? There's a guest from the church. At Victor's question, Damien made a puzzled expression. From the church? Yes, the holy knight who helped us in Landwalk City last time personally came. Agnes, a disciple of Chinjiom. Hearing that she had come, Damien put away the 1,000-mile sword into the spatial ring. Damien returned to the mansion with Victor. Agnes was standing in front of the mansion. However, the atmosphere was quite different from usual. Apologies for suddenly coming, Sir Damien, Agnes spoke. Her voice was exceptionally gloomy and dark. I came today to make a difficult request. A request? We've identified the dungeon of the corpseplay. At her words, Damien's pupils dilated. Please lend your strength to eradicate the evil. Chapter 59, Rest Part 2. Delrunt the Corpseplay. How could I forget the Dark Mage who played an important role in the downfall of humanity and was the Legion commander of Darugo? Corpseplay's specialty was the creation of flesh golems. A flesh golem is an undead creature created by splicing together the bodies of living creatures. Corpseplay possessed the ability to recognize creatures with exceptional physical bodies. Thanks to this ability, the flesh golems created by Corpseplay displayed formidable combat prowess. The masterpiece creations boasted by Corpseplay could even rival high-class knights. At the end of Darugo's War of Destruction, the flesh golems under the command of Corpseplay numbered in the tens of thousands. The materials for the flesh golems were living beings. To create one flesh golem required dozens of different creatures. The fact that tens of thousands of beings lost their lives in the hands of Corpseplay implied the scale of the operation. To thwart Darugo's ambitions, one of the key figures to eliminate was Corpseplay. Come to think of it, there was a dungeon of Corpseplay also discovered in my past life. It happened when Damien was expelled from his family and wandered as a beggar. While begging on the streets, he heard rumors about the discovery of the Corpseplay's dungeon. In his previous life, the church had also formed a crusade to raid the dungeon. The result was the total annihilation of the crusade. Despite including many paladins with powers equivalent to middle-class knights, the crusade got killed in the dungeon. Due to this incident, Corpseplay's danger level escalated to that of a high-level dark mage. The exact reasons for the annihilation of the crusade was never clearly revealed. However, there were rough speculations. There was only one paladin who survived the dungeon. He left a message before dying. There was a traitor among them. He couldn't recover due to severe injuries even with holy powers. Wait, isn't the timing a bit off? As Damien was recalling his past, he noticed something strange. The time he spent as a beggar was etched vividly in his memory, painful yet clear. So he could say for sure, the time when the Corpseplay dungeon was discovered was later than the present. Corpseplay was originally a dark mage affiliated with Yulan. Did killing the Urin's leader influence this? As Damien pondered, Agnes spoke with a bitter expression as if understanding his concerns. It seems you're concerned, I understand. After all, it's a dungeon of a dark mage. Whether Agnes interpreted Damien's silence as a refusal, she continued with a wry smile. A normal mage is considered to be 2 or 3 ranks higher in the dungeons he builds, and a dark mage's dungeon would be even more dangerous. There were several types of dungeons. Mage's dungeon could be seen as a kind of war fortress. Long-stored mana, meticulously prepared high-level spells, carefully crafted traps, and more. A mage inside his dungeon was considered invincible, and calling a dark mage's dungeon more dangerous was not an exaggeration. The reason was that unlike normal mages, dark mages had no concept of good and evil. Poison, curses, monsters, and more, a dark mage would use every available means. I won't blame you if you refuse. Interestingly, when the church formed a crusade, they generally did not force cooperation from other nobles unless absolutely necessary. This was partly due to the belief that one should personally engage in acts of goodness, but also for the practical purpose of managing noble discontent. The church would interfere with any noble who had even the slightest connection to dark magic. Amidst all this, if they were to act aggressively in such a dangerous matter, there was a high possibility of noble dissatisfaction exploding. Therefore, the church only sought cooperation and did not force it. Even if cooperation was refused, there was no retaliation. There were many violations. Well then, Agnes tried to pass by Damien. Damien absent-mindedly grabbed Agnes's wrist. When he grabbed her wrist, Agnes's body abruptly stopped. No, I was just contemplating what Corpseplay's intentions might be. I had no intention of refusing. Damien quickly spoke to dispel Agnes's misunderstanding. Rather than being afraid, I'm grateful for the offer. This was sincere. Thanks to Agnes, Damien had the opportunity to directly cut off one of Dorugo's limbs. Not only that, in his past life, the church suffered significant damage due to the annihilation of the crusade. This incident had a ripple effect, negatively impacting the war with Dorugo. From Damien's perspective, it was a chance to hinder some of Dorugo's plans and prepare for the war. Agnes, please accept my request. Suddenly, Damien noticed that Agnes's face looked strange. It was as if she had turned as red as a ripe apple. Agnes, DC, could you please? Let go of my hand. As Damien released her hand, Agnes hastily distanced herself. Thank you for accepting the request. Agnes still spoke with a reddened face. I've parked the carriage at the village outskirts. If you gather your belongings and come out, I'll pick you up. After saying so, Agnes left the room, looking somewhat urgent. Damien looked at Agnes with a face indicating he didn't understand. Young master, do you really plan to participate in the crusade? Victor, who had been observing the situation all along, asked with a shocked expression. Yeah, isn't it extremely dangerous? It's Corpseplay, an evil dark mage who turned an entire village into an undead nest. Victor spoke with a face full of worry. I would prefer if the young master didn't go. Damien chuckled at Victor's words. Do I look like someone who would be worried about by others? Why, young master, I know your skills very well, but it's a dungeon. Although Victor was just a servant in the rural noble estate, he was well aware of how dangerous dungeons could be. Every time news came of promising knights dying, the dungeon was always mentioned. Above all, I hope young master won't go. Damien hesitated at Victor's words. There were cases among noble parents who pushed their children into danger, urging them to stand out. However, his father was not that kind of person. Damien tried to think of a way to convince Viscount Haksen, but nothing came to mind. Victor, you're right, there's no way my father would allow it. Of course. So young master, please give up. That's why I have to go secretly. What? Victor looked at Damien with a bewildered expression. Damien clenched his fist as if he was really sorry. I don't want to disobey father, but I can't. Young master, if you know it's wrong, wouldn't it be better to endure? Father will be furious, but I think you can handle it on your own. No, I won't. Do you realize how terrifying when he gets angry? That's why I'm making this request. Victor was visibly moved by Damien's words. Being with Damien all this time, he had never seen him this angry before. And Victor, you seem to be misunderstanding something, so let me clarify. What other strange thing are you going to say? I'm not going to die, Damien said, his face full of conviction. Victor seems to think he's walking into a limb, but it's not the same. Damien can fight his way through the dungeon with pure swordsmanship. But that wasn't the only weapon Damien possessed. His mind is filled with high-level dark magic spells, and he possesses one of the 7 authorities. Most importantly, Damien had watched Corpseplay for many years as a Death Knight. He knew what type of dark magic he used and how his flesh golems were constructed. He knew it all, so you don't have to worry. What's with that face? Victor looked at Damien in disbelief. Young master, I'm worried about you. If you keep acting like that, I'll get angry. Hey man, I'm not acting. All right, anyway young master, you absolutely can't go, I'll stop you. Suddenly Damien moved behind Victor. He struck Victor's neck with the edge of his hand. Victor let out a short scream and passed out. Say something nice to father. Damien laid Victor gently on the floor, then he ran to where Agnes was. Sir Damien, over here. Upon arriving at the village outskirts, he saw a carriage with the church's emblem. Agnes stood in front of it. As he approached Agnes, he paused in his tracks. It was because of the burly woman standing next to Agnes. With a height exceeding 2 meters, broad shoulders, long and well-defined limbs, and large, thick hands that spread out like pot lids, the woman possessed everything necessary for a knight. It wasn't just the outward appearance. The energy emanating from the woman was substantial. She was at least of mid-class or higher. Oh ho, so this man is the Damien Haksen you've been dying for. Sister, please refrain from making statements that could be misconstrued by others. When did I ever say such things? Agnes sighed and spoke. When did I ever say anything that would be misunderstood? I just told it like it is, and I want you to go back to the church and tell the elders and the others how great Damien Haksen is. Agnes raised her foot and stepped on the woman's foot. Despite the powerful step, the woman didn't bat an eye. It seems like I've teased her too much. All right, I'll not do it anymore. The woman walked over to Damien and extended her large hand. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Margada, a second-grade paladin. Second-grade paladin, a rank equivalent to mid-class. Moreover, considering that Agnes referred to her as sister, this woman also seemed to be a disciple of the Chinjium. A second-grade paladin and a disciple of the Chinjium, one of the 5 great elders. As Damien anticipated, she was an immensely strong individual. Nice to meet you, Miss Margada. Damien shook hands with Margada. Her hands were filled with calluses. I hope it's not too presumptuous, but I thought you wouldn't come. After all, it's a dungeon created by Corpseplay. Miss Agnes requested it, I couldn't refuse. Besides, I hate dark mages before anything else. Margada seemed impressed by Damien's response. Agnes, I was worried you didn't know any men, but it looks like you picked the right one. Agnes raised her foot again and stomped on the woman's foot. Ouch, be careful, she might get really mad. All right, I got it. Margada gestured, and a soldier brought a long box. Agnes insisted and argued strongly with the master, so this is what she received. If you participate in the crusade, we'll have to repay them with something equivalent, she says. Margada handed the box to Damien. Damien received it with a bewildered expression. It was much heavier than he expected. What is this? In response to Damien's question, Margada, with a proud expression, answered. Holy Sword, Chapter 60, The Crusade Part 1. When people heard the name, the church, 3 things immediately came to mind. Fanaticism, divine power, and weapons. The church was not only followed by humans, but also by other races who were accepted as followers as long as they held faith. The first non-human race to join the church were the dwarves. Dwarves were known for their exceptional craftsmanship, often considered descendants of the god of blacksmith. The dwarves who joined the church generously shared their exceptional skills and vast knowledge, significantly enhancing the church's craftsmanship and contributing to its remarkable advancement. The weapons provided to the soldiers were of exceptional quality. Weapons specially crafted for paladins were beyond praise, true works of art. Among the renowned weapons of the church, there was one that stood out, the Holy Sword. Forged through the visionary craftsmanship of the dwarves, the rarest metals, and the infusion of divine power by countless priests over several years, the Holy Sword possessed remarkable and unparalleled abilities. Is this really the Holy Sword? Even Damien couldn't help but feel excitement like a child. The Holy Sword was truly a magnificent sword. Why would I lie about something like this? Well, it's not high tier, of course. You could call it low tier at best. There was no way to give a high-grade Holy Sword to Damien, who was not even a paladin, yet there was no need for disappointment. Even if it was a low-tier Holy Sword, it was still a Holy Sword. Damien untied the cloth, revealing the Holy Sword stored in its wooden scabbard. It lacked extravagant decorations. The pommel was rounded and the crossguard plain. However, the moment Damien drew the sword, any notion of simplicity vanished from his mind. The blade gleamed with a smooth and shiny surface, seemingly forged from molten silver. It was perfectly centered and comfortable to hold, as if it were an extension of his own body. Most astonishing was the divine power emanating through the hilt. The infused divine power washed away fatigue as if it were a refreshing breeze after training. True to its name, the Holy Sword radiated divine power on its own. Impressive, Damien spoke sincerely. During his time as a Death Knight, he had seen top-tier holy swords wielded by the elders of the church, capable of annihilating thousands of undead with a single swing, almost as if divine punishment itself. Compared to such weapons, the power of the holy sword he received was negligible, but it was all relative to those legendary holy swords. Even Damien's current weapon, the Thousand-Mile Sword, paled in comparison to this holy sword. You should thank Agnes. The church had no intention of giving you the holy sword in the first place, and she fought tooth and nail to get it. Sister, don't say anything unnecessary. Hey, when you do something good, you have to tell the whole neighborhood, otherwise no one will ever know about it. Agnes glared at Margata with a frightening glare, and Margata understood and backed away. Thank you, Lady Agnes, Damien said sincerely. Agnes coughed in response. I had originally hoped to get armor as well, but Master hit me on the head and said no way. Damien was taken aback by the mention of armor. Like the holy sword, the armor was a treasured item of the church, forged through a complicated process. Only a select few persons who proved their skill and faith could be given one. If they got armor, they might be forced to become paladins. I don't need the armor. Don't feel pressured. I'll make sure Sir Damien gets you armor. I really don't need it. Agnes's shoulders slumped slightly at Damien's firm refusal. The Dungeon of Corpseplay is located in the southern Nofri Mountains. While riding in the carriage, Margata explained the current situation to Damien. The lord near the Nofri Mountains used to have frequent dealings of herbs with the Nofri Mountain tribe. However, one day they stopped contacting them. Damien listened to Margata's words while seated in the carriage. The lord found it suspicious, and during that time one member of the mountain tribe came down from the mountains. At first, they couldn't recognize him. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't have a human form. The body was covered with the carcasses of animals, and only a human head was attached. Even just imagining it made Margata slightly furrow her brow. The mountain tribesman left a message that there was a dungeon of corpseplay in the mountains and died on the spot. The Lord reported this to the church, and thanks to that we were able to locate the dungeon of corpseplay. Having finished the story, Margata looked at Damien and asked, "So what do you think? It's suspicious." Damien answered immediately. It doesn't seem likely that the corpseplay would easily let go of its test subjects. If that were the case, he wouldn't have remained hidden until now. Corpseplay had revealed itself to the public only once. It was when it turned an entire village into an undead lair to announce its existence. Since then, there has never been a single trace of corpseplay. It didn't make sense that he would miss one of the test subjects. You're absolutely right. Even we have our suspicions that it might be a trap. But still, you guys formed crusade. Dark mages are sinners who disrupt the balance of the world and blaspheme the gods. We who serve the gods cannot avoid dealing with such scum, can we? Margata said with a fierce smile. Despite her cheerful appearance, she harbored the fanaticism of a paladin within. Above all, the church views the corpseplay as a dangerous dark mage. They believe it has the potential to grow into an archmage in the future. This judgment from the church could be considered accurate. In reality, corpseplay will ascend to the rank of archmage, becoming a formidable force in Dorugo's army. The church believes that even if it's a trap, it's necessary to enter the dungeon. If we can kill corpseplay, it would be a great achievement, and even if we fail, we'll find clues to pursue him. Even the smallest traces were deemed too valuable for the church to overlook. The church isn't blindly sending a crusade. Assuming the dungeon is a trap, they estimate the strength of the crusade to be high. For this dungeon, 3 sects of the church have gathered. Anyone who worships the gods in the church can use divine power. Among them, very few awaken to special powers. Agnes was one of them. Groups formed by those who unlocked new powers were called sects. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the core group leading the church was a sex. Which sects have gathered? We have the Incinerator, the Mixed Blizzard, and the Blinding Pain here. 3 of the sects of the 5 great elders have gathered. There were countless sects within the church. Therefore, not all sects were on an equal footing. The size of their influence and power varied. The term 5 great elders referred to the 5 strongest among the church's paladins, and the sects they belonged to had great power and influence. It's not just individual paladins from different sects gathering. Even within the church, they've decided to send disciples of the 5 great elders like me and Agnes. The fact that the participants in this expedition were disciples of the 5 great saints made it unnecessary to explain their strength. But why did you ask for my help? With that kind of power, you'd have enough for the crusade. In response to Damien's question, Margata scratched her cheek awkwardly. The decision to launch this crusade was made so abruptly that we, the Incinerator, didn't gather enough power, just me and Agnes. Sects were the core strength of the church, and priests and paladins who had awakened their abilities were much stronger than those who hadn't. As a result, they had many tasks to handle, and it was understandable that they struggled with a shortage of manpower. Originally, our master didn't want to send us for this crusade. It was deemed too risky for just the 2 of us. So instead of us another sect going to participate, but I insisted on participating and asked our master for permission. Agnes took over the explanation after Margata. As I mentioned to Sir Damien, I am pursuing crop supply. I couldn't miss this opportunity. So our master set a condition: even if you have to recruit outsiders, strengthen your power before the launch of the crusade. That's why Agnes came to find you, Margata said, clenching her fist. If you hadn't accepted this proposal, I wouldn't have allowed Agnes to participate either. Thanks to you, Sir Damien, I have the opportunity to put an end to crop supply. Agnes bowed her head once again, expressing her gratitude. I appreciate it as well. Thanks to you, I have the chance to eliminate those bastards, Margata said with a sinister smile. I hope you can match the skill with which you killed that Yulan members. The carriage moved and moved and moved until it reached the Nafri Mountains. At the base of the mountain range was a camp already established by the church. The number of soldiers was not great, but they all had fierce eyes and muscular bodies. They were undoubtedly the church's most elite soldiers, having received specialized training directly from the church. There were also a large number of paladins. They were ordinary paladins who hadn't yet attained their powers. Although they were called ordinary paladins, they were all low-class knights. I could sense that the church was preparing for a decisive battle. Let's see, the meeting is supposed to be inside. Margata led Damien and Agnes into the center of the room. I found it. A tent was set up in the center of the clearing, open on all sides. In the center of the tent was a huge table. People were seated around the table. Here you all are, good to see you after all these years. Margata sat down at the remaining table. Margata, you're late again. A nervous-looking man spoke up. His tone was extremely unpleasant. I'm late because I had to stop somewhere. I won't do that next time. I hear that every time I see you, I doubt you have any intention of honoring your oath. Gamel, you're always nervous. You will get wrinkles on your forehead if you keep making faces like that. You're late and now you're just spouting nonsense. That's typical of the incinerator, you're so ignorant. Margata's eyebrows twitched at the male Gamel's words. Gamel, watch your tongue. I don't mind if you insult me, but don't insult my sect. Did I say something wrong? If your sect's teachings were correct, you wouldn't be acting this way. The smile faded from Margata's face. Isn't it a bit narrow-minded of you to act like this, even if Black Snow was beaten to death by our master? When was my master beaten to death by you? Gamel shouted in exasperation. Oh, your master was beaten to death and admitted defeat or not, but Black Snow indeed lost to my master anyway. At that time, master was very tired, having just completed a great mission. Gamel glared at Margata as if to kill her. It looked like a fight was about to break out. Who is that man? Damien asked Agnes. Agnes whispered in a low voice. His name is Gamel, a disciple of Black Snow and a second-grade paladin of the Mixed Blizzard. The Mixed Blizzard. One of the sects of the Great Elders, Black Snow, that specialized in the use of ice divine power. Damien had fought them himself as a Death Knight. They had an insane ability to freeze the entire ocean in the middle of summer. The two sects don't seem to like each other. They're not at odds, it's just that the Mixed Blizzard side is being unreasonable. Agnes said in a firm tone. The sects differed not only in the nature of their divine powers but also in their ideas and doctrines. It was not uncommon to find sects at odds with each other. Not long ago, Black Snow was defeated by our master. However, it seemed that the conflict between the Incinerator and the Mixed Blizzard was simply a battle of pride. Everyone don't fight, please, a woman seated between Margata and Gamel spoke in a slow, soothing tone. Don't waste your anger now, your anger should be used to tear apart those fucking dark mages who were hiding inside the dungeon. Her gentle face contradicted the harshness of her words. This is Sanus, a second-grade paladin, a disciple of Radiant Light and a member of the Blinding Pain. Agnes added a quick explanation, sensing an unusual aura. Indeed, this woman was also a second-grade holy knight. Damien had fought against Radiant Light, one of the 5 great elders in his past life. The Blinding Pain sect was a sect that could strengthen various things through divine power. The great elder Radiant Light fought with over 100 divine enhancements, truly a formidable figure that could be compared to a walking fortress. Sanus, just sit quietly. Today I have to fix Margata's nonsense. Can a wimpy weakling like you handle me? What will you do if things backfire on you? The two of them growled at each other. Caught in the tension between Margata and Sanus, Damien observed the 3 individuals. He recalled the words of the paladin who survived in the dungeon in his previous life. If there's a traitor, the probability of these 3 being the ones is high. In his past life, the crusade was wiped out due to a traitor. Even considering betrayal, the complete annihilation of a force of this size seemed odd. Moreover, paladins were known for their resilience thanks to divine power. If the repercussions of betrayal were so significant, only these 3 individuals met the criteria. It might not be the case. The members of the crusade might be different this time compared to my previous life. Certainly, the timing was different and the members of the crusade might have changed. However, he couldn't be overly optimistic. Due to the incident of the complete annihilation of the Crusade in his past life, the church suffered immense losses, leading to a defeat in the war against Dorugo. He needed to consider all possibilities. Anyway, my goal remains the same. He has to kill Corpseplay to prevent the annihilation of the Crusade. Even if there's a traitor, it doesn't matter, he can handle it himself. But who is that man? He doesn't look like a paladin. At that moment, Gamel looked at Damien and asked. Margata spoke with a smug expression. That's Damien Haksen. What, the knight who supposedly took down Yulan's member? The same Damien Haksen who claimed to have killed 2 dark mages at the same time? Gamel and Sanis looked at Damien in surprise. Isn't that great? Our Agnes went out and recruited him herself. I thought she was a little shy, but she's got away with men. Agnes glared at Margata, her gaze full of fire, but Margata remained unfazed. Lady Margata, one moment. Just then the young man sitting next to Gamel stood up. He still had his boyishness. Are you saying you're going to invite outside forces to join the crusade? No, not outside forces. Sir Damien has performed many meritorious deeds for the church, and he is designated as a cooperator. After all, he's an outsider, the young man said, unconvinced. Doubt endlessly, persistently continue, always verify. Deception sprouts suddenly, like weeds, be ready to nip it in the bud. Isn't that what the church teaches? Sir Dionysius, are you doubting Sir Damien? Agnes said in a sharp tone. Sister Agnes, I am merely speaking of the possibility of danger. Sir Dionysius, watch your words. Sister Agnes, I am merely stating the possibility of danger. Gamel nodded at Dionysio's words. My paladin has a point, we cannot allow outside forces into something as important as this. Gamel, what's wrong with you again? Not again. There are quite a few people in the church who are suspicious of Damien Haksen, and given his history, he killed a Kitora after only a few years of training with the sword. It's not a good sign. A Kitora, a Yulan's dark mage who had died at Damien's hands after cursing Viscount Haksen's estate on the instructions of the Black Serpent organization. You haven't forgotten who a Kitora is, have you? He's a curse caster who's managed to slip past the Crutch's grasp and kill 2 third-ranked paladins. And that a Kitora was killed by a knight who had only just trained with a sword. Gamel looked at Damien and continued. Not only that, I'm also suspicious of the recent killings of 2 dark mages at the same time. There were signs of a large-scale dark magic usage at the scene, too much for a low class to handle. It's possible that the dark mages enhanced their dark magic by some other methods. Agnes defended Damien, but Gamel's attitude didn't change. It was high-powered black magic after all, wasn't it? I can't believe an ordinary knight could have dealt with not 1 but 2 of them at the same time, Margata said with annoyance. So what is it you want to say? I'm saying that Sir Damien Haksen might have ulterior motives, and isn't there actually a case of dark mages setting themselves up to plant spies in the church? Watch your tongue. You're crossing a line, Margata growled. Sanis glared at her unmoved. Sanis, you don't think the same thing, do you? Margata asked, looking back at Sanis. Sanis smiled awkwardly. I share Gamel's opinion, but I think it's dangerous. To bring outsiders into the crusade. Margata's frown narrowed even more. This is too annoying. Just then someone spoke up, all eyes focused on Damien Haksen. You're suspicious of me not because it's the church's policy, but is your suspicion, based on a lack of faith in my abilities. Agnes was taken aback when Damien spoke up. Sir Damien, Agnes tried to stop him, but he turned away from her for a moment. Damien had his reasons for participating in this crusade. He couldn't let this petty power struggle stop him. Yes, it is. No matter how much I think about it, it doesn't make sense for an ordinary low-class knight, not even a paladin, to kill Yulan's member and slay 2 dark mages. That's because your sex paladins are all weak, Damien said, glancing at Dionysius. I guarantee you, no matter how many third-ranked paladins from your sect come at me, they won't be able to defeat me. Boom. At that moment, Dionysius slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Get out of here now, Dionysius said, glaring at Damien like he was going to kill him. I'll cut off both your arms and make sure you never hold a sword again. Chapter 61, The Crusade Part 2. Damien stepped out for a duel. It suddenly got serious, said Margata, clenching her fist with a troubled expression. Oh, by the way, I'll let you know in advance, there's no need to apologize. I didn't like the behavior of those guys either. Margata pointed a finger toward Dionysius, who was preparing for battle. They're just a bunch of assholes, always picking fights over trivial matters. They're definitely harboring a grudge because the Black Snow lost to our master. I think so too. Damien, since it's come to this, show them what you've got. Make sure nobody doubts you. Damien nodded. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, then why didn't Lady Margata suspect me? Even Sanis of the Blinding Pain, who held no grudge against the incinerator, suspected Damien. In contrast, Margata had been trusting him from the beginning. Of course, if Agnes believes in you, then I do too, Margata said it nonchalantly. Even though Agnes is a bit naive, she's good at reading people. Damien stepped onto the open field for the duel. Many people had gathered around to watch the duel between the two. Are you ready? Prepare yourselves mentally. The consequences of insulting our sect are severe, Dionysius said while gripping his spear. Damien responded with a silent smirk. There was a spark in Dionysius's eyes. Now are both of you ready? Sanus stood between the two, serving as a judge for the duel born out of the conflict between the two factions. Since we, the blinding pain, are here, don't worry and fight to your heart's content. Even if your arms and legs are cut off, we'll reattach them in no time. Sanus casually spoke with a smile on his face. Let's begin. Sanus raised his hand high and then brought it down. As soon as the starting declaration was made, Dionysius used his divine power to cover the spear. Originally, divine power was bright and dazzling, often compared to light. However, Dionysius's divine power was the opposite, shades of gray and black mixed like remaining ashes. Mixed Blizzard, a sect formed by peoples who awaken the power of coldness, known as the Mixed Blizzard. As soon as Dionysius unleashed his divine power, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted. It wasn't an illusion. Ashen frost started covering the ground. Simultaneously, a chilling cold pressed against Damien's entire body, as if he had been left naked in the middle of winter. It seems he has learned how to wield his abilities properly. The primary tactic of the Mixed Blizzard sect was to create ice shards to pressurize their enemies. However, it's a trick to fool enemies. The real weapon of Mixed Blizzard is something else. The chilling effect of the Mixed Blizzard drained the warmth from the bodies of nearby enemies, causing their movements to become sluggish and slow. In the case of Black Snow, a great saint, it was enough to freeze enemies who got too close and kill them with its coldness alone. Dionysius, being a third-grade paladin, didn't possess such abilities. Nevertheless, he was threatening enough. It would have been challenging for knights of the same level to withstand the chill emitted by him. For Damien, however, the chill posed little threat. All he had to do was circulate his mana and drive it away. There's an easier way. Damien opened his spatial ring and drew the holy sword. As he pulled out the sword, a dazzling blade was revealed. A holy sword? How can someone who's not a paladin possess a holy sword? Who on earth gave him the holy sword? Paladins shouted with an astonished expression on their faces. Margata and Agnes subtly glanced at each other, but Gamel wouldn't let it slide. Margata, what is that? How can an outsider possess the holy sword? Well, there's no rule against it, is there? The holy sword isn't some extraordinary treasure. If the symbol of the church isn't an extraordinary treasure, then what is? The unsheathed holy sword emitted divine power. It drove away the coldness invading Damien's body. It was one of the abilities of divine power to protect the owner from all sorts of harmful things. Even with the same divine power, there were no exceptions. You're holding quite an extraordinary item. As the coldness was suppressed, Dionysius ground his teeth. After defeating you, I'll take back the holy sword. Dionysius concentrated divine power on the blade of his spear, and an aura made of divine power covered the blade. Holding a spear covered with the gray aura in his hand, he charged forward. In response, Damien infused mana into the holy sword. In an instant, the aura of divine power covered the holy sword. Damien couldn't help but be impressed by its speed. Indeed, it's a good sword. Every weapon had a mana conductivity rate. The cheaper the material, the lower the mana conductivity rate. A lower mana conductivity rate meant more mana loss and slower manifestation of the aura. In the case of this holy sword, there was almost no mana loss. Not only that, but the manifestation speed of the aura was incredibly fast. It indicated that high-quality materials were used in its creation. Let me see your skills up close. Dionysius, who had come too close, unleashed a series of thrusts with his spear. Damien blocked every strike without batting an eye. Dionysius's expression hardened slightly as the spear was blocked in vain. You have some skills. Dionysius ignored Damien's words and he continued with more strikes. Numerous thrusts were aimed at vital points, but Damien relentlessly countered. To onlookers, it appeared that Dionysius, who was raining down attacks, had the upper hand. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Paladins watching the duel had long realized this fact. I can't believe he's blocking all those attacks and not being pushed back at all. He's not just blocking, he's parrying. And to parry, he has to be able to perfectly predict every attack. Paladins were astonished at Damien's skill, so he had been toying with Sir Dionysius. I was curious about how he killed 3 filthy dark mages. Now I understand. Lady Margata had a reason to involve him in the crusade. It's a shame, despite his skills, he doesn't know Mixed Blizzard well enough. While the Paladins acknowledged Damien's skill, which had exceeded their expectations, they were actually predicting Dionysius's victory early on. The cold from Mixed Blizzard accumulates in the body with every block. At first, it's bearable, but eventually, the cold explosively increases. The cold emitted by Mixed Blizzard could be expelled using divine power from the body. However, the cold that seeped into the weapon couldn't be dispelled as easily. He's probably reaching his limits now. Contrary to the Paladin's thoughts, Damien's movements didn't slow down at all. Instead, Dionysius's breathing became rough, indicating that he was nearing his physical limits. The paladins were astonished at the sight of the two. The paladin of Mixed Blizzard reached his limit first. This is unbelievable. Sir Damien is continuously taking damage due to the cold. The paladins couldn't understand what was happening before their eyes. "You're all blind," Margada exclaimed with a triumphant smile. Every time their weapon clashes, Damien releases aura to fend off coldness that accumulates in his sword. Even after hearing Margada's explanation, the paladins couldn't comprehend. Emitting an aura to block the cold made sense, but doing it repeatedly against an onslaught, such skill was impossible for a low class, and even a mid-class would find it challenging. Lady Margada, even if that's the case, impossible. But the person doing it is right in front of you. If you don't believe me, ask Gamel. All eyes turned to Gamel. Gamel, staring intently at Damien Haksen, spoke. Margada is right. The mouths of the paladins fell open in disbelief. Damn it, Dionysius cursed. Why isn't it working? Ironically, Dionysius had no clue why the cold wasn't affecting Damien at all. Hey, during the exchange, Damien spoke to Dionysius. Is this how it ends? At first, Dionysius didn't understand why Damien was saying such things. If you have any cards left, play them all. That's the only way others will believe. Only after hearing the following words did Dionysius realize the intent behind Damien's words. A guy like you, no matter how many come at me, won't be enough. Strength involuntarily surged into the hand holding the spear. Rage pounded through his mind. If you want to see it, I'll show you as much as you want. Dionysius struck the ground with his spear, simultaneously releasing all his divine power. Divine power spread in all directions from the ground. Dionysius converted all of it into cold. Ice spikes erupted from the entire arena, aiming to pierce through Damien Haksen. Seasonal technique Thorny Field. There was no place to escape. Even if he dodged, a second attack awaited. Once all the ice spikes emerged, they shattered explosively, scattering cold and shards. Just as Dionysius was certain of victory, Damien took a step forward. The art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. In this mana cultivation technique, besides the method of accumulating mana, several other techniques were written. One of them was temporarily amplifying physical abilities. The human body structure is inherently lazy. Most athletic abilities are dormant, and one must continuously move the body to gradually awaken these abilities. However, within the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation, there was a technique that could instantly draw out full athletic abilities and unleash the full power of athleticism in one fell swoop. That's not all. With mastery of the technique, it was also possible to enhance physical abilities, just like Damien now. Damien manipulated mana according to the principles of the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. The mana instantly activated the muscles. The body temperature rose sharply, and a pleasant tingling sensation spread throughout the brain. At that moment, the entire world seemed to move in slow motion. The flapping wings of a bird flying in the sky, leaves swaying in the wind, everything moved slowly. Damien lifted one foot. Ice spikes were emerging from the ground, but it was okay. Damien's movement speed was faster than the rate at which the spikes appeared. He took a step forward. The muscles in his lower body exploded. His entire body accelerated. In the blink of an eye, he reached under Dionysius's nose. Damien swung the sword down. Dionysius couldn't even react to Damien's attack. The straight-falling sword struck Dionysius's shoulder. Damien had already deactivated the aura. Dionysius's shoulder was protected by chainmail, so the blow didn't cut him in half. Instead, the impact shattered his collarbone. His body crumpled downward. His knees bent and touched the ground. Dionysius blinked his eyes twice. He had no idea what had just happened to him. "It's my victory." Damien spoke briefly, then sheathed his holy sword and looked at Gamel. "Do you believe in me now?" No response came from Gamel. "Do you believe in me?" Damien raised his voice once more. Only then did Gamel exhale a deep sigh and answer. "I believe." "Then you won't oppose my participation in the crusade?" "One thing. Just one thing I want to ask," Gamel asked Damien. "We paladins participate in the crusade to exterminate dark mages and prove the greatness of the gods. Why are you participating in the crusade?" The dungeon the crusaders were to enter was a dark mage's dungeon. It was a dangerous place to go and filled with potentially life-threatening dangers. "You're asking a stupid question," Damien replied as if it were obvious. "Our family's territory was cursed by the Ulan's high-ranking member Akidora, who tried to kill our family. Killing just one won't satisfy my vengeance," Damien said sharply, "so I'm going to avenge against the others." At that answer, Gamel's pupils slightly widened. "Damien Haksen, I welcome your participation." Thus, Damien Haksen's participation in the crusade was confirmed. Chapter 62, Crusade Part 3. Gamel's accepting Damien in the crusade was surprisingly swift. However, not all of the mixed blizzards acknowledged Damien. "I will never forget today's humiliation." Dionysius spat out words mixed with hatred and anger and left. If you lose, you should acknowledge defeat obediently. Anyway, those guys from this sect are narrow-minded. Margata didn't like Dionysius's attitude. Sir Damien, well done. Agnes handed over a glass of water and said. Damien, who didn't even break a sweat, took the glass out of courtesy. By the way, weren't you really amazing? Dionysius is a guy who's repeatedly attacking. I didn't know you'd handle it so easily. Damien seemed pleased with the acknowledgement. Agnes said in an excited voice. Now all that's left is to kill those filthy dark mages. Margata said with cold expression. Congratulations on joining the crusade. After joining, the biggest surprise for Damien was the size of the crusade, which was surprisingly large. There were 80 elite soldiers and 10 third-grade paladins. This much power is just to protect the rear. What's more surprising is that this force is not the core. The core of this crusade was the paladins of the different sects. The only forces that could face high-level dark mages were them. The number of paladins from the sects are small, but they're several times stronger. The mixed blizzard consisted of 1 second-grade paladin and 4 third-grade paladins. Blinding Pain dispatched a second-grade paladin and 5 third-grade paladins, with Damien, Agnes, and Margata here. This much force should be able to take down any of the mid-nobles in an instant. People said the church was the only force on the continent that could stand up to the empire. Looking at the size of a crusade, that assessment didn't seem like a mere rumor. A force of this caliber was annihilated in the past. The more I learn about the Crusade's strength, the less I understand how they were annihilated. It was true that Cropsiple was a dangerous dark mage, but it wasn't enough to kill 3 second-grade paladins at once. Surely, there must have been a traitor among the 3. Mid-class can only stop mid-class. The same goes for second-grade paladins. There was no one who could kill a second-grade paladin other than a second-grade paladin. Currently, Gamel is the most suspicious. The mixed blizzard was at odds with the incinerator. Didn't Gamel start an argument as soon as he saw Margata? I should keep an eye on the mixed blizzard. As the church prepared for the raid, they also searched the mountains, investigating the dungeon. The scouts have been searching, and there seems to be only one entrance to the dungeon. At dinner, Margata shared her findings with Damien and Agnes. The entrance to the dungeon is close to the peak of the mountain. It's a bit of a climb to get there. I went and took a look, and the entrance is very wide and large. Margata spread her arms wide. If she could describe it like that, it was big. I don't know what's inside the dungeon. There are reports that the flesh golems keep popping up, and the scouts can't scout the interior. In other words, the only way to find out what was inside the dungeon was to go in. When do you plan to head into the dungeon? Margata grinned so wide that she showed her fangs at the question. Tomorrow. When the sun reached its highest point in the sky, the crusade gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. 100 elite soldiers, 10 paladins, and even the paladins of the sects. The crusaders gathered in one place, emitting tremendous pressure. Finally, the day has come. Agnes, standing next to Damien, spoke with a fierce voice. Agnes had an emotionless face as usual, but there was a strange fire in her pupils. Damien felt like he could understand what Agnes was feeling. The opportunity for revenge was right in front of her. She must have been filled with joy. I hope Cropsiple will be inside. Agnes looked at the cave entrance with darkened eyes. Suddenly, Damien felt a sharp gaze and turned his gaze. The mixed blizzard, Dionysius turned his gaze away after staring at Damien. It seems like he's holding a strong grudge against me, Damien smirked. In his experience, those who begged like that always caused trouble. Forward, the captain who commanded the soldiers raised his voice. The soldiers marched forward into the dungeon. The paladin stood behind the soldiers, ready to step forward at any moment. Krrrr, krrrr. At that moment, creatures jumped out of the cave. They were not ordinary creatures. They were undead created by the Cropsiple. The body was a horse, the legs were a wolf, and the head was a tiger. Each body part still bore the marks of the stitches that connected them together. Their appearance was creepy. Shield soldiers forward. The soldiers with round shields blocked the path of the beasts at the command of the captain. The shields collided with the creatures. The soldiers gritted their teeth and resisted. Then the soldiers behind them cut the bodies of the creatures with swords and spears. Kang Kyung, the creatures were killed easily. The coordination is excellent. They were elite soldiers indeed. They were skilled. If they turned to mercenaries, all the soldiers could receive a gold plate symbolizing a first-class mercenary. Charge again, the captain shouted. The soldiers put away their weapons and moved forward into the dungeon again. Who's there? Here, there's someone here, help me. At that moment, a voice was heard from inside the cave. The captain raised his hand and stopped the soldiers. Stop! The captain and the soldiers looked into the cave with tense faces. Something walked out of the darkness that was thickly spread inside the cave. First, a large and round body was seen. The body was made by sticking together the bodies of animals and monsters. More than 5 legs supported the body, and on both sides of the body were giant hands. The The creature that first appeared seemed like it was made for practice, and there were traces of careful craftsmanship. It was a flesh golem, the main weapon of the corpseplay. When the soldiers saw the flesh golem, their faces stiffened. It wasn't because of its grotesque appearance. Ah, it hurts, cold, painful. It was because of the human heads attached to its round body. There were not just one or two, but more than 8 heads attached. All the heads were shedding tears and crying out. Ah, it hurts, I can't bear the pain all over my body, Mom. Where's Mom, Mom? Among the heads there were even children. The soldiers and even the paladins were at a loss for words at the sight of the unimaginably horrific scene. What on earth is that? Is there still consciousness in the people? The soldiers and the paladins became the church's swords and killed countless undead and dark mages. But it was the first time they had encountered undead with consciousness like this. It's the church, they're from the church. Help, please help. The heads that discovered the crusaders were in panic. Even though they were asking for help, the soldiers couldn't take any action. What are you doing? Help us. Stay still. Turn us back to normal. The heads vented their anger. They tried to attack the soldiers with their heavy arms. You fools! At that moment, Margata raised her voice. Everyone snap out of it. That's just an undead. What are the paladins doing? Protect the soldiers now. Margata's shout snapped the paladins out of their daze. The paladins all rushed towards the flesh golem. They swung their weapons to attack the flesh golem. Ah, it hurts, it's too painful. Stop, we were wrong. Every time a wound appeared, the heads attached to the body screamed. The paladins hesitated. Stop touching us, it hurts. Taking advantage of the moment, the flesh golem swung its fist. One paladin was hit and flew away. Why are you tormenting us? Don't touch us. If you do, we'll kill you all. Holes opened up all over the flesh golem's body. Green smoke spewed out of the holes. The paladins were startled and stepped back. It's poison. It's spreading poison. The poison was so potent that the weeds on the ground withered instantly. The paladins protected themselves with their divine power and resisted the poison. Die. The flesh golem attacked the paladins, spewing out hatred. The paladins, who had spent their divine power resisting the poison, were helpless against the flesh golem. More than 10 paladins were overwhelmed by a single flesh golem. This isn't working. Agnes, you have to step in. Understood, Sir Damien, I need your support. Agnes turned to Damien and spoke, but there was no one where Damien should have been. Sir Damien, suddenly Damien was seen walking past the soldiers towards the flesh golem. Sir Damien, Agnes shouted in surprise, but he didn't hear anything. All of his senses were focused on the flesh golem. Die. Don't touch me. Damien was the strongest death knight in his previous life. He could see it. The way that flesh golem was moving. Dark magic cannot be acquired through normal means. It was created only in death or pain. Many human souls were enslaved in that flesh golem. The dark magic emitted by the souls in pain was the driving force behind the flesh golem's movement. So the more the paladins attacked, the stronger it became. The more pain they suffered, the more dark magic they emitted. It hurts. Mom, where are you? Mom, they were all ordinary humans. Such people were captured by the corpseplay and unwillingly modified, used as ingredients for dark magic. They must have felt a terrifying and indescribable feeling. When Damien was turned into a death knight, he felt the same way, the horror of being restrained. The terrible pain felt with each procedure. The disgust of knowing that his body was changing into something else. They're coming again. Are you going to hurt us too? The flesh golem spotted Damien. It spewed out the poison fog more fiercely. Die, you die too. I'll tear you apart. 10 bones emerged from the flesh golem's body. With a loud noise, the bones were ejected. Damien didn't attack, he just slowly moved his steps. The flying bones attacked Damien, but none of them pierced Damien. They just passed by and stuck into the ground. What's going on? The flesh golem fired bones again. This time the bones just dodged by him. It wasn't that the flesh golem couldn't hit him. He was avoiding all the bone arrows by a paper-thin margin. Suddenly, Damien was in front of the flesh golem. Don't come, don't hurt me. The flesh golem fiercely spewed out the poison fog. The holy sword released divine power to protect Damien. The poison fog did not affect him. He carefully examined the flesh golem's body. His knowledge as a death knight told him where the flesh golem's core was. Die, I'll crush you. The flesh golem tried to strike with its fist, but before that, Damien stabbed the holy sword into the flesh golem's body. Holy sword deeply embedded into the flesh golem's body and cut through the core. At that moment, the flesh golem's movement stopped abruptly. The flesh golem knelt on the ground, its 2 arms hung limp. Even the 5 heads lost their strength. Slowly their eyes began to close. Mom. The last head completely closed its eyes. Only then did Damien pull out the holy sword. Agnes came running late. Agnes looked at Damien's face and trembled. Hugh, Damien sighed and wiped his face with his palm. Only then did his facial expression relax. That's why he hated dark mages. Every time he met them, he remembered the annoying memories. It was an added bonus that his mood became filthy. This won't work, Damien muttered in a creepy voice. I can't grant him a painless death. Chapter 63, The Dungeon Part 1. Delrunt, what are you doing? Are you in your right mind? You deliberately exposed our location and called the church. It's a stupid act that's no different from suicide. In a dark space, two men were exploding with anger. In the direction they were glaring at stood a lanky young man. The young man was staring blankly at a large mirror that stretched to the ceiling. Delrunt, are you even listening to us? Let's hide immediately. There are only 3 of us left. If we die, Yulan's lineage will be cut off. The 2 men raised their voices again, but the young man continued to stare at the mirror. I can't hear you. Then the young man suddenly spoke. No matter how long I wait, I can't hear his holy voice. The young man clasped the mirror with both hands. The mirror only reflected the young man's face indifferently. It's the first time he hasn't answered for so long. He's never done this before. Seeing Delrunt like that, the 2 men frowned with disgust. Stop staring at the fucking mirror. The church is right in front of us. We don't have time to worry about that. At that moment, the young man turned his head sharply. His handsome face had transformed into a sinister expression. That's what you call it. You dare to call it that when it's the only connection to him. Dark mana started to emanate from the young man. A tremendous amount of dark mana began to shake the entire space. You dare to insult him when you've received his endless grace. It's clear now he's disappointed in us. The young man vented his anger. The space shook even more. You can't even follow his orders properly. You forget his grace. He's disappointed in our pathetic attitudes. That's why he cut off communication with us. The 2 men, overwhelmed by the young man's overwhelming momentum, couldn't say anything. Yulan's dark mages didn't have equal status. Their status depended on their individual abilities. These 2 men were also high-ranking dark mages in their own right, but they were far from being as powerful as the young man. No one in Yulan could match the young man. Not even the leader. Why did I bring the church here? To fulfill his orders. If we destroy the church's forces, not only the church but also the Apple Kingdom will be shaken. Then he will be satisfied. A smile of joy appeared on the young man's face as if he were happy with his imagination. No, that's not enough. I'm preparing a gift for him. I'm making a flesh golem with the excellent bodies of the paladins. Since he liked my dolls, he will surely be satisfied. The young man's mana quickly pulled back. He looked at the 2 men and smiled wickedly. Now that I look at it, your bodies seem quite useful. Goosebumps broke out all over the 2 men's bodies. The 2 men hastily channeled their dark mana. At that moment, something sprang from the ceiling. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary human, but its entire body was made up of different creatures. The flesh golem grabbed the heads of the 2 dark mages and slammed them into the ground. Their faces were crushed and they lost consciousness. Kite, take them to the stitching room. I'm going to perform the experiments right now. The young man ordered the flesh golem. The flesh golem, which looked similar to a human, nodded and surrounded the 2 men before disappearing. I need to find excellent bodies that will satisfy him. I need to prepare a gift that will satisfy him. The young man muttered as he bit his nails. Then it happened. A round glass window with bat wings flew in. The glass window showed the church and the flesh golem fighting. Finally, the materials are coming in. A bright smile appeared on the young man's face. Will they be able to pass the test I've prepared? The flesh golem, with multiple human faces on its round body, attacked the crusade. The paladins were helpless against the attack. It won't work. Ordinary paladins won't work. We need the paladins of the sect. The flesh golem placed at the entrance was a creation that the young man had put a lot of effort into. It was not something that ordinary paladins could handle. All right, show me the paladins of the sect. Show me how excellent they are as materials. The young man stared at the glass window. Then it happened. A man stepped forward. He dodged all of the flesh golem's attacks and stabbed a sword into its torso. The flesh golem's movements abruptly stopped. Shortly after, it began to collapse. The young man blinked repeatedly. It was clear that the knight had used mana rather than divine power. It was a normal knight who had precisely found and pierced the core of the flesh golem. How did he do that? Did he sense its core? The young man was fascinated by the knight. Amazing. I thought the paladins of the sect were the best. I never thought there would be such materials. The excellence of the materials was not only determined by the quality of the body. The talents possessed by the creature also had a significant impact. In that sense, the knight was the most outstanding material the young man had ever seen. I found it. With that alone, I can make a doll that will satisfy the Lord. The young man, Delrunt, spread his arms and cheered in excitement. The crusade made its way into the dungeon. As they went further in, new flesh golems appeared. Flesh golems with human bodies attached to their 4 legs attacked the crusaders from all sides. Damien gripped his holy sword to fight the flesh golems. Damien Haksen, don't step forward, we'll handle this battle. Gamel spoke in a cold voice. To that, Sanus asked, Oh my Gamel, shall we? Blinding pain can help you. We'll strengthen you, not need. We are strong enough to overcome obstacles without being helped by blinding pain. You guys should help the other paladins. After rejecting the offer of help, listen up, paladins of mixed blizzard, for the honor of our sect, do not let a single one of them out alive. As soon as Gamel's order was given, the paladins of the mixed blizzard unleashed their divine power. A chilling cold spread throughout the entire dungeon. Frost formed on the surface of the flesh golems, noticeably slowing their speed. Let's go! Led by Dionysius, the paladins of the mixed blizzard rushed toward the flesh golems. Whenever the paladins swung their spears, the flesh golems' bodies shattered like ice. The flesh golems screamed and retaliated. However, with their frozen bodies, they couldn't properly attack the paladins. It's a terrifying power no matter how many times I see it. The cold of the mixed blizzard had the ability to freeze not only objects but also mana. For undead creatures who were powered by dark mana, it was nothing short of poison. I can't copy the abilities of the sect. Damien was a rare genius, but he wasn't omnipotent. He couldn't copy the abilities used by the sect. It was a completely different power from magic. It's quite a sight, isn't it? A voice came from beside him. When he turned his head, Sanus was approaching. Her snow-white skin and her platinum hair were perfectly straight. Her holy appearance seemed to have emerged from the holy fire. The mixed blizzard is very strong even among the various sects. It's a bit of a flaw that they have a strong sense of pride, Sanus chuckled softly. I know why he told you to stay still, it's because of his pride. You alone took down the flesh golem that popped out at the entrance. It was a ridiculous reason to Damien. If what she said was true, then he wasn't proud, he was just stupid. Ah, but you killed it too easily. It's a creature made by filthy dark mages. You should have taken out its organs and chopped them into pieces before killing it. Sanus muttered, looking sadly at the mixed blizzard fighting. Hearing that, Damien looked at Sanus with a disgusted face. Radiant Light, that crazy bitch's disciple, this woman isn't sane either. Damien had fought against all the great elders. Among the 5 great elders, the strongest was Chinjiam, but the most annoying was Radiant Light. Radiant Light could be called the most fanatical among the fanatics. It was so intense that other paladins seemed like atheists. Come to think of it, it wasn't just Radiant Light. All the guys in the Blinding Pain were crazy. During the Death Knight era, dozens of paladins of Blinding Pain had blown themselves up to kill Damien. I apologize for doubting you, Sir Damien. Well, it's okay, we have a big problem ahead, so there's nothing wrong with being thorough, Damien said indifferently. He was not happy because Sanus took the side of the mixed snowstorm. But he didn't harbor any resentment. I've never seen anyone fight like you, Sir Damien. Sanus looked at Damien with eyes that sparkled almost like stars. It was a gaze he had seen somewhere before. A bad premonition passed through Damien's mind. So I have a question, are you not interested in becoming a paladin? No, I'm not, Damien answered bluntly. Why not? If you become a paladin, you'll be a representative of God's wrath. It's a truly honorable thing. I'm still too inadequate to represent God's wrath. I can't believe you've been having such worries, but don't worry, if you're lacking you can fill it up. By the way, there's a 6-month special crash course on the Bible for outsiders at the Blinding Pain. Sanus didn't back down easily. It was when Damien felt tired. And if you become a paladin, your lack of mana will be resolved. The words broke the momentary dullness. As Sanus said, Damien's weakness was his lack of mana. He was taking potions and practicing mana-cultivating techniques every day, but he was still far from enough to see through it so accurately. Do you not believe me? She seemed to take Damien's gaze as doubt and began to explain. Paladins receive divine power according to their faith. Every time they eliminate filthy dark mages, the gods bestow divine power upon them. Paladins increase their divine power differently from knights. Prayer, good deeds, service, and so on. There were many ways, but the most effective one was to eliminate dark mages. By eliminating dark mages and offering them to the gods, their divine power increased. But it wasn't a particularly attractive choice for Damien. I can't be subservient to the church just because I lack mana. Becoming a paladin meant having to deal with too many annoying things. Above all, the problem of lack of mana would be resolved over time. All he had to do was complete his mana-cultivating technique and take more elixirs. Even just absorbing the spirit heart Damien had would give him a tremendous amount of mana. How about it, isn't it attractive? If Sir Damien wants, we can baptize him right now. Sanus, what are you doing now? Why are you trying to take Damien away? At that moment, Margata screamed. Margata, it doesn't matter where Sir Damien belongs. What's important is that Sir Damien's skills are used to tear apart the dark mages, right? You're talking nonsense. How many paladins have you taken away by doing that? And how many times have you complained that other sects are short of manpower? Margata pushed Sanus. Stop talking and go back to your sect. Sir Damien, let's talk again later. I said go now. Margata lifted Sanus and headed towards the Blinding Pain. As Sanus disappeared, Damien breathed a sigh of relief. Sir Damien, Agnes looked at Damien with a dark face. When I tried to persuade you, you refused so firmly. Why couldn't you refuse Sanus? Agnes's voice was full of resentment. As Damien, it was an absurd complaint. It wasn't that Damien couldn't refuse, it was just that Sanus was persistent despite Damien's refusal. I thought Sir Damien wouldn't give in to Sanus. But what do you mean by taking a paladin? Isn't it that only paladins who have awakened their special abilities can join the sect? To change the subject, Damien asked a question. Agnes answered with an uncomfortable expression. Under the pretext of following the doctrine interpreted by the sect, ordinary paladins can also join, then they can receive the sect's support. However, they also have an obligation to help the sect in times of need. That's why Margata was angry. Sanus had taken away all the good paladins. Sir Damien, Sanus may be a good person, but you must not fall for her. After all, faith is. Agnes began her sermon with a solemn face. At that moment something caught Damien's senses. Damien drew his holy sword. He swung the holy sword with a mighty force. The released aura swept across the ceiling, walls, and floor. Blood gushed out from the cracks. Kiek, keek, with a scream, something sprang out from the wall. They were flesh golems wearing thick armor like insects. What? What is that? An ambush. Flesh golems have appeared behind us. The soldiers panicked and shouted. They must be the ones with the invisibility ability. Damien examined the flesh golems. They hadn't been visible from this close. They seemed to have the ability to blend in with the surrounding environment, but that doesn't mean they lack combat ability. The armor surrounding their bodies looked quite tough. It seemed very difficult to deal with. Damien raised the aura to deal with the flesh golems. Sir Damien, please take a rest. Agnes stopped Damien. She raised her knuckles and said, I will handle them. Chapter 64, The Dungeon Part 2, Chinjiam. One of the 5 great elders of the church and leader of a sect, the Incinerator. All 5 great elders were like monsters. Even the master class called Superhuman was just a child compared to the 5 great elders. Damien fought and won against all 5 great elders. If you ask him who was the strongest of the 5 great elders, he will not hesitate to name Chinjiam. That's how great Chinjiam was. Even Damien remembered him as a dangerous opponent. Agnes was Chinjiam's direct disciple. Direct disciples referred to those who were considered the highest among all disciples. Agnes was one of the few who received direct teachings from Chinjiam. I am going to dedicate this battle to God. Blue flames began to spread over Agnes's hands. The blue flames exploded. In the blink of an eye, Agnes reached the flesh golem's nose. A series of explosions. The explosion that started from the elbow pushed the fist forward. The accelerated fist struck the flesh golem's neck. With a clanging sound, the flesh golem was slammed into the wall. Agnes moved again. With another explosion, this time she appeared behind another flesh golem. 2 consecutive strikes hit the flesh golem. Blood burst from its mouth. She has already mastered Chinjiam's battle tactics perfectly. The paladins of the sect, the Incinerator, could control powerful flames that could burn all things to ashes, but Chinjiam used this power in a slightly different way. The power of flames did not harm the owner. Of course, the explosions were the same. Chinjiam invented a technique that used the power of explosions to propel him forward. Although most of the attacks are straightforward and easy to read, Chinjiam's self-invented technique showed overwhelming speed and power that overwhelmed this disadvantage. Before they knew it, all the flesh golems were lying on the ground. Agnes looked at Damien and said, Damien, it's all over. Suddenly, Damien rushed towards Agnes. He wrapped his arms around Agnes's shoulders and turned his body. At the same time, he stretched his legs backward. The flesh golem that was about to attack Agnes was kicked away. Kiek, the flesh golem was pushed back. With its eyes full of hatred, it glared at Damien. Kiek, flesh golems also got up and roared. The flesh golems were unharmed, only momentarily stunned by the impact. Their tough skin protected them. Even after getting hit by the master's techniques, they are still fine. Agnes muttered with an incredulous expression on her face. Soon after thinking something, her face lit up. Sir Damien, please watch over me again. This time I will burn them all. Flames began to burn on Agnes's entire body. It looked like she was going to use her divine power to reduce the flesh golems to ashes. It seems like she has talent, but there are still too many shortcomings. Damien sighed inwardly. If Agnes were to fully utilize the power of flames, she could burn these flesh golems in an instant. But they didn't know how long the dungeon conquest would last. They couldn't afford to waste their strength already. Miss Agnes, please calm down. Agnes's talent would be a great help to the church. For the growth of Agnes, Damien gave her one piece of advice. Quantity is not important, quality is important. Damien stood up. Aura was gathered around the holy sword. The aura was much denser than usual. Kiek, a flesh golem, rushed towards Damien. It was the one he had just kicked away. Increase the concentration of divine power. Think of it as lava, not fire. Use divine power so dense that it flows, not burns. Damien swung the holy sword. The tough skin that had even withstood Agnes's punch was cut like a piece of paper. The flesh golem was destroyed. Did you see that? Damien turned to Agnes. She was looking at him with wide eyes. Miss Agnes, you can do it too, remember what I said and try it. Encouraged by Damien, Agnes clenched her fists. Blue flames started to gather around her fists, but the flames subsided. A faint light covering appeared on her fist. Agnes moved forward, she rushed and struck the flesh golem. The flesh golem's skin shattered like a cookie. Its core crumbled and exploded. A faint smile appeared on Damien's lips. She learned it so quickly. Indeed, she had the exceptional talent to be considered a direct disciple of a great elder. Perhaps she could even reach the level of a master. I'm glad I participated in the crusade. Watching Agnes overwhelm the flesh golem, Damien was very satisfied. After that, the Crusaders fought a few more battles. As they continued to advance, a wide space appeared. Huh. It splits into 5 paths, Margata pointed ahead and said. There were 5 entrances in the wall. Now the real dungeon begins, Gamel muttered, looking at the 5 entrances. Let's take a break here, soldiers start preparing meals. Margata, Sanis, follow me, we need to discuss about that. After saying that, Gamel turned around. Why is he suddenly acting like a leader, Margata thought, looking at Gamel with a displeased face. Well, he's always been eager to take charge. You seem to know a lot about Gamel. What do you mean know a lot? He's always like that, so I know. Margata, let's go together. Margata moved towards where Gamel was heading. Sanis followed behind. While the second-grade paladins were discussing, the soldiers started preparing meals. The soldiers started bringing food like jerky and dried bread. Sir Damien, rest here. I'll bring it. Before Damien could move, Agnes spoke first. No need for that. The two turned their heads towards the sound. Dionysius, the paladin of Mixed Blizzard sect, was standing with food in his hand. Here, take it. Dionysius handed the food to Agnes. Agnes took the food and thanked him briefly. Thanks. You're my big sister, so I brought it for you. Saying that, Dionysius turned around. Before leaving, Dionysius gave Damien a sharp look. It seemed that he had not forgotten his defeat from the previous day. Sir Damien, take it. Agnes handed half of the food to Damien. Damien chewed on a piece of jerky and asked, You seem quite close to that paladin. Are you talking about Dionysius? I've taken care of him a few times when he was still an ordinary paladin. Agnes grabbed a piece of bread with both hands and started eating it. He kept saying he would join the incinerator after following me, but he ended up going to the Mixed Blizzard. Agnes's voice was tinged with regret. It seemed they were quite close. Damien and Agnes were silent for a moment, focusing on their meal. Throughout the meal, Agnes looked inside the cave. Her face was calm, but there was a strange fire burning deep in her eyes. Why are you pursuing corpseplay? Damien asked suddenly. All paladins abhor dark mages. Dark mages are beings who oppose the gods, but Agnes's hatred seemed to be not for such reasons. It seemed to be more personal. You're asking about personal matters so easily. Sir Damien, you're quite indifferent. If you are not okay with it, you don't have to tell me. No, you came all this way for me, and it would be rude to keep it from you. You've taught me some important lessons. Agnes took a sip from her water bottle. She looked somewhat frustrated. Do you know how corpseplay first came to be known to the world? He got famous after an incident where a large village was turned into an undead lair. That village is my hometown. Damien couldn't help but be surprised at the shocking reveal. He had never expected there to be survivors in that village. I still remember it vividly. It was the day my brother finally returned home. Agnes continued with a sigh. My brother was a paladin. Like me, he was a member of the incinerator. He was the most promising paladin. Agnes's talent was exceptional. Her brother must have been a great paladin as well. I liked listening to my brother's stories. That day I was urging him to tell me about the mission he had been given by the church. Agnes's expression softened slightly. Suddenly we heard screams from outside. My brother rushed outside. I followed him without knowing anything and saw it. Creatures were pouring into the village from outside. They were not ordinary creatures, they were different types of creatures, and they were attacking and killing the villagers. At that moment, I believe my brother realized that he could not solve the problem with his powers, so decided to hide me in a large box in the house. Agnes's expression stiffened again, and he gave me something in the box. Later, I found out it was a holy relic of stealth specially provided by the sect to protect talented paladins in tough situations. Young Agnes trembled with fear inside the box. All she could see was the faint scenery outside through the cracks in the box. I kept hearing screams from outside. It was the screams of people I knew, like the neighbor Cecil and Mr. Obel from across the street. Then I heard my brother's voice last. Agnes's hand holding the food was trembling slightly. I didn't even know if my brother was alive or dead. I was trapped in the box. I was hungry and thirsty, but I couldn't leave. My brother's request not to come out until someone opened the box. When my mind became hazy and I had no strength in my body, the lid of the box opened. The crusade sent by the church had arrived. After dealing with the undead, the crusade discovered Agnes while searching the village. Since then, Agnes has been under the protection of the church. Only after fully recovering her strength could she hear the truth about what happened in the village. A dark mage known as Corpseplay was responsible whole massacre, and it goes without saying that Agnes was the only survivor in the village. Agnes looked at Damien. Her eyes were as dim as a dried-up well. Is the meal going well? Margata returned a while later. I just discussed plans with Gamel. There are about 5 entrances. Should we split up or we go in one by one to be sure? Margata chewed on some jerky thoughtfully. What were your thoughts? Me, I was in favor of dividing. The entrances and corridors are small, so it would be too crowded if we all rushed in at once. Even though Margata had seen how strong the flesh golems were on the way here, she was still suggesting splitting the forces without any concern. Perhaps it was due to her confidence. The sect's second-grade paladin had earned the right to be so arrogant. Sanis shared the same opinion. Gamel wants us all to go in together, but Sanis and I suggested dividing. What could he do? Is it confirmed that each will enter separately? Seems like it. Then your role will become crucial once the forces are divided. You're the strongest among us. Margata raised an eyebrow at Damien's words. That's not it. We're lucky to have you here. Thanks to you, there have been no casualties, and we've been conserving our strength. The flesh golem blocking the entrance was unusual. If it weren't for Damien, there might have been casualties. The flesh golem with tough skins was the same. It almost caused significant damage to the forces because of its stealth and ability to tank hits. I look forward to the future. Damien's senses picked up something. He stood up with his holy sword. What's wrong? Margata asked with a puzzled expression. It was right after that. Eerie sounds began to emanate from the 5 entrances. The forces immediately stood up and held their weapons. Both soldiers and paladins stared at the entrance with tense expressions. 5 flesh golems walked out of the entrances one by one. They had elongated arms like monkeys, and their lower bodies were snake-like. All 5 were so tall that their heads almost touched the ceiling. They were emitting a dense dark mana that made it difficult to breathe. These are formidable foes, Margata muttered under her breath, licking her lips. Agnes, Damien, stay still. It seems like we have to deal with them. Agnes reached out for her weapon hanging from her waist. Seeing that, Damien couldn't help but be amazed. Is that gauntlet? Damien had thought it was a blunt instrument for crushing, but it was actually a protective gauntlet for her fist. Other second-grade paladins seemed to feel what Margata and Damien sensed. Gamel took out a spear for the first time. Sanis held a large axe like a guillotine. Gamel, I'll attack first, you provide support. Don't talk nonsense, you're my support. Everyone stop fighting. A second-grade paladins of the church. On top of the disciples of the 5 great elders, despite not raising their divine power, an indescribable pressure emanated from the 3. Ah, forget it, I won't fight you. I'll fight with Sanis. Childish, Margata and Gamel were bickering. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from beneath their feet. At the same time, the ground where the crusade stood collapsed all at once. Chapter 65. The Dungeon Part 3. The crusade fell, its members entangled and intertwined with debris as if they were caught in a spider's web. Ah! The soldiers and paladins screamed like children. No matter how experienced they were, falling into an endless darkness was a first for them. To blow up such a vast area of land, you must have been well prepared, Damien remarked, his voice tinged with admiration and a hint of surprise. Even Damien didn't feel uneasy standing on the ground. The thickness of the ground was evidence of its sturdiness. It wasn't easy to collapse such a large piece of land all at once. It's so deep. I can't see the end. Even if he amplified his eyesight with mana, he couldn't see the bottom. Even the paladins seemed unlikely to survive if they fell here. Did he excavate the entire mountain? That's why the dungeon entrance was on the mountain peak. The reason the dungeon was located on the mountain seemed to be to create such a deep space. Corpseplay didn't attract the church's attention without proper preparations. With Damien's skill, he could have stepped on the rubble and jumped up to safety. However, Damien didn't opt for that route. The dark mana emanating from below was too potent. This was where Damien and the crusade going to fall. Terrifying dark mana was emanating in the depths where darkness piled up layer by layer. Until now, he couldn't feel it because of the solid ground. As soon as it disappeared, he could feel it vividly as if it were right in front of him. Corpseplay, there you are. A smile appeared on Damien's lips. He had finally found the prey he was expecting. Soldiers and paladins, listen up. At that moment, Gamel's voice echoed. A second-grade paladin might have seen the debris as a means of escaping the trap, just as Damien had initially considered. But Gamel was falling with the Crusaders. It was to save as many people as possible. Margata and Sanis also continue to fall down with the crusade like Gamel. Activate the holy relic given by the church. If you use the holy relic, you can survive even if you fall from this height. It was to save as many people as possible. If you fall down, don't move and wait for rescue. We will definitely come to save you, Gamel shouted towards Sanis. Sanis, use buffs, you must protect them all. Yes, I got it. Even in such a situation, Sanis still seemed calm. When Sanis put her hands together, a bright light surrounded the crusade. The divine power surrounded the body. It seemed to have a protective effect in collisions. Unfortunately, in the urgent situation, the effect wasn't significant. Margata, move immediately if you fall down. You have to rescue as many people as possible. I got it, trust me. After Margata shouted loudly, the crusade collided with the ground. Just before the collision with the ground, Damien rotated his body in midair. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he bent his knees and waist to absorb the impact. His landing was as soft as a feather drifting down. Ow, it hurts, but there was still some impact. Damien stretched his back and grumbled. At that moment someone else fell. With a loud noise, a pit was dug into the ground. Someone crawled out of the pit. Surprisingly, it was Dionysius. Damien Haksen. Even Dionysius was surprised. He looked at Damien with a worried face. Shouldn't you get treated quickly? You don't look okay. Who said I'm not okay? This kind of impact. Arg! Before he could get up, Dionysius screamed. Dionysius lay on the ground and activated divine power. The wounds began to heal. Darn it. Dionysius grumbled as he got up. It seemed like everything was resolved perfectly. This is why paladins are such a pain in the ass. Paladins could use divine power for self-healing. It was difficult to use during battle, and it consumed a lot of divine power, but it was a significant advantage. Of all people, you had to fall with me, Dionysius grumbled at Damien. Damien shrugged. You complain a lot. If someone saw you, they'd think you came here to have fun, not to fight. Who's complaining? Anyway, you're the guy who's annoying me. At that moment, Dionysius's expression changed. He aimed the spear at Damien. The spearhead was about to pierce Damien's face. Damien didn't dodge the attack. The spear grazed his cheek, and then with a swift motion it passed through, stabbing a silhouette that coming from behind. Keek! The flesh golem, shaped like a bat, was screaming with the spear piercing through it. Don't let your guard down and look around. We're in the Dark Mage's dungeon right now. Damien looked at Dionysius with a surprised expression. Damien had been aware from the start that the flesh golem was approaching. He had left it alone out of curiosity about how Dionysius would act. He never expected Dionysius to save him. I thought you had a grudge against me. Yeah, I do. I'll definitely get revenge later. But that doesn't mean I can just let you die. Damien looked at Dionysius with an unexpected feeling. He had thought Dionysius was just a reckless kid when he showed anger towards him. But now he realized that he was someone who could distinguish between work and personal feelings. And if you die, Sister Agnes will be sad. What, are you interested in Agnes? What nonsense, Dionysius shouted. His reaction reminded Damien of his younger brother, Abel. Stop talking nonsense and follow me, we need to join the others. Dionysius took a few steps forward, but he didn't go far before stopping. In the darkness, a man covered in rags appeared. Is that a person? Dionysius looked at the man with a puzzled expression. I'm a paladin dispatched by the church. Did you escape from the warlock? Dionysius tried to approach the man. At that moment, Damien grabbed Dionysius's shoulder. What are you doing? Look closely, that's not a human. Damien pointed at the man. Dionysius's eyes widened in shock. The skin is stitched like rags. Damien had known from the beginning that the man was not a human but a flesh golem. It must be the inner area of the dungeon, seeing such high-quality flesh golems already. The corpseplay had one peculiar obsession. The more meticulously he crafted his flesh golems, the closer they resembled humans in appearance. To him, it was a matter of beauty, but to Damien, it was simply a matter of horrible taste. A flesh golem in the shape of a human. The corpseplay had given it the ridiculous name of masterpiece. Wah! A beastly roar came from the man's mouth. Soon his entire body began to swell. The man, who had just been of average build, transformed into a muscular figure surpassing an ogre. Darn it, that was a flesh golem too. Dionysius raised his spear with a disgusted look on his face. A gray aura covered the spear. I don't have time to deal with the likes of you. Dionysius rushed towards the flesh golem. He tried to pierce its chest with the spear, but as soon as the spear touched the skin, the aura dissipated. What? The spear, without of divine power, was nothing more than a common spearhead. It proved ineffective against the flesh golem's tough skin. Wah! The flesh golem swung its palm at Dionysius. He coughed a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Wah! How? Dionysius looked at the flesh golem in astonishment. He wasn't mistaken, he had definitely thrust the spear, but the divine power disappeared. Damien Haksen, run, that thing is dangerous, don't fight it. Dionysius shouted at Damien. He couldn't run away because of his injuries, so he tried to save Damien at least. But when Dionysius saw Damien's face, he felt his mind gone blank. Laughter. A creepy smile appeared on Damien's face as he looked at the flesh golem. It was an exaggerated and vivid smile, as if someone was pulling the skin on his face from behind. I thought there might be a chance. Damien's hand tightened around the holy sword. It started radiating a brilliant glow. Indeed, he is connected to Darugo. It seemed to stimulate Damien's fighting spirit. The flesh golem roared and charged. Damien also charged without hesitation. The flesh golem's fist came down toward his head. Damien didn't dodge and instead struck with his sword. As the holy sword met the fist split in half. Damien slightly adjusted the angle of the blade. The flesh golem's massive arm was cut off vertically. The flesh golem stared at his hand in disbelief. A line was drawn in the air as the knee was cut in half. The flesh golem's body tilted to one side. It tried to regain its balance by flailing its arms. Damien then climbed onto the flesh golem's chest. When he kicked the golem on its chest, the flesh golem fell back weakly. The flesh golem swung its arms to grab him. Damien cut those arms as if they were bothersome. The thick arms of the flesh golem flew far away. Corpse play. I knew it from the beginning, Damien muttered incomprehensibly. He started to chop the flesh golem with great joy. He must have received it from that bastard. Where did he put it? Here or here? Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Damien's body was dyed red, yet the creepy smile that appeared on Damien's face did not disappear. With continuous slashing, the flesh golem came to a complete stop, but Damien's hands did not stop. Dionysius trembled all over at the horrifying sight. I found it. Damien took something out of the flesh golem's body. A round stone was filled with strange runes. Take it. Damien threw the stone at Dionysius. Take it to the church and have it checked. You might find out why the divine power was absorbed. Damien already knew the answer. This was no ordinary item. It was a magical tool created after years of research by Darugo to fight the church. Due to this magical tool, the church suffered great losses in the war against Darugo. They found a way to deal with it towards the end of the war, but the tide had already turned. This time Damien discovered it first and handed it over to the church. They would be able to find a solution more quickly. Can you move? Damien asked Dionysius. Yes, I can. Why the sudden formality? I thought it was necessary. Dionysius uses his divine power to heal his body. Let's get moving if you're ready. Yes, sir. Damien, with Dionysius, who was unusually polite, moved on. They walked for a long time, but they didn't see any other survivors. I can't see the end. How big is this place? Dionysius looked around. From what I observed during our fall, it appears that the entire interior of the mountain has been hollowed out. It's likely much larger here than the dungeon size we previously estimated. As he spoke, Damien had one question in mind. The Corpseplay was an excellent flesh golem creator, but he didn't have the ability to carve out a mountain like that. Are there any other mages working with him besides dark mages? There are no dark magic users who can manipulate earth. It was outside the realm of dark magic, so it was clear that there were other mages from different fields. Well, there weren't just dark mages under Darugo's command. Darugo's forces had a lot of different races who had gathered out of hatred for humans. They cooperated with Darugo to destroy humanity. As he was thinking about this and walking, suddenly a wide hall appeared. The ceiling and surroundings were all wide. Oh my, for the first time since arriving here, another person's voice was heard. Both of you are alive? Sanis, the second-grade paladin of Blinding Pain, spoke in her usual soft tone. Sanis wasn't alone. There were several more members of Blinding Pain standing around. I'm so glad to see you both safe. Dionysius's pupils widened when he saw Sanis. It wasn't because he was happy, it was because of someone Sanis was holding. Cough, cough. The person caught in Sanis's hand coughed up blood. At that sight, Dionysius shouted urgently, "Death for Gamel!" When she collided with the ground, Agnes felt a pain as if her entire body was being torn apart. She almost lost consciousness, but Agnes somehow managed to hold on. This place was the dungeon of the Dark Mage. Losing consciousness was akin to dying. Agnes, snap out of it. Suddenly, Margata appeared in her field of vision. Fortunately, it seemed that Margata had fallen into the same place as Agnes. Margata supported Agnes. Unlike Agnes, who was barely holding on, Margata looked fine. Hurry up and heal your body with divine power. Agnes began to heal her wounds with divine power as Margata instructed. The broken bones quickly mended and the torn muscles returned to their original state. Sister, what happened to the others? As Agnes got up, she asked. Margata silently pointed somewhere. She turned to look and saw a paladin and a soldier, their entire bodies crushed to death. Agnes had only barely managed to survive, but the other knights and soldiers were at an impossible height. But there must still be people alive. Let's go find them. At Margata's words, Agnes nodded. Materials are already showing up. At that moment, a strange voice was heard. Agnes and Margata quickly turned to where the sound came from, to fall right where I am. Both of you are unlucky. A young man who looked so frail that he could collapse at any moment was looking at them. Who are you? Reveal your identity, Margata said with a guarded face. The young man weakly smiled and said, Corpseplay, Chapter 66, The Traitor Part 1. Death for Gamel, Dionysius shouted urgently. Madam Sanis, what is this? Dionysius calmed down. Sanis spoke in his usual calm voice. Gamel was the one who attacked first. We were resting with our sex paladins when Gamel, who had been hiding, attacked. Don't talk nonsense. Why did Sir Gamel do such a thing? I don't know. Ask Gamel. Dionysius looked at Gamel with trembling eyes. Gamel screamed at Sanis. Dionysius, don't believe her. Sanus, cough. Sanus squeezed harder on Gamel's neck. Gamel coughed up blood. Death for Gamel, Dionysius shouted urgently and tried to save Gamel, but the paladins of blinding pain blocked Dionysius's way. Don't come any closer, you might be on Gamel's side too. There must be some misunderstanding. Why did Sir Gamel ambush Madame Sanus? Misunderstanding? Several of our knights almost died. Can you call that a misunderstanding? Dionysius bit his lip at Sanus's words. Then please arrest me and Sir Gamel. We'll have a fair trial at church. That's not possible. We're in a dangerous place right now. We can't leave any loose ends. Sanus grabbed Gamel's neck and raised her axe. Dionysius was about to leap forward to save Gamel. Did Sir Gamel ambush you? Damien, who had been watching quietly, asked Sanus. Yes, and you subdued him. That's right, you seem too fine for that. Considering that you seem quite unscathed originally, the attacking side had a significant advantage over the defending side. Moreover, Gamel was a second-grade paladin like Sanus. If Gamel had attacked, Sanus would have suffered considerable damage. Even if that was the case, the surroundings should have been in chaos. Are you sure it's Gamel who attacked first? Sanus smiled slyly at Damien's question. Oh my, you're not fooled, Madam Sanus, what are you talking about? Dionysius asked with a trembling voice. Sanus spoke naturally. What do you mean? I ambushed Gamel first. I planned to subdue you both after you let your guard down, but it didn't work. Dionysius's eyes narrowed with tension. Why would you do such a thing? I don't have any grudge against Gamel. It's all to fulfill the will of the gods. Dionysius's forehead creased at the cryptic words. The church has become too soft. Just look at the recent incidents in the jousting tournament. We only interrogated the nobles who participated in the competition and sent them back. It's truly lamentable. That's just natural after the interrogation is over. That's exactly what's lamentable. Sanus shook her head with a sigh. If it were the old church, they would have started by cutting off the fingers of the participants one by one. Anyone who was even slightly suspicious would have been burned at the stake. People have to suffer to bring out the truth. While the church was renowned for its fanaticism, it was unexpectedly more softened now. There was a time when they killed all the villagers because they couldn't find the hidden dark mages. Our blinding pain has always been regrettable in that regard. That's why we plan to lead the church to its former glory. And what does that have to do with killing Gamel? It does. In order to carry out the plan, our blinding pain needs to become the backbone of the church. We have to stand above the other sects. The best way to weaken the power of other sects is to kill talented paladins who can lead other sects in the future. And in this crusade, there were not only the Mixed Blizzard's ordinary paladins but also Gamel, a disciple of the Black Snow and Chinjiam's two direct disciples. Are you really trying to kill Gamel for that reason? Can't you understand? It doesn't matter. I can't understand you either. Sanus released Gamel. Gamel fell to the ground weakly. That's why we're doing this. Since we can't understand each other, all that's left is to shed more blood, isn't it? Sanus raised his axe high. Death for Gamel. Dionysius, unable to control his rage, rushed at Sanus. But the paladins of blinding pain again blocked Dionysius's path. Get out of the way! Dionysius swung his spear, but the paladin blocked it with his shield. At that moment, light burst from the shield. Cough! Dionysius's body was thrown back. He spat out blood and rolled on the ground. Don't resist in vain. Our blinding pain will rise to glory today. What had just sent Dionysius flying was not a paladin's skill. The shield had released a shockwave of its own, sending Dionysius flying. Damien, run away! Dionysius spat out blood as he spoke. I'm armed with a high-level holy relic. No matter who you are, you can't win. Dionysius used his spear as support and struggled to stand up. I'll hold them off here, you go and join the incinerator. Arg! Damien kicked Dionysius's leg. Dionysius's balance collapsed and he fell to the ground. What are you doing? You can't even stand up and you're trying to hold them off. Sit down and heal your wounds. Damien stepped forward. Sanus looked at Damien with a surprised expression. Are you seriously going to fight us? I'm not going to let you go anyway, and I'll be in trouble if I run away and tell the other paladins of your treachery. Damien replied bluntly. Sanus laughed. The more I see, the more I regret it. Well, Sir Damien, why don't you join our blinding pain now and we'll spare you? Instead of answering, Damien drew his holy sword. Sanus sighed as if disappointed with the clear refusal. Kill him, but don't let your guard down, he's quite skilled. Just now, the paladin who had sent Dionysius flying charged forward. Damien swung his sword towards the paladin. The paladin raised his shield in response. The holy sword clashed with the shield. In the next moment, the blade of the holy sword pierced through the shield. The shield split without resistance, as if cutting through cheese with a red-hot knife. The body of the paladin holding the shield was also split in the same way. Crimson blood spilled onto the ground. And every person in the room wore an expression of disbelief. When a knight used aura, they could slice through steel plates with ease. But that wasn't an ordinary shield, it was a holy relic. It was an item that wouldn't even have scratches if an ogre struck it. You were too careless, you shouldn't underestimate me. Careless, could one expect a shield, a high-level holy relic to cut like tofu? Could it be called carelessness just because one didn't anticipate it? Are you all just going to watch? Damien looked at the remaining two and asked. The two paladins growled in response. O Lord. We offer this battle to you. We are the executors of God's wrath. Both paladins swung their weapons towards Damien. Just before the weapons could make contact, Damien disappeared before their eyes. Suddenly, Damien was standing behind the two paladins. Wah, wah, blood sprayed from the necks of the two. Their heads fell to the ground, their bodies now headless, staggered and collapsed. Third-grade paladins of the Blinding Pain sect were killed by a single stroke. They didn't even seem to realize that they had been attacked. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Sanus came to one conclusion. You weren't low class after all. As you can see, Damien responded nonchalantly to Sanus's question. You said you betrayed others to fulfill the will of God. It's not betrayal, it's just. No matter how you sugarcoat it, it's still betrayal. Damien cut off Sanus's words. Anyway, I can't help but be grateful to God. Thanks to that, I was able to quickly identify the traitor. Perhaps even in a past life, the Blinging Pain was a traitor. The Blinding Pain side must have thought they could handle a corpse play on their own. They had sent a second-grade paladin, opened up the sect's armory, and armed them with high-level holy relics. However, as the results showed, such thoughts were nothing but a big misconception. It's unpleasant, don't belittle our decision with words like betrayal. If you can't accept it, then don't. I have no intention of convincing you. Damien circulates his aura. Aura covered the surface of the holy sword. Are you really going to challenge me? I'm somewhat of a coward, you see. If I spare a traitor, I'll be constantly paranoid about getting stabbed in the back. Sanus responded with a smirk. Fair enough. A tremendous divine power emanated from Sanus's body. How much do you know about the Blinding Pain? The divine power emanating from Sanus was like the sun. It was so bright and hot that even standing nearby was unbearable. The Blinding Pain can enhance anything. It can simply improve physical abilities like strength, agility, and endurance. If you delve deeper, it can also strengthen armor and sharpen weapons. It was impossible not to know. Damien recalled the time during the Death Knight era when he fought against the Radiant Light. The Radiant Light enhanced gravity to crush and kill tens of thousands of undead. The power of the Blinding Pain can be stacked. As you reach higher levels, the number of times you can stack it also increases. Sanus gently placed the axe blade on the ground, then with a loud bang the ground split open. It was the result of simply enhancing the sharpness and weight of the weapon. How many times do you think I can stack it? About 10 times? 30 times? Sanus disappeared. The sound of a sonic boom was heard and she suddenly appeared in front of Damien. Sanus swung the axe down. Damien leaped backward. As the axe struck the ground, thousands of cracks appeared. The ground and surrounding walls were completely shattered. Damien was amazed by the sheer power. I can't even dream of deflecting it now. However, the stronger the enemy's attack, the more mana was consumed. Damien's mana was not enough to deflect Sanus's attack. What, you're still fighting back? Sanus said with a surprised expression. Meanwhile, she continued to swing the axe at Damien. Damien dodged the axe without trying to block it. Blocking such an attack would be suicidal. Didn't you just reach middle class? Sanus had enhanced her physical abilities dozens of times, making every attack incredibly fast and powerful. If it was a beginner middle class, he would have died without even being able to dodge a single blow. You're amazing, excellent. Let me ask you again, are you willing to join the Blinding Pain? Damien's hand moved. He swung the holy sword and cut Sanus's body in various places. Despite being incredibly fast and powerful, Sanus's movements were large, leaving many openings. Moreover, unlike other paladins, she wore a white robe, making her an easy target. However, despite being cut several times, Sanus's body was intact. Only her clothes were cut and his body was unharmed. Oh, you're not listening to me while I'm talking, Sanus said with a flawless face. Damien inwardly clicked his tongue. She's damn tough. Sanus had hardened her skin to block Damien's attack. It was too hard to pierce, even with an aura. If you don't intend to become my paladin, then I'll just have to kill you. Sanus swung the axe again. She ignored defense and focused only on the attack. She's too arrogant. She has too much faith in the power of Blinding Pain. Despite having such an incredible ability, the Radiant Light was not the strongest among the 5 great elders. There was a reason for that. The Blinding Pain was a very useful skill, but it was too flawed to be called the best. But the power of the Mixed Blizzard and the Incinerator can be used in many ways and combined with many skills. There was no end to the techniques that could be created. However, the ability of Blinding Pain was only about enhancing existing abilities and things, making it easy to predict. Sanus was a perfect example. She had enhanced her physical abilities and defense, and although she was attacking, she had not succeeded in landing a single effective blow on Damien. Even though Damien's skill was excellent, Ultimately, Sanis's attacks were just swinging the axe. Besides, enhancement consumes a lot of divine power. The more times you stack it, the more it consumes. Moreover, enhancement was not a one-time thing. Divine power was continuously consumed with each stack. Sanis just wants to end this in the short term. If he could drag out the time, it would be Damien's victory. But Damien didn't intend to spend much time on Sanis. There's a corpse play. I can't afford to be tied up by this girl. Damien's movements changed. He dodged the axe and rushed toward Sanis. At the same time he stabbed with his sword. The long blade grazed past Sanis's neck. It's useless. The sword cut Sanis's neck. It seemed to have cut the artery. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Sanis backed away with a shocked expression. Quickly, she used divine power to regenerate the wound. How? Sanis looked at Damien with a shocked expression. Among the masters Damien had fought, there was one called the Killer Ghost. The Killer Ghost was a person who had reached the master's level with the art of killing. Where to cut to easily cut a person's muscles. How to cut a person's bones in half. After studying these gruesome methods, Killer Ghost attained mastery of the life-taking sword and rose to the level of a master. After mastering the life-taking sword technique, the Killer Ghost could cut a person's body with just a twig. No matter how much Sanis stacked his defensive abilities, it was useless. With the life-taking sword technique, he could ignore the enhancements and cut through the person. I don't know what trick you pulled, but this much is certain. You're too dangerous to keep alive. Sanis pulled out divine power. The divine power gathered on the axe, so I'll finish this with this. Damien immediately recognized what technique Sanis was preparing. It was a technique that paladins of blinding pain often used. In simple terms, it was a downward slash. However, the blinding pain enhanced every aspect of this simple movement, resulting in tremendous destructive power. Every movement of lifting the axe, stepping forward, putting strength into both arms, and swinging the axe was enhanced. When the axe fell, the weight, intensity, and cutting power of the axe were enhanced. Finally, the destructive power and explosive power of the compressed divine power were enhanced. It was a simple and brutal attack, but there was no way to evade it. Even if you avoided the attack, the aftermath would cause significant damage. Avoiding it was a losing proposition. On this side, you had to counter it with an appropriate technique. I'll finish you off with this attack. Damien grabbed the holy sword with both hands. He bent his arms and pressed them against his head. Finally, he aimed the tip of the W word at Sanis. A simple stabbing posture. In that movement, Sanis could only sneer. You're so arrogant, you think you can block me with that? The real arrogant one is you. You almost died just now because your neck was cut. Sanis's expression twisted at Damien's mockery. Let's see who the real arrogant one is. Sanis kicked the ground and leaped out. An elongated afterimage extended all the way to where Damien was. The axe, compressed to the limit of divine power, fell from above his head. Damien thrust the sword towards the axe. The sword and the axe collided. The next moment, all the divine power of the axe scattered. It wasn't just the divine power. The axe blade shattered and broke into pieces, turning into powder. What? Sanis's face was bewildered. With her knowledge, she couldn't understand what had happened. Annihilation, the technique, was created by Chinjiam, one of the 5 great elders of the church when he got enlightenment. He was able to focus all of his power on a single point and completely destroy anything. There were no exceptions, whether it was an object, an aura, a magic circle, or even divine power. No, this can't be, Sanis screamed in horror, but before she could finish her sentence, Damien closed the distance. The holy sword pierced Sanis's chest. Chapter 67, The Traitor Part 2, Corpse Play. The moment she heard the name, Agnes felt something ignite deep within her soul. Before her mind could understand, her body moved first. She charged towards the corpse play. However, at that moment, Margata grabbed Agnes's head and slammed it to the ground. Agnes, calm down, Margata spoke with a cold voice. While Agnes's face contorted with anger, Margata, in contrast, stared at the corpseplay with a stern gaze. This is the dungeon of corpseplay. If you can't control your anger, you'll become prey just like that. With Margata's advice, Agnes was able to regain her composure. The young paladin there seems to hold a grudge against me. Would you mind telling me why? There are too many people who hate me, so I can't guess the reason. The corpseplay asked, as for his tone was surprisingly gentle for someone infamous as a dark mage. Do you remember Palmer Village? In contrast, Agnes's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Palmer Village? Oh, I remember it well. It's the village I personally decorate with its residents. Each word pricked at Agnes's nerves. Recalling Margata's advice, Agnes barely held back. I am a survivor of that village. A survivor? I ordered them to kill everyone in that village, yet there was a survivor. For a moment, the corpseplay's expression blanked. Thinking that she had finally managed to shock the damn bastard, Agnes felt a slight relief. Now do you understand why I came for you? I'm here today to kill you and to settle the score for my brother and the villagers. That's impressive. Not only did you survive from my dolls, but you've also become a paladin and come to kill me. Suddenly, the corpseplay burst out in laughter. It seemed overwhelmed with joy, trembling all over as if unsure how to contain himself. Receiving such an unexpected gift, this is why life is enjoyable. Ah, now that I think about it, the people of Palmer Village were all gifts to me. They all made excellent materials. Materials. At that word, Agnes felt her body stiffen. Now, what are you saying? Ah, you didn't know you couldn't have. Since they were all becoming undead and rotting away, it wouldn't have been noticeable. With a warm smile, the corpseplay continued speaking. I never kill people in vain. I always try to utilize them as materials. I killed the people of Palmer Village, but before resurrecting them as undead, I reserved suitable body parts for other uses. Agnes's entire body began to tremble slightly. Unaware of this, the corpseplay continued to boast. They were even used in the flesh golems your crusade killed. I never waste a single material, so I remember everything clearly. Would you like me to elaborate more? Blue flames surged from Agnes' body. The dark cave was instantly brightened. Shut up now. Agnes's voice echoed throughout the entire cave. Say another word, and I'll burn every inch of your flesh until you can't even whimper. There is saying that when a person's anger reaches its peak, they often experience a sudden sense of calm. The explosive anger actually cooled Agnes's rationality. Agnes, I'll go and fight first, so stay behind me, Margata said while clenching her knuckles. Agnes nodded. The goal is to get close to corpseplay and defeat him as quickly as possible. Within his dungeon, his actions are unpredictable. Any delay could leave us vulnerable to potential disadvantages. Margata's destructive power was so powerful that even among second-grade paladins, she was one of the best. If she could get close enough, it would only be a matter of time before she reduced the corpseplay to ashes. Then let's begin. Margata summoned blue flames and sprinted across the ground. Unlike her massive muscular body, Margata's running figure was light and agile like a leopard. Block them. Flesh golems fell from the ceiling. Each had a different form. Margata and the flesh golems collided. Explosions followed one after another. Accelerated punches shattered the flesh golems into pieces. Every attack was a finishing blow. The corpseplay admired Margata's performance. Excellent, such a sturdy body. You'll become a great material. At that moment, spider-like flesh golems crawled on the ceiling and reached Margata's head. The flesh golems shot thorns at Margata. Just before the purple thorns pierced her back, Agnes deflected them all. As expected of my sister, Margata cheered joyously. Since Agnes was supporting her from behind, she could focus on the front. Margata's punches became even faster. The flesh golems' bodies were continuously shattered. Eventually, only the corpseplay was left alone in whole room. Come on, I'll give you a big one. Margata charged towards the corpseplay. At that moment, something blocked Margata's path. At first glance, it looked just like a human. If it weren't for the stitches covering its entire body, one wouldn't have recognized it as a flesh golem. You're trying to stop me with such a flimsy thing. Margata changed her target and swung her fist at the flesh golem. The moment her fist touched the flesh golem, something unbelievable happened. The blue flames on Margata's fist vanished. With divine power, gauntlets were nothing more than ordinary metal. The gauntlets couldn't penetrate the flesh golem's body and were stuck. Margata tried to use divine power again. However, before she could do that, the flesh golem thrust its fist into Margata's abdomen. The divine power protecting her body was shattered. The fist pierced through her armor and struck her abdomen. Her internal organs exploded. The impact reached her back. Sister, Margata's body was thrown far away. Agnes flew into the air and caught Margata. Cough, cough. Margata coughed up black blood. It was evidence that her injuries had reached a critical stage. Sister, pull yourself together. Sister, Agnes desperately infused divine power into Margata's body, but Margata's expression didn't become any more relaxed. He's truly amazing. Suddenly, the corpseplay knelt down on the ground. He clasped his hands together as if praying. How you guys feeling? You can even think that a material with such great abilities exists. How great must the one who created such a thing be? Agnes desperately treated Margata. She gave her potions and infused her with divine power. Only then did Margata's expression slightly ease. Agnes, run away, Margata said weakly. Something is strange. Corpseplay did something strange. Run away. We need to inform Church. Divine power was always superior to dark magic. That was common sense and truth. It was just overturned. That guy, I'll stop him. In the meantime, you should run away. Agnes hesitated in her eyes. Run away in front of the enemy and abandon my sister? No, I can't do that. Agnes's words made Margata's face fill with anger. Agnes, anyway, we can't run away. Before they knew it, they were surrounded by flesh golems. The flesh golems Margata had killed were only the tip of the iceberg, for there were many more flesh golems in corpseplay's possession. Margata wanted to evacuate Agnes as soon as possible. But Agnes's eyes were too determined, so she could only watch. Sister, I've told you about my brother before. Agnes chose to become a paladin was for revenge and because of her brother. Her brother, who died as a paladin to protect the village, was too honorable death. If we can't run away, I'd rather fight and die. I will also fulfill God's will like my brother, God said. The reason I give you strength is to help the weak. The reason I gave you strength is to drive out dark mages. The reason I allowed you to have strength is to fulfill my will. Ah, impressive. To see such a magnificent material. The corpse-play looked at Agnes with a moved face. When you show such a courage, it makes me curious. How long can you maintain that courage? Something walked out between the flesh golems. It was a flesh golem in the form of a human. Release. The human-shaped flesh golems began to transform. They transformed from humans to monsters. Then a chillingly powerful aura spread in all directions. Agnes and Margotha's faces stiffened in an instant. This can't be. Of the two, Margotha was more shocked. They're all mid-class, the biggest mistake of the church. It wasn't that they didn't anticipate the corpse-play's dungeon was trap, or that they didn't think there would be a strange device that nullified divine power. Underestimating the corpse-play's power was the church's biggest blunder. These are my masterpiece creations that I'm proud of. I really struggled to make them. The corpse-play's voice was full of pride. It was like an artisan showing off his masterpiece. Even after seeing this, can you still stand against me? The gauntlets fell from Margotha's hands. A deep sense of despair trampled Margotha's determination. Agnes. This can't be. Even Margotha, who was called the warrior who knew no fear, was nothing more than a weak human in this situation. Agnes's face was as cold as ice. She too would fulfill God's will for the sake of people like her brother, who died for people. Agnes, as if she had made up her mind, took a few deep breaths and raised her divine power. A small blue flame burst forth amidst the dark mana emitted by the flesh golems. Agnes. Margotha called the name of her sister with a sorrowful voice. She soon realized. Unlike herself trembling with fear, Agnes's eyes showed no sign of wavering. At that moment, light burst from Agnes's body. The flesh golems, bathed in light, screamed and retreated. Unbelievable, Margotha muttered with a face that was hard to believe. The way paladins elevated their rank was completely different from knights. The source of divine power was God. Therefore, paladins received divine power from God by proving their faith and elevated their rank. There were various ways to prove faith. Prayer, penance, hunting dark mages, etc., and there were cases where one received great favor from God and a huge amount of power. It was called the holy stigma. Agnes waved her hand lightly. Explosions occurred one after another. The flesh golems surrounding her were swept away by the explosions. Agnes, Margotha looked at her with a moved face. With the display of power alone, more than 10 flesh golems were turned into ashes. Second-grade paladin. No, she was no longer just a second-grade paladin. Now Agnes was at the peak of the second grade, just one step away from a first-grade paladin. Agnes approached the corpse-play. Resolve appeared in her determined eyes. Impressive to see someone else with the holy stigma, the corpse-play clapped with joy. Agnes ignored the corpse-play's words. She had no intention of listening to the corpse-play's words at all. It was the same in Palmer Village. A man who was just a third-grade paladin like you suddenly became stronger after receiving the holy stigma. However, she had to stop at the words that followed. How surprised I was then. I almost lost all the flesh golems I had taken there. Fortunately, I was able to subdue him by taking the villagers hostage and threatening him. Margotha looked at the corpse-play with a blank face. Her pupils began to shake slightly. I can't express how happy I was after capturing that paladin. He was the finest material for my work. The flesh golem crafted from that paladin's body parts was truly exceptional. Corpse-play tilted his head. Come to think of it, your face looks familiar. I've seen it somewhere. Kite, come here. The flesh golem that had inflicted a fatal wound on Margotha approached the corpse-play. The corpse-play began to untie the cloth covering the flesh golem's face. As the cloth was untied, Agnes denied reality more and more. But when the flesh golem's face was completely revealed, Agnes could only despair. Brother, it was exactly the same as the face that remained in her memory. His face hadn't aged a bit. He looked as if he could come to life at any moment. Brother, that's why your face looked familiar. It seems like fate is predetermined. Isn't it? Agnes grabbed her head and screamed. When the scream stopped, Agnes's face was stained with anger and tears. I will definitely kill you. Good, the corpse-play smiled deeply. With such a good material and such a deeply matured despair, I think I can make a doll that's even better than Kite when I use you. Shut up. Agnes ran towards the corpse-play, spewing out her anger. Kite blocked her way. Agnes's body hesitated. Oh, Kite kicked her in the side. As soon as his shin touched, the divine power protecting Agnes was scattered. Agnes bounced off like a ball and slammed into the wall. Cough, cough. Agnes coughed up mouthful of blood while lying on the ground. Due to receiving the intense blow of the flesh golem with her bare body, her internal organs had completely ruptured, a shadow coming close to her. Suddenly, Kite was right in front of her. Brother, Kite grabbed Agnes's face and slammed her down to the ground. The impact shook her brain. Agnes couldn't even groan. Agnes, Margata ran towards Agnes. But other flesh golems blocked her. Get out of the way, Margata used her divine power. The wounds that had barely healed ruptured again due to the impact. Black blood poured from Margata's mouth. She collapsed to the ground weakly. The corpseplay approached Agnes. Agnes was being held by Kite, barely able to breathe. You'll make a really great material. The corpseplay looked down at Agnes and grinned. How should I use you? Should I make a new flesh golem with you? No, there's a better way. The corpseplay began to clap thoughtfully. That's it, how about mixing you with Kite? Since you're siblings, you'll blend together without any resistance. Isn't that a brilliant idea? Agnes glared silently at the corpseplay. Soon, tears began to flow from her eyes. Yes, cry all you want. After today, you won't be able to cry anymore. The corpseplay let out an eerie laugh. Let's go then, let's hurry. There's so much to prepare to make you into a material. The corpseplay's ears twitched. There was a distant explosion. It seems there are still paladins around, the corpseplay thought indifferently. Soon, another explosion was heard. This time it was slightly louder than before. It seems there are more living ones than I thought, the corpseplay thought indifferently again. Shortly after, another explosion was heard. This time it was louder. What the heck? Explosions continued to be heard consecutively. With each explosion, the sound grew louder and closer. Thud, the entire cave where the corpseplay was shook. Dust fell from the walls, thud. This time the cave shook even more violently. The explosions sounded as if they were right next to them, and the next moment with a loud noise the wall collapsed. As the wall collapsed, debris poured down. A man settled on top of the rubble. It's really damn deep. The man brushed off his dirt-covered clothes. The corpseplay immediately recognized who the man was. He was unmistakable, as he had been marked as the first target in material list while watching Crusaders. You're here, you son of a bitch, Damien Haksen. He was looking down at the corpseplay from the pile of rubble. Chapter 68, The Traitor Part 3. Damien pierced Sanis's chest with a holy sword, leaving the blade embedded in her body before thrusting it into the ground. Cuck, Sanis continued to vomit blood. Damien spoke in a cold voice. Don't be so dramatic, you can heal your wounds with divine power. Damien avoided the heart while stabbing the blade in her chest. He couldn't kill Sanis right away because he had a lot of questions to ask. Sir Gamel, as Damien subdued Sanis, Dionysius rushed towards Gamel. Dionysius poured a potion into Gamel's mouth and healed him with divine power. Die, Dionysius. Fortunately, Gamel quickly regained consciousness. As soon as he regained his senses, Gamel stood up. He still looked very weak due to his injuries. Nevertheless, Gamel moved his legs and approached Damien. Dionysius tried to persuade him to rest, but he didn't listen. Thanks to you, I've been saved. I will definitely repay this favor. Gamel's voice was sincere. Damien shrugged. Sanis. Gamel looked down at Sanis. Sanis was in pain with the holy sword stuck in her chest. Because the sword was stuck in her chest, she couldn't properly use divine power. She couldn't even pull out because it was deeply embedded. All Sanis could do now was endure the pain and heal his wounds with divine power. Is whole blinding pain trying to betray us like this in the future? It's my decision. I prepared for this alone. It was different from the beginning. Since the plan had failed, she seemed intent on taking all the blame herself. It's useless to resist. If I take you to the church, the interrogators will do whatever it takes to make you confess. I already told the truth. How can I tell a different truth? Sanis said with a strange smile. And have you forgotten we blinding pain never open our mouths? Blinding pain, sect filled with madmen, even Damien labeled them as poisonous sect. As Sanis said, there had never been a story of someone who was from the blinding pain confessing or succumbing to torture. If you still want to take me, be my guest. Gamel turned to Damien and asked. Sir Damien, is it okay to kill Sanis here? The person who subdued Sanis was Damien. Damien had Sanis's life and death in his hands. You're not planning to take her to the church? At Damien's question, Gamel smiled bitterly and said, Sanis will obviously confess that she is the mastermind even if she goes to the church, and she will deny the charges on the blinding pain. A sect of the size of the blinding pain would be able to disguise the incident as Sanis's personal decision. And they will try to protect Sanis at all costs. They'll try to protect her like she'll have to pay for her sins through some form of military service, and then they'll see an opportunity to bring her back into the sect. Even if she's a second-grade paladin. Will they go that far? If it's blinding pain, they will. To them, Sanis is a noble saint who only practiced the will of God. If that happens, everything will go back to square one. In that case, it would be better to kill Sanis here. At least that way they could reduce the power of blinding pain. Do as you please. When Damien gave his permission, Gamel raised his spear. Gamel, please kill the dark mages of my share. Sanis smiled and said. Gamel silently struck down with his spear. Sanis faced death without even screaming. As soon as Gamel struck down with his spear, he collapsed to the ground. Dionysius supported Gamel. "Sir Gamel, you're too injured." "I'm fine. I'll be fine after a little rest." Damien thought differently from Gamel. Divine power wasn't omnipotent. No matter how much divine power was poured into severe injuries, they couldn't be healed. Gamel had suffered a fatal injury from Sanus. Even if he healed with divine power, he was not in a condition to fight. "Sir Damien, can I ask you a favor?" Gamel said to Damien. He looked at Gamel as if to say, "Speak. I hope you can save the others while I heal. That's something I should naturally do." Damien came here to prevent the total annihilation of the crusade. By stopping Sanus, he saved Gamel and Dionysius, but it wasn't enough. He could only say that the goal was achieved if more people were saved. "You are truly a chivalrous knight, and I can see why the incinerator continues to insist that you should become a paladin," Gamel said with a touched expression. From Damien's perspective, they were creepy words. Damien had no intention of becoming a paladin. "You're not a knight, you're a paladin." Whether Gamel knew Damien's inner thoughts or not, he looked at Damien with a fiery gaze. Damien was caught in a foreboding feeling. "Next time I'll have to be more careful of him." Damien added Gamel to the list of people he needed to be cautious of. At that moment, something was caught in Damien's senses. There was a huge amount of dark mana being emitted from a place deeper than where Damien was standing. In this dungeon, there was only one person who could emit such a huge amount of dark mana. Corpseplay, in his past life a follower of Darugo and a mass murderer who had killed countless humans. No, that was fine. The reason Damien was chasing after the Corpseplay now was simple. The Corpseplay had already made contact with Darugo. Maybe he even knew Darugo's whereabouts. That assumption made Damien's blood boil. The problem was that the place where he sensed the dark mana was too far away. In such a complex dungeon, it would take a long time to find the Corpseplay. "If I break the ground and make a straight line, but my mana is too low for that." His low mana always held Damien back. As Damien was thinking of a solution, he felt a huge power pulsating in his pocket. Damien put his hand in his pocket. The heart of a spirit was glowing like a lump of fire. "This is such a pure mana." "What the hell is this?" Gamel looked at the heart of the spirit with a surprised expression. The heart of the spirit, which had been stiff all along, had finally melted completely. By absorbing the heart of the spirit, Damien could increase his mana and dig a hole to where the Corpseplay was. Damien swallowed the heart of the spirit. The hot lump of fire went down his throat. As expected, the power of the spirit was amazing. The mana was pure without any impurities, yet it was abundant enough to overflow. What surprised Damien the most was the effect the power of the spirit had on his body. "My body is becoming more resistant to fire." Not only his skin but also his muscles and internal organs had changed. Now, ordinary flames couldn't hurt Damien. "I'm even developing new senses." Damien's vision had gained an additional sense. It was the ability to see the heat of living beings. No, saying he could see wasn't quite right, he was sensing it. He could feel the heat of the survivors on the other side of the wall, as well as Dionysius and Gamel right next to him. Damien expanded his senses. As a result, he could feel even more heat. Something satisfying. With pure mana, a body that could withstand fire, and a sense of feeling heat, Damien was satisfied. At that moment, something caught Damien's senses. Two heat signatures were detected right next to where the huge dark mana was felt. The heat emitted by the two people was incredibly strong. It was almost mistaken for a lump of fire. Agnes. Margata. Damien immediately saw through the identities of the two people. The heat emitted by the two people changed rapidly as if they were in battle. Gradually, the lump of fire, presumed to be Agnes, felt like it was being hit uncontrollably. Soon after, Agnes's flames noticeably weakened. "It's dangerous." At the sudden words, Dionysius and Gamel blinked. "Dangerous? What do you mean?" There was no time to explain. They had to go there immediately. If they tried to find a way, they wouldn't be able to arrive in time. They had to make a way. In Damien's sight, a large axe used by Sanus came into view. He raised the axe and sent mana into it. The blade of the axe was filled with aura. Just pouring aura into it wasn't enough. Damien recalled the perfect technique for this situation: crushing waves, an ability that could amplify the impact several times. After mastering this ability, Master Wallbreaker had been breaking down walls like glass. Damien swung the large axe towards the ground. The ground didn't just shatter, it turned into dust. Dionysius and Gamel were startled and screamed, but Damien didn't stop and struck with a second attack. Bang! With a loud noise, the ground shattered again. Damien didn't stop there and struck with a third attack. Every time he swung the axe, the ground noticeably lowered. Bang! A hole several meters deep was drilled, revealing a huge cave. "Damn, it's really deep." Damien brushed off the dirt on his clothes. He was covered in dirt from drilling through the ground. When he looked up, he saw familiar faces: Agnes and Margata and a frail-looking young man. He had a younger face than Damien remembered, but he recognized him right away. "You were here, you motherfucker." Corpseplay Delrunt Damien smiled as he looked at the prey he had finally met. Ooh, the Corpseplay who faced Damien had a face full of happiness. To think the material I was hoping for would appear in front of me like this. Can I be this happy? Damien smirked. The old Corpseplay he had seen in his past life was always lost in his own world. The young Corpseplay was no different. Don't kill him and don't damage his body. The Corpseplay raised his hand. The flesh golems looked at Damien. The flesh golems rushed towards Damien. Damien let go of the axe. Instead, he opened his spittle ring and pulled out the 1,000-mile sword. He remembered the time he fought the sword musician. The sword musician wasn't among the strongest masters. But when it came to dealing with a large number of enemies, he was more terrifying than anyone else. It was the same back then. With a flick of his sword, the sword musician caused an army of tens of thousands of undead to shatter into tiny pieces and vanish. Until now, he couldn't use that technique due to his low mana, but now it was different. By absorbing the heart of the spirit, Damien's mana had greatly increased. Now he could perfectly use that technique. He infused mana into 1,000-mile sword. The 1,000-mile sword vibrated on its own and began to emit a low hum. Dark blade fierce sound defeats the mountain. He flicked the hilt of the sword. The horde of flesh golems rushing towards Damien was torn to pieces in an instant. Chapter 69, The Hunt Part 1. The flesh golems crumbled into pieces of meat and fell apart. The ground was stained red with blood and flesh. Corpseplay looked at Damien with a face full of shock. Impressive. He began to clap. You destroyed my dolls in an instant. I've never seen such incredible skill. Corpseplay wasn't at all surprised by the sight of his dolls being destroyed. Such incredible talent, you will be the best material for my life. Material, Damien's mouth twisted. It was truly a disgusting word, especially from the perspective of Damien, who was turned into a death knight by Dorugo. Sir Damien. How did you get here? At that moment, Agnes spoke with great effort, raising her head. Run, please, that man is too dangerous. Corpseplay heard Agnes' voice with a very interested face. Are you two very close? Corpseplay flicked his finger. Kite pressed Agnes's head harder. Agnes groaned. His name is Damien. Well then, Damien, I want to ensure you are in the best possible condition when you become my material. So let's make a deal. If you wish to save this woman, surrender quietly. Sir Damien, no, run quickly. Corpseplay flicked his finger again. Kite's pressure became stronger. Agnes's groans grew louder. I'll tell you in advance. There's one more hostage. Would you like to see over there? Corpseplay pointed to the side. Margata was being held by the flesh golems. You're truly a piece of shit, Damien said with an uninteresting face, but it's fortunate. Because you're a trash that doesn't exceed expectations. Damien raised his head and shouted upwards. You two save Margata, I'll take care of Agnes. From the hole that Damien had opened, Gamel and Dionysius came down and moved quickly. Gamel threw a spear emanating chilling aura. A chilling aura froze all the flesh golems. Dionysius threw a spear next. The flying spear shattered the flesh golems into pieces. The remaining flesh golems tried to attack Dionysius and Gamel. At that moment, Margata, who was now free, summoned blue flames. The flaming fist exploded the flesh golems. As soon as she swung her fist, Margata collapsed, vomiting blood. Margata, Gamel supported Margata. It seemed that she was injured. Margata kept vomiting blood from her mouth. Don't touch my material, Corpseplay spat out in anger and tried to command the other flesh golems. At that moment, Damien swung his holy sword. The sword aura flew towards Corpseplay. Corpseplay shouted desperately. Kite, who was holding Agnes hostage, stepped in front of the Corpseplay. The aura hit Kite's body, but it disappeared without a single scratch. Kite. Secure the material, Kite pointed to Agnes, but it was already too late. Damien, as if he had anticipated Corpseplay's actions, had already arrived next to Agnes. Sir Damien. Agnes looked up at Damien with a surprised face. Even she, who had been raised to a higher level due to the holy stigma, couldn't keep up with Damien's movement because it was so fast and stealthy. Dionysius, I entrust Miss Agnes to you, Damien said to Dionysius. Dionysius quickly ran over and supported Agnes. I'll stop Corpseplay, the rest of you get out of here. Sir Damien, what are you talking about? Corpseplay is a dangerous opponent. I will fight with you. She is right. I will help too. Agnes and Dionysius did not simply follow Damien's words. Damien turned to the two. Damien's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. The two closed their mouths without realizing it. Go, there was an irresistible force in the short word. The two left without a word. I can't understand why you refuse to help. Do you think you can win alone? Corpseplay asked as if he found Damien's actions odd. What you broke were dolls I made for practice. The masterpieces I made with all my heart is different. Corpseplay flicked his finger. Then the flesh golems, which had been standing behind like mannequins, began to move. Each one emitted an enormous amount of dark mana. Calling rotten pieces of meat masterpieces, as always, Damien said with a disdainful face, during the Death Knight era. Damien had worked with the Corpseplay on numerous missions under Dorugo's command. He'd seen enough to know better. He'd seen firsthand what a disgusting piece of shit the corpseplay was. If he wanted to know how human emotions affected doll making, he would do all sorts of terrible things to the war prisoners. Once, he even killed a child in front of her mother, saying he wanted a corpse with maternal love. He repeated that act not once but thousands of times. "I'm so glad I get to kill you with my own hands." Unrestrained laughter intermittently burst out. "I don't know how happy I am to get a material like you." Corpseplay also smiled and raised his hand. The masterpiece's Corpseplay had put so much effort into creating rushes toward Damien. Mid-class dolls were focused solely on killing Damien. The fastest masterpiece to reach attacked Damien. It looked just like a human. But it had 4 thick arms like a pedestal behind it. The arms contracted like rubber, attempting to seize him. It was as if 4 massive snake-like arms were trying to coil around him. Damien narrowly avoided the hands trying to grab him. Then in a moment he pulled out his holy sword and swung it upwards. The sword's aura cut off all 4 hands at once. When the arms disappeared, Damien had a clear view. Before the masterpiece could react, Damien rushed towards it. He stabbed the holy sword into the masterpiece's body. The divine power destroyed the core. The masterpiece stopped moving, then other masterpieces attacked Damien. He avoided all the attacks like flowing water. While avoiding the attacks, Damien accurately stabbed the masterpieces' bodies with his sword. The deeply embedded sword destroyed the core. The masterpiece's function stopped immediately. "Stop. Back off," Corpseplay shouted desperately. The masterpieces that were rushing forward backed off, but it was a belated judgment. Already more than half of the masterpieces had been destroyed by Damien's sword and were lying on the ground. How could you, my dolls, my dolls?" Corpseplay's pupils shook greatly. Corpseplay shouted like a child. "This can't be. My masterpieces, made with all my heart, can't fall so easily, tell me. What did you do?" Corpseplay's talent was so great that even Darugo had to admit it. The dolls he created with that talent also showed great performance. When his talent was at its peak, he continued to mass-produce high-class dolls. But the high-class dolls created by Corpseplay had never won against real high-class opponents. The power of their bodies, the amount of dark mana they contained, and their bizarre features. Looking at those things alone, it was clear that they were of high class, but there was one thing missing, that was skill. Corpseplay was an expert in flesh golem making, not an expert in skills. If it were a high-class knight, he could easily see through the doll's movements. A fake that only looks good on the outside, that was Corpseplay's doll. From Damien's perspective, the dolls made by Corpseplay were nothing more than stiff wooden dolls. Such low-level attacks could be avoided even with closed eyes. "I can't accept this," Corpseplay, who was watching his beloved masterpieces being cut down, muttered in a low voice. "You're no longer needed. I won't use you as materials, just die." Corpseplay raised his hand. 2 dolls descended from the dark sailing. Surprisingly, the 2 dolls were floating in midair using dark magic. Adjustment isn't complete yet, but it can't be helped. The 2 dolls spread their hands. A magic circle made of dark magic appeared around them. Damien looked at the magic circle and recognized the level of the dark mages. Shockingly, the 2 dolls were manifesting high-level dark magic. "Kite, I'll need your help too." The doll that had been protecting Corpseplay stepped forward. Plates shaped like scales began to wrap around Kite's skin. In no time, Kite's whole body was wrapped in plates. Then 3 blades each appeared on his forearms and calves. Kite emitted dark mana. The mana emitted by Kite alone was much stronger than that of all the masterpieces combined. "Isn't it cool? Kite is the best masterpiece I've ever made. I prepared him to fight high-class opponents." Corpseplay's face relaxed. He already seemed to be sure of his victory. Corpseplay had the qualifications for that. 1 doll is his greatest masterpiece. 2 dolls were made by using the bodies of high-level dark mages. In addition, 5 other masterpieces that Corpseplay boasted about. It was a tremendous force. The reason the Crusade had been completely annihilated in their past life was not for nothing. Perhaps even if there had been no betrayal of blinding pain, they still would have been killed. "You're having a hard time controlling all your toys." Of course, from Damien's perspective, it was pathetic. With Damien's swordsmanship, he could sweep away Kite or anyone else, but Damien didn't have the peace of mind right now. He wanted to suppress Corpseplay as quickly as possible and ask about Darugo. He wanted to find out where that skull-faced bastard who ruined his life was, and then he wanted to smash that body into pieces. The desire for revenge burned within Damien. There's no other way. Damien removed the bracelet he was wearing on his wrist. The dark mana contained in the bracelet was released. Chapter 70, The Hunt Part 2. The dark mana released by the bracelet spread in all directions and the entire area was filled with it. The member of the Crusade has dark mana. Even Corpseplay couldn't help but be shaken by the sight. Damien was not an ordinary knight but a helper of the church. Such a person has dark mana stored. Moreover, the amount of dark mana was extremely high. It was as much as 3 high-level dark mages combined. What was truly surprising was not just the quantity of dark mana, but the fact that Damien was able to control such a vast amount of dark mana all by himself. Dark mana is usually gained through negative things like death and pain. Since it could easily disperse with a slight mistake, it was much more difficult to handle than ordinary mana. However, Damien was controlling all that vast amount of dark mana. What's your identity? For the first time, fear was felt in Corpseplay's voice. My identity. You don't need to know, trash like you. Damien began to use the dark mana. The dark mana intertwined with each other and began to form a magic circle and an incantation. He even uses dark magic. Not only dark mages use dark magic. There were also demons, bizarre monsters, and even some mages who were not dark mages who could use dark magic, although they were rare. The Corpseplay naturally thought that Damien was a swordsman who used dark magic, but that was a mistake. Damien was more than that. He was a dark mage himself. He was even implementing a magic circle and an incantation with dark magic at the same time. It meant that he did not learn dark magic superficially. This crazy, Corpseplay broke out in a cold sweat. Moreover, since it was the first time the Corpseplay had seen a magic circle and an incantation together at the same time, he could not know what Damien was preparing with dark magic. But he could instinctively feel that it was extremely dangerous. Block him from completing the dark magic. The masterpieces rushed towards Damien. Generally, the most dangerous situation for a mage is when they are preparing a large-scale magic. This is because they cannot move because they are controlling their magic, and that was no exception for dark mages. Even if Damien was a great knight, he could not fight with dolls while preparing dark magic. The judgment of the Corpseplay was shattered the next moment. Damien moved his left hand. The dark mana in the air gathered and created countless spears. Creating a spear itself was a simple dark magic. But the other dark magics attached to the spear were different. 3 types of top-class curses, decay, corrosion, and collapse, were attached to the spear blade. The air behind the spear began to compress. All this dark magic was completed in the blink of an eye. Multiple projectiles, a trick that even the highest-level dark mages above the high-level dark mage could not easily do. The moment Corpseplay recognized the level of dark magic, spears were shot toward the dolls. The compressed air exploded and pushed the spear. The spears pierced the dolls. With a roar, the dolls pierced by the spear became a mess. Their whole bodies were shattered and could not move. Even the dolls that were in good shape were destroyed in an instant because of the curses attached to the spear blade. Attack! Hurry up and stop Damien! The Corpseplay shouted evilly. The dolls made by bodies of dark mages had just unleashed their finished dark magic. The 2 dolls were originally from the Doom sect. Dark mages from the Doom sect are famous for using the most destructive dark magics among all practitioners of dark magic. Demon's Breath, a dark magic that turns everything within a certain range into dust. As the dark mana gathered in the air, it rotated fiercely and created a sphere. It looked like a storm had been compressed. The 2 dark magic dolls sent the sphere towards Damien. At the moment the sphere was about to collide with Damien, he raised his hand. A runic symbol began to shine on the back of his hand. Instantly, the sphere formed by high-level dark magic disintegrated and the dark mana scattered in all directions. Damien had dismantled all the dark magic coming towards him. The Corpseplay thought he was dreaming. Otherwise, such a thing would not have happened. Even though they had been transformed into dolls and had lost most of their skills, they were still high-level dark mages. To dismantle the dark magic that high-level dark mages had carefully prepared so easily. Not only that, but he could also move while controlling the dark mana. That's why the world is so interesting. The Corpseplay was grateful, to himself who continued to look for excellent materials. To himself who continued to hone his doll-making skills. Thus to himself who finally completed the masterpiece called Kite. Kite, it's your turn, finish it. Suddenly, Kite had moved towards the ceiling. Kite clung to the ceiling like a lizard, while simultaneously swinging the blade of his elbow downwards towards Damien. It was the moment when a thunderbolt-like blow was about to hit Damien's forehead. Damien flicked his finger. Shadows surged and a large shield was created. The blade was blocked by the shield. Kite put strength into his arm, but it was useless. The next moment, the surface of the shield rumbled and an identical blade emerged just like Kite's. The blade cut Kite's body. Kite's body was thrown far away. Shadow Shield, the dark magic Damien used, had a unique ability. After defending its caster from an attack, it could reflect an identical attack back toward the original attacker. It was a dark magic that was so difficult that even high-level dark mages required a high level of concentration, but Damien used it in an instant. It's impressive, but you can't stop Kite with that level of dark magic. Kite, who had been thrown far away, got up without any problems. However, the steel plates that protected his torso fell off. Damien cast dark magic again. Countless dark spears were created in the air. The combination magic that destroyed the dolls in an instant was shot. Dark mana began to gather on the blade of Kite's forearm. The blade, which absorbed the dark mana, turned red. When Kite swung the blade, an intangible blade was released. Several blades all cut through the dark spears. Aura. Surprisingly, the doll named Kite was using a skill that was only used by knights. How is it? This is my masterpiece. Even though it was in the middle of a battle, the corpseplay felt proud, a flesh golem that could use aura. It was a function worthy of a masterpiece. Kite, kill him. As soon as the order was given, Kite rushed towards Damien. Help the Kite, the corpseplay ordered the Dark Mage dolls. The Dark Mage dolls flew towards Damien. The Dark Mage dolls attacked Damien with dark magic. The dark magic of the Doom sect poured down on Damien, but none of them reached Damien. It was because they turned into dark mana and disappeared as soon as they got close to Damien. But it was enough to attract Damien's attention. While the Dark Mages were attacking, Kite approached him. Kite took a stance and swung his blade. A huge aura flew towards Damien. The corpseplay was sure of victory. Aura was the strongest weapon humanity possessed. No creature's body could entirely block aura. Neither the tough hide of an ogre nor the formidable teeth of a drake could withstand the force of aura. And that was no exception for dark magic. No matter how strong a shield you made with dark magic, it was just a piece of paper in front of aura. At that moment, the magic circle that was cast by Damien and had been spread out above his head was completed. His shadow burst into flames and covered the entire floor of the cave. Then chains sprang out of the shadow and shattered the blade of aura into pieces. What is that? As the corpseplay let out a startled cry, a cluster of chains suddenly erupted from beneath Kite's feet. They pierced through Kite's body and were pinned to the ceiling. The steel plates surrounding Kite's body did not stop the chains at all. Next, even the Dark Mage dolls were pierced by the chains. Cough, the corpseplay was no exception. Chains sprouting from the ground pierced his abdomen, chest, and limbs. Move, move, the corpseplay shouted at the dolls. Although the dolls heard the owner's command, they did not move a finger. Chains of darkness. One of the ancient dark magics that Archlich kept to himself. It summons chains that block the movement of everything within range. Anyone pierced by the chains cannot move, and all powers such as mana and divine power are sealed. Damien, who are you? How you can cast such dark magic? The corpseplay shouted at Damien. He took a step towards the corpseplay. As Damien approached, the corpseplay's face grew increasingly pale with each step he took. A look of sheer terror began to spread across his face. Delrunt the corpseplay, Damien opened his mouth. For a moment the corpseplay wondered if he had ever revealed his name. Where is Darugo? However, the question was promptly overshadowed by the following words. How do you know his existence? Archlich Darugo. He was a savior who taught and set goals for Yulan when they were just a group of ordinary dark mages. Darugo thoroughly concealed his identity. Only a tiny fraction of dark mages knew that he even existed. Eventually, one hypothesis came to the corpseplay's mind. Could it be, are you also a person who received teachings from him? If Damien was a Covenanter, everything made sense. Even the swordsmanship skill at the mid-class level and the dark magic skill beyond the highest rank. Yes, a dark mage of this level is rare, but if you're a Covenanter, why did you attack me? The corpseplay's face was filled with confusion. I am also a Covenanter like you. A comrade who promised to bring the era of dark mages with Darugo on the day of the promised. Damien flicked his finger. Another chain sprang out and pierced his body. Ah! The corpseplay screamed in pain. He bowed his head in agony and gasped for breath. Answer me, where is Darugo? Ha-ha-hee-hee. The corpseplay let out a strange laughter. Why, Covenanter like you betrayed him? I don't know, but I don't think I'll tell you even if I do. If not, I'll kill you and ask your soul. Ha-ha. That's right, if you're also a dark mage, you should do that. But you see, my soul is already sealed. Corpseplay's words made Damien's eyebrows twitch. I've sealed my soul so that I can't reveal anything about him. If you ask me about him, my soul will be destroyed. Damien stared at the corpseplay. Eventually, he licked his lips briefly. Really crazy motherfucker, sealing his own soul. Now do you understand? You can't find out anything from me, the corpseplay shouted loudly. Damien calmly looked at the corpseplay and said, then I'll just have to kill you. Even though death was imminent, there was no fear on the corpseplay's face. Instead, it was filled with joy, being able to die for him. It was truly the best situation. You're going to die anyway, let the deceased have their revenge. But the following words made the corpseplay unable to help but be confused. The dead, what are you talking about? Damien raised his finger high. Then the remaining dark mana began to react. The dark mana formed a symbol in the air. Soon, strange sounds began to burst out. At number %. At number %, it was an incomprehensible sound for humans. Just hearing it made them shiver with cold and goosebumps. Can you hear it? It's the voices of the dead who hate you. Nonsense. There are no dead here. A dark mage like you couldn't see it. You're no different from a blind man. Damien hadn't witnessed the resentment of the dead on Corpseplay, but he could still sense it. The grudges of the deceased surrounded him. Their numbers were in the thousands, but the dark mana of the Corpseplay was too strong to have any effect on him. But now it was different. Damien was directly lending his strength to the dead. No matter how you think about it, this method will bring the most terrible pain. The pupils of the Corpseplay widened. He tried to bite its tongue, but the chains that pierced his body did not allow it. No, don't. Just kill me, the Corpseplay pleaded with Damien. As a dark mage, he knew too well what the dead could do to someone they held a grudge against. Please, just kill me. Thousands of vengeful spirits entered the Corpseplay's body by chains. A scream full of despair and pain burst from the Corpseplay's mouth. Chapter 71, The Cleanup Part 1, Spiritual Space. Thousands of spirits surrounded the Corpseplay. Don't come any closer, don't touch me. The soul of the Corpseplay, a high-level dark mage, was huge. The spirits were unable to approach due to the momentum of the Corpseplay, but it was just for a moment. The spirits who seized the opportunity swarmed like fish in water and surrounded the soul of the Corpseplay. Stop, don't do it. The spirits were too weak and small, but Corpseplay's spirit was large enough for them all to cling to. Thousands of spirits began to tear apart the soul of the Corpseplay at the same time. The pain of the soul being torn apart was several times more painful than the whole body being torn apart. It was already long past the limit of pain that a person could endure. Please, stop, please kill me, stop the pain. The Corpseplay begged them earnestly. But spirits only laughed and started to tear it apart as they had deep resentment against him. The spirits had no intention of easily destroying the soul of the Corpseplay. They intended to continue to suffer. This is a spiritual space. The concept of time was very different from reality here. In this place, the Corpseplay suffered for what felt like an eternity. Damien silently watched Corpseplay's soul being tormented by the dead. Corpseplay screamed for a while before finally closing his eyes and stopping breathing. Only after confirming the death of the Corpseplay did Damien release the dark magic. The chains that sprang from the ground were all scattered. The dolls that were bound in chains of darkness were also released. But the dolls just stayed still like corpses and didn't move anymore. With the death of Corpseplay, the person responsible for issuing orders to them, all functions came to a stop. The disposal of the flesh golems should be left to the church. It was a win-win situation. Damien could raise his reputation within the church, while the church could conduct research on the flesh golems. Next, Damien began to gather the dark mana in the cave. All the dark mana originally possessed by Damien, the dark mana released when the flesh golems were destroyed, and the dark magna of the Corpseplay were all sucked into the bracelet. Now its capacity is almost full. Although a considerable amount of dark mana was consumed in the battle, he obtained more dark mana than that. The capacity of the bracelet, which he thought was endless like a bottomless pit, was mostly filled. It would be nice to get another similar artifact. Damien also knew that it was impossible. He had never seen such an artifact in his past life. It was impossible to get such a rare artifact again. Then Damien found a hole in the opposite wall. It was a cave that was well made so that people could come and go. Out of curiosity, Damien headed for the cave. As he went in, a terrible sight caught his eye. Dissections of various creatures were scattered everywhere and various organs were stored in reagents. On one side, half-made flesh golems were laid out. It was a Corpseplay's research lab. He looked around the lab, wondering if there was anything useful. There were many things, but most of them were used to make flesh golems. There was nothing that Damien could take. Suddenly, Damien found a map attached to the wall. Looking at the map, Damien recalled that it was a familiar place. It was where Yulan's secret warehouse was. It was a place he had seen through the memories of Yulan's leader and vice-leader last time. He had planned to visit once but had completely forgotten about it. He thought he should go and see it this time, so he took the map with him. Damien went deeper into the cave, then a large mirror appeared. It was a very large mirror reaching up to the ceiling. The moment he saw the mirror, Damien felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It was inevitable. This was a magical tool made by Dourgo for communication with his subordinates. I can't believe he had this. With this magical tool, he could see Dorugo's face and talk to him directly. His heart began to beat faster. Damien reached out to the mirror, but soon his face was filled with disappointment. He's been out of touch for a long time. After investigating the magical tool, Damien realized that although the Corpseplay had requested contact many times, there had never been a response from Dorugo's side. The Corpseplay was someone Dorugo considered important enough to appoint as a Legion commander, but Dorugo stopped contacting him. The first hypothesis that came to mind was that Dorugo felt a crisis due to Yulan's downfall and cut off contact. As a result of Damien's active actions, Yulan had fallen too quickly compared to his past life. Dorugo might have thought that Yulan was hopeless and cut off contact. No, that's not it. Dorugo wouldn't give up the Corpseplay for that reason. The corpseplay imposed restrictions on itself to avoid revealing Darugo's identity. Darugo was not the kind of person to just abandon a loyal pawn like that. He was someone who would use them to the end and then discard them when they became irreparable. Or is he researching something? Since Darugo was a dark mage by birth, he had a tendency to block external contact and lock himself in the lab when he had something to research. Maybe that's why they haven't been in touch for so long. That's much more likely. Damien licked his lips with regret. Once Darugo locked himself in the lab, he didn't come out for at least a year. Placing his hopes on this mirror was useless. Damien turned his back on the mirror and headed deeper into the lab. There, he found something strange again. It was a small human tied up in chains. It had a neutral appearance that made it impossible to tell its gender. A person? At first, Damien thought it was a person. Unlike the flesh golems, it didn't have any stitches on its body, but it was too bizarre to call it a human. After examining it closely, Damien realized that it was not a human but a flesh golem. It's strange, a flesh golem that looks exactly like a human. The masterpiece flesh golems created by the corpseplay were sometimes similar in shape to humans, but it was easy for anyone to recognize them as flesh golems. Stitches all over the body, different skin colors, and an appearance that didn't match anywhere. Above all, the fact that they turned into monsters when their true nature was revealed was the reason. However, this flesh golem was so similar to a human that Damien briefly mistook it for one. As Damien examined the flesh golem, he discovered a magic circle drawn on the floor that blocked dark mana. The magic circle was designed to be able to activate and deactivate. It seems that this orb can deactivate it. Damien grabbed the orb attached to the wall. When he sent dark mana into the orb, the magic circle stopped working. As the magic circle was deactivated, the eyes of the flesh golem flashed open. Immediately, the flesh golem rushed towards Damien, but it couldn't touch Damien because its hands and feet were tightly shackled by chains. Every time the flesh golem twisted its body, the entire lab shook. Without using dark magic, it was shaking the lab purely with its monstrous strength. Number percent at dollar number percent at. A scream burst from the mouth of the flesh golem. It was a cry filled with pure hatred and resentment. It's strange, a flesh golem that has awakened its ego. Flesh golems are created using the bodies of living beings. Therefore, it was inevitable that the consciousness of the creatures used as materials would be mixed in. This wasn't a big problem in itself, but occasionally a self would emerge from the tangled consciousness. This flesh golem was such a case. Moreover, it's a flesh golem that hates dark mages. The emotion that the flesh golem had awakened was hatred. In a way, it was natural. The consciousness that gave birth to this flesh golem was mixed with the resentment of the people who were victims of corpseplay. The reason the corpseplay tied up this golem was probably because he couldn't control the hatred of the flesh golem. Percent at number at dollar. The flesh golem went on a rampage even more fiercely. The flesh on its wrists was torn apart by the chains. But the next moment the torn flesh began to regenerate in an instant. Damien's eyes widened. The flesh golem was already an undead creature made by connecting dead bodies. He had never heard of an undead creature with regenerative abilities. Is it because this regeneration ability caused the stitches to disappear? Not only was it a formidable force to be reckoned with, but it also had this kind of regeneration ability. It was a flesh golem that was so terrifyingly powerful. I guess he couldn't get rid of its hatred after all. In my past life, he never used a flesh golem with this kind of performance. Perhaps it was ultimately disposed of because he couldn't find a way to erase the hatred. At number at percent at number dollar, the flesh golem exerted all its strength to tear Damien apart. Perhaps it was because of the traces of dark mana felt from Damien. When you use dark magic, dark mana is consumed. At this time, the remnants are left on the soul or body. The weaker the dark mage, the stronger the remnants are left. If it were Damien, there would be no remnants. Even if there were, they would disappear cleanly after a little time. The flesh golem detects the faint remnants and causes a ruckus. I use dark magic, but I'm not a dark mage. The flesh golem stopped at those words. At number at, the flesh golem roared as if to say not to talk nonsense. I've never dug up a grave to get dark magic, nor have I tormented a human soul. You should know my words are true. If Damien had done such a thing, he would have been followed by the resentment of the dead who hated him. This flesh golem was born from the consciousness of the dead who hated dark mages, so it was impossible not to feel resentment. The flesh golem fell silent. It seemed to acknowledge Damien's words as true. More than anything, I hate dark mages. I killed the corpseplay that made you like this. At that, the eyes of the flesh golem widened. It glared at Damien as if to say not to talk nonsense. If you don't believe me, ask the dead. Since you were born from the consciousness of the dead, you should be able to hear the voices of the dead. The flesh golem remained silent for a while. Eventually, the eyes of the flesh golem widened. Kaya, instead of a scream, a fox-like cry came out. Damien nodded at the question of whether he really killed them. Yes, I killed the corpseplay. To be precise, the dead killed them. The flesh golem sank to the floor. Since the target of hatred had disappeared, it had lost its reason for action. So go ahead and rest in peace. Damien took out the holy sword to break the core of the flesh golem. At the moment when he tried to pierce the core of the flesh golem with the holy sword, the flesh golem grabbed the holy sword. The divine power of the holy sword began to burn the flesh of the flesh golem. Nevertheless, the flesh golem did not let go. Why are you resisting? Damien asked as if he couldn't understand. It may sound cruel, but you are undead. You shouldn't stay in this world anymore. At Damien's question, the eyes of the flesh golem turned fierce again. It wasn't directed at Damien, it was directed at the dark mage. The target of this flesh golem's hatred was not just the corpseplay, it was the dark mages. Do you want to stay in this world to kill the dark mages? The flesh golem nodded. Damien was lost in thought. If this flesh golem had this level of performance, it would be a great help to Damien. But Damien had been turned into a death knight and used by Dorugo in his past life. But if he used this flesh golem, that would be no different from Dorugo. Kaya, Kaya, the flesh golem made a sharp cry. It seemed to be saying not to hesitate. Upon reconsideration, in the case of Dorugo, one could view it as a forced master-slave relationship, but this is a cooperative or transactional relationship for mutual purposes. Their goals are somewhat aligned, and this flesh golem is also refusing to face true death until it releases its resentment. After a long deliberation, Damien swung the holy sword. The chains that bound the flesh golem were all cut off. Let's treat each other well. Damien extended his hand. The flesh golem tilted its head. It seemed to be asking what the meaning of this action was. Damien realized that he had overlooked the flesh golem's situation. Now that it had just developed a consciousness, it was natural that it didn't know what a handshake was. Damien shook hands with the flesh golem. The flesh golem's pupils dilated. But how do I take you with me? The surroundings of the dungeon were now filled with members of the crusade. In such a situation, if Damien took an undead outside, Kaya. Kaya, the flesh golem headed somewhere. After rummaging through the lab, it brought something to Damien. It was a leather travel bag. It was very old and the leather was a deep color. What's this? The flesh golem opened the bag. The insides of the bag were full of darkness. Kaya, as the flesh golem stepped into it and suddenly sucked into the bag. Oh, Damien immediately took the bag. He soon understood what kind of magic was cast on the bag. It's a spatial magic tool made to transport the undead. Unlike the spatial ring that Damien had, it could only store the undead. Rather than being restricted in terms of type, it boasted a considerable capacity, capable of accommodating hundreds of flesh golems with ease. Not only that, this bag could be put into another subspace. Originally, spatial magic repelled each other, so it was impossible to store a space in another space. This bag could only store the undead, but it only stores high-quality undead like Corpseplay's masterpieces. Thanks to this, the flesh golem has not been caught by the church so far. Damien opened the bag again. The flesh golem popped out of the darkness. Kaya, the flesh golem made a proud expression. Damien said as if impressed. Did you remember seeing the Corpseplay using the bag? You're smart. Kaya, the flesh golem nodded its head with a proud face. Suddenly, Damien confirmed that there was writing on the flesh golem's leash. 9. As Damien said that name, the flesh golem's expression crumpled. The flesh golem grabbed the leash and tore it off, then threw it to the ground, and flesh golem stomped on it several times. It seemed that it was disgusting because it was a name made by the Corpseplay. You need a new name. At Damien's words, the flesh golem's expression swelled with anticipation. After much thought, Damien said, Mia. The name seemed to please the flesh golem as it nodded its head. From today, you're Mia. Let's kill all the dark mages together. Mia nodded its head at Damien's words. Chapter 72, The Cleanup Part 2. After obtaining Mia, the first thing Damien did was to remove the traces. It was good to defeat the Corpseplay with dark magic, but there were too many traces left. It was clear that it would be a lot of trouble if seen by the church. First, Damien gathered all the flesh golems in one place. The flesh golems pierced by the spear made of dark magic were rotting due to the curse. First, he burned all the flesh golems and then used dark magic to cause explosions in various parts of the cave. If the church asked about the low number of flesh golems, he planned to say that the Corpseplay had caused them to self-destruct. Next, Damien uses aura in the form of spears and pierced holes in various parts of the cave. There were traces of piercing left on the bodies of flesh golems, including the Corpseplay by the chains of darkness. It was a trick to hide it. If asked about the wound in the church, he planned to say that it was a wound caused by this technique. After adding a few more tricks and marks, he went outside. Inside the cave, Agnes, who had taken refuge in a safe place, first healed Margata. The wound on her abdomen was already serious, but it became even worse due to the rush during the escape. Not only the skin and muscles of the abdomen were completely crushed, but also all the internal organs were destroyed. After sprinkling a healing potion on Margada's wound, Agnes used her divine power to heal the wound. After receiving the holy stigma, Agnes's divine power increased significantly in both quantity and quality. Thanks to this, even wounds as severe as Margada's could be treated. Agnes, thank you, Margada said with a relieved face. Agnes let out a sigh of relief. Margada, are you okay? Gamel asked in an urgent tone. Margada smiled and said, Gamel, you look really funny right now, even though someone is worried. Seeing you saying such foolish things makes it seem like you're okay. Gamel's expression softened. Seeing that Margada was safe, Gamel felt relieved. Miss, please have this. Dionysius handed Agnes water and food. Agnes expressed her gratitude and ate the food. Meanwhile, she continued to look somewhere. It was towards the area where the corpseplay was. Miss, is corpseplay bothering you? At Dionysius's question, Agnes shook her head. I was thinking about Damien instead of the corpseplay. As soon as Damien's name was mentioned, Dionysius's expression darkened. Miss, don't worry too much. If it's Sir Damien, he will be fine. Even if it's a corpseplay, it's difficult to deal with a knight of the middle class, Dionysius said in a strong tone. Margada has also recovered, so let's go help Sir Damien quickly. Dionysius clenched his fist and shouted. But there was not a single person who supported his words. Did I make a mistake? Dionysius asked in a puzzled voice. Then Gamel let out a deep sigh and said, Dionysius, Sir Damien might have died by now. What? But you need not voice it. Sir Damien is a middle-class knight and may very well be on the cusp of ascending to the ranks of the high class. Gamel had seen Damien fight. His skills were by no means that of an ordinary knight of the middle class, the end of the middle class. It was clear that he was on the verge of reaching the level of a high-class knight. But the corpseplay. The power that Guy prepared was not something that Sir Damien alone could handle. Dionysius's encounter with the corpseplay was extremely short. Therefore, he did not realize how fearful the corpseplay was. But Gamel, a second-grade paladin, was different. The moment he faced the corpseplay, he realized it immediately. The huge amount of dark mana that the corpseplay and the flesh golems possessed. The corpseplay. Even if we get involved, we can't guarantee victory. There's no way. Sir Gamel, you and Lady Margada are second-grade paladins. Miss Agnes also obtained holy stigma. The four of us have suffered severe injuries and have also consumed a lot of divine power. Especially Margada, it's amazing that she's still alive. There was a limit to the injuries that could be healed with divine power. The more severe the injury, the less perfect it could be healed. Even if it seemed completely healed on the outside, if it moved even slightly violently, the wound would open again. That was the case with Margada and Gamel. Right now, the two of them were not in a situation where they could fight properly. Sir Damien probably knew that fact well, so he probably stayed behind and evacuated us. Gamel clenched his fist. His frustration was evident. Darn it, to be saved by Sir Damien and not be able to do anything to help him. Margada grabbed Gamel's hand tightly. But Gamel's expression did not loosen. I agree with Gamel's words. We need to quickly leave the dungeon and inform the church about the corpseplay. If we leave the corpseplay alone like this, he will be a big problem in the future. Margada looked at her companions and said, We can't waste the time that Sir Damien bought for us. The group was enveloped in a heavy silence. Then a presence was felt in the darkness. The group stood up and stared into the darkness. Someone walked out of the darkness. At the sight of that someone, Agnes couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Damien, the appearance of someone they thought was dead, shocked not only Agnes but also the other three. Oh, I found you. Fortunately, you didn't go far. As Damien approached, the four of them stepped back. Is it really Sir Damien? Could it be that the corpseplay killed Damien and now they're being deceived by that corpse? Instead of answering, Damien drew his holy sword. The holy power of the sword flowed into Damien's body. No undead in this world could absorb divine power and remain unscathed. It meant that it was not a joke of the corpseplay but Damien himself. Damien, Agnes rushed forward and hugged Damien's neck. Damien looked at Agnes with a surprised expression. Agnes hugged Damien tightly, not knowing anything. How on earth are you alive? It's unbelievable. Did you escape from the corpseplay? Damien, I believed in you. The other three also approached Damien in surprise. Only then did Agnes let go of Damien and ask, What happened to the corpseplay? In response to Agnes's question, Damien pointed to the back. Go and see for yourself. When the group arrived at the place where the corpseplay was and were at a loss for words. The corpseplay was dead, riddled with holes all over its body. Wow, the corpseplay is dead. Sir Damien killed the corpseplay, Dionysius shouted with joy, looking at Margada and Gamel. Unbelievable, this is. Margada and Gamel were shocked. They had felt endless despair from the corpseplay. They had thought they couldn't win no matter what they did. The corpseplay, which had been like that, was now a pitiful corpse lying on the ground. Damien, how did you kill the corpseplay? It would have been difficult to deal with just the flesh golems. So I dealt with the flesh golems first, then aimed for the corpseplay. Margata could only laugh bitterly. The vulnerability of a dark mage who employs undead in battle lies in the mage's own frailty and susceptibility. Margata knew that fact, but knowing and executing were worlds apart. The corpseplay was too difficult to approach because he was thoroughly protected by the flesh golems. Amazing, truly amazing, but they had no choice but to believe. The evidence was right in front of them. Agnes had been staring at the corpse of the corpseplay since they entered this place. There was intense fear in the face of the corpseplay, as if he had seen something before he died. The enemy they had harbored so much animosity towards was now dead. Amidst the relief, however, was a sense of regret for not being able to take the revenge themselves, accompanied by a myriad of other emotions. How did the corpseplay die? He writhed in agony, pleading for his life, only to fall silent as his breath ceased. It was a gruesome death. Even this madman is afraid of death. Agnes sighed heavily. Where is my brother? No, where are the flesh golems that the corpseplay was controlling? Damien pointed somewhere. The remaining flesh golems were neatly gathered in one place. Agnes walked over there. Among the flesh golems, she saw her brother's face. Agnes stared at the flesh golem as if she were nailed to the spot. Agnes. Margata looked at Agnes with a worried expression. I'm fine, Agnes said in a calm voice. That's not my brother. My brother died a long time ago. That's just an undead made using my brother's body. Contrary to her words, she couldn't take her eyes off her brother's face. Damien, what are you going to do with those flesh golems? Margata asked Damien. Damien had defeated the corpseplay alone. He had the right to dispose of everything here. I plan to leave them all to the church. Damien didn't have much to gain from the remaining flesh golems. There was a good chance they would just be an unnecessary burden, and since it was a matter involving the church, it was better to leave it to them. In fact, he thought it would be better to give anything to the church to curry favor with them. Agnes, the church will analyze these flesh golems thoroughly. They'll probably dissect them muscle by muscle. Dark mages with talents like the corpseplay were rare. Analyzing these flesh golems would be a great help when dealing with other flesh golems in the future. After that, the flesh golems will probably be preserved forever within the church. Agnes looked back at Margata. Her pupils were shaking slightly. But at this moment, we are the only ones present here. If one or two flesh golems disappear, no one will know. Doesn't everyone think that way? Margata looked at the group. Everyone nodded. Agnes, do as you wish. At Margata's words, Agnes slowly embraced her brother's flesh golem with both hands. A blue flame rose from Agnes's body. The blue flame began to burn the flesh golem. Agnes didn't let go until the flesh golem was completely reduced to ashes. After that, they continued to search around the dungeon and rescued the survivors. More than half of the soldiers died, and even the paladins suffered heavy casualties. Still, it's much better than the previous life. In the previous life, the crusade was annihilated. The corpseplay survived and rose in power. But this time was different. More than half of the crusade survived and the corpseplay died. The greatest gain is that Agnes managed to survive. Agnes obtained the holy stigma. It meant that she was a talent favored by the god. Therefore, paladins with holy stigma had all reached the master class. I gained quite a lot too. First, I got the flesh golem Mia, and I even got a magic tool that could store undead. After clearing the dungeon, they sent a messenger to the church to report the situation. The church was also eagerly awaiting the results of the crusade. Not long after sending the messenger, the church sent an investigation team. What on earth is this? They set up such a trap inside the mountain. The investigation team was shocked as soon as they entered the dungeon. After digging through the inside of the mountain, there was a trap that would cause the crusade to fall. No one in their right mind could have come up with such a trap, let alone executed it. Is this the flesh golem? It's surprisingly well made and detailed. I know the corpseplay as a high-level dark mage. Is it possible to create such high-quality flesh golems at the level of a high-ranking dark mage? Then the investigation team couldn't help but be amazed at the flesh golems. Are you Damien? A middle-aged man in a monk's robe looked at Damien. I am Borromeo, who has been appointed as the leader of overall investigation team. Nice to meet you. I am Damien Haksen. Damien shook hands with Borromeo. I have a few questions. According to the report, it is estimated that there are many more flesh golems than the number of flesh golems present here. But when I arrived, it seemed that the number was insufficient. Some of them were self-destructed by the corpseplay. Those pits over there are the traces. Damien pointed to the deep pits. The members of the investigation team looked down at the pits and were amazed again. Wow, this is not a normal scale. To avoid an explosion of this size in the middle of a battle, Borromeo coughed. The members of the investigation team shut their mouths. I saw the report that you were hiding your original abilities. Why is that? There's no great reason. I just thought people would be annoying if they knew I was a middle class. Damien shrugged and said. With that, Borromeo recalled the information about Damien. He rose to the low class shortly after practicing the sword. For that alone, people praised him, calling him a genius. In the meantime, if it is revealed that he is not a low class but a middle class, the whole world would be turned upside down. Last question. It is written in the report that you killed the corpseplay killed alone. How on earth was that possible? I killed the corpseplay by taking advantage of the gaps while dealing with the flesh golems. You killed him by all yourself. Damien unsheathed his holy sword and swung it with force, causing the aura to shot like spears, puncturing dozens of holes in the wall. Like this, both Borromeo and the investigation team lost their words and stared at the wall. Damien had used it casually, but the speed, range, and power of the technique were extraordinary. The wounds on the corpseplay's body are the same. It seems that the mystery is solved now. Borromeo took a deep breath and exhaled. Thank you, Sir Damien, for helping the crusade to kill the corpseplay and for helping and saving the precious talents of the church. Thank you very much. Especially Agnes, a third-grade knight who participated in this crusade, received a holy stigma. A paladin with a holy stigma without exception reached the level of a master, so the church almost lost its future master class. The church has owed you an unimaginable debt. We promise to repay you properly. It was the moment Damien had been waiting for. However, Borromeo went beyond simply promising repayment and showed even greater favor. If you have anything else you want separately, please let me know. I'll try my best to accommodate you as much as possible. At Borromeo's words, Damien hesitated for a moment. In fact, Damien had always had a reward in mind. But it was questionable whether the church would accept it. Please allow me to choose items directly from the church's treasury. Borromeo's pupils widened at Damien's request. Treasury. It was a place where treasures collected from all over the continent since the establishment of the church were piled up. Due to its importance and symbolism, even a first-grade paladin of the church could not use it casually. Treasury. Treasury, it's truly a difficult request. Borromeo closed his eyes tightly and fell into thought. The Holiness has entrusted me with all the negotiations for this incident. So I can answer you here. Borromeo spoke with an unwavering voice. I will grant your request. I hope you will visit the church in the near future. Chapter 73, The Treasure Hunt Part 1. Since the investigation team has arrived at the dungeon from the church, there is no need for Damien to remain any longer. Damien told his intention to return to his family to Agnes. Are you really leaving already? Agnes asked Damien with a disappointed face. A celebration to commemorate the victory is being prepared. If you could stay until then. I left without my father's permission, so I have to return as soon as possible. At Damien's words, Agnes let out a short sigh. Then please contact me when you visit the church. I want to personally guide you. Damien had the opportunity to enter the church's headquarters thanks to the meritorious service he performed this time. Agnes seemed to want to guide Damien personally. I understand. You must do that, Agnes said while squeezing Damien's hand tightly. Under immense pressure, Damien had no choice but to say he understood several times. Sir Damien, I am sincerely grateful for the time we shared. Next, Damien came face to face with Dionysius. Dionysius's eyes gleamed brightly. Sir Damien, I'll never forget you. You are a very great person. You said you would never forget the grudge between us. At that time. I didn't know anything. Dionysius scratched the back of his head. Damien chuckled. Do your best. You have the potential too, Damien said while patting Dionysius's shoulder. Dionysius's pupils shook at those words. Really? Really. I have a good eye for people. Those were not mere empty words, but rather genuine ones. Dionysius's talent was quite remarkable. It was a talent that could rise to the level of a first-grade paladin, not only Dionysius. Margada and Gamel were also rare talents. The main reason why the church was weak in the previous life was because of the complete destruction of the crusade, which had many rare talents. Okay, I'll do my best, Dionysius replied loudly as if he had gained strength from Damien's encouragement. Hey, how long are you going to talk? Come out now. Then Margada pushed Dionysius back. He screamed and was pushed out. Sir Damien, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have died. It would have been worse. If it weren't for Sir Damien, we would all become the flesh golems controlled by corpseplay. Margada's words were interrupted by Gamel. Margada looked at Gamel quietly. That's a funny way to put it, but you're right. I would have turned into a flesh golem by now. Margada agreed with a wry smile. I could have transformed into a flesh golem and slain our brothers and sisters from the church with my own hands. Thank you for preventing that. Margada held Damien's hand tightly. I'll send you an invitation later, so please attend. Invitation? Damien asked with a puzzled face. Then Margada leaned her head against Gamel's shoulder and said, Gamel proposed to me. I might send you an invitation soon. Even Damien was astonished. Sir Gamel proposed tea to you. C.G. Gamel, really? Agnes and Dionysius seemed too surprised after hearing unexpected news. They looked at each other with shocked faces. Ah, you two didn't know either. We were originally dating for a while. We didn't even think about marriage, but this guy suddenly proposed me. Margada, don't talk about it too much. Gamel rebuked Margada with a red face. But Margada didn't stop. I almost died this time, didn't I? I realized that because of that, you never know what life will be like. I want to do my best, ha ha ha, Margada burst out laughing. Gamel's face turned bright red like it was about to explode. Anyway, that's what happened, so I hope you'll come back later, Margada said while wiping away her tears. Damien returned to the Viscounty after leaving the crusade. At first, he was eager to see his family's faces, but as he neared the Viscounty, his anxiety started to grow. I can't help but think my father is still angry. Given his father's stubbornness, there was a high probability that he was still angry. Damien abandoned the idea of entering the mansion's entrance from the front gate. He silently moved towards the backyard. Hush! Just as Victor was feeding the horses in the backyard, Damien suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey Victor, how you doing? Huh, an intruder, no I mean my lord. Victor looked Damien up and down with surprise evident in his expression. Are you hurt anywhere? You didn't get cursed by a dark mage, did you? Oh no, that's not it. How can you leave me behind that day? Victor got angry as soon as he saw Damien. Do you have any idea how angry my lord was with me? Was he really that angry? He wanted to kick me out, saying, why didn't I stop you from leaving that day? As Damien expected, his father was clearly very angry. Has he calmed down at all? There is a chance of him still being angry. My lord is determined to teach you a good lesson when you return. Damien just nodded. It seemed impossible to solve this situation alone. It was a good idea to seek help from a third party, for example, his mother or his sister. By the way, Viscountess and Lady Louise were also angry because you went to a dangerous place without saying a single word. He was planning to rely on his mother and sister if necessary. But even that plan didn't seem to work. That's not going to work. I'll have to return when he's calmed down. Where are you going? Victor grabbed Damien in surprise. If I let you go again, I might really be driven out. And you're not leaving until I get dirt in my eyes. They say people become stronger when their livelihood is at stake, Victor said firmly. He seemed determined not to let go of this hand. But I have something to do. What do you have to do? Damien said, waving the map he obtained from the Corpseplay's lab. Treasure hunting. Victor looked impressed. Don't just brush it off with strange words. Anyway, I can't let you go. Okay, I get it, take this. Damien opened a spittle ring and took out a pouch from it. Victor took the pouch without knowing what it was. What is this? Check it out yourself. When Victor opened the pouch, he was greeted by the sight of shiny gold coins. Ha, my lord, what on earth? Reward? Yes, please tell my father a few good words about me. Damien quickly pulled his hand out of Victor's grip. Then he left without a word. My lord, Victor shouted desperately, but Damien had already disappeared from his sight. Damien was far away from the mansion. Damien, you damn Bart, come back here right now. The sound of his father's shouting came from the mansion. He must be old, but he's still so stubborn. I was thinking of getting him a second wife, but that appeared to be a futile endeavor. I'll have to stay away for a while. By the time Damien finished searching Yulan's secret warehouse and returned, the news about the crusade would have spread widely. Of course, total information on the whole crusade wouldn't be exactly as it was. That would tarnish the reputation of the church. But it would be known to everyone that Damien was actually a strong knight of the middle class and had played a very important in dealing with Corpseplay. When his father heard the news, he would surely realize that Damien hadn't done anything reckless. He'll calm down, right? After shaking off a bit of anxiety, Damien headed to Landwalk City. Yulan's secret warehouse was in the Longhost mountain range. It was a very distant place, so a few preparations were needed. Damien bought a sturdy horse, blankets, flint, and travel items like food. Why would it be in the Longhost mountain range? From the top of his horse, Damien muttered a few words. The Longhost mountain range was not a place where dangerous creatures lived, but it was famous for its difficult terrain. Because of these characteristics, it was a place where criminals and thieves gathered. When I arrive, I'll need to find a guide first. The Longhost mountain range was so complex that without a guide, it was easy to get lost. A guide was essential to reach the secret warehouse. It's going to be a tough road ahead. The thought of searching such a complex place gave him a headache, but it was worth a visit. Yulan was a fairly well-known group of dark mages. Their power wasn't great, but each individual's skill was excellent, so they were always in demand. They must have collected a lot of property and treasures in their warehouse. Moreover, Yulan was moving directly under Darugo's orders. He might get a clue to follow Darugo, so Damien arrived at the Longhost mountain range. First, Damien headed to the Olden village located under the mountain range. Travelers trying to cross the Longhost mountain range gathered in the Olden village to find companions. The first thing to do is, I'll have to hide my identity. Damien was already too famous. If the rumors about the dungeon spread, he would become even more famous. If it became known that a famous person like Damien was searching the Longhost mountain range, it was certain that annoying flies would bother him. Even if that wasn't the case, it was better to hide his identity while searching for the warehouse. Damien pulled out a black cloth and covered his face with it. Both the Holy Sword and the Thousand-Mile Sword were put into the spittle ring, and he pulled out a regular iron sword. After disguising himself like this, he headed to the Mercenary Employment Office in Olden Village. The tavern-turned-mercenary employment office was quite large. As he entered, he heard the lively chatter of mercenaries enjoying drinks and food. As soon as Damien entered, the eyes of the mercenaries gathered on him. It was a mix of curiosity and wariness. "I'm looking for a guide who knows about the Longhost Mountain Range," Damien said to the man standing at the front bar, wiping a glass. He was a retired mercenary, bearing the mark of his profession with a missing ear and scars etched across his face. The man glanced at Damien and said bluntly, "If you're thinking of crossing the mountains, it would be wise to go to the merchants, not the mercenaries. I'm not thinking of crossing the mountains, I need to find something inside. You're going to search that dangerous place. You're out of your mind." The Longhost Mountain Range was a boiling pot of criminals and thieves. The mountain paths that merchants took to cross the mountains were relatively safe places. Other than that, safety was not guaranteed. "Sorry, but there won't be any guides willing to take on such a request, unless they've lost their minds." Damien took out a pouch of gold coins from his pocket and turned it over. The gold coins piled up on the table. "If it's money, I have plenty, I just hope a skilled guide comes." Even though Damien showed the gold coins, no mercenaries stepped forward. The Longhost Mountain Range was dangerous, but the lack of skilled guides was also a reason. "Is there really no one?" Damien was about to put the gold coins back into his pocket. "You're looking for a guide to wander around the Longhost Mountain Range." At that moment, someone approached Damien. Damien absent-mindedly looked at the mercenary, and his mind went blank with surprise. A young man between youth and middle age, a slightly smaller stature than average, a chubby physique for a mercenary, Juan David. The mercenary captain who hired Damien in his previous life was right in front of him. Chapter 74, The Treasure Hunt Part 2. The image that Damien had of Juan David could be summarized in one word: benefactor. The time when he was chased out of his family and became a beggar and wandered around. Damien first became aware of his talent by knocking down more than 10 ruffians with a rusty dagger he happened to pick up by chance. Damien went to the mercenary hiring hall to settle his life. At that time, the only job that came to mind when he could eat and live with a sword was a mercenary, but no mercenary would accept a beggar like Damien. Even if Damien begged to see his skills, he was ignored. "Young friend, where are you going to show your skills?" The only person who did not mistreat Damien was Juan David. "While your skill with a sword is quite good and different from what I'd expect at first glance, if you have this level of skill, you won't die anywhere. Congratulations on joining our mercenary corps." As soon as Juan David confirmed that the skill was real, he hired Damien. "First, I have to wash off all the dirt over you with water." Juan David used his own money to rent a bathroom for Damien and buy him new clothes. So Damien joined Juan David's mercenary corps. After that, there were only pleasant memories. He became friends with other members while training. In a crisis, he gained recognition from his colleagues by playing a big role. He was recognized for his ability and learned swordsmanship and mana cultivation techniques from Juan David. He gained the trust of everyone by preventing the mercenary corps from being wiped out by a knight's attack. To Damien, the mercenary corps was nothing more than another family. He thought he could do anything with them, until everything collapses when he meets Darugo. Was Juan in the Longhost Mountains at this time? Damien didn't know everything about Juan. He didn't know much about what Juan and his mercenaries had done before he joined them. Here, it was strange that Damien didn't say anything. Juan David shook his hand in front of his nose. "Don't think I'm the only one who looks bad. The members under me are all skilled." Juan David's habit of saying this was the same as in his previous life. He always put his members before himself. "I want to decide after seeing the members. Follow me, everyone is gathered here." Juan David took Damien to a corner of the hiring hall. 5 men were sitting at 2 tables. "Hey you guys, can't you get up right away? He might be our employer." At Juan's words, the 5 got up from their seats. They looked immature in their actions, but their eyes were clear and their bodies were well trained. From left to right, Bread, Bolt, Fish, Leg, and Bob. TL/ and I know guys, these are not names of human beings from any angle, but we can't change the context of the story. Even if Juan David didn't say it, Damien knew all 5 names. How could he not know? They were comrades who had been together for over a year. "I guarantee the skills. Bob is still a rookie, but he's big enough to be useful." Bob was the biggest of the group. His eyes were very big, but so he looked innocent. In his previous life, he was the one who called Damien his brother and followed him around. "I like it, I'll hire you. You won't regret it. The hiring fee is, I'll pay 1 gold coin per person." Juan David was surprised at Damien's words. "Wait a minute, do you not know the market price? We're just bronze mercenaries. Even 1 silver coin per person is too much." Damien held back the laughter that was about to burst out. If the employer is immature, he will take advantage of it. He's just saying it straight. In his previous life, Juan was a foolish human who couldn't even take care of his own rice bowl in the mercenary world. So he often got scolded by other mercenaries and even by his own members. The only reason the members were working with Juan was because of his immature personality. I know how much mercenaries are worth. I raised the request fee as a sign of good faith so you don't have to worry. Even so, 1 gold coin per person. If you do a good job guiding me, I'll pay 2 gold coins. The reason Damien was so generous with the request fee was because of past connections. Of course, this also included the fact that they were trustworthy individuals. Anyway, Damien's spatial ring was already filled with rewards from the Duke. This level of spending wouldn't even make a dent. Don't worry about guiding the way, we're confident in it, Juan David said with a proud face. Even in his previous life, Juan was not a liar even though he was a coward. Then it's better to make a specific plan. When are you planning to go up the mountain in a few days? Tell me which area you plan to explore. Wait a minute, Juan, something happened while I was gone. At that moment, a group of mercenaries walked towards where Damien was. All 8 of them had a strong smell of blood. It meant they had killed a lot of people. Hey, if you hire those fuckers, you might get killed in the mountains. Why don't you just hire us? A man with dirty blonde hair reached out to Damien. Griffin, what are you doing? What am I doing? I'm just introducing better mercenaries to the customer who offered 1 gold coin, Griffin said with a shameless attitude. If you're looking for someone to guide you through the Longhost Mountains, we're the perfect fit. We're familiar with the geography of the Longhost Mountains and we're also friendly with the people there, Griffin said confidently. Instead of them, hire us. It will be better for you. This motherfucker, Juan grabbed Griffin by the collar. Griffin's men put their hands on their weapons. Juan's men also stepped back and raised their weapons. There was a tense atmosphere between the 2 mercenary groups. Juan, don't be too arrogant. Do you want to die? Griffin said in a condescending tone. Juan pushed Griffin aside and shouted, come out right now, don't let this opportunity pass. At Juan David's shout, Griffin backed down. Good. Should we go in for a reorganization during this opportunity? The 2 mercenary groups went outside. Soon, the sounds of fighting came one after another. The chaos didn't last long. When it was quiet outside, Damien went out. Juan and his men were lying on the ground groaning. Where did these weaklings come from? Griffin spat on the ground. Griffin and his men were all fine. There was no sign of being hit. Looking back, it's pathetic. Damien could only smile bitterly at the skills of Juan's mercenaries. Now that he thought about it, Juan's mercenary corps wasn't that good at fighting. Thanks to Juan's training as a knight, the physical abilities of each individual were quite high. But because they were all naturally not good at fighting, they didn't make much of an impact on any mission they were assigned. In contrast, Griffin's mercenary group was full of fighters. Not only were their personalities rough, but they also had no qualms about using violence. You see how weak these guys are, Griffin said, looking at Damien. You're lucky. We met before you signed a contract with these assholes. Shall we go write the contract? Since we're high-quality mercenaries, you should pay more than 1 gold coin. It's not necessary. I don't plan to contract with you, Damien said flatly, causing Griffin to frown. That's nonsense. We won, don't you see? I never said I would contract with the winning side. You fought on your own. Originally, Damien wasn't hiring mercenaries because of a lack of power. He just needed a guide to navigate the Longhost Mountains. It seems like this nobleman doesn't understand the situation right now. Griffin approached Damien, muttering, am I asking for a favor right now? I'm asking you to contract with our mercenary corps, otherwise it won't be fun. Griffin's words stopped abruptly. It was because of the blade under his neck. Suddenly, Damien was holding a knife to Griffin's neck. This guy is crazy. What are you doing to the leader? Griffin's men cursed. When Griffin raised his hand, his men closed their mouths. Now that I think about it, you're quite talented. But if you're going to boast about your swordsmanship skills like this, you'll regret it. Damien lifted the sword. The surface of the sword was covered with aura. The aura touched Griffin's skin and blood began to flow from his neck. Oh, aura! Griffin's attitude, which had been relaxed all along, turned grim. His face turned pale and he began to tremble all over. Do you understand the situation now? If Damien were in a position similar to Juan's, he could kill all the mercenaries here without any problems. Damien was a nobleman and a powerhouse as a middle-class knight, but now Damien was hiding his identity. There was nothing good about attracting people's attention. Above all, Damien was very happy to meet Juan and his men. You lucky guys. I'll let you live, so get out of here right now. Saying that, Damien raised his knife. Griffin and the mercenaries ran away. After they left, Damien spoke to Juan. Let's go write the contract. The conditions are the same. 1 gold coin per person. Why did you choose us? Juan asked with a face that couldn't understand at all. You seemed more trustworthy. Damien was now heading to the secret warehouse of the Dark Mages. It was natural to hire someone who was tight-lipped. He knew well from working together in his previous life. Juan was a very tight-lipped man. Even if he didn't know Juan, he would have made the same choice. The mercenary group led by Griffin was too shady to hire. They were not to be trusted at all. Mercenaries are basically fierce and rough people. There were often cases where they were not much different from thieves. Many mercenary groups threatened clients and took more money. "Ha, you have a good eye for people. The bad rumors about those guys are huge." Juan stood up and asked. "Come to think of it, I didn't even know the employer's name." "What's your name?" Damien thought for a moment. Since he couldn't use his real name, he needed a suitable alias. "They call me Victor," Juan nodded. "Victor, I'll count on you from now on." Chapter 75. The Treasure Hunt Part 3. That night, Damien rented the best-in room in the Olden village. With a guide hired, the preparation to find the secret warehouse was completed. Damien was laying on the bed and organizing his thoughts. What kind of items would they have hidden? The place Damien was looking for was a place created by the dark mages of Yulan to safely store the treasures they obtained. There would surely be a lot of goods, as well as many rare items. The most necessary items for me are mana cultivation techniques and potions. Since it was a dark mage's secret warehouse place, he couldn't expect mana cultivation techniques, but it seemed reasonable to expect potions or enough ingredients to make potions. By the way, what about the mercenaries? What made Damien worry more than anything was Juan and the mercenaries. They're too weak. It was a fact that Damien had felt in his past life as well. The six, including Juan, were not people suited for mercenaries. Not only were they not talented in fighting, but they were also short-tempered. Thanks to Juan's application of the training methods he learned as a knight trainee, they had barely managed to survive as mercenaries until now. "I can't be with the mercenaries anymore." Unlike his past life, Damien had something to do now. No matter how precious the mercenaries were, he couldn't be with them, but if I leave them alone, they will definitely be in trouble someday. In his past life, it was almost impossible to count the number of times the mercenary group had been saved by Damien's efforts in times of crisis. It can't be helped. They have to work hard to improve their skills. If you're worried about not having the skills, you can train them. Fortunately, Damien's head was filled with the skills and levels of dozens of masters. "I can't teach them very difficult skills. Then they won't be able to learn it properly." But he couldn't just give them anything. If he did, it would be too difficult for them to learn any of the movements properly. "I can't help it. I have to create something new." He needed a simple and effective weapon technique that even a dull person could learn. Damien went outside and bought ink and paper. He sat at the table and started thinking about the weapon techniques that he would teach his mercenaries' friends. That's how the night got deeper. While contemplating weapon techniques for the members, the day broke. Damien packed his things and headed to the meeting place with the mercenaries. "Oh, you're here early." Juan greeted Damien with a warm smile. In just one day, Juan's mercenary group had changed a lot. First of all, they were wearing sturdier armor than yesterday. Their weapons had also been replaced with new ones. "Thanks to the generous commission, we were able to get new equipments," Juan said after noticing Damien's gaze. They had received a large sum of money, but instead of squandering it, they had used it to upgrade their equipment. It seemed obvious, but most mercenaries did not make such choices. When they came into the matter of spending money, they would often squander it on alcohol and gambling. Indeed, they were good at everything except fighting. "Trust us firmly, we know the Longhost Mountains very well, and there are many thieves we know. We can avoid unnecessary fights." And so the journey began. Here the ground suddenly lowered, so we need to be careful. "That flower is poisonous, so don't touch it. Even a brush against it can cause poisoning." "Eek, it's a venomous snake, let's go around." As Juan confidently predicted, his guiding skills were impressive. By following Juan's instructions, they were able to avoid all dangers. "That rock over there looks like the woman you mentioned." Juan pointed to a distant place. A strange rock was precariously perched at the edge of a cliff. Damien unfolded the map. The map showed a complex path starting from that rock. "I want to move in the direction that rock is facing. Towards the valley, the other way is even more treacherous. You need to be well prepared." Juan was about to turn around. At that moment, Damien said to Juan, "Wait, why? It's an ambush." "Ambush? That can't be. Thieves usually in deeper." Damien picked up a stone and threw it into the forest. With a hard sound, a scream erupted. "Ah!" A man grabbed his head and fell to the ground. "Damn. We've been spotted. Everyone come out." Immediately, a group of people emerged from the forest. Unlike their shabby clothes, they all held deadly weapons. They didn't look like normal people with regular jobs. "You noticed the ambush. You're not an ordinary guy. What's the use of that? If you're outnumbered, you can't do anything." The thieves poured out a series of insults towards Damien's group. "Get out of the way. You idiots who can't even hide properly." Pushing aside the thieves, a bald man walked out. "He's quite skilled." Surprisingly, the man was not an ordinary thief. Mana could be felt from his whole body. "Hedgehog, what's this all about?" "We're paying the toll every time." After seeing the man, Juan shouted with an angry expression. The man called Hedgehog replied, poking his ear with his finger. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't want to do this either. But I heard that the person over there is rich. Hedgehog's mouth twisted. If the person has that much wealth, wouldn't it be better to rob them directly than to take a toll? You haven't heard the rumor properly. The client here is a knight who knows how to use aura. Kuahaha, a knight is fine, right? Hedgehog picked up the axe he had hanging on his back. The crimson aura enveloped the axe. I forgot, I'm also a knight. I'm just stuck in this backwater because I'm unlucky. It wasn't for nothing that people were afraid of the Longhost Mountains. Many of the criminals and thieves who flocked to the Longhost Mountains were former knights. Hey, you there. I'll tell you in advance, I'm low class. Hedgehog pointed to himself with his thumb. He seemed quite satisfied with his status. From Damien's perspective, he wondered what he was supposed to do. Ha ha ha, are you speechless because you're confused? I know guys like you well. They've just become knights and they came to the Longhost Mountains to make a name for themselves. Hedgehog pointed at Damien. Then 5 people who crossed me are already dead. Now you'll be the 6th, ha ha ha. Hedgehog shouted, pointing at Juan's mercenaries. Kill them all, we don't need hostages. The thieves rushed in with their weapons. Step back, Juan pushed Damien towards a large tree. Then he stood behind the tree, forming a shield wall. Juan, Bolt, and Leg held up shields and blocked the surroundings. Behind them, Bread, Fish, and Bob held spears and waited. Come on, you son of bitches. Cut off their heads. Juan, Bolt, and Leg threatened the thieves by striking their shields and swords. When the shields blocked their way, the thieves couldn't easily approach. At that moment, Bread, Fish, and Bob stabbed the thieves with their spears from behind. Ow, it really hurts. These bastards. Do you really want to die? Because of the mercenaries' solid defense, the thieves couldn't easily approach. Individually, they're not that impressive, but in a group battle, they're different. Although they had been underestimated by Griffin's mercenaries, Juan's mercenaries were actually quite exceptional. Thanks to Juan's rigorous training, their stamina and perseverance were commendable. They were qualitatively different from thieves who just played around all day. But apart from that, it's pitiful. From Damien's perspective, all their movements were incredibly sloppy. If they changed their movements a little, they could more efficiently deal with the enemy. If they targeted different areas to stab, they could kill them in one go. That thought kept swirling in his mind. But their attitude towards the employer is praiseworthy. Despite seeing Damien's skills, the mercenaries didn't ask for his help. They were only facing the thieves with their own strength. Since they had received a reward, they were determined to give their money's worth. I've really met a good group of mercenaries. If it had been another mercenary group instead of Juan's, even if they had accepted Damien, they would have used him as a shield and then discarded him. Damn it, what are you doing without killing them quickly? Hedgehog shouted angrily. If you act like this, you'll know that you'll die in my hands. Hedgehog shone his aura, then fear spread across the faces of the thieves. Fear drove out fear. The thieves rushed forward more aggressively. Rather than being killed or crippled by the boss, it's better to die here. The thieves rushed forward, sacrificing their lives. The thieves who couldn't be stopped with spears started banging on the shields. These motherfuckers, can't you just get out of here? Juan shouted, slashing behind the shield. But he couldn't swing his sword properly because he was holding a shield and had comrades on both sides. The situation was the same for Juan as well as Bolt and Leg. Juan, Bolt, Leg. If you attack upwards, it's ineffective because you can't swing properly. Bring the sword down and stab them in the thigh. Then Damien, who was watching all the fight from behind, gave them advice. Juan shouted urgently, what the hell does that mean? If you stay like this, the shield will be penetrated. Do as I say right now. At Damien's advice, Juan, Bolt, and Legs were startled and followed his instructions. They stabbed the thighs of the approaching thieves with their swords. As the swords pierced their thighs, the thieves screamed, "Ah, you bastards! My leg, my leg!" The thighs were not only important for movement, but also where major arteries and veins passed through. If the thigh was pierced, not only would the ability to move be lost, but if you were lucky, you could even cut the femoral artery. Bread, Fish, Bob, the 3 of you are too weak to kill someone by stabbing them head-on with the spear. Strike down diagonally below. Damien gave instructions to the remaining 3 as well. The 3 of them followed Damien's instructions without understanding a word. Crunch, quiok. The spear was properly stuck in the thieves' bodies. The thieves screamed and died. Juan, you lack the technique of using a shield. If you see the enemy coming, hit them with your shield, don't just stand there. Bread, get your head out of your ass. If you don't want to die, don't stop moving your hands. Leg, what's with the way you're holding the spear? Hold it shorter. Bob, what are you doing with that big body? Look far ahead and see if there are any dangerous guys. As soon as Damien gave the order, the situation began to change. Juan's mercenaries began to overwhelm the thieves. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 thieves were killed or injured. The remaining thieves couldn't rush in recklessly. They just surrounded the area with fearful faces. You trash, I'll clean up. Get out of the way. Hedgehog pushed the thieves aside and stepped forward. The thieves spread out, creating a path. You there, you coward, you're also a knight, aren't you? Come forward, let's fight like real men. Hedgehog raised his aura. The faces of Juan and his men turned pale at the tremendous power. If you want to die like that, there's nothing I can do. Damien also stepped forward. Hedgehog looked at him with a puzzled expression. Where's your weapon? This is enough for someone like you. Damien raised his index finger. Blood vessels appeared in Hedgehog's eyes. This kid going to break all your fingers. Suddenly, Hedgehog's movement stopped. Even though Damien didn't approach, Hedgehog stood there, shaking all over. A moment later, a zigzagging line of blood ran from the hedgehog's head to its toes. The hedgehog's body split into pieces and collapsed. The spilled blood stained the ground. The smell of blood spread in all directions in an instant. The place where Hedgehog was standing, to be precise, a woman was standing there. Her hair was disheveled like a homeless person and her demeanor was cunning. Hello, the woman smiled broadly. Her blood-red lips were parted up to her ears as if they had been smeared with blood. Why is that woman here? Damien knew exactly who the woman was. A madwoman who reached the level of a master by being too absorbed in killing people. A killer that Dorugo had tried to bring to his side, but it had failed and she had died at Damien's hands. Killer Ghost. She was right in front of him. Chapter 76, her Part 1. The Killer Ghost was a mysterious master with her past shrouded in enigmatic obscurity. Origin, past name, none of them were known. The first time the Killer Ghost appeared was when Damien was active as a mercenary. A gruesome and cruel incident occurred in a neighboring kingdom city. Citizens were being killed one by one, and eventually even knights were being attacked. People who checked the knights' bodies couldn't help but be shocked. Numerous wounds were found all over the bodies. The depths, shapes, and sizes of the wounds were all different. It was as if a child had played a prank. As the damage increased, some knights who couldn't stand by any longer joined forces to catch the murderer. The knights dug traps and lured the murderer, then attacked. The result was shocking. Instead, the knights were counterattacked, and the murderer killed all the knights and calmly left the scene. The knights of the neighboring kingdom were shocked. They realized that the murderer was no ordinary person and mobilized more knights. From then on, the murderer was called Killer Ghost. The knights succeeded in cornering Killer Ghost after a long chase. Many knights attacked Killer Ghost together. Among them were high-class knights, but the result was the same. All the knights who attacked Killer Ghost became victims. Not even the high-class knights were exceptions. After that, Killer Ghost was not caught. She wandered the continent and killed people. Soon after, Killer Ghost became known on the continent with rumors that she was suspected to be a master class. The faces are identical. The first time Damien met Killer Ghost was after he became a Death Knight. At that time, Killer Ghost, despite being a master class, had a beggar-like appearance. Her eyes still have some warmth. The future Killer Ghost had eyes that were much colder and murkier than now. In comparison, the current Killer Ghost's eyes were so clear and clean. I said hello, but you won't accept it, Killer Ghost asked, shaking her head. The thieves around cursed her. What is this crazy bitch saying now? The thieves tried to attack Killer Ghost. Just before that, she drew two swords with both hands. Both swords were heavily corroded. It seemed that they would break soon, not to mention killing people. However, when she swung them, they cut through the thieves' bodies as if they were sharp swords. The speed of attack was so fast that it seemed as if the thieves were standing still. Bloodlines were drawn all over the thieves' bodies and they were torn apart. Foundation was already laid in place by this time. Damien admired Killer Ghost's swordsmanship. She had already established her own swordsmanship. Moreover, she is already on the path of becoming middle class. Killer Ghost was already at the peak of the low class. It was only a matter of time before she reached the middle class. She was not as talented as Michael Ryanbloom, but she was still a rare talent. I changed the angle of the cut, but it doesn't give me good acceleration. Killer Ghost squatted down and looked at the body. She was poking the cut surface with her fingertips. It should be cut more smoothly and coolly. Is it better to narrow the angle? Her behavior was similar to that of the Killer Ghost Damien had met in his previous life. It was a behavior that came out when she killed someone and thought there should be a better way. How did she do that? Thinking about the future actions of Killer Ghost, it was only right to kill her now. The number of knights who would be killed by her would exceed 3 digits, but Damien thought Killer Ghost's talent was a waste. Such a genius was hard to find even in the master class. There was a dangerous existence called Dorugo. It was foolishness to let such power disappear. It was much better to make it helpful here. Besides, she hasn't even started to cause trouble yet. The mass genocide committed by her was to happen a few years later from this point on. The serial murder committed by Killer Ghost was to happen several years later from this point on. The current version of her couldn't even be called Killer Ghost. The title of Killer Ghost was created as a result of that incident. Damien was just calling her Killer Ghost because of the memories of his previous life. Shall I try to rehabilitate her? It would be nice if I could, but it didn't seem easy. Killer Ghost was a human with strong willpower. In her previous life, Darugo also praised Killer Ghost's abilities and tried to bring her to his side. Darugo wanted to destroy humanity, while Killer Ghost was obsessed with murder. The two had a lot in common. What? You want to destroy humanity, then who am I supposed to kill? But the negotiation broke down there. Killer Ghost was not a person who would obediently follow his words. Darugo failed, but there is one way. In his previous life, Damien had fought a master called the Personality Corrector. He was probably the most absurd master among the masters Damien knew. He was the person who had risen to the level of a master by rehabilitating criminals. The way the Personality Corrector rehabilitated criminals was very simple. At first, he would beat the criminal for an hour. But if the criminal didn't repent, he would double the beating time. From 1 hour to 2 hours, from 2 hours to 4 hours, and from 4 hours to 8 hours. According to rumors, there were times when he beat them for 512 hours. Furthermore, the Personality Corrector's unique skills were said to be so powerful that there was no one he could not rehabilitate. If I use the Personality Corrector's technique, can't I rehabilitate Killer Ghost too? That was what Damien thought. I get it now, I figured out how to cut at what angle, Killer Ghost shouted excitedly and stood up. Killer Ghost grinned and looked at Damien. You know what, I just came up with something really interesting. Would you guys like to help? Killer Ghost approached with rusty twin swords. The mercenaries were surprised and stepped back. Just stay still, it doesn't hurt at all, it'll be over soon, so you don't need to be scared at all. What are you doing? Killer Ghost asked with a puzzled look. It was because Damien had cut a thick branch and started to sharpen it with a dagger. A club of the right thickness was made. Damien tapped his palm with the club and said, "What's your name?" Since the title of Killer Ghost had not yet been created, he couldn't keep calling her Killer Ghost. Damien's question was met with a nod from Killer Ghost, who said, "Me, I'm called Veronica Sanche." "Good. Veronica Sanche, from now on I'll rehabilitate you." "Rehabilitate? Why me? Why not? Because you've done wrong." "Wrong? I haven't done anything wrong." "No, you did." Damien remembered the Personality Corrector he had seen in the past. The Personality Corrector never tried to persuade his opponents. The reason was simple: I'm right and he's wrong. It's so obvious, why would I try to persuade him? From now on, let me make you accept that fact. I'll show you what a crazy person can do, she said, sticking out her tongue. In that sense, I'll start by killing you first. She swung the rusty twin swords at Damien. They were nothing more than pieces of junk, but they couldn't be ignored. As he had just seen, Killer Ghost had used those rusty swords to chop up people's bodies. That killing technique was created during this time. Veronica's technique was very strange. She approached Damien with her arms outstretched, her entire body swayed, only her head remained still in the air. It looked ridiculous, but he couldn't let his guard down. Veronica was a madwoman who loved killing people, and she only thought about the best way to do it. In other words, that was an optimized movement for killing people. In fact, most of the knights who were killed by the future Killer Ghost mocked her technique and met their deaths. Veronica, who was shaking, approached Damien and swung the twin swords in her hands. Veronica's swordsmanship had no restraint or rules. At first glance, it looked like a beginner swinging randomly, but the sharpness and weight of the real attack were extraordinary. Damien blocked her attack with the club. Sparks flew several times from the air. "Huh, you're good at blocking." Veronica's face widened in surprise. Soon a smile appeared on her face. "You had the right to say strange things to me." She shook her body and moved her position wildly. While doing so, she continued to swing her twin swords. Whenever an attack seemed to hit head-on, she was already behind him. But if you turned around, she was already moving to the left. She's accurately assessing the range of people's vision and moving. She was swinging her weapon outside of people's vision. It was a skill that only Veronica, who had studied people to the extreme to kill them, could do. If it were any other middle-class knight, they would have been helpless, but the one here was Damien. Both in experience and skill, he was far superior to Veronica Sanche. Moreover, Damien had fought the future Killer Ghost directly. Back, Damien moved first again and blocked the twin swords flying from the left. Her expression changed from surprise to astonishment. How?" she shouted loudly in confusion. Confusion soon turned into a gap. Revealing a gap in front of a skilled person like Damien was no different from asking to be killed. Damien struck her head with the club. With a popping sound, she fell to the ground. "Ow, ugh, my head. My head." She grabbed her head and rolled on the ground. Damien spoke to her in a cold tone. "Don't be so dramatic, you're fine," she murmured, feeling her head around. How? I thought it had burst." Even after being beaten for hours by the Personality Corrector, the criminals did not receive any injuries, let alone their lives being in danger. The reason this was possible was due to the state of enlightenment that the Personality Corrector had achieved. A state where no injuries appear no matter how hard you hit. A state to safely inflict pain without worrying about injuries. He reached in state of enlightenment because the Personality Corrector felt sympathy for the criminals. "Come on, say it again, killing people is bad." What nonsense is this all of a sudden? She rushed again with her twin swords. However, it was useless as Damien had already read all of her movements. Damien avoided all her attacks and hit her head. Once again, she fell to the ground with a terrible sound. You hit me again, say it again. Killing people is bad. Who would follow such nonsense? She raised her twin swords again. However, before that, Damien hit her head. Crunch. With a strange sound, Veronica's head was slammed into the ground. She stroked her head and sobbed. Why are you only hitting my head? Do you think I'm an idiot? You are an idiot who kills people. I'm not an idiot. As Damien raised his club, she covered her head with both hands. Say it again, killing people is bad. Killing people is bad. In the end, she had no choice but to follow Damien. Damien couldn't help but admire the changed Veronica Sanchez. Personality corrector, that crazy method works. It was not for nothing that the personality corrector was highly regarded as an expert in rehabilitation. Say it again, killing people is bad. Killing people is bad. Good attitude. Then let's fix another mistake this time. And another mistake. Say it again, I'm weak. At Damien's words, her eyes showed defiance again. I'm not weak, you are weak, you're getting beaten up by me like this. That's. You're the weird one, do you know how many people I've killed? Damien sneered at her protest. You can just kill normal people. So what? Do you know how to deal with monsters, the undead that dark mages summon? The spirits that elves summon? Veronica's eyes widened at Damien's words. I don't care about them. That's your preference. I'm asking you, can you win against them in a fight? Of course I can. No, you can't win. In a past life, Damien had fought Veronica directly, so he knew well. Veronica's skills declined significantly when fighting things other than humans due to being too absorbed in murder. During the Death Knight era, when Damien fought Veronica, this problem became apparent. Veronica's state of mind, which was like a whirlpool of human blood, did not affect Damien at all. Ogres don't die just because you slash them a few times with a sword. The tough exterior of a rock elemental cannot be broken by ordinary magic. Ghost warriors can quickly heal even if they're cut by a sword. Unless it was an aura blade that only can be used by master classes, the aura was not invincible. That's, if you understand, say it again, I'm weak because I only know how to deal with humans. Her face twisted, defiance returned to her eyes. As expected, not easy, Damien swung the club. She shouted desperately at the sight. I'm weak because I only know how to kill normal people. Damien, who was about to strike with the club, stopped his hand. He nodded as he was very satisfied. Now you're admitting your mistakes, that's a very good attitude. So can I go now? She tried to move away from Damien. He shook his head and said, I'm not sure if you've been rehabilitated, so you'll have to accompany me for a while. Her expression collapsed at Damien's words. I still see defiance in you. At Damien's words, Veronica smiled broadly again. Chapter 77, her part 2. That didn't mean Veronica Sanchez was going along with Damien. Oh, I feel a presence there. It's definitely a thief, I'll find and kill him. It's almost dinner time, shall we catch some prey? How about roasted wild boar? I have something to do, it's a big one. It seems to be coming out soon. She tried to run away by giving various reasons. Every time she was caught by Damien again. Why do you keep catching me? Because you're weak. Who told you to have knowledge about only killing people? What does killing people have to do with me not being able to escape? You're still rebellious because you haven't been properly educated. No. I'm fine. After getting hit a few more times, she became very humble. The reason Damien took her with him was to definitely rehabilitate her. That's what the personality corrector does. You can't let your guard down just because you've rehabilitated someone. The personality corrector had also been accompanying criminals for a while, constantly checking to see if he or she was rehabilitated. If rehabilitation not going to work, I should kill her right away. While exploring the Longhost Mountains, he continued to observe Veronica. Are you telling me to prepare for camping? I can just sleep on tree branches. I was talking about my sleeping place, not yours. That's your job. It means reflecting on your mistakes while doing your work. I don't want to, you do it. I won't. Damien raised his club. She ran to prepare for camping. This is quite comfortable. Thanks to Veronica, Damien was able to be freed from annoying tasks. Juan and the mercenaries began preparing for camp. On one side, they were preparing meals and laying out sleeping bags on the ground. Juan was in charge of preparing the meals. In addition to the bonfire, he placed an iron pot on it and boiled various ingredients. He was stirring the thickened vegetables with a ladle. Captain, can you give me a moment? Brett approached Juan and asked. Don't you see that I'm cooking? Speak here. Juan said as he stirred the ingredients with a ladle. Cooking was all about sincerity. There was no room to leave even for a moment. Who is this Victor guy? I don't know either. It's our principle not to ask about the personal information of the client. There were a few rules among the mercenaries. One of the most important was that once you're paid, you're paid. It meant not to be curious about the client first. Then I'll change the question. Are nights always so great? Brett said with a dreamy face. Captain, you've experienced it during the day. Everything changed when the Virer gave orders. The battle during the day was a fight that Juan's mercenaries couldn't win because there were too many thieves. But as soon as Damien started giving advice, the situation changed. That's not all, he also easily subdued that strange woman. Many criminals gathered in the Longhost Mountains. Among them, the Hedgehog was particularly skilled and was leading a large force by unifying the surrounding thieves. Especially last year, when two low-class knights who came to suppress the thieves were turned into corpses, it was being passed down among the thieves like a legend. But Hedgehog was easily killed by that woman. Even low-level thieves who do not know much about swordsmanship could see the overwhelming difference in skills, and Damien subdued the woman like a child. Captain, since you were a knight trainee, you should know about knights. Juan was a knight trainee. He had been trained for about a year, although he was driven out due to lack of talent. The instructor who taught Juan and the trainees at the time was a junior knight. Sometimes low-class knights came and taught the trainees. The low-class knights he saw then, there's no way. The knights who taught Juan were just talking nonsense. They were people who disappeared after boasting about themselves. They never taught. Compared to them, that knight gave necessary advice at the right time. Just following that advice made their skill improve significantly. That knight was a real knight, Juan said briefly, looking down at the iron pot. The next day, Damien started traveling again. Unlike yesterday, they didn't encounter thieves along the way. It seems like the rumor that the hedgehog died has spread, Juan said as he climbed the mountain. He died with a single blow from that woman, but the hedgehog was quite notorious in the Longhost Mountains. Since a strong guy died, the guys below would take care of themselves. Thanks to that, Damien reached deep into the Longhost Mountains without fighting once. He was resting for a moment. Damien sat down and spread out the map. Water. Damien reached out his hand and said. Then Veronica held out a water bottle as if she had eaten shit. You treat me like a maid. Do you think I'll stay still forever? Damien slowly picked up the club he had set aside and she fled in a panic. Damien sipped the water and examined the map. He had obtained memories of the hideout from the captain of the mercenaries, but there were many uncertainties. Therefore, he had to keep checking the map. Victor, do you think we should go further inside? Yes, Juan's expression hardened at Damien's answer. Victor, it's dangerous to go further. The inside is called forbidden and even thieves avoid it. Forbidden, no one who has gone inside has come back alive. Not even knights like the hedgehog. Juan's words made Damien smile instead. It was evidence that he had found the right place. I have business inside. If you think it's dangerous, you don't have to follow me anymore. After resting, Damien and the mercenaries moved back inside. Captain, don't you feel a bit cold? One of the mercenaries said as they went further inside. It was Bob, the biggest one. I feel a bit chilly too. Something's weird in this hot weather. Not only Bob, but also other mercenaries complained of strange symptoms. You guys are weak. Hey, did you see that? That's what weakness is. I'm not weak. On the other hand, Veronica was still energetic. It seems like a curse has been cast over the entire region. The reason they complained of the cold was because of the curse. The curse of weakness was constantly bothering the mercenaries. It was clear that it was a curse set up by Yulan to prevent outsiders from invading. As we went deeper inside, the curse seemed to get stronger and stronger. The reason this place came to be known as the Forbidden Zone seemed to be because of this curse. Damien utilized the authority of greed. As he used this power, the curse that had been lingering around him began to dissipate. Suddenly, I feel more comfortable. The weather suddenly feels warmer. The mercenaries' expressions brightened. However, it's a bit worrying that even the low-class ones haven't come back after entering this place. Unlike the mercenaries, Veronica was a low-class knight who was not affected by the curse at all. That meant there was something separate that could kill the low-class. When Damien was pondering, something began to reveal itself in front of him. A half-rotten body, a rusty sergeant's weapon, slow movements. Zombie. It's a zombie, Juan shouted in confusion. The mercenaries quickly drew their weapons. A zombie referred to a corpse that moved due to dark magic, and even though it was a low-level undead, it wasn't particularly dangerous. Captain. It's not just one or two of them. The problem was the numbers. Suddenly, more than dozens of zombies surrounded the group. It seemed that all the mercenaries who had entered the forbidden area and died had turned into zombies. It's a perfect situation to gain experience. The mercenaries were surprised at Damien's words and looked at him. Damien jumped onto a nearby branch and said, "What's wrong? Go fight. If you think you're going to die, don't worry, I'll help you." At Damien's words, the mercenaries rushed out, crying and grinding their teeth. "Gather here, fight with taking the cover of the trees. Don't be afraid, they're slow." Juan and the mercenaries tried to fight as they usually did, but Damien started advising them. "Staying in one place against zombies is akin to suicide. Keep moving and fight." Push them back. The mercenaries immediately changed their strategy as Damien had said. The shield-bearing mercenaries cleared the way, and the spear-bearing mercenaries restrained the zombies. Should I go and help? Veronica, who had also climbed up the tree, asked Damien. There's someone you need to deal with. Huh, what, you? Damien raised his finger and pointed it somewhere. Behind the zombie horde, a monstrous figure revealed itself. A troll. However, it was no ordinary troll. It had 2 heads and 4 arms. There was no way there could be a troll like that. Upon closer inspection, there was a seam-like thing in the center of its body. It was a flesh golem. Judging by the familiar feeling, it seemed to be something created by Corpseplay. Now it's certain that there's a warehouse of Yulan. That flesh golem was the evidence that Yulan's secret warehouse was here. Wow, it looks strange. I'll kill it right away. Huh. You should hear the explanation first. No need. Veronica wielded her twin swords and charged at the flesh golem. Damien clicked his tongue. He's not as easy as he looks. It's the Yulan's secret warehouse. It was unlikely that the Corpseplay had created it carelessly. Die, she swung her swords in anger. The sharp blades of the twin swords stabbed into the flesh golem's arm. The flesh golem's flesh was easily cut. But as time went on, its speed slowed down and eventually stopped. Her aura was so sharp that it could cut through a person's body down to the bone and muscle. The flesh golem's arms were thick, but it was strange that they couldn't be cut off and stopped. The flesh golem attempted to swing its fist at Veronica. She dodged backward without a chance to draw her sword. What is it? Why won't it cut? It seemed to be her first encounter with such an event. Veronica Sanchez struggled to shake off her bewilderment. I don't know what's going on, but if it doesn't work once, then keep doing it until it does. Veronica handed her another sword that had fallen to the ground, one previously used by a zombie. She swiftly moved to start hacking at the flesh golem, causing numerous wounds to appear on its body. However, before long, her movements noticeably slowed down. Huff. Exhausted, Veronica began to pant heavily. It was clearly strange. Low-class knights like her shouldn't tire so quickly. That flesh golem has the ability to absorb an opponent's mana. That explained why she would tire quickly and struggle against it every time she hit it with her aura. The reason her sword couldn't penetrate deeply at first seemed to be due to the sudden absorption of mana, causing her aura to disappear. It's hard to defeat it by using aura directly, so I prepared such a trick. A mage's strength is not as good as a knight's, but their cunning surpasses it. But Veronica Sanchez had a big disadvantage. She was only used to cutting people. Help me. Eventually, Veronica's mana was almost depleted. She began to run away from the flesh golem's attacks. Damien clicked his tongue and drew his sword. Then he stood in front of the flesh golem. The flesh golem screamed and swung its fist. Veronica shouted at the sight. Hey, be careful, there's something off about it. My aura isn't effective. Damien avoided the flesh golem's fist and swung his sword twice. The thick wrist was cut off and fell to the ground. Veronica was greatly surprised at the sight of the troll's wrist being cut off with a sword that wasn't infused with aura. Since the flesh golem couldn't feel pain, it didn't care that its wrist had been cut off and rushed forward. Damien held his sword with both hands and swung it twice. 2 deep gashes crossed on the flesh golem's torso. Eventually, the flesh golem's body split and collapsed to the ground. Veronica's mouth gradually fell open at the sight. Get some rest. After a brief remark, Damien ran towards Juan's mercenary group. She stared back and forth between the flesh golem and Damien for a long moment. Damien continued to assist Juan's mercenary group to exterminate the zombie horde. He didn't directly engage but provided advice to the group, helping them gain experience. After a fierce battle, the group gathered in one place to rest. Thanks to you, we're survived again, Juan said while drinking water. If Damien hadn't given advice again this time, they would have been in a dangerous situation once again. But why is that woman so quiet? Juan pointed to Veronica and asked. Since the fight with the flesh golem, she had been staring into space without saying a word. It seems she has something on her mind, Damien said nonchalantly. By the way, what exactly are you looking for in the mountains? It doesn't seem like you're just looking for simple treasure, considering the undead are involved. No matter how taciturn Juan was, he couldn't help but ask questions in this situation. Undead were not easily seen monsters. Unlike monsters, they were only created by dark magic. Damien pondered for a moment. Although Juan tended to be tight-lipped, it was dangerous to speak honestly in this situation. In times like these, showing rather than convincing was more effective. Damien opened a spatial ring. Juan's eyes widened at the sight of the phenomenon he had never seen before. What's that? Are you by any chance a mage? It's just a magical artifact, calm down. Damien took out the holy sword from the spatial ring. When he drew the holy sword, a bright light burst forth. Everyone bathed in the light experienced a miraculous surge in their health. Surprised by the phenomenon, Juan said, divine power. Oh, are you a paladin? I'm not a paladin. Instead, I received the holy sword from the church. At Damien's words, Juan looked at him with a mixture of awe and reverence. Now I see you must be an ally of the church. I understand now why you came to the Longhost Mountains. You came to deal with the undead. Juan nodded his head and understood. I hope you kept my presence here a secret. It's a secret mission, you know. I'll keep it a secret. No one can interfere with the church's grand plan. Juan crossed his arms and nodded softly. I have to go in alone from here. As the break was ended, Damien said to the mercenary group, What do you mean? We'll go with you. I'm not telling you to go back. I mean stay here and wait. It won't take long, so don't bother setting up camp. Juan hesitated. To such Juan, Damien said, It's a request as a client. I understand. The proper attitude of a mercenary is not to interfere unnecessarily. Juan had no choice but to accept Damien's request. Hey, Damien approached Veronica. She looked at Damien with a blank face. I'll go in and come back soon. You stay here and guard the mercenaries. Veronica nodded. It was a reaction like a broken machine. Leaving the group behind, Damien entered the valley. He encountered a few more undead on the way, but it wasn't a big problem. Eventually, Damien stopped in front of a cliff. It's definitely here. What was the pattern? Damien released a bit of dark mana from the bracelet and drew a few patterns. Then the cliff disappeared, revealing a large cave. I found it. Damien entered the cave. As soon as Damien entered, the illusion covered the cave again. Damien continued to walk deeper into the cave. After a while, a wide hall appeared. In the hall, 2 flesh golems were bowing their heads. They made more trolls just like the one outside. As Damien moved towards the center of the hall, the flesh golems suddenly raised their heads. Unauthenticated magic pattern detected. Intruder identified. Exclude according to security procedure. Suddenly, bones and armor fell from the ceiling. The bones intertwined and formed a human skeleton. Skeletons, dark magic utilizes human souls by binding them to bones to use as soldiers. It was also a representative of the dark magic of the necromancy sect. As expected, the inside is also prepared to deal with intruders. Damien was about to draw his sword but put it back and instead opened a spatial ring. From it he took out a leather bag and opened it. Inside, pitch-black darkness was writhing. Come out. Something emerged from the darkness, an androgynous appearance that was hard to identify the gender, a petite body that was below average. A strange atmosphere that felt unfamiliar. Mia, let's see your skills. At Damien's words, Mia laughed fiercely. Chapter 78, The Secret Warehouse Part 1. Kaya. With a fox-like cry, Mia rushed at the skeletons and swung her hands, a frail body with long, slender fingers. At first glance, Mia appeared to be nothing more than a young girl or boy. But as her thin fingers struck the skeletons, bones shattered and scattered into pieces. Mia promptly attacked other skeletons. After a few swings, dozens of skeletons had turned into piles of bones. Kaya, Kaya. Mia looked at Damien with a satisfied expression. Damien shook his head vigorously. Kaya, the pile of bones gathered again and reassembled into skeletons. The reformed skeletons picked up fallen weapons from the ground. That's the troublesome aspect of skeletons. Among necromancy spells, skeletons were considered quite challenging. Unlike zombies, they required souls to be bound. Once a soul was bound, skeletons operated semi-permanently. Even if destroyed or damaged, they could repair themselves. Disgusting necromancers. In Damien's eyes, he could see souls bound to the bones, supplying dark mana. It was truly a nauseating sight. Kaya, Mia charged at the skeletons again. The skeletons raised their shields in response. This time she used her fists instead of her fingers. Her small fists landed on the skeletons' heads. With a crisp sound, the skeleton's bones completely crumbled. The shattered bones scattered on the ground. She's got good instincts. She's figured out how to deal with skeletons instinctively. The most effective way to deal with skeletons was to break their bones into small pieces. The smaller the pieces, the weaker their ability to regenerate. Kaya, Mia moved around, breaking the skeletons. The shattered bones scattered wildly on the ground, however there were still many skeletons left. As they fought, the broken skeletons returned to their original form, repeating the cycle, an endless cycle of fighting. Yulan didn't just use skeletons as first line of defense in the warehouse for nothing. There's no end like this. I need to think of another way. It was when Damien thought to himself. Suddenly, Mia's gaze turned toward the ceiling. There, a flesh golem in the shape of a human held a staff. Mia slammed against the wall and swiftly reached the flesh golem. With no chance to escape, she kicked the torso, shattering it into pieces. Simultaneously, the movements of the skeletons ceased. The dark magic dissipated and the skeletons returned to bones. Kaya. Mia descended triumphantly, akin to a fox successful in its hunt. Well done, Damien praised, to which Mia responded with an even more triumphant expression. At that moment, a heavy sound reverberated through the ground. The flesh golems guarding the door approached the two. Since the first line of defense, the skeletons had been breached, the flesh golems began to move. Upon seeing the flesh golems, Mia's face turned fierce once again. Can you handle them alone? He asked Mia, and she nodded in response. Lowering her body until her chest touched the ground, she plunged her 10 fingers into the earth. With both hands and feet pushing simultaneously, she shot forward like an arrow. Arriving in front of the flesh golem's nose, Mia jumped into the air. With her knee, she struck the flesh golem's face. With a dreadful sound, its face completely caved in and the flesh golem staggered. As Mia landed on the ground, she wrapped one of the flesh golem's arms with both hands. As her body rotated, the flesh golem's arm twisted and tore off. It's not ordinary strength. The force emanating from Mia's small body exceeded imagination, but her body is too weak compared to her output. Every time Mia attacked, her skin peeled off and her muscles tore despite her regeneration ability. Even considering her regeneration, her body durability was noticeably weak compared to her output. As Mia tore off the arm, she was about to continue her next attack. At that moment, another flesh golem nearby kicked her body away. Mia flew and crashed into the wall, spitting out blood. Kaya, due to her lack of experience, she had let her guard down. The price was steep. Despite the approaching flesh golem, Mia could only spit out blood without thinking of evasion. Should I intervene? Damien thought to himself. The blood spilled by the flesh golem began to gather around Mia. Mia's skin started absorbing the blood. As she absorbed more blood, her body rapidly regenerated. What's that? Even he was so surprised that he almost spoke aloud, but what was more astonishing was yet to come. As Mia got up from her seat and stretched out her arm to the side, her arm suddenly grew huge. It was similar to a troll's arm. Body transformation, Mia moved again and struck the flesh golem that had attacked her with a troll's hand. The flesh golem's body shattered into pieces in one blow. Thump, the flesh golem that had fallen to the ground tried to resist. Mia immediately twisted the flesh golem's head. Kaya, Mia made a triumphant cry. The arm that had grown huge had returned to its original size in no time. Mia ran over to him. He examined Mia's body and asked, "How far can the transformation go?" In response to Damien's question, Mia transformed both arms. "Can you transform more?" Mia shook her head. It seemed that this was the limit. "Can you increase the recovery speed by absorbing blood and transform into the corresponding organism?" The flesh golem Mia faced was made by combining two trolls. Mia had absorbed the blood of a troll. That's how she was able to transform her arm into that of a troll. It's amazing. If his thoughts were correct, it wasn't an ordinary ability. If the corpseplay in his past life had succeeded in subduing Mia, humanity would have faced another disaster. Good job, let's go inside now. Damien and Mia moved inside the warehouse together. As they went further inside, they reached a fork in the road. Treasure, herbs, plant toxins, biological toxins. The warehouse, used by many dark mages, had various types of items. He first headed towards the treasure warehouse. As they entered, they saw a space of about 20 square meters filled with gold coins and jewels. The quantity is a bit disappointing. Unfortunately, there weren't many items in the warehouse. There were only 5 pouches of gold coins and 1 pouch of jewels. Someone has already looted. What's this? He discovered a blackboard hanging on the wall. January 10th, Akitora took 50 gold. February 28th, Mustang Fury took 150 gold and 10 sapphires. April 25th, Rebecca left 80 gold coins and 5 gold statues. August 10th, James took 70 gold and 4 diamonds. The records of the members of Yulan taking the treasure were listed. However, at the bottom, there was a name that didn't seem right. November 1st, Corpse Play. I need to make a masterpiece, but I don't have enough money, so I'll take it all. Akitora, hey you jerk, what will we do if you take it all? Mustang Fury, return it when you're done. Rebecca, Corpseplay, do you want to be cursed? Damien clicked his tongue briefly. The reason the warehouse was so empty was because of Corpseplay. He's a totally useless guy. He grumbled as he put the remaining things into the spatial ring. Next, he went to the herb warehouse. However, there were only a few ingredients left here as well. November 1st, Corpseplay, I need to make a masterpiece, but I don't have enough ingredients, so I'll take it all. Akitora, is this jerk crazy? Mustang Fury. Do you know how much the herbs you took are worth? Rebecca, I'll really kill you. He looked at the blackboard with a bewildered expression. Still, there must be something left in other places. He visited all the other warehouses, but the situation was the same. Corpseplay had taken everything from the warehouses. Why did this guy take everything? He was bewildered as he headed towards the last treasure warehouse. Once again, there weren't many items left here either. December 1st, Corpseplay. Even after using everything I took, it's still not enough. I need money to make a 9, so I'll take everything. Akitora, at number dollar at number percent at dollar at number. Mustang Fury. Percent and dollar percent number dollar number. Rebecca, at number percent number percent number percent number. As he read the message left by Corpseplay, he looked back at Mia. She was shaking her head. 9. That was definitely your old name. It made sense that her performance was excessively good. Since all the treasures collected by Yulan were used to create her, she was able to perform at this level. Still, this regeneration ability and blood absorption ability are unbelievable. Damien was pondering when Kaya, Mia grabbed Damien's clothes. There was still one box left in the corner of the warehouse. Since Corpse Play didn't take it, it was likely to be an item of little value. Still, to confirm what it was, Damien approached the box. Attention, the item he was looking for, keep it safe until the promised day. There was only one person Yulan referred to as he was Dorugo. It was an item Dorugo wanted. Curious, Damien opened the box. As soon as he saw what was inside, he couldn't help but be amazed. A handle that looked rough as if it were made of obsidian, a crossguard that looked like it was entangled with thorns, a blade that was barely left due to being broken, Erebos. The sword Damien used during the Death Knight era was right in front of him. Chapter 79, The Secret Warehouse Part 2. Archlich Dorugo had made many preparations to destroy human society. He recruited capable dark mages and caused chaos across the continent, creating a powerful undead army over a long period of time. He devoted himself to using all the abilities he had gathered over the years to modify Damien Haksen into a Death Knight after dozens of surgeries. In addition, there was another important plan that Dorugo considered. It was the restoration of the cursed sword Erebos. Erebos was an unknown cursed sword. There were no records of it anywhere in this world. Only the church mentioned that if they find a piece of Erebos, they must seal it thoroughly. But even the church did not know what Erebos was. Maybe Dorugo knew well about Erebos, so he must have searched for it obsessively. Even during the War of Destruction, Dorugo was obsessed with finding pieces of Erebos. Even Dorugo could not completely restore Erebos. The Erebos restored by Dorugo was about 70% complete, but even that alone had a tremendous power. There was a case of a country farmer who accidentally obtained a piece of Erebos and went on a rampage, killing a high-class knight. If Erebos didn't recognize me, I would have died. Erebos was not only powerful but also a cursed sword that was difficult to choose its master. At first, he did not recognize Damien as his master. Even if he became strong enough to trample over the master class, it was the same. Then, just before fighting the Imperial Supreme Sword, Erebos finally recognized Damien as his master. It was a tremendous battle. Considering that the Empire was the strongest on the continent, the Imperial Supreme Sword was practically the strongest in humanity. The Imperial Supreme Sword was a terrifying monster befitting its reputation. Even Damien felt a sense of crisis. Above all, the Imperial Supreme Sword had the divine sword Eldu. One day, Eldu, which fell from the sky, had a power stronger than any other weapon in this world. Even the best holy sword made by the church was far inferior to the divine sword. If Damien didn't have Erebos, he would have lost his life to the Imperial Supreme Sword and Elda. It might have been better. If I had died by the hands of the Imperial Supreme Sword, Dorugo's ambition would have been thwarted. When the Imperial Supreme Sword lost its life to Damien's hands, the Empire fell into a steep decline. And Dorugo succeeded in fulfilling his long-cherished wish to destroy humanity by destroying the Empire. How did I say this? Erebos was too dangerous an item, but it couldn't be destroyed either. No matter what method was used, Erebos' fragments could not be destroyed, so did the church order to seal it instead of destroying it. I must have it for now. Damien thought so when he picked up Erebos. Erebos' hilt and blade turned into smoke before being absorbed into Damien's body. Then a tattoo in the shape of Erebos appeared on his wrist. What? Damien couldn't help but be surprised once more. This phenomenon was evidence that Erebos had acknowledged him. This can't be happening. During his Death Knight days, Damien never received recognition from Erebos. Even though he killed numerous masters and rose to a dominant position, it was still the case. Erebos, who had been so stubborn, now easily recognized Damien as his master. It was surprising, but not a bad thing. It meant that one of Dorugo's powerful forces had been taken away. Well, I can use dark magic with this sword. There's no reason not to use it with a cursed sword. The only problem was that only the hilt remained, so it couldn't be used as a weapon. There was a bit of the blade left, but it was too short to be used as a dagger. Maybe I should hang it on a pole. Hanging it at the end of the pole seemed like a reasonable option. Then it would be called a cursed spear instead of a cursed sword. Mia, let's go now. Mia nodded at Damien's words. Damien put Mia in the bag and went outside the secret warehouse. Oh, he's coming now. Juan was sitting with the mercenaries, waiting for Damien. When he got up, the other mercenaries also got up. Is everything resolved well? Yes, that's a relief. Juan smiled slightly and said he didn't ask any more than that. He was very epitome of the mercenaries. Where is that girl? Oh, the one who likes killing people. Over there, Juan pointed to under the tree. Veronica was sitting there. Damien approached. Veronica Sanchez looked at Damien with a blank face. Don't greet me. Suddenly, Veronica said something absurd. What nonsense. Weak, I'm weak. I don't even deserve your greeting. Of all the logic Damien had heard so far, this was the most bizarre. Stop talking nonsense and get up. We have to go back now. Leave me alone. I'm too weak to deserve to accompany you. By now, Damien was starting to get annoyed. You want another round of beating, or you can simply go, just beat me up. All a weakling like me can do is get beaten up, Damien sighed. Energetic Veronica was annoying, but lethargic Veronica was even more annoying. You're misunderstanding one thing, you're not weak. Lies. It's a lie. The flesh golem you faced had the ability to absorb mana. The more you hit it with an aura, the more mana it would take away. That's why you were pushed back. Veronica looked at him with a face that said, so what? The reason you lost to him was because you didn't quickly grasp that characteristic. You didn't lose because you were weak. To be honest, it was true that she didn't have enough insight to handle a flesh golem, but now it was important to revive Veronica's crushed pride, so he had to endure. The swordsmanship you showed when you killed the thieves was excellent. I've even thought about it many times. Veronica's ears perked up at the successive praises. With that kind of swordsmanship, you can't be weak. Once you get a little more familiar with the undead, you can easily defeat a flesh golem like cutting a person. Really? Alright, so, from now on, don't just focus on killing people. Try to diversify your efforts. It was something Damien had wanted to say for a long time. The realm of swordsmanship is very broad. It's a waste for a genius like you to focus only on murder. This was Damien's sincere opinion. Veronica Sanchez was a person with talent that Damien would acknowledge. However, the problem was that her talent was solely focused on killing people. If she could redirect that interest elsewhere, and if she could fight for the sake of humanity, she would gain tremendous power. What's your name? Veronica asked Damien, looking at him. Damien hesitated for a moment. Originally, he had been hiding his true identity, but if he used a pseudonym now, his connection with Veronica would be completely severed. They call me Damien Haksen. After much deliberation, Damien decided to use his real name. Veronica Sanchez's pupils dilated. I've heard of you, you won the jousting tournament. So you're Damien Haksen. Veronica's expression became dazed. You were the person I wanted to kill the most. I didn't expect to meet you like this. However, Veronica's reaction was strange. Thanks to you, I realized my shortcomings. Once I overcome this, I will become much, much stronger. As her words continued, her eyes began to change. The lifelessness in her eyes was replaced with vitality. To receive teachings from the person I wanted to kill the most. This is fate. Heaven has given me a goal to kill you. It was just like when Veronica was obsessed with murder. The moment Damien saw it, he knew. The target of her obsession had changed from murder to Damien. Is that why you gave me advice, to make me stronger so I could kill you, right? What nonsense. All right, I'll try to learn other things too. I'll become stronger than I am now and challenge you again. Veronica clenched her fist and said, I will definitely kill you, so watch out. After the brief altercation with Veronica, Damien began to descend the mountain range. You can go now. On the way down, Damien decided to let her go. Since the target of her obsession had changed from murder to killing him, he judged it would be fine. Just in case, I'll tell you this for fun. Don't kill people for fun, only kill those who attack you. Ahaha, you're worried I'll kill someone other than you, is that it? Fatigue washed over him. Veronica chuckled and waved her hands. Don't worry, there's no one else for me but you. I'll definitely come back to kill you. Leaving those words behind, she ran across the mountain range. Congratulations, Juan, who was nearby, said to Damien. Damien glared at Juan. Stop the nonsense and let's go down. Okay, it was faster to go down than to go up. Thanks to the rush, the group arrived at the Olden village around sunset. This is the promised money. As promised, Damien paid Juan and the mercenaries an additional amount of gold coins. Originally, he wanted to give them one more, but he gave them 2. This is too much. 3 gold coins per person. Damien just laughed at Juan's words. During the exploration of the mountain range, Damien was happy to be with the mercenaries. Juan and the mercenaries were just as Damien remembered. Diligent, loyal, and honest. Don't think too much about it. This was really important to me. We didn't do anything special. Why didn't you? Thanks to your excellent guidance, the time spent in the mountains was shortened. As Damien continued to persuade him, Juan reluctantly accepted the gold coins. A broad smile spread across the faces of the entire mercenary group. And this is an additional reward. Damien handed Juan a thick piece of paper. It was something he had written secretly while climbing the mountain range. What's this? Mana cultivation techniques and swordsmanship. Confusion appeared on Juan's face. Why on earth? I noticed that everyone is learning mana cultivation techniques. The confusion on Juan's face grew. How did you? They're all using mana, but it's too weak. They were probably learning an incomplete mana cultivation technique. In his previous life, Juan taught his colleagues the mana cultivation technique he knew. The problem was that the mana cultivation technique was the most basic of the basics that Juan learned during his night trainee days. No matter how much they learned, such a low-level mana cultivation technique had its limits. In his past life, Damien was so talented that he could defeat a knight with the mana cultivation technique Juan taught him. What you're learning now is rubbish. It's better to learn that. In fact, the mana cultivation technique Damien gave Juan was based on what he learned from Juan. So it was no problem to learn it differently. I can't accept this. Juan held out the paper again. He was cautious. It was a wise attitude. The mana cultivation technique was something that couldn't be bought even with dozens of gold coins. It was abnormal for someone to offer it like this. There must be some ulterior motive. It was right to be suspicious. I'm just showing my gratitude, Damien smiled bitterly. Juan's wisdom could eventually turn into poison, but Damien liked them for staying the same and being honest. It's not free. I have one request for you. A request? First, keep my identity a secret. Second, if you find a request to investigate the missing persons case at Lake Devon, come to my workshop and let me know. Identity? I'm not Victor, I'm Damien Haksen. Juan's body stiffened at that. He pointed at Damien with an unbelieving expression. Not Victor, Damien Haksen, is that really you? That's right, Damien Haksen. Unbelievable, so that means your skills the holy sword. You really were a great genius. Juan slapped his cheeks with both hands. So what's the second request? Do you know Lake Devon, the one in the southern part of the Apple Kingdom? It's huge and wide. If you find a request to investigate the missing persons case there, come to my estate and let me know immediately. In his past life, Damien went to investigate the missing persons case with the mercenaries and met Dorugo. But Damien didn't investigate Lake Devon because it wasn't the right time yet. Dorugo didn't stay in one place and kept wandering. Going there now would be pointless. Is that all for solving such a request? It's not just that. It's the most important request for me, Damien said in a serious tone. Damien couldn't make such a request to the mercenary office because he wasn't a mercenary, but he couldn't ask another mercenary either. They would surely take the money and forget about it, but he could trust Juan. He would do whatever it takes to complete the task he was given. I don't know what the reason is. But if that's the reason, I'll accept it, Juan said as he took the paper. Damien smiled with relief. Practice hard, it's much better than most things. He had made it in a hurry over 2 days, but he was confident in its completeness. He made it as simple as possible so that they could learn it without a teacher. At the same time, he made sure it was as powerful as any weapon technique. If you get stuck while learning, come to my estate. I'll help you. After leaving those words behind, Damien parted ways with Juan's mercenaries. It was time to go home now. Chapter 80, The Unexpected Guest Part 1. The return journey was as long as the trip there. It wasn't possible to leave Erebos as it was before. Damien decided to stop by the city's blacksmith on the way to see if there was any suitable equipment for the spear. I don't mind if it's heavy, but I'd like it to be as sturdy as possible. Erebos had an effect that corroded surrounding objects even when left alone. Currently, only the handle remained, so it had a weak corrosive power, but it had the characteristic of getting stronger as it was restored. When it recovers to 70% in a previous life, just taking out Erebos would turn everything nearby into dust to the point of breaking. Something heavy and sturdy, how about this? The blacksmith brought a long pole from inside. It's an item ordered by a lord near the city to use as a flagpole, but when it was completed, they said it was too heavy to take away. Damien tried lifting the pole as a test. It was so heavy that it was impossible to lift with one hand, and he had to hold it with both hands. He tried to lift the pole with both hands and put strength into it. It didn't bend at all, no matter how hard he tried. Isn't it amazing? It's a thing made of steel that has been compressed tightly for months. It was extremely heavy and didn't bend easily. It was the worst item for use as a flagpole as it was originally intended. Still, Damien liked the pole. It was good for training with heavy things, and since it was made of compressed steel, it seemed like it could withstand Erebos' corrosion for a long time. Let's use this. Damien asked the blacksmith to buy a few bundles of steel wire along with the pole. Damien took out Erebos when he went outside the city. Erebos, which was stored as a tattoo, came out again according to Damien's will. Damien tied Erebos' handle to the end of the pole with the steel wire. He wrapped it with all his might, summoning up all of his mana. Erebos and the pole stuck together as if they were one. It doesn't look like much, but it should be useful. Erebos was a greatsword. It was very big. The blade at the end of the handle was very wide and thick. Thanks to that, it looked more like a broken blade than a spear. Damien infused the mana into the pole. Even though he put in only a little, not only the broken blade but also the entire pole was covered with aura. As expected, the essence doesn't go anywhere. Erebos had many abilities. One of them was the amplification of mana. Even a small amount of mana could be increased severalfold. No one knew how this was possible, not even the Dorugo could figure it out. The amplification of mana will be increased as Erebos is restored. In a previous life, there was a time when Erebos created a sky-reaching and gigantic aura blade, which was able to instantly cut down an entire army. There's one more thing I need to check. Next, Damien drove Erebos into the ground. Then, within a diameter of 1 million around the spear, the plants turned black. The blackened plants gradually turned to dust and disappeared. There were no exceptions from weeds to towering trees. This was one of Erebos' main abilities, Black Collapse. Black Collapse was an ability that corroded the surroundings and then destroyed the structure. Currently, the range was small and the power was weak, but as the Erebos restored, Black Collapse also became stronger. In a previous life, no one could approach Damien because of Black Collapse. Living beings turned to dust and scattered as soon as they came close, and long-range magical bombardment was the same. Only the Master class could resist Black Collapse. Even then, they had to continuously consume mana to resist corrosion. It's really dangerous, as expected. Damien muttered and turned Erebos back into black smoke, then absorbed it. Interestingly, not only Erebos but also the spear turned into black smoke. This was also one of Erebos' minor abilities. Now it's a straight line to home. Damien drove the horse in the direction of the Haksen's estate. As Damien approached home, he couldn't help but feel anxious again. I don't know if father's anger has subsided. It had been over 2 weeks since he had traveled back and forth through the Longhost Mountains. At that time, rumors of Damien's rise to the middle class would have spread far and wide. His father must have heard the news, so wouldn't his anger have subsided? While harboring such expectations, Damien arrived at the Haksen's estate. However, as soon as he set foot in the mansion, he felt uneasy. Instead of being welcomed, Damien finds no one inside the mansion. There were no servants, no family members. Damien extended his senses. He sensed multiple energies in the reception room on the second floor. When he focused his gaze, he could see the heat of people beyond the wall. Damien moved to the reception room and opened the door without hesitation. Only then did he see his family sitting on the sofa. The problem was that hooded men were standing behind them with weapons. Damien, his father spoke with a face full of fear just as Damien was about to respond. "So you've come," one of them spoke. Like the others, he wore a hood so his face couldn't be seen. The man approached Damien. 2 of the hooded men came forward and placed 2 chairs. The man sat down on one of the chairs. Another man stood behind him. He looked like a bodyguard. "It's nice to see your face, please have a seat." The man sitting on the chair spoke. His voice was very dignified. Damien obediently sat across from the man. It was a place facing the door. "What do you want from me?" Damien asked as he leaned back in his chair. The man seemed to like his relaxed attitude and chuckled. "You don't seem to be in a hurry. Is it because of your confidence? Or is it an act to hide your true feelings? Don't talk nonsense and get to the point. What do you want from me?" The man next to him became agitated and stepped forward. The man raised his hand to stop him. "You're impatient. Or do you not want to talk to me? Both, so tell me what you want." "Haha, then I have no choice." After a short laugh, the man said to Damien, "Damien Haksen, I came here to confirm a rumor." "A rumor? According to the rumors, you helped the church to defeat the Dark Mage. And you've already reached the middle class." The man changed the subject as he continued. "To be honest, I can't believe it at all. As far as I know, you were just a nobody a few months ago. It's impossible for someone like that to reach the middle class in less than 6 months. It's unheard of." It was a reasonable doubt. To learn swordsmanship and rise to the low class within a year was considered a genius feat. However, Damien had reached the middle class in less than half a year. Such unprecedented events are not unheard of. "Ah, that's true. Historically, there have been 1 or 2 cases, right? In other words, your growth rate is that of a genius. So it's hard to believe." The man raised the teacup that was on the table. "Most of the people who heard the rumors don't believe it. I'm one of them. That's why I came here to confirm it." The man snapped his fingers. Then the men standing behind Damien's family hit the ground with their weapons. The rough sound made the family flinch. "I'll tell you in advance, you can't refuse. If you do, you know what will happen." Damien clicked his tongue. The discomfort was reaching its peak. These guys are acting like they own the place. The man next to him, who had been standing like a bodyguard, became agitated again. "Be careful with your words. This person is not someone you can speak to lightly." "Then why would such an esteemed person do such a despicable thing?" A burst of energy erupted from the man's body. The shockwave hit Damien's face and body. "He's a middle class." He looked young, but he was already at the middle class level. It was not a typical talent. "Tell me how to bow down that stiff neck of yours." The man lunged forward and grabbed his sword hilt. Damien kicked the man's sword hilt while sitting down. As a result, the man couldn't draw his sword. Meanwhile, Damien kicked the sword hilt and flew backward behind the chair. "If we fight here, the surrounding family members could be harmed." Damien opened the door and ran outside. A moment later, the man also ran outside. The man chased after Damien and swung his sword. The sword, enhanced by the aura, aimed to cut Damien at a sharp speed. Damien blocked the attack with the iron sword he had used in the Longhost Mountains. This guy is causing trouble in someone else's house. It was easy to avoid, but if he did, the family would still be under the direct influence. Damien blocked the attack while luring the man out of the mansion. "How long do you plan to keep running away?" The man shouted in frustration, pulling out more mana. A middle class that could change the course of the war was trying to exert its full power. The surrounding objects began to fly away just from the mana emanating from him. Damien couldn't help but grimace at the sight. Is this guy nuts? When the middle class truly exerted its power, the nearby area would be devastated. If that man exerted his full power, not only the mansion but also the fields would be completely destroyed. Especially in this situation where he had already done something regrettable to his family. He couldn't let the mansion be destroyed. Damien used the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation technique. The first effect of the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation was activated. His body temperature rose rapidly, all the muscles in his body and all his senses were activated. His senses were heightened, the whole world seemed to slow down, sweat droplets from the man's forehead hovered in the air. He took a step forward. He aimed for the man's neck and blocked the horizontal swing with his sword. The 10,000 flow perception, a technique of the Swordmaster level, was activated. The trajectory of the blade twisted. The blade that had been swinging horizontally suddenly shot up. The blade slipped out of the man's grip and flew far away. The man was surprised too late. Damien didn't hesitate and kicked the man's abdomen. Cough, with a bang sound, the man's body bent forward and flew backward. The man rolled on the ground several times. He held his stomach and writhed in pain, unable to get up. Damien stomps the ground. Without hesitation, he swung his sword towards the man's neck. The swinging blade was about to hit the man's neck. Just before that, someone intervened between them. A hand grabbed Damien's sword and stopped it. Damien looked at the person who grabbed the blade. It was a middle-aged man who had been in the drawing room. You almost got his throat cut. Isn't that too much? It's too much for you, Damien replied, putting away his sword. A person who is almost a high class is playing such a prank. Have you already noticed? This is no fun. The man took off his hood. Then the face of a middle-aged man with a full beard appeared. I was going to introduce myself nicely after the fight was over, but the situation has gotten complicated. I know that the threat to the family was fake. You even figured that out. This is really no fun, the man said with a disappointed expression. Let me introduce myself properly. In fact, Damien already knew without being told. It wasn't because Damien had memories from a past life. Any citizen of the Apple Kingdom would know. I'm Liam Bluegreen, one of the 3 high-class knights in the Apple Kingdom. There was a man in front of him who was loyal only to the king. Chapter 81, The Unexpected Guest Part 2. Liam Bluegreen. The Marquisate of Bluegreen is famous for being a prestigious knight family in the Apple Kingdom. At the same time, he was a high-class figure who was loyal only to the royal family, as there were only 3 people in the Apple Kingdom who were high-class. There was not much information about Liam Bluegreen that Damien knew, because he had already died when he was turned into a Death Knight. Why did such a great person like you do such things? Once the identity was revealed from the other side, there was no way to belittle him. Instead, Damien looked at Liam Bluegreen with a face that he didn't like as much as possible. I wanted to see your real skills. Then did you ask for a duel? I didn't say real skills. You can't know real skills with a lukewarm duel. Damien's forehead narrowed even more at the absurdity. So did you make a farce pretending to take my family as hostages? Don't be too angry. I explained everything to your father and got permission. At that, Damien wiped his face with his palm without even knowing it. What if your subordinates died? That's why I intervened at the right time. There's nothing to worry about, Liam Bluegreen said with a smile. Damien had to hold back his laughter from trying to leak out. Does this man know the fact that if Damien had made up his mind, he could have killed his subordinate before Liam Bluegreen stepped up? And this guy is not a subordinate. He is my son and disciple. He's a tough guy, so he won't die easily, Liam Bluegreen said with a smile towards the man. Dover, isn't that right? However, the man just trembled without saying a word. Only then did Liam notice that something was wrong. Dover, father, potion quek. The man barely managed to say a word and shook his head. Oh no, why is this guy suddenly like this, Dover? Wake up, Liam hurriedly took out a potion from his pocket and poured it into the man's mouth. Judging that it was not enough, he injected mana into the man's body while massaging it. It was a treatment called bloodletting and purging. Why are you still unconscious? Even so, the man's complexion did not return to normal. There was no other way. When Damien kicked his abdomen, he released a blast of mana that hit him inside. He won't die, but it was an injury that would take at least a few weeks to recover. It wasn't easy to get better. After a while, the man regained his senses and got up. As soon as he raised his head, he met eyes with Damien, who had been staring at him. I'll introduce myself, I'm Dover Bluegreen. Immediately, Dover bowed deeply. Damien was taken aback by the completely changed attitude. I apologize for being rude. My father told me to provoke you as much as possible. Dover scratched the back of his head with an innocent face. Hey, how can you lose so easily? What will become of your father's dignity? I lost. I will work harder in training in the future. Of course, I'll double the intensity, so be prepared. Yes, Dover answered loudly. It was a lively scene. Well, Sir Damien, now that we've seen your skills, shall we start the real conversation? Liam's eyes became serious. Surely a high-class figure like him wouldn't have come just to see Damien's skills. Let's go inside and talk. Damien returned to the reception room with the two of them. The atmosphere inside the reception room was completely different from before. His family and the people who were disguised as troublemakers were sitting together, eating tea and dessert and chatting. Oh, Damien. Have you come? Father waved his hand and said. Damien rolled his eyes at him. Father, for someone who makes his son worried, you seem quite pleased. Will you be the only one to do it? You fooled me and wandered around outside. At that, Damien was speechless. If you were to judge who was right or wrong, Damien's side was much worse. I'll understand and let it go this time. Stop talking nonsense and sit down. Damien sat down on the empty seat. Liam and Dover also sat on chairs. Sir Liam, are you done with your business? Thanks to the Viscount Haksen, I saw earlier that your acting skills were top-notch. Even the actors of the Water Theatre would have to bow before you. The two of them laughed out loud as they spoke. Damien could only look at them with a face of disbelief. So what's the main point? Right, I almost forgot. Liam put down his teacup and said, Sir Damien, won't you join the White Horse Knight Order? The term Knight Order referred to a combat group composed only of knights. Considering the cost and procedures involved in raising a single knight, it was not easy for individuals or private organizations to operate a knight order. For this reason, it was common sense that it was almost impossible for anyone other than high-ranking nobles like Duke Goldpixie and Marquis Ryanbloom to operate a knight order. Among them, the White Horse Knights was a royal knight order directly operated by the Apple Kingdom with a long history. It was also a place that received a lot of support as a core force of the Apple Kingdom. For Apple Kingdom knights who had been interested in knights since childhood, it was a dream knight order that everyone hoped to join. I'm sorry, but I'll decline. However, Damien refused without any hesitation. They didn't expect a refusal. Liam's face stiffened. The other families had the same reaction. Can I ask for a reason? I still don't want to belong anywhere. Although he said so, the reason was that Damien wasn't very interested in the White Horse Knights. Even if he joined, there was nothing that would benefit him. Ha ha ha, I didn't know I would be rejected. I didn't even know I would have to persuade you. Liam scratched his cheek in embarrassment. The White Horse Knights is the best knight order in the Apple Kingdom. If you join, you will receive many benefits. You can even receive weapons and mana techniques and elixirs. Elixir. It was the most needed item for Damien right now. But it wasn't urgent. There were many ways to get elixirs. Above all, he still had the opportunity to enter the treasury of the church. The treasury of the church was a place full of elixirs that could not be obtained even if millions of gold coins were given. Thinking about that, Damien didn't even notice the elixirs that would be given in the Knight Order. In addition to this, there is another reason why you should join the Knight Order. Liam continued with a serious tone. There are many people in the Apple Kingdom who suspect you right now. I was one of them. Of course, if you experience it once, you will understand. But rumors spread more slowly than you think. Unbelievable rumors are even more so. Considering Damien's growth rate, anyone would be suspicious. It had only been a few months since he had picked up a sword and he had already reached the middle class. People who want to test you, people who are jealous of you, people who want to use you, all sorts of annoying bugs will bother you. It won't be easy to get rid of them. Damien nodded as if he agreed. Liam Bluegreen's expression brightened at that action. It seems you understand what I'm saying, then I'll consider joining the White Horse Knights. No, I don't think so. Liam made a groaning sound at Damien's words. Do I have to explain it again? I understand what you're saying, but still, I'm not attracted to being part of an organization. Receiving support from an organization was convenient, but it also brought obligations and responsibilities. Damien had an important mission to stop Darugo's plan. He couldn't be tied to the Apple Kingdom. You were worried that bugs would bother me. It might be a bit annoying, but it's not something I can't handle. If you squash some bugs, other people will start to understand. It means that the rumors about Damien Haksen are not fake. Haha, this is a headache. I thought it was a chance to swallow a confirmed jackpot. Liam scratched his chin, lost in thought at Damien's words. Okay. If you join the Knight Order, I'll teach you everything. Even if I do this, I don't think you'll join. I don't have any plans to join. Damien's firm answer shocked Liam. Are you sure? I'm a high, I know. But I still don't want to join. Liam was even more shocked by Damien's repeated rejections. But I was relieved. I didn't think you would join another Knight Order. Missing talents like Damien was a painful loss for the Apple Kingdom. But if Damien didn't belong anywhere, at least they wouldn't lose him totally. So, Sir Damien, do you have any thoughts on receiving the King's command as a Knight of the Apple Kingdom? I'm considering it, Damien answered vaguely. If the conditions were right, there was no reason not to accept. On the other hand, if the conditions weren't right, there was no reason to accept. In fact, His Majesty wants to give you a task that he really wants to entrust to you. So he asked me to bring you here. His Majesty, there was a slight sense of foreboding in the fact that Damien was specifically invited. He didn't show any reaction and focused on Liam's words. Originally, I was going to let you join the Knight Order and give you this task, but at that, Damien's expression involuntarily twisted. He had thought about giving him a task as soon as he joined the Knight Order. Not joining was indeed wise. Now that things have turned out like this, I hope you'll take on the task at least. What kind of task are you talking about? Can you take on the role of swordsmanship instructor for the Crown Prince? For a moment, Damien doubted his ears. It was such an unexpected word. Swordsmanship, what? Swordsmanship instructor. In short, a swordsmanship teacher. All you have to do is stay in the capital for a while and guide the Crown Prince. That's it. It was a much easier task than he had thought, but Damien couldn't help but feel uneasy. Why are you inviting me? There must be many excellent teachers in the capital. From here on, it's a bit of a secretive matter. It's difficult to talk about it with outsiders. In other words, if you want to hear more, accept the mission. Damien looked at Liam with even more suspicion. Ah, right, I almost forgot. If you accept the position as a swordsmanship instructor, His Majesty will provide you with a suitable reward. A reward? Of all the words that came out of Liam's mouth, this was the only one that caught Damien's attention. Originally, if you joined the Knight Order, His Majesty planned to grant the title of Earl to Viscount Haksen. At that, Viscount Haksen looked surprised and glanced at Liam. The Apple Kingdom was a country with a fairly strong monarchy. The rights of nobles varied according to the titles bestowed by the king. In particular, the title of Earl was a highly esteemed one, with rights greatly expanded compared to those of barons and viscounts. Thus, nobles with the title of Earl were not common. Not that you have any intention of joining the Knight Order, but if you accept the position as a swordsmanship instructor, I'll speak to His Majesty and arrange for you to receive the title of Earl. Earl. Strictly speaking, it wasn't something that directly benefited Damien, but it was clearly beneficial to his family. That alone was enough to make accepting this proposal worthwhile. The problem was why the king's side had insisted on such conditions. The Crown Prince of the Apple Kingdom, was his name Oliver Apple? Thinking back on the past, Damien couldn't recall much. During his being an asshole days, he was too busy enjoying himself to pay attention, and when he was a beggar, he was too preoccupied with begging. As a mercenary, he was too occupied. So Damien didn't know much about the Apple royal family, but one thing he did know was that there was an incident in the Apple Kingdom. Surely at this time the capital was attacked. It wasn't an external invasion, but suddenly the capital was under attack. The servants in the capital fled hastily, leaving only knights and soldiers to fight off the intruders. The royal family managed to drive out the invaders, but the king died. The late king passed away, and the one who succeeded him to the throne was the current crown prince, Oliver Apple. Despite being praised as a genius by Liam Bluegreen, Oliver Apple didn't properly govern the country. He probably wasn't ready to inherit the throne so suddenly. The unprepared young king greatly weakened the Apple Kingdom. As a result, during the war with Darugo, the Apple Kingdom couldn't muster much strength and fell quickly. It's difficult for the Apple Kingdom to be unstable, especially now. He didn't have any intention of preventing all future events. Not only did he lack a sense of duty, but it was also an impossible task. However, the attack on the capital of Apple Kingdom was different. The Apple Kingdom was where his family was based. If the kingdom was shaken, it was the same as his family suffering. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Simply put, it's just being called in as a swordsmanship instructor, so it shouldn't be too difficult. In fact, it didn't matter if it was difficult or not. Damien already had a good method that could rehabilitate people. Sir Liam, I will accept His Majesty's will. Liam couldn't help but smile softly at Damien's response. Congratulations on coming to the capital. Chapter 82. The Crown Prince Part 1, and so Damien's journey to the capital was set in motion. My son has been summoned to the capital. Darling, it's truly a joyous day. The reactions of the father and mother were immense. It was inevitable, as the Haksen family had been a lineage that supported the king for generations. It was a situation where the one who had always been loyal was chosen, so it was impossible not to be pleased. Damien. Go and do your best. You're not just teaching anyone, you're teaching the Crown Prince. Historically, when a new king ascended the throne, the tutor often held significant power. For this reason, the role of guiding the Crown Prince was a coveted position. His parents already knew of such political tactics, so they were even more pleased. Yes, well, I'll do the best I can, Damien said and smiled at his parents. However, he was rather indifferent. For him, this was merely working for the family. He had no particular enthusiasm for pledging loyalty to the king. Damien, take care of yourself. Traveling to foreign lands can sometimes lead to digestive issues with unfamiliar water and food, so you need to be careful what you eat. Sister, brother is not a child. He will take care of himself. Brother, have a safe journey. After exchanging greetings with Louise, Abel, and his betrothed Olivia, Damien departed for the capital with the knights. Damien rode towards the capital with the knights. Despite the name White Horse Knights, the horses they rode were of various colors. Sir Damien, how much do you know about Prince Oliver? Perhaps because it was free to keep talking, Liam Bluegreen asked Damien. I don't know much. In fact, he only knew the name, but he couldn't say that outright. Well, you're not from the capital, it's hard to know more than that. Liam continued, stroking his beard. Prince Oliver is said to resemble the king in his youth, with his dark brown hair, golden eyes, even his playful smile. Liam's eyes seemed a bit misty as if reminiscing. Not only that, he's inherited his intelligence as well. No matter how thick a book is, he memorizes it after reading it a few times. He even understands everything perfectly. In that case, teaching him shouldn't be difficult. Being smart and being physically fit were two different things. Still, intelligent people usually had a good understanding, so teaching swordsmanship should be easy. Well, we'll see about that, Liam said with a strange smile. Sir Damien, I'm warning you because I like you. You should prepare yourself mentally. Yes, you asked. There are many swordsmanship teachers in the capital, so why did the king call you? There must be a good reason for that. The smile on Liam's lips grew even more intense. Why on earth would His Majesty give such order? It wouldn't be fun if I told you in advance, don't you think? Saying that, Liam blinked one eye. Damien looked at him with a puzzled expression. Well, don't ask anymore. I don't want to be a bad person who takes away your joy, he said firmly. Damien was even more puzzled. Damien was not one to respond sharply, even when faced with such statements. And it wasn't like he was desperate for an answer. The crown prince of the Apple Kingdom, he rummaged around in his memory but couldn't come up with much. Well, if things go wrong, I can use a club. Luckily, the club he'd used to rehabilitate Veronica Sanchez was still in the spatial ring. It was a little too fearsome looking to be used on the crown prince, but it could do with a little polishing. The more pressing issue is how to stop the attack on the royal capital. Strangely, very little was known about the attack. Witnesses are few and far between, as the Apple family kept everything under wraps. I'm afraid this is more troublesome than being a swordsmanship instructor, Damien mused as he rode on his horse. After a week of traveling, Damien and the White Horse Knights arrived at the capital where the royal palace was located. Sir Damien, congratulations on entering the capital, Liam Bluegreen shouted from his horse, spreading his arms wide. His hearty voice caught the attention of passers-by. Have you ever been to the capital before? No, this is my first time. It was meant to convey that it was his first time in this life. He had visited once in his previous life. Haha, I see. How do you like it? Isn't it impressive? Damien raised his head and looked around the capital's streets. The road leading from the castle gate was very wide. Buildings of 3 to 4 stories stood densely on both sides. The number of people passing by seemed like an ant swarm. Suddenly, he remembered the scenery he had seen in his past life. During the Death Knight era, Damien had destroyed this street at Dorugo's command. He had commanded the undead to massacre the citizens and released the Aurablades to demolish all the buildings. He had advanced to the capital, drenched the streets in blood and screams. Sir Damien. Your expression suddenly turned sour, Liam said with concern. Damien snapped out of his thoughts at his words. It's nothing. If you're not feeling well, speak up quickly. Illness only gets worse if you leave it. Damien took a deep breath. After inhaling the fresh air, his mind cleared a bit. Damien arrived at the capital and was soon presented to the king. No, can I just meet His Majesty like this? That was while he was still wearing travel clothes. Ha ha ha, don't worry, His Majesty is not someone who would mind such things. Damien looked displeased, but Liam Bluegreen didn't care at all. Then let's go meet His Majesty. By this time, he's probably enjoying reading in his study. Liam took Damien and moved within the palace. After a while of walking, they stood in front of a door guarded by 2 knights. Your Majesty, it's Liam Bluegreen. Sir Damien has returned with me. Liam knocked on the door and spoke. There was a moment of silence. Come in. With permission granted, the 2 of them opened the door and entered. As they entered, they saw bookshelves that reached the ceiling. There wasn't just 1 or 2 bookshelves. They filled the entire room. In the middle of it all, an old man with a plump figure was sitting at a large and grand desk. Oh, Sir Liam, you've been through a long journey. Wasn't it difficult? The king stood up from his seat and spoke. His face and voice showed joy. With the king's warm welcome, a smile blossomed on Liam's face. Difficult? Not at all. Just being able to follow your Majesty's orders is a joy for me. Sir Liam, you are truly a knight beyond my expectations. The king and Liam Bluegreen looked at each other and laughed heartily. After laughing for a while, the king soon noticed Damien. Could this be? Yes, that's correct. This is Sir Damien Haksen. So the rumors about you bringing Sir Damien are true. And it seems the rumors about him being a mid-class are also true. Yes, your Majesty, the rumors about Damien were indeed true. They were an understatement. The king looked at Damien with a surprised expression. Then he nodded as if moved. Sir Damien, it is such a pleasure to have an exceptional knight like you join the White Horse Knights. Your Majesty, actually, I cannot join the knights. Huh, why you didn't want to, that's. Liam began to whisper softly in the king's ear. As his words grew longer, the king's eyes widened. Well, it's a bit disappointing that you won't be joining the knights, but I'm truly glad to meet you. The king approached and extended his hand to Damien. Damien shook his hand and bowed his head. It is an honor to meet you. The honor is mine, to be in the presence of a talent that may leave a mark in history. Damien felt a sense of wonder as he looked at the king. Despite his position as king, he didn't exude authority or flaws. It was as if he was facing a friendly neighbor. Sir Damien, from what I've heard from Sir Liam, even if you don't join the knights, you might consider my request. That's correct. Ha ha ha, what wonderful news. Let's sit down and talk. The king seated the two of them on chairs opposite his desk. Sir Damien, I've actually wanted to invite you to the capital since I first heard about you. Upon hearing this unexpected confession, Damien felt a bit perplexed. It might be uncomfortable for you to hear this from my perspective, but until recently your reputation wasn't very good. In fact, it wasn't just not very good, it was the worst. As Damien laughed and spoke, the king also laughed heartily. But in less than 6 months, everything has changed so splendidly. I put in some effort. That's exactly what I expect from you. Damien's expression turned puzzled at the sudden comment. What I expect from you is to be able to change our crown prince. The king's explanation was interrupted. Sir Liam has returned and he brought some strange fellow with him. Your Highness, you can't do this. His Majesty is receiving guests right now. Let go, don't stop me, how dare you lay hands on me. Suddenly there was a commotion outside. The sound of heavy footsteps and multiple voices could be heard. I heard it all. He's the new swordsmanship instructor that father is hiring this time. I can't stand to see him. As the voices drew closer, the king's face grew grim. Bang! With the sound of a door being kicked and opened, the door to the study swung open. A young man appeared through the open door. Despite his young age, he had a patchy beard and his clothes were untidy. Moreover, there was a strange smell coming from the young man. Smells like alcohol and sweat. He must have been enjoying himself until just now. These smells were familiar to Damien. The problem was why these smells were emanating from the capital. Father, I told you. Don't hire any more instructors. The young man strode into the study. The unpleasant smell grew stronger. What kind of uncultured behavior is this? Can you still call yourself a crown prince after this? The king shouted in anger. However, the young man showed no fear at all. Don't twist my words. Why do you keep ignoring what I say? Even if he does. The king and the young man began to argue loudly. Damien, who had been watching them quietly, asked Liam. Surely not, that's right. Liam, who always had a cheerful face, now looked as surprised as anyone could be. That's Oliver Apple, the crown prince. After a moment of hesitation, Liam added, as you can see. He's quite a jerk. Chapter 83, The Crown Prince Part 2. You are the crown prince. How long do you plan to live so recklessly when someday you'll have to take responsibility for this kingdom? Reckless, you say. The only one who would see a brief moment of relaxation with such disdain is none other than my father. How is drinking and frolicking with women a way to relax? It's only ruining your life. As the confrontation between the two continued, Damien felt a terrible sense of discomfort. It was because the crown prince's attitude and speech reminded him of his past self. I won't tolerate this anymore. Starting today, you'll receive the education necessary as the crown prince. Is reading books with old men considered education? Even passing dogs would laugh at that. Are you going to say that in front of your father? Instead of such old-fashioned methods, I have my own way. After shouting like that, the crown prince closed the door and walked away. As Oliver Apple was gone, the king lowered his head and covered his face with his palm. Sir Damien, I must admit, I've displayed a regrettable aspect of my character. Damien didn't say a word. Sometimes silence was the best answer. As you can see, the crown prince's behavior is not good. He wasn't always like that. I don't know where things went wrong. The king sighed with a puzzled expression on his face. What I want to ask of you is to guide the crown prince onto the right path. Once again, the king had called Damien to ask for help with his spoiled son. The fact that Damien's reputation had reached the king was evidence of that. I already know about your past. I've heard that you've settled your life and changed so splendidly. Can't you use that experience to change the crown prince? The king looked at Damien with pleading eyes. Damien felt tired under that gaze. Ah, this is getting annoying. From Damien's perspective, it was a request he didn't particularly want to accept. Seeing the crown prince's actions felt like looking at his past self, which made him feel terrible. While trying to rehabilitate the crown prince, he would have to endure watching that scene unfold, and he couldn't bear the stress. When Damien didn't respond, the king hastily spoke. Of course, I'm not asking you to do this for nothing. If you guide the crown prince properly, there will be rewards beyond just the title of Earl. Opening a drawer on his desk, the king took something out and placed it on the table. There were 2 vials that looked like they were made of carved stone. This is Electo's royal jelly. Cough, Damien coughed without even realizing it. Despite coughing several times, he couldn't calm down. Your Majesty. That's too much, Liam was also shocked. He shouted in surprise. It was natural for Liam to react like this. It was a product that even caused a stir among the master class. Alecto was a bug-like monster resembling a giant hornet's nest. Even one of them was more dangerous than most large monsters, and when they went hunting, dozens would swarm together, posing an even greater threat. Despite this danger, Alecto was not well known to people because it was a very rare monster. The reason Alecto became famous was that a certain adventurer accidentally fell into an Alecto's nest and ended up eating the royal jelly contained within. Originally, royal jelly was used to give birth to queen bees. However, when humans ate it, they gained very unusual effects: immunity to poison and regeneration. The adventurer who ate the royal jelly remained unharmed even after being bitten by venomous insects, and even if parts of his body were cut off, they would regenerate quickly. Of course, it was hard to see such effects from the offering the king had made. The adventurer reportedly drank the royal jelly until his stomach burst. Nevertheless, Damien couldn't help but show great interest in the royal jelly. It should go well with the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. The art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation was a very useful mana cultivation technique, but it placed a heavy burden on the body. So Damien had only used the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation when necessary, but by consuming the royal jelly, he could greatly reduce such burdens. No, it wasn't just reducing the burden. He could unleash the potential of the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation to a different level than now. Your Majesty, please reconsider. If it can change the crown prince, it's worth more than anything. Liam looked at the king with a pitiful expression. Sir Damien, if you accept this task, I'll provide you with one bottle first. If the crown prince changes, I'll provide the remaining bottle as well. It would be foolish to miss out on something that even tempted a master. Damien dropped to his knees and shouted, "Though I may be lacking, I will do my best to fulfill your command." The king's face brightened at Damien's response. Thank you so much." The king personally lifted Damien up and expressed his gratitude. The king held onto Damien and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. A few moments later, Damien, having barely managed to extricate himself from the king's presence, took a deep breath and stepped out of the study. In his pocket was a bottle of royal jelly given by the king. Sir Damien. At that moment, Liam Bluegreen walked out. What's your plan from now on? Are you going back to your quarters to unpack? No. I plan to first meet with the crown prince and greet him properly. Liam's eyes widened slightly at Damien's response. So you were genuinely intending to change the crown prince? It's a promise I made to his majesty himself, so naturally I must keep it. Seemingly pleased with Damien's response, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Liam's mouth. Then let me guide you, we can have a chat on the way. Damien still needed to learn more about the workings of the court, but he decided to accept Liam's offer. Forget what I said earlier. It wasn't because I was surprised by the royal jelly, you know, Liam said on the way. It seemed he was still concerned about something that had been bothering him since the king offered the royal jelly. I've already forgotten. And even I would have acted like you did. It's quite an impressive item, isn't it? He laughed loudly at Damien's response. Haha, it might have seemed that way, but what I didn't like was that his majesty offered such a thing regarding the crown prince. Suddenly, Liam said, It seems his majesty believes that the crown prince can change, but my thoughts are different. Damien looked silently at him. Many people have tried to change him before. They've tried persuasion, intimidation, and various methods. But he hasn't changed one bit. A deep weariness flickered in Liam's eyes. Perhaps he was among those who had tried to change the crown prince. He hasn't changed a bit. You believe you can change the crown prince because you've transformed yourself. You expect me to look at you and have hope for the crown prince? I'm sorry, I simply can't, Liam said with a bitter look on his face. It seemed he had already given up hope on the crown prince. All we could do was constantly watch the crown prince to prevent him from tarnishing the honor of the royal family. It was strange to think about. If the crown prince of a kingdom was such a wastrel, rumors would spread quickly. Damien hadn't heard anything at all. Perhaps that's why Damien hadn't heard any rumors about the crown prince due to these circumstances. That's the mansion where the crown prince stays. Liam stopped and pointed at a large building. I believe he's in there. He rarely leaves the palace. Thank you for guiding me. I'll look for him myself. Here's one last piece of advice. It's better to give up sooner rather than later. After tapping Damien's shoulder a few times, Liam left as if he didn't want to encounter the crown prince. He's in there, Damien looked up at the palace. It was incredibly large and spacious, fitting for where the crown prince stayed. Damien stepped into the mansion. Wait a minute. Who are you to barge in like this? As he entered, a guard blocked Damien's way. He replied nonchalantly, I'm Damien Haksen, who has been appointed as the crown prince's swordsmanship instructor. What? What? I've come to see His Highness. Would you kindly let me in for a moment? Dodging the guard, Damien entered. The guard, who seemed to be confused, started to follow him. Wait, hold on, you're not supposed to go up there. His Highness has ordered not to let anyone in. Understood, just follow that order, don't let anyone in. Excuse me, but he's already entered. It was impossible for the guard to catch up with Damien's pace. The guard could only watch as Damien disappeared in an instant. Having brushed off the guard, Damien walked to the top floor. He could sense the Crown Prince's presence there. He promptly entered the room without knocking. Who's there? I told everyone not to come in. Upon opening the door, the room was immediately filled with shouts and accompanied by the nauseating smell of alcohol. Prince Oliver fixed a glare on Damien while clutching a bottle of liquor in his hand. How? The prince frowned as he examined Damien's face. Are you the one Sir Liam brought? Yes, that's correct. Damien slightly bowed his head. I'll introduce myself, I'm Damien Haksen. I've been entrusted with instructing His Highness in swordsmanship for a while. Upon hearing Damien's name, a brief spark of interest flickered in Oliver Apple's eyes. Damien Haksen. The one who used to be an asshole? Yes, that's me. I wonder who my father called. I didn't realize that person was you. The prince laughed heartily as he gulped down liquor from the bottle. I was already curious about what kind of person you were, seeing you like this. Quite an honor, It's an honor for me to meet His Highness. What nonsense. Suddenly, the prince threw the bottle of liquor he was holding. Damien dodged it with just a tilt of his head. Do you know how much trouble you've caused me by following Liam? The crown prince shouted at Damien, but he listened to the prince's words with one ear and waved them away. Viscountcy of Haksen, I don't even know where you live. You must have been curious about the capital because you're in such a countryside, right? The prince shouted vehemently, becoming increasingly agitated. Go tell my father that you're going to quit right now and get the fuck out of here, or I will make you regret ever coming here. Wait, what are you pulling out? Damien was slowly pulling out a large club from his spatial ring. Damien responded casually to the crown prince's question. It's nothing, let's continue our conversation. Chapter 84, The Crown Prince Part 3. Due to being drunk, the crown prince felt something odd but couldn't think straight. You better listen up, I ain't just blowing smoke here. As Damien listened to the crown prince's drunken ramblings, he started carving a club with a dagger. I can't stand anyone meddling with me, so don't you dare say anything to me. In an instant, the thick stick was transformed into a perfectly shaped club. Tha's what father wanted in it. Wanted me to be just like dreamed. Well, I'll tell you ain't gonna happen, I'll never change no matter what. Next, Damien polished the handle, carving suitable grooves for a comfortable grip. I'll tell you one more time. Get the hell out of here by tomorrow, otherwise. That's enough. Damien lightly swung the finished club. It had good weight and made a swish sound. It was perfect despite being carved by a dagger. You dare interrupt me, you. Do you have any idea who I am? You want a taste of the royal anger, Oliver Apple burst into furious shouting. Damien calmly looked at him and said, I too was once an asshole like you, so I understand your feelings well. Oliver flinched at those words. His fierce eyes softened slightly. Really? Yes, I understand your feelings very well, better than anyone. Damien nodded repeatedly. Chapters, I only feel alive when I'm drinking, you know. It's like breaking free and it satisfies me like nothing else can. Exactly, that's so true, that's exactly how I felt. I understand, I know everything. In the kingdom, no one truly understood Oliver Apple. They were solely focused on ensuring he didn't make any mistakes as the future king. Oliver's heart could only close further. Did Damien truly understand him? Oliver's face flushed with emotion at the thought. Aw hell. Been waiting for someone just like you my whole damn life, I tell ya. Oliver tried to embrace Damien with a moved expression. Damien smirked. Let's start with a light 1-hour session. Have you gone crazy, you motherfucking bastard? The crown prince's pronunciation became clear as if he had sobered up. He continuously berated Damien. How dare you hit me, a crown prince? Do you think you'll get away with this? Not only you, but your whole family will pay for it. Your Highness, it's all right. Consider how odd it is that I would dare to strike you like this. At Damien's words, the prince's face blanked out. Seriously, father allowed this? That's not the case. Then it's not right. Get the fuck out of here. As Damien started approaching slowly, the prince screamed. Is there nobody outside? Quickly come in and stop this crazy bastard. Didn't your Highness order the guards not to let anyone in? That's right. With no help forthcoming, the prince began to consider other options. Glancing at Damien, he suddenly bolted towards the door. Ouch, what's this? Instantly, Damien struck the prince's knee. The prince rolled on the ground in pain. Ag, you really hit me again. You hit the crown prince. I hope you understand that everything I'm doing is for your Highness. What nonsense is this? Damien placed the club on the prince's shoulder. The prince's face turned pale. Your Highness, from now on, please repeat after me. The first rule of a personality corrector is to make the wrongdoer admit their mistakes. You should not use informal speech with me. As your teacher, please use respectful language. What are you talking about? I am a prince, never once have I. Without hesitation, Damien struck the prince's forehead with the club. My head. My head, Oliver Apple grabbed his head and rolled on the ground. Your Majesty, no informal language, please be careful of your words. This, lunatic, who would do such a thing? This time, Damien struck twice in succession. Oliver screamed and rolled on the floor. Your Majesty, next time it will be four. Oliver trembled at Damien's words. Ah, from now on, I'll be careful with my words. Good. I'm very pleased that you seem to have corrected one mistake. Damien nodded. Oliver Apple looked at him as if he were crazy. Then let's move on. Please repeat after me. Always be polite to father. What? Be polite to that old-fashioned man, unless I'm crazy. Oliver's face turned pale. He realized in his anger that he hadn't used proper respectful language. Well, it's not easy indeed, but don't worry. I've had experience rehabilitating someone just as troublesome as you recently. Damien struck his palm with the club. Oliver's face gradually paled. Then let's beat you until you're soaked in tears. The next day at lunchtime, the king headed to the prince's mansion with Liam. It was because Damien had sent a message. He asked them to visit at this time tomorrow because he had something to show them. Sir Liam, what do you think Damien wants to show us? I have no idea. What could have happened in just one day? The two of them entered the prince's mansion with bewilderment. Soon they witnessed a surprising sight. In order to care for the people, it's necessary to first understand their actual lives. What are their means of income? What are their livelihoods? Furthermore, what are their difficulties? Crown Prince Oliver Apple was seated at his desk, deeply engrossed in his studies. The king covered his mouth with his hand as he was overwhelmed with joy. Sir Damien, I've read all of it. Then please proceed to read the 258 rules for the future society of Thomas Apple. Since yesterday, I've read over 50 volumes of the books I've studied. I believe I requested you to always obey the teacher's words. It seems we need to reintroduce education. And no, I'll read it right away. He even used respectful language towards Damien Haksen, who had taken on the role of swordsmanship instructor. It was a stark contrast to his behavior when dealing with any other scholar in the past. Sir Damien, unable to contain himself any longer, the king entered the room. Damien and Oliver Apple's attention focused on the king. What on earth is happening? How could the prince have changed so much? At the king's inquiry, Damien smiled faintly. As we share the same past, we had a sincere conversation. Fortunately, His Highness seemed to understand. Oliver Apple looked incredulously at Damien, but the king didn't seem to notice at all. He was too busy wiping tears from his eyes. Sir Damien is our whole kingdom's benefactor. No, I simply did what was necessary, Damien chuckled. The king took Damien's hand and led him out of the room. Wait, can you spare a moment? There's something I need to discuss about the reward. Of course, Damien left with the king. Only Oliver Apple and Liam remained in the room. What kind of scheme are you planning this time? With only the two of them left, Liam spoke in a chilling tone. You did something similar last time, pretending to change, acting differently, and eventually getting what you wanted without betraying His Highness. His expression was contemptuous, as if he were looking at a bug. If you repeat such actions this time, I won't stay quiet. Sir Liam, please help me. Suddenly, he grabbed Liam's coat and clung to him. Why are you suddenly doing this? That guy. Do you know what Damien did to me? He beat me with a club all over the place, all night long. Liam's mouth fell open in astonishment. But while Oliver was in a panic, Liam remained rational and composed. Did Sir Damien really beat you with a club all night long? Yes, he must be arrested immediately and executed as a traitor. You seem too unscathed for that. What? Liam glanced over Oliver Apple's body. Someone untrained like you would suffer serious injuries from just one blow, but you don't seem bruised or swollen anywhere and your limbs seem to be moving fine. And no, that's unable to say anything more. Oliver looked helplessly at Liam Bluegreen. This is the rest of the bottle that I promised you. As soon as they arrived at the reception room downstairs, the king handed Damien a stone bottle and said, You can't imagine how happy I am right now. This is the first time I've been so happy in my entire life. The king's face didn't lose its smile. Damien couldn't help but chuckle as if seeing his father. So about that, if we check the royal treasury, there might be another bottle. So, Your Majesty, please don't worry. I have no intention of leaving the side of His Highness the Prince yet. The king's expression brightened at Damien's words. I understand well, as I have a similar past. Though I've changed, I might still be tempted. Indeed, that might be the case. So until His Highness completely shakes off temptation, I'll be by his side to help. No, I mean support him, Damien said with a smile. The king was even more moved. It would be a shame to end it like this. While forcing Oliver to study, Damien learned an interesting fact. Oliver Apple's genius was real. No matter how difficult the book, he quickly understood and memorized it. There's definitely talent, but in the past life he ascended to the throne unprepared and made things difficult for the kingdom. Since Damien had to stay until the attack on the royal capital happened, he planned to change Oliver thoroughly during his stay. I might not be able to raise him to be a saint or a hero, but at least he could play the role of a decent person, and might as well get another bottle of royal jelly. Everyone was in a happy situation, except for one person. Chapter 85, The Secret Club Part 1, The Crown Prince of the Apple Kingdom. Oliver Apple felt like dying every day lately. The reason, there was no need to explain much, it was all because of Damien. Your Highness, it's time to study. It was a routine to come at the same time every morning to wake himself up. Your Highness, sitting still stiffens the body. He even made him do exercises he didn't want to do regularly. Your Highness, no alcohol. Consider every drop as poison. He even declared abstinence to himself, knowing he couldn't sleep well without alcohol. Among them, the most painful thing was that. Your Highness, you seem to have lost your determination due to not being hit for a while. Let's lightly hit you 10 times today to regain your determination. Even if he did nothing wrong, he was regularly called up and punished. Every time he was punished, he felt a surge of anger, but he had to endure it. There was hardly any trace of punishment on how it was done. Without evidence, no one believed his words. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Today you die or I die. Oh, how can you say such a thing? Didn't I ask you to respect your teacher? Shut up. There were times when he rebelled and ended up being beaten all day long. Your Highness, if you do this again next time, it'll be doubled. It was undoubtedly the most chilling warning he had ever received in his life. After hearing those words, Oliver could no longer maintain his rebellion against Damien. Damn you, you son of a bitch. Tonight, Oliver sat reading a book without even touching alcohol. It was because Damien had ordered him to memorize 10 more books by tomorrow as punishment for rebellion. And it was about tedious etiquette books. Why the hell do I have to read this? While grumbling, Oliver didn't stop reading. If Oliver concentrated, memorizing 10 books wasn't particularly difficult. It was just annoying, and he thought there would be no use for it even if he memorized it. The main thing was that he didn't know what would happen to him if he didn't do what he was told. Then there was a tapping sound. Oliver turned his gaze. A crow was perched outside the window, tilting its head. A small cylinder was tied to the crow's ankle. Oliver's face brightened when he saw it. You finally came. Oliver immediately opened the window. When he opened the lid of the cylinder, he saw a rolled-up piece of paper. Oliver gave the crow some feed, then unfolded the paper and read it. Tonight at 10 o'clock, is this it? A bright smile appeared on Oliver's face. Now's not the time for this, I need to get ready to go. Oliver Apple hurriedly changed his clothes. He put on a robe on top to make sure no one could recognize him. This should be enough so that even that guy won't be able to recognize me. Here I go. The moon is unusually bright today. Damien murmured as he looked up at the moon from the roof of the building. The sky was clear without a single cloud. The moon was exceptionally bright as well. It was a perfect night to gaze at the sky. It's also a good day to eat this. Damien took out 3 bottles that he received from the king. Inside these peculiar bottles made of carved stone was royal jelly from a giant wasp called Electo. Eating this significantly boosts regeneration powers. The most useful effect one could obtain from consuming Electo's royal jelly was an increase in regeneration ability. The person who first consumed Electo's royal jelly reportedly experienced astonishing regeneration of their body parts within just a few days, akin to the remarkable ability of a lizard's tail to grow back after being severed. However, it's said that the person in question ate the royal jelly until his stomach burst. It seemed unlikely to expect such efficacy with just 3 bottles. Still, it's quite remarkable. Damien opened the bottle and drank the royal jelly. The viscous liquid went down his throat. It tasted bitter and sour. It wasn't a taste he desired to experience again, but Damien gritted his teeth and drank the remaining 2 bottles as well, 3 bottles. In terms of quantity, the equivalent of a glass of water was poured over Damien's stomach. It's not easily absorbed. The elixirs he had consumed before were immediately absorbed upon ingestion. However, Electo's royal jelly was different. It seemed to clump together and was unwilling to be absorbed. Then I'll force it to be absorbed. Damien channeled his mana. He forcibly broke apart and crumbled the royal jelly that lingered in his stomach, ensuring he absorbed every last bit. This is amazing. As soon as he absorbed the royal jelly, there was a change in his muscle fibers. They became denser and more solid. He could feel the immediate physical changes taking place. Damien gripped the bottle slightly and applied some force. The stone bottle, which had been made of stone, crumbled into dust in an instant. I like this one. Using pure physical strength, he crushed the stone bottle without resorting to mana. It was a feat impossible without tremendous strength, and this strength was gained through the royal jelly, but this was just a minor change. Damien drew his dagger and lightly nicked his fingertip. The skin was cut open and blood trickled out. However, as time passed, the bleeding stopped and the wound healed cleanly. I really like this. Indeed, Electo's royal jelly was as remarkable as rumored. There was one more thing to test. Damien closed his eyes and used the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. His body temperature rose rapidly. His senses sharpened. The sound of the wind in his ears gradually faded. The movement of leaves carried by the wind slowed down. The art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation temporarily maximized physical abilities and senses by activating the body. It was an outstanding ability, even for Damien, but the problem was the immense strain it put on the body. So Damien only used it when it was necessary. After consuming the royal jelly, it was different now. Despite using the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation, his body managed to endure the strain, thanks to its enhanced strength and resilience. I can probably use it a little further. Damien intensified the effects of the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. His body temperature soared and his senses sharpened even more. The world, which had been moving slowly, came to a complete halt. The sound of the wind ceased entirely. The leaves fluttering in the wind stopped moving altogether. Cough. At that moment, Damien spat out blood from his mouth. It was the price of pushing the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation to its limit. Well, I won't use it often. It was when Damien had spat out all the blood remaining in his mouth. Vaporous substance began to rise from his entire body. This served as clear evidence that the enhanced vitality he had gained from consuming the royal jelly was actively working to heal his injuries. Satisfying, Damien wore a satisfied expression. From the building where Damien sat, someone was seen sneaking away. The crown prince, he covered himself with his robe, but he couldn't escape Damien's sharp eyes. Disobeying my orders again, was the punishment not enough? Damien grabbed the nearby club. Then a sudden question crossed his mind. But where is he going at this hour? Curiosity piqued, Damien secretly followed Oliver Apple. Oliver sneaked out of the royal palace through the soldiers he had bribed, whom the smell of freedom. As Oliver walked through the streets of the capital, he savored the sense of liberation. Yes, this is life. It's not about being beaten up by a lunatic. Walking along the main road, Oliver gradually made his way to a dimly lit area. After wandering through the alleyways, Oliver stopped at a tavern guarded by two burly men. What do you want? One of the guards spoke gruffly. Oliver clicked his tongue at the remark. These idiots still don't remember my face. Oh, is it your highness? Yes, it's me. Please come in. The boss is waiting for you. The guards opened the door wide. Oliver grinned mischievously as he entered. Contrary to the narrow entrance, the interior was spacious. Not only spacious, but also elegantly decorated, resembling a cafe. Your highness, you've come. A woman in a red dress greeted Oliver as he entered. The red dress hugged the woman's body like a second skin, accentuating her curves and revealing her figure. As a result, it was difficult to find a place to rest one's eyes. Carmen, why did you call me after such a long time? You know how much I've been looking forward to this gathering. The guests didn't gather as quickly as expected. But I've gathered only pretty ones for you. You won't regret it. Carmen, as the woman was called, smiled brightly and said. Oliver whispered to her in a subtle voice, I'd prefer you to sit next to me rather than the others. Oh my, thank you for choosing me. Then will you grant my request? I have a lot to do today. But many beautiful girls are waiting for you more than I am. You always say that, they're all inferior to you. The two continued their conversation as they headed inside. Then they entered the guest room. Inside the guest room, other men were already seated with women drinking. Your Highness, have you arrived? As Oliver entered, the men stood up and bowed their heads. Oh, what's with all the commotion? Sit. Sit down quickly. Oliver gestured for them to sit. He then took a seat in the center. Your Highness, you seem more handsome since we last met. Oh, look at this guy. His Highness is always like this. Always acting like something is new. Ha ha ha, it seems so. Your Highness, I misspoke. The men fawned over Oliver Apple. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Come on, let's drink. Bottoms up. Oliver raised his bottle. The men followed suit. What's the rule of our Real Men Club? Real drinking is done straight from the bottle. With that, Oliver Apple and the men started chugging their drinks. Ah, now I feel alive. Oliver hadn't been able to drink a single drop, having been tormented by Damien. To him, the drink now was like honey. You rascal, what's going on here? Where do you think you're going? Gack, wait, stop that. Someone stop him, but suddenly there was a commotion outside. The group stopped drinking and looked towards the door. What on earth, ruining the taste of the drink? Oliver spoke irritably. A man sitting beside him lowered his head and said, Your Highness, shall I go and handle it? What nonsense, it's too much for Sir James to handle. The Real Men gathering was a noble assembly led by Oliver Apple. The members were diverse, ranging from Prince Oliver Apple to the children of bureaucrats working in the capital, and even knights. Among them, James John was a knight from the middle class. Using a middle-class knight to quell the disturbance at a tavern, it was like using a sledgehammer to swat a mosquito. Clang. The tavern door swung open and someone entered. The moment Oliver saw the face, he could only be stunned. Your Highness, here you are. Damien smiled and looked at him. I distinctly recall telling you to treat alcohol like poison, yet here we are causing trouble and drinking. Damien shook his head with a pitiful expression. That's too bad. I have 2 hours of free time tonight. Oliver froze in place. Just for a moment his whole body began to tremble. Come on, let's go. Damien walked towards Oliver, his trembling intensified. But someone blocked Damien's path. What's the meaning of this? The only middle-class member of the real men. It was James John. Who are you to dare lay a hand on his highness? James John glared fiercely at Damien. Damien showed an interesting expression at his sight. Oh ho! The moment Oliver saw the two facing off, one thought crossed his mind. The only one who can stop a monster is another monster. Likewise, the only one who can stop a middle-class man is another middle-class man. Sir James, the prince shouted without hesitation. He's an utterly vile villain. Kill him immediately. Hand him over to the guards if necessary. At the prince's words, Damien's expression became even more interesting. Oh ho ho, Chapter 86, The Secret Club Part 2. I will follow your highness's orders. James John cried out loudly. He looked incredibly reliable. On the other hand, Damien looked tired. He already has a headache with educating the prince. He didn't want unnecessary conflicts. I am Damien Haksen, your highness's swordsmanship instructor. I have no intention of causing harm, so step aside. No, that's a lie, don't be fooled. What kind of violent thug is a swordsmanship instructor? Oliver shouted as if having a fit. Damien spoke briefly to the prince. Your highness, I will extend it to 3 hours. At this, the prince's eyes widened significantly. Damien Haksen, as Damien revealed his name, Jamum's eyes lit up. Could it be the famous Damien Haksen I've only heard rumors about? Probably. Ha ha ha, it's an honor to meet the famous person I've only heard rumors about. I was curious about your identity anyway. Damien couldn't help but sigh at that. Hey, why don't we just sit down and have a drink instead of all this? Damien said, patting James John's shoulder. James John's face stiffened at the gesture. Don't touch me. James grabbed Damien's wrist, however something was off. No matter how hard he tried, Damien's hand didn't budge from his shoulder. I said sit down. Damien exerted force through his hand. James found himself involuntarily sitting back in his chair. This moth, James tried to rise again, but he couldn't push away Damien's hand pressing on his shoulder. James exerted all his strength. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his body didn't even twitch. He's stronger than I thought, Damien thought as he looked down at James John, who was writhing in pain. In general, knights had much greater physical strength than ordinary humans due to the mana they contained within their bodies, which transformed their physique. By the time they reached the mid-class level, they could take down beasts with pure physical abilities without even using mana. Such a middle class was being driven back by strength alone, thanks to Electo's royal jelly. At this point, a sense of defeat dawned on James's face. He realized the gap between him and Damien. Sir James, stay strong. That guy's gonna be knocked down in no time. However, the nobles belonging to the real men started cheering without realizing James's inner turmoil. In fact, it was inevitable. Whoever James John was, he was a significant figure even among the mid-class knights affiliated with the capital. From their perspective, James would appear stronger than Damien, who had just become a mid-class knight. Damn it, James couldn't shake off the expectations of his companions. He felt the need to demonstrate something, even if it was just for his pride. James uses his mana. Power surged through his entire body. No matter how strong Damien's physical strength had become, he couldn't match the power of a mid-class knight who wielded mana. James leaped up and immediately swung his fist towards Damien. I'll completely smash your face in. Damien easily dodged the punch and then struck James's abdomen with his fist. James's body was pushed back against the wall. As his back hit the wall, he toppled forward. Cough, cough, foam dribbled from his mouth. His eyes were already glazed over, possibly from being knocked unconscious. If you don't want to end up like him, how about clearing out of the room? Damien pointed at James as he spoke. Members of the real men hastily fled outside. You should take him with you. In response to Damien's words, a few members returned and carried James John out. Thus, only Damien and Oliver remained in the guest room. Well then, your highness, shall we have a serious discussion? Oliver's face turned sullen as he realized that his last defender, James John, was no longer with him. Damien took a seat on an empty chair. Your highness, please have a seat for now. At Damien's words, Oliver stiffened and took a seat a few feet away. So what exactly is this gathering about? It's about the real men, nobles from the capital, periodically gather to share friendship in such gatherings. Seems like a group of cowards despite the name. Oliver snapped at Damien's words. Don't insult my friends even if you insult me. Is there anyone else among them besides James who stood up to protect your highness? At Damien's words, Oliver remained silent. After listening, it seemed true. Despite always claiming loyalty, there was only one person who tried to stop Damien among them. Who arranged this place? The owner of this tavern provided it. The appointment time is also set by the owner. When good drinks and women are arranged, the owner sends a message. Having heard the story, Damien clicked his tongue in disapproval. Your Highness, I'm deeply disappointed. You broke our agreement and came here to drink like this. Sir Damien, please spare me, I won't do it again. So, Damien poured liquor into 2 glasses. He placed one in front of Oliver. Oliver looked at Damien with a face that seemed to say, what's this? Have a drink. Damien first raised the glass to his lips. Oliver cautiously drank, keeping an eye on him. Cheers. Despite the situation, the liquor was enjoyable. Having just 1 glass felt too unsatisfying. Would you like another drink? Oliver extended the glass, watching Damien's reaction. Damien poured another drink. Oliver downed his 2nd glass. As the alcohol spread through his body, he gained a little courage. Are you not angry? I was planning to be. Oliver's face turned contemplative at those words, but come to think of it. Your Highness has been through a lot these past 2 days. Through a lot. At that word, Oliver blinked his eyes repeatedly. Yes, he had suffered. He had suffered a lot. He had suffered to the point of death. When was the last time he heard or even experienced such words? It felt strange to hear Damien acknowledge it like this. You've worked hard all this time, so I think it's okay to relax a bit today. So have another drink. Oliver extended the glass again. He downed a 3rd. Your Highness, if you want more drinks, just let me know. I can't permit it every time, but occasionally I'll turn a blind eye. Really? Yes, but you can't drink in places like this. And no bringing women along either. It's just about drinking sensibly. The prohibition on women caused Oliver to hesitate once more. Alcohol and women, both were indispensable in Oliver Apple's life. But even with those 2, something was missing. That's why he kept searching, perhaps without knowing what he truly desired. I don't seem to get a response. I understand. I'll do as you say, you must stick to it. Damien offered the bottle again. Oliver Apple accepted and drank. Sir Damien, can you repeat what you said? What do you mean? Why, you said I worked hard, Oliver asked, trying to conceal his embarrassment. Damien replied nonchalantly, you did work hard, you put in a lot of effort studying things you weren't familiar with. At Damien's words, Oliver squirmed uncomfortably. He realized it for the first time. How good it was to be acknowledged by others. Following a lengthy night of drinking, Oliver Apple succumbed to unconsciousness, sprawled out on the couch in a state of utter oblivion. I don't understand why weaklings like him insist on drinking so much. Damien muttered as he finished the remaining liquor. It didn't taste very good. He was only drinking forcibly to company Oliver. Why did I used to like this tasteless stuff so much? It was when Damien let out a wry smile and mumbled to himself. May I come in? A woman's voice came from outside. Damien set down the glass and said, Feel free, thank you. As the door opened, a woman entered. She wore a red dress that suited her remarkably well. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Carmen, the owner of this establishment. Damien scrutinized the woman who introduced herself as Carmen. She didn't seem like your typical tavern woman. She exuded elegance, yet lacked something to be called noble. You don't seem like an ordinary tavern owner. Carmen smiled in response to Damien's comment. This tavern is just a side business. I have a main profession. Main profession? I manage green scent. The term green scent made Damien look at her with surprise. He had heard of the term green scent a few times in his past life. It was a dark underworld organization that spread throughout the Apple Kingdom, not limited to the capital. Their organizational power was meticulous, and their influence was so significant that many nobles were in league with the green scent. You're quite a formidable figure. Only you, Sir Damien, Carmen said with a smile. So why did you arrange such an event? It must have cost a lot to prepare for the gathering. The drinks here weren't something you could easily obtain. Even the food they brought to share was all made with top-quality ingredients. Emptying out an upscale tavern of this size would undoubtedly incur massive losses. I wanted to lead a noble gathering centered around His Highness the Crown Prince. It would be very helpful if I could manage those connections. You're just answering obediently. There's nothing to hide, Carmen said casually. Damien looked at her with an amused expression. It seems too easy for you to agree. Despite being the center of the gathering, if the Crown Prince were to be absent, Carmen would suffer significant losses. Yet Carmen nodded without a hint of discomfort. I may not know much, but I know a little about survival. Damien chuckled at Carmen's words. It was true. If a refusal came, Damien had intended to turn the green scent upside down for the day. I hope you keep that promise, Damien suddenly said, as if he had just remembered to support the prince. By any chance, are you also running an underground market? The underground market. It was a market where illegal items like stolen goods or drugs were traded. Because it was an illegal market, not just anyone could run it. Only organizations as large as Green Scent could manage it. Yes. Is there something you need? Damien needed only 2 things right now, elixirs and mana cultivation techniques. Despite significant physical growth from consuming Electo's royal jelly, his mana remained the same. He urgently needed elixirs to increase the capacity of his mana. Mana cultivation techniques were also indispensable. To regain the level of his past life, Damien needed to develop a mana cultivation technique that suited him. Ideally, he needed to acquire many high-level mana cultivation techniques. I'd like to participate in the auction at the next underground market. Among illegal items, particularly valuable ones were consumed at auctions held within the underground market. Perhaps Damien didn't know if he would find the items he needed. However, unlike the regular underground market, not just anyone could participate in the auction at the underground market. Only those with close ties to the green scent and deemed trustworthy could access it. If Sir Damien desires it, I'll send an invitation for the next auction. But thanks to Damien's direct encounter with the boss of the green scent, he could easily obtain an auction pass. I appreciate it. Damien put Oliver on his back and stood up from his seat. As he stepped outside, he realized that the sun had already risen. Chapter 87, Alexander Apple Part 1. Since that day, Oliver Apple's behavior changed significantly. Your Highness, it's time to wake up. Sir Damien, good morning. Damien, who came to wake up Oliver early in the morning, was taken aback when he saw that Oliver Apple had already gotten up and finished washing. Sir Damien, didn't you remind me every time? You always said I should start the day early. At those words, Damien could only feel even more bewildered. Originally, Oliver had the lazy habit of not getting out of bed until noon. Despite Damien's attempts to change that, nothing worked, and now suddenly everything was different. Your Highness, you're doing great. You finally realized the importance of a regular lifestyle. At Damien's words, Oliver's lips spread into a wide smile. After that day, Oliver's peculiar behavior continued. Your Highness, continuing from yesterday, today we'll study the history of the Empire. I've already finished it. Already, when discussing the history of the continent, the Empire is indispensable, isn't it? I thought you would ask, so I finished it in advance. Damien narrowed his eyes and looked at Oliver. Oliver was intelligent but incredibly lazy. An individual who, despite being forced to study with a stick for about an hour, would barely start studying voluntarily. Well done, indeed, Your Highness. With Damien's praise, Oliver's face lit up with joy. By now, Damien could slowly understand what Oliver wanted: praise. Oliver Apple was improving his own flaws to receive praise. Was receiving recognition that satisfying? Damien somewhat empathized with Oliver's way of thinking. After all, he himself was once a troublemaker and understood it well. He must have felt lonely without receiving recognition from anyone. Honestly, everything was Oliver's own doing. Oliver Apple held the blessed position of a crown prince. Even the king was willing to do anything for his son. Yet the one who disregarded such favorable conditions and engaged in reckless behavior only to end up isolated was none other than Oliver Apple. I was like that too. Past Damien wasn't much different. He blamed only his family without reflecting on his own actions. Unaware of how much love he was receiving from his family or how much trouble he was causing them, Oliver Apple had indeed changed for the better. Wasn't Damien's prolonged stay to make Oliver a proper king? Your Highness, you've mastered the etiquette you learned yesterday perfectly. Indeed, you are the pride of the royal family. Your Highness, you've already learned the swordsmanship I taught you. Now I see you're overflowing with talent even in physical activities. Damien continued to praise the prince whenever he could. Every time he received praise, it was a bonus that Oliver's flaws were being corrected. While the crown prince is voluntarily studying, the king was equally surprised by Oliver's change. Sir Damien, what's going on? Why is the crown prince? Oliver, calm down. Everything you see before your eyes is real. Who? The king, who saw Oliver's transformation with his own eyes, rubbed his eyes several times. Then he held Damien's hands and thanked him repeatedly. Sir Damien, you truly are an angel in my life. I haven't done anything. It was all possible because of His Highness's efforts. Haha, you're even humble. Oliver, come here. At the king's call, Oliver stepped forward. The king embraced him with both arms. You're finally walking the right path. Excellent, excellent. You're truly my son. Oliver's face was filled with surprise. It seemed like this was the first time he had received praise from the king, judging by his astonishment. Looking at the both of them, Damien also felt a rare sense of satisfaction. Now, once I deal with the rebellion, I can go back. Oliver's behavior had greatly improved. There were even signs of cracks in the barrier between the father and son. Now, all that was left was to stop the rebellion and stabilize the kingdom. But as they say, things don't always go as planned. Soon after, a new incident occurred. On that day, the courtiers were moving around very busily. Damien found himself puzzled by this and searched around the palace to find Oliver. Eventually, he was able to spot Oliver hiding in a corner of the garden. Your Highness, what are you doing here? Oliver was startled by Damien's voice and turned to look at him. Sir Damien, now you start to run away just because you don't feel like studying. And no, I've been studying right here, Oliver Apple shouted, waving the book in his hand. Then why were you hiding in this corner? I wasn't hiding. Oliver sighed and changed his words. Yes, I was hiding. Why on earth? Today is the day when he returns. He. It was when Damien questioned this that he heard the voice of a bureaucrat from behind. Your Highness Oliver, you're here. His Majesty Alexander will arrive at the palace soon. Please come quickly. Oliver's eyes widened at the bureaucrat's words. He sighed deeply and said, all right, I'll go soon. As soon as he heard the response, the bureaucrat left. Who is His Majesty Alexander? He's my uncle. Uncle, it meant the king's younger brother. Why are you avoiding your uncle? He's quite annoying in many ways. Oliver replied with a wry smile to Damien's question. Sir Damien, I'll be in another place for a while, so please don't tell anyone else. At that, Damien frowned. He didn't know the exact reason why Oliver was avoiding his uncle. But to avoid a situation where the elder of the household must be greeted, that was not behavior fitting of a crown prince. From Damien's perspective, who was tasked with raising Oliver into a fine crown prince, it was nonsense. Stop talking nonsense and go meet your uncle. With Damien's firm response, Oliver's shoulders slumped. Damien led Oliver towards the castle gate. Already many other nobles had gathered at the gate. Even though they had come this far, Oliver's expression remained unchanged. However, due to Damien, he couldn't bring himself to say that he wanted to turn back. It seems His Majesty Alexander is returning sooner than expected. It appears he has successfully cleared out the bandit groups. That's truly impressive. It would have taken the local lords months to achieve what he did. Damien listened attentively to the nobles' conversation. Thanks to them, he could roughly grasp who Alexander was. His Majesty Alexander is entering. With someone's shout, a group of knights began to enter through the castle gate. The smell of sweat and dirt permeated the air. It seemed they had recently been in battle. Their armor was dented and they were covered in dirt. It wasn't a pleasant sight, but there wasn't a single person who didn't command respect. They seemed to have a lot of experience, Damien thought as he looked at the knights. Experienced knights often displayed skills beyond their ranks. However, among the knights, there was a figure emitting a peculiar atmosphere. Damien's gaze fell on the knight at the forefront. The middle-aged man seemed to exude an unusual energy. High class? No, there are many shortcomings. The middle-aged knight also looked at Damien. No, to be precise, he was looking right beside Damien. The middle-aged knight pulled on the reins and stopped in front of Damien. Why does your face feel familiar? Oh, it's you, my nephew. The middle-aged knight said, addressing Oliver. Oliver forced a smile and said, uncle. Hello, the middle-aged knight Alexander Apple smiled warmly at Oliver's greeting. It's always a pleasure to see you, and as for my nephew here, well, no need to say anything, right? You are always stuck in the palace anyway. At Alexander's words, the knights burst into laughter. Among the bureaucrats, there was also someone laughing. I told you before, didn't I? At your age, you should go out more. Don't you know that hardships make you stronger when you're young? I heard. And you wasted time knowing that. Understand that it's embarrassing for your subordinates to see you like this. I'm sorry. Oliver hung his head, feeling chastised by Alexander Apple's every word. From a third-party perspective, Damien couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Regardless of being a household elder, was it appropriate to scold one's nephew, especially in front of so many people, and that too the crown prince? But the young man next to you, Alexander's gaze shifted to Damien. Instantly, Damien's pupils dilated slightly. You must be Damien Haksen, right? Yes, your majesty. It's an honor to be recognized, Damien replied with a smile on his face. Alexander examined Damien with even more interest. Not only did you rise to the middle class at a young age, but you also assisted the church in defeating dangerous dark mages. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but seeing you, it seems they're all true. You flatter me, your majesty, but I heard you're still alone. Is that true? Yes, it is. Alexander clicked his tongue at Damien's response. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, young men of that age are all like that. They tend to overestimate their abilities. Damien felt uncomfortable at the remark, though he didn't show it. Sir Damien, as your senior in life, let me give you some advice. Find a lord to serve under as soon as possible. Talented knights like yourself should find a position quickly. Alexander suddenly snapped his fingers as if he had just remembered something. Dumbbell, isn't there still a vacancy in our White Shield Knights? Yes, your majesty, there is. Damien, join our White Shield Knights. There's no need to thank me. I'm also pleased to accept talents like yours. Damien couldn't help but smirk. Making decisions and judgments arbitrarily. Alexander Apple was the kind of person Damien disliked the most. Your majesty, I'm sorry, but I don't feel like belonging anywhere just yet. And that's why young folks are a problem. Didn't I say it before? Don't overestimate your abilities. A knight's duty is to serve a lord. I know my abilities very well. The irritation and discomfort reached unbearable levels. After scanning Alexander and the knights behind him, Damien spoke again. It's not as appealing as you make it sound. For a moment, silence fell. Soon after, the knights erupted in anger. Who does this brat think he is, speaking so arrogantly? Draw your sword at once, I'll teach you some manners. At that moment, Alexander raised his hand to silence the knights. It's been a while since I've seen such a bold young man. Unlike the knights, Alexander Apple's face wasn't filled with anger. Instead, he appeared calm, but Damien could see it, the deep-seated anger burning in Alexander's eyes. If that's your wish, then so be it. Without further ado, Alexander turned away. The knights followed after him. Sir Damien, how you can speak like that to uncle? As soon as Alexander left, Oliver grabbed Damien and exclaimed, "You've embarrassed him in front of so many people. He seemed fine to me." Knowing it wasn't true, Damien replied casually, "Anyway, His Majesty Alexander seems to be quite popular. Considering the reactions of the bureaucrats when he entered the castle, it was anything but typical popularity. Whenever there's trouble in the kingdom, he always takes the lead to solve it. That's why he has so many followers." Saying that, Oliver sent an admiring glance towards Alexander, who was now walking away. Moreover, he showed talent in swordsmanship from a young age, so there are many knights who follow him. There are even enough to establish a separate knight order. Impressive. Did you know Sir Liam is also a peer of Uncle? Uncle learned swordsmanship from the Marquis Bluegreen. It was an unexpected connection. Your Highness. At that moment, a bureaucrat rushed towards Oliver Apple. His Majesty Alexander will meet the king in 2 hours. Your Highness should prepare to attend. At those words, Oliver's expression hardened once again. Understood, I will accompany His Highness to the meeting, Damien spoke to the bureaucrat. At that, Oliver's expression betrayed a deep sense of betrayal. Sir Damien, I would prefer not to attend. Your Highness, you shouldn't be stubborn, Damien said firmly. Oliver looked crestfallen. This doesn't bode well. The reason Damien came here was to prevent the rebellion. In a previous life, a rebellion swept through the capital, resulting in the death of the king and the hasty crowning of Oliver Apple, which plunged the Apple Kingdom into turmoil. That's all Damien knew. He didn't know specifics about who attacked or what happened. It was concealed by the royal family. It seems the situation that the royal family wants to conceal. Damien glanced in the direction Alexander Apple had gone. Chapter 88, Alexander Apple Part 2. A little later, Damien and Oliver went to the audience chamber. The king was already seated, and the noble officials had also arrived and taken their seats. Damien and Oliver stood directly below the throne. Oliver Apple, being the crown prince, naturally had the right to be there, and Damien stood beside him as his mentor. "Oliver, have you come?" The king, seated on the throne, spoke to Oliver Apple. "I thought you would leave your seat empty again this time, but today is different." Oliver's lips twitched slightly at the king's praise. Despite disliking the atmosphere, receiving praise seemed to please him. "It's a discussion about Uncle's accomplishments, so I couldn't possibly miss it." Damien's words on the forced topic were diplomatic. Regardless, the king seemed greatly pleased with Oliver Apple's words. "His Majesty Alexander is entering." At that moment, an official announced loudly. The king straightened up, interrupting his conversation with Oliver Apple. Other noble officials did the same, halting their conversations. Through the wide-open door, Alexander Apple and his knights entered. Unlike what one might expect at the castle gates, they were dressed in neat attire rather than armor. Alexander knelt before the king, and the other knights followed suit. "I have come after receiving your Majesty's command to subdue the bandits in the south." Alexander spoke with solemnity. The noble officials murmured in response. "The subjects of Lord Godrock have assassinated lords and turned into a bandit group. Other landowners and mercenaries have joined, making their influence grow. Their operations centered around forested areas, making it difficult to eradicate, to handle it so neatly. Indeed, His Majesty Alexander." The noble officials praised Alexander's achievements. However, as the officials' praise increased, Oliver Apple's expression darkened. "Alexander, rise." At the king's command, he stood up. "Your contribution to calming the chaos in the kingdom is immeasurable. It's an exaggeration. I just did what needed to be done." Alexander spoke calmly, eliciting admiration from those around. "Truly, there is no one as dedicated and humble as His Majesty Alexander in service to the kingdom. Indeed, your Majesty must continue to rely on him." The officials' praise continued to grow, and then, "Indeed, it's quite a contrast with His Highness the Crown Prince. It would have been nice if Oliver had followed even half of that." Oliver's name began to be mentioned. "All he does all the time is drink and chase after women. Now that he's getting older, I worry he should gain experience by assisting your Majesty." As the murmurs increased, Oliver hunched his shoulders. "Your Majesty, there is one more achievement I must mention." When the murmurs subsided, Alexander spoke up. The king asked with curiosity on his face, "What is it?" "We discovered a ruin in the forest during the process of clearing out the bandits." At the mention of ruins, the officials began to murmur again. "Long ago, there existed a civilization much more advanced than the current one. Although that civilization had long since perished, ruins like these occasionally revealed its existence. Rare and extraordinary artifacts were sometimes found in ruins, some of which were powerful enough to shake the entire continent. We were able to obtain an artifact called the Relic Sword during the exploration of the ruins. The Relic Sword. It was an ancient weapon rarely found in ruins. Made with technology so advanced that it couldn't be replicated today, it possessed formidable abilities. Many mages had tried to reproduce the Relic Sword, but none had succeeded. Is that really true? The king asked in surprise. The Relic Sword was classified as a strategic weapon due to its immense power. If what Alexander said was true, then the Apple Kingdom would have acquired a tremendous weapon. Yes, your majesty. Furthermore, through the Relic Sword, I was able to elevate my class. Elevate your class, are you saying you're now a high class? Alexander nodded. The king's mouth slowly fell open. See, can you show it to us? My abilities as a high class can only be manifested when I draw the Relic Sword due to my humble skills. It was a rule to return all weapons in front of the king. Alexander was unarmed now. Well, you are permitted to do so. Bring Alexander's sword at once. At the king's command, a servant brought a sword. It was a very old longsword from the scabbard to the hilt, showing clear signs of age. Alexander drew the sword. Unlike the worn scabbard and handle, the sword itself was clean and sharp as if freshly forged. As soon as the sword was drawn, Alexander's demeanor changed dramatically. The people in the room felt as if they were caught in the midst of a storm. Alexander Apple slammed the relic sword into the ground, and branches of light began to sprout throughout the room. Everyone gaped at the mystical sight. This is the Thornwood, the relic sword I've acquired. Everyone looked at the Thornwood with stunned faces, including Damien. It's no ordinary item, it's at least grade 3. Relic swords were classified based on grades, ranging from grade 10 to grade 1. Among them, grade 3 relic swords had the ability to sweep away more than 1,000 troops when activated. But something seems off. During his time as a Death Knight, Damien had seen many relic swords and even fought against them. Therefore, he felt a sense of unease. Does a relic sword really elevate one's class? While it was known that relic swords were weapons, Damien had never heard of them directly elevating one's status. Above all, it feels creepy. There was something strange about the energy the sword held. Damien observed the relic sword with suspicion. Meanwhile, Alexander retrieved the sword he had plunged into the ground, causing the glowing branches to disappear. Amazing, not only acquiring the relic sword but also ascending to the high class, the king exclaimed in astonishment. The other noble officials were equally surprised. My, truly remarkable, the 4th high class. It's a boon to the Apple Kingdom. We knew His Majesty Alexander was impressive, but we never expected such good fortune. Indeed, he is the pillar of the Apple Kingdom. There's no one like His Majesty Alexander. The nobles praised Alexander Apple incessantly, but Oliver, His Highness. Even His Majesty has been so excellent. As the praise for Alexander increased, so did the disparaging remarks about Oliver Apple. With each word of praise for Alexander, Oliver's expression darkened more and more. And it wasn't just darkening, there was a visible buildup of resentment in his eyes. Not good. Damien, being somewhat of a type of Oliver himself, could guess what Oliver might be feeling. His already twisted temperament, not being acknowledged, was undoubtedly becoming even more warped. He had been trying to change for the better recently, but it seemed it was only making things worse. Alexander, I'd like to give you some rest if I could, but the world won't allow it. The king gestured, and an official unfolded a parchment and began to read. There have been reports of unusual orc activity in the eastern regions recently. It's suspected that an orc lord has been born. At the mention of an orc lord, the officials began to murmur again. An orc lord. If it's true, it's no ordinary matter. The danger varies depending on the type of lord, though. Orcs were peculiar monsters in that their danger level depended on the type of leader. Usually, a gathering of a few dozen posed no significant threat. However, occasionally, when a particularly unique individual worthy of being called a lord emerged, the danger skyrocketed. In the past, when beings like orc lords were born, it required the nation to mobilize all its forces. Alexander, will you take charge of this matter? All eyes turned to Alexander. It seemed everyone expected him to step forward once again, but someone spoke up before Alexander could. He wishes to take charge of this matter. Everyone looked at Damien with surprise, even Oliver. Sir Damien? Oliver asked with a trembling voice. Damien continued, ignoring Oliver's uncertainty. His Highness has been seeking ways to contribute to the kingdom as the crown prince. So he expressed a strong desire to take on this task. His words elicited admiring reactions from the officials. We didn't expect His Highness to have such a commendable thought. He seems to have truly changed recently. This time it seems genuine. Well, despite his questionable behavior, he's quite intelligent, isn't he? The officials looked at Oliver with newfound respect. Oliver's mood visibly improved as he received these approving glances. Of course, not all officials showed positive reactions. His Highness, who has no experience, can't possibly handle the orc horde. This will only escalate the damage further. I object. Given the importance of the matter, it couldn't simply be passed over with praise for being commendable. When faced with opposition, Oliver's spirit seemed to dampen again. I will vouch for His Highness's capabilities. Moreover, I will accompany him on this orc extermination mission. Damien's words changed the noble's reactions. If it's Sir Damien, haven't there been rumors lately that he's risen to the mid-class? Even if only half of the rumors about Sir Damien are true, handling the orc extermination should be easy. With Damien expressing his intention to participate, the tide quickly turned in a positive direction. Eventually, all eyes turned to the king. After all, he was the one who would approve the matter. Oliver. At the king's call, Oliver Apple lifted his head in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty, this extermination process will involve rigorous preparations and considerable danger. Will you still accept? Oliver Apple hesitated at the king's question. Your Highness, if you back down here, you'll truly be seen as a coward, Damien whispered softly. Oliver Apple looked at Damien with a resentful expression. What will you do? Damien asked Oliver Apple, cutting straight to the point. Oliver Apple clenched his fists and shouted, I will take charge of this. And thus the southern expedition of the Crown Prince was decided. Chapter 89. Reunion Part 1. Sir Damien, what on earth are you doing? As soon as the meeting ended, Oliver grabbed Damien and complained. Sir Damien, help me, I couldn't possibly do such a big task, Damien smiled. Then why did you say that you couldn't do it in front of King? How could I can say that? Everyone was looking at me with such expectant eyes, Oliver protested loudly. But when Damien raised his hand, Oliver stepped back in surprise. Still, it's quite remarkable how the attitudes of the officials have changed, isn't it? Oliver fell silent at Damien's words. It was also a sign of agreement. Didn't it feel good to see His Majesty pleased? Oliver nodded silently. Oliver was a man who wanted recognition more than anyone else. Such a person wouldn't dislike the situation just now. There's nothing to worry about. Just get it done, then everyone won't dare to ignore you again. But it was when Oliver spoke with a lack of energy. An official approached Damien and spoke. Sir Damien, His Majesty requests a separate audience with you. I'll go right away. Your Highness, I'll see you later. Guided by the official, Damien headed to the king's chamber. Sir Damien, what's going on all of a sudden? It seemed that the reason the king summoned Damien was to inquire about Oliver's situation. I know about the crown prince very well. He's not the type to get involved in such matters. The king wasn't reprimanding Damien. There was pure curiosity and concern. It couldn't be helped. His son had gotten himself into a risky situation. Your Majesty, that's a misunderstanding, Damien said to the king. The crown prince has a strong desire for recognition. Moreover, he respects his uncle, Alexander, deeply. The king listened to Damien's words in silence, so he always wished to contribute to the kingdom like Alexander. So is that why he supported the orc extermination? That's correct. The king pondered for a moment. As a king and as a father, it pleases me to see Oliver taking direct action. I want to help in any way I can, but as you know, Oliver's position as the crown prince is precarious. Oliver had lived as a spoiled brat for a long time. King had tried to hide it within the royal family, but it wasn't perfect. The officials already knew. All I can offer is basic support. Doing more would only tarnish Oliver's reputation. The king's words were correct. Favoring an incompetent crown prince could reflect poorly on the king. Compared to that, Oliver bears too much risk. If this expedition fails, it could lead to a catastrophe. As Damien had seen with his own eyes, Oliver's position was precarious enough for nobles and officials to openly ridicule. In such a situation, if he volunteered for the orc extermination and failed, perhaps the crown prince's position would be in jeopardy. Don't worry, I'm here, Damien said nonchalantly. The king found great trust in his indifferent attitude. With Sir Damien by his side, I feel reassured, but I still don't understand. Why go to such lengths for Oliver? The king's question left Damien in thought. The reason Damien was helping the prince was for the sake of the family. In the future, due to rebellion, the king dies and Oliver suddenly ascends to the throne. The inexperienced king couldn't handle the affairs of the kingdom properly. The kingdom trembled greatly and the suffering of people increased. As a result, the Apple Kingdom fell too easily in the war against Dorugo. Damien came here to prevent that. After all, the Apple Kingdom was where his family lived. But it wasn't just for such pragmatic reasons. I couldn't just stand by and watch. Damien never expected to develop such affection for Oliver of all people. At first, he found him annoying. With you taking the lead, I can't just stay still. The king opened a drawer and took something out. It was a small chest made of ebony. When the lid of the chest was opened, a scent like pine needles spread in all directions. Inside, blue beads were wrapped in silk. This is the core that the sea serpent possessed. The core referred to a clump of mana generated within the body of certain monsters. Some monsters use these cores to manifest various abilities. The sea serpent was one such monster. The sea serpent was a large monster that inhabited the sea. Not only was it enormous in size, but it also possessed the ability to control water. Because of this, it was regarded by sailors as a minion sent by the demon of the sea. What a fascinating item. The core was not something easily come by. Cores from rare and powerful monsters like the sea serpent were even more scarce. The amount of mana contained within the core matched the sea serpent's notorious reputation. If you manage to finish this task safely, no, even if you don't finish it, I promise to give this to you. Damien's chronic issue was his lack of mana. If it was the core of the sea serpent, it could neatly resolve that problem. It was a generous reward for taking on such a bothersome task. Please trust me. It was when Damien finished his business and left the study. Sir Damien, did the audience with His Majesty go well? Liam was waiting for Damien outside the chamber. Someone wants to see you. Can you spare a moment? A person who could use a high-class individual as a messenger. Only one person came to Damien's mind. After you, sir, Damien followed Liam. He guided Damien to the royal garden, a small artificial lake. A small pavilion was erected on it. Someone was sitting there. Sir Damien, it's good to see you again. Alexander spoke with a friendly smile. Please have a seat. He gestured to the seat opposite him. Damien took out a chair and sat down. Your Majesty, what can I do for you? I called you to give advice to a promising young man who is walking into a trap. Damien raised an eyebrow. It seemed he was planning to engage in useless small talk like last time. Sir Damien, it seems you're still inexperienced in worldly matters. While I believe I've reached an appropriate age. Ha is such a friend taking the nephew's side, Alexander laughed loudly. Sir Damien may not know, but Oliver's situation is quite dire. Damien listened to Alexander's words vaguely and brushed them off. My nephew, that child isn't trustworthy even with empty words. His conduct is not commendable, he continued, oblivious to Damien's lack of attention. At first, everyone tried to change Oliver. Haven't you heard the saying, no fruit under the canopy is without a worm? But he didn't change. He always stayed the same. Damien didn't pay much attention to Alexander's words. It wasn't because he trusted Oliver. It was because he believed that if he didn't listen, he could always resort to using a club again. Now everyone has completely given up on him. There are hardly any people who believe in him anymore. Instead, it seems uncomfortable for Prince Oliver to receive attention. Damien interjected. Alexander nodded. You suddenly say strange things. Why would he be uncomfortable with that? Damien smirked. Alexander thought he hit it well, but Damien had already noticed. The moment he said those words, Alexander's eyes trembled slightly. I appreciate your concern, but it seems like unnecessary advice. With that, Damien stood up. Before leaving the pavilion, he glanced at Liam. Sir Liam, I didn't expect you to be on this side. Liam smiled faintly at Damien's words. It's a choice for the kingdom. In that case, there's nothing to be done. Damien left without further ado. As Damien disappeared, Alexander clenched the teacup tightly. The cup shattered, turning into dust. That arrogant brat. Alexander gritted his teeth and muttered. After that day, notices were posted recruiting troops for the orc extermination. However, no matter how much time passed, no volunteers showed up. Even after sending letters in Oliver's name, it was the same. Noble families cited various reasons for refusing participation. It seems to be because of my reputation, Oliver said with a dejected face. The noble families close to the royal family all know how pitifully I've been living, so it seems they have no intention of sending troops. The fact that the crown prince was an asshole was undoubtedly known by nobles and knightly families connected to the royal family. If the knightly families didn't come forward, there was nothing Oliver could do. He could force troops out by invoking the king's name. But as the king had said, receiving such support would only tarnish Oliver's reputation. What should we do if we can't even start the expedition like this, and if it ends? Oliver's face turned pale. He already looked fearful of others' ridicule. Well, there's no helping it. That's right. There's nothing we can do. I'll have to sell my name. Pardon, Damien said nonchalantly. Put my name on the notice. Damien Haksen is recruiting troops to join in the orc extermination. So another line was added to the notice. And not even 2 days after Damien's name was included, a knight led troops and joined the expedition. Brother, I'm here. Michael Ryanbloom, the eldest son of Marquis Ryanbloom, the future swordmaster, had arrived. Chapter 90. Reunion Part 2. Damien couldn't help but stare at Michael with a surprised expression. How did you get here? Michael held a significant position as the eldest son of Marquis Ryanbloom. Even though Damien wanted to help, he never expected Michael to come personally. My brother requested assistance. How could I just stand by? I dropped everything and came running. Marquis probably tried to stop you. No, he said if I don't leave, he'd come after me with a sword. Don't worry about him. Would he really swing a sword at his own son? Michael chuckled, making Damien suddenly feel a headache coming on. Next time, please contact me immediately if something like this happens again. Yeah, I'll make sure to do that. Contrary to his words, Damien had no intention of calling Michael again. If such incidents recurred, it would only worsen his relationship with Marquis Ryanbloom. I wanted to bring other knights too, but one was the best I could manage. It was a bit disappointing. Knights known for their skill under Marquis Ryanbloom's command would have been a great help. Well, just having you is more than enough. But instead of those knights, Michael Ryanbloom came. One Michael Ryanbloom was worth more than 10 other knights. Moreover, Michael was no longer of low class. You've risen to the middle class in the meantime. As expected, you noticed right away. Michael smiled faintly. Unlike the last time they met, Michael was now of middle class, not low class. Considering Michael's talents, it wasn't surprising. He was among the top of the master class. As for you, sir, Michael looked silently at Damien, his pupils trembling slightly. You remain unchanged, still high and distant. Damien responded with a silent smile to Michael's words. During their first meeting, Michael had a big misconception that he and Damien were on the same level. And now, having risen to the middle class, Michael had immediately realized the gap between him and Damien. It was a significant improvement, as they were having various conversations. Damien, guests have arrived. The steward came and informed them. With doubts, Damien went outside. As they reached the castle gates, they could see why the steward referred to them as guests. 10 knights clad in armor were waiting for Damien. Sir Damien, we've come to assist you under the orders of Duke Goldpixie. Surprisingly, all 10 were low-class knights. The Duke had sent a formidable force. This is much appreciated. I'll have to thank the Duke separately. He's been feeling a bit disappointed lately as His Grace hasn't been visiting often. Damien burst into laughter at the knight's words. With 2 middle-class and 10 low-class, they had gathered quite a force. It was a force to rival any major nobles, and the 2 middle-class were none other than Damien and Michael Ryanbloom. There was enough surplus to not worry about numbers. Damien was feeling quite satisfied when a soldier approached him with a worried expression. Sir Damien, something big has happened. Big, there's a crazy woman causing a commotion on the streets of the capital. She insists on meeting you and her swordsmanship is so superior that the guards can't handle her. A strange woman. Damien felt an inexplicable unease at those words. Let's go and see what this is about for now. He went out onto the street with the soldier. The streets were chaotic with unconscious soldiers scattered everywhere. Over there, Damien, it's me. I've come, and in the midst of it all, a woman with a rather displeasing face was waving her hand. Veronica Sanchez. Upon seeing Veronica, Damien couldn't help but rub his face with his palm. Why are you here? Why am I here? Because you said you needed help, so I came, she said, pounding her chest with her hand. Looking at her enthusiastic expression, Damien felt the urge to spank her. You said no one should die until I do, remember. So I came to protect you. It's unnecessary, you're weaker than me. That's in the past. Do you know how strong I've become since then? Now that thing? Come to think of it, Veronica's demeanor had changed. Damien looked at her closely and said, middle class. Yeah, I'm middle class now. How about that? Impressive. This means I can beat you now. Damien rolled his eyes. While Veronica was indeed talented, he never expected her to become middle class in such a short time. Right, since we've finally met, let's see how it goes. She immediately drew her sword and rushed at him. Instead of facing her, Damien stood aside. He had someone to fight for him. Standing beside Damien, Michael drew his sword and blocked Veronica. The swords of the two clashed in the air. Why is this woman so audacious to challenge you like this, brother? Michael Ryanbloom asked, looking incredulous. To which she replied with a grimace. And who are you to stick by Damien's side? Are you also after his life? What? How dare you speak such vile words? Take it back immediately. Damien belongs to me. Find someone else. They glared at each other. Eventually, they started swinging their swords at each other. Make sure you never misbehave towards my brother again. I'll make sure to educate you without killing. I'll show them the consequences if you ever dare to say that again. The two continued fighting while shouting nonsensical threats. Damien looked at them with a tired expression. Well, let them be. Leaving the two of them behind, he returned to the mansion. Sir Damien, as Damien returned to the mansion, he could see Oliver running towards him from afar. He seemed to be out of breath, yet he didn't stop running. Your Highness, what's the matter? I just heard knights have arrived. Oliver seemed to have heard the news a bit late while studying. Yes, that's correct. The military force needed for the orc extermination has been arranged. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to gather a single knight. Oliver rejoiced with open arms. Then suddenly his expression turned grim. If things continue like this, I'll keep relying solely on your help. Then I won't have a face to show father and you. Damien inwardly admired Oliver's change. He seemed to have had a slightly different attitude lately. He never expected him to have such commendable thoughts. I want to do something. I want to help with this expedition. It was a noble sentiment, but the situation was uncertain. Is there anything he can do? While his enthusiasm was commendable, there was nothing to assign him to do. He couldn't just hand him a weapon and tell him to fight orcs, especially as the Crown Prince was already taking action. Yet he couldn't quash his enthusiasm either. After pondering for a while, Damien came up with a solution. I understand your intention well. Fortunately, there's a task you can take on. Just tell me, now that we've gathered the combatants, we need to develop a concrete plan. We need to secure funding, purchase provisions, and discuss how to reach the operational area. In truth, Damien wasn't well versed in this field. He only had a rough idea. I would like you to handle this task. Hesitation flickered across Oliver's face. It was a natural reaction as he had never undertaken such a task before. Trust me, but Oliver didn't back down. He didn't show any signs of worry either. Damien once again realized the change in Oliver, so the preparation for the expedition began. Damien focused on understanding the individual skills of the knights. That way they could be used effectively in appropriate situations. Today's the day to settle this. Just as we hoped, don't even think about running away like yesterday. Michael and Veronica had yet to reach a conclusion on the second day. Fighting in the training grounds had become their routine for the past few days. And Oliver, we might need to reselect the route. According to the report from 3 years ago, it's difficult to use the main road in this area because wolf packs gather periodically. Oliver was handling tasks beyond Damien's expectations. The reason Damien entrusted the preparation to Oliver was that he believed Oliver wouldn't draw too much attention, whether he acted or not. With many other capable officers around, there wasn't a pressing need for Oliver to excel. Your Highness, the Duke Goldpixie has offered to supply all the goods needed for this expedition. With the small number of troops we have, carrying goods would only slow us down. It would be better to get the necessary amount in the villages and towns along the way. However, Oliver wasn't just being led by the officials, he was leading everything himself. I knew he was clever, but I didn't expect him to be this good. In his past life, Oliver had hastily ascended to the throne, resulting in a significant weakening of the Apple Kingdom's power. However, viewed differently, it was also a testament to his leadership that he managed the affairs of the kingdom to some extent despite ascending to the throne unprepared. Contrary to rumors, His Highness the Crown Prince seems to be quite remarkable, to the extent that Michael even said so. But when are your fight going to reach a conclusion? Oh, well, you see, Michael was greatly flustered by Damien's question. Just a bit more, please wait. You told me. The world is vast and there are quite a few people who can rival me. After saying that, Michael spoke with a serious expression. But I can't admit that, but such a strange woman is my match. With that said, Damien was left speechless this time. So I must win today at all costs. Michael spoke with a determined expression. Stay strong, Damien replied with little interest. Thunk, a tapping sound came from the window. When he turned his head, he saw a crow staring at him. As Damien inspected the crow, he realized that something was tied to his ankle. Opening the pouch tied to the crow's ankle revealed a piece of paper. When he unfolded the paper, a brief line was written on it. Midnight tonight, and below it was written green incense. As Damien read the words, he smiled quietly. Finally, he could participate in the auction at the black market. Chapter 91, Auction House Part 1. That night just before midnight, Damien slipped out of the palace. Upon arriving at the tavern, Carmen welcomed Damien. Thank you for inviting me. It's an opportunity to have you here, Sir Damien, Carmen said with a smile. Her skill in accommodating and talking to others was extraordinary. I'll escort you to the auction house. Carmen guided Damien to a carriage she had arranged in advance. The carriage carrying the two of them started its journey through the night streets. Where is the auction taking place? It's prepared at the Marlin Theater. Damien was slightly surprised to hear that. The Marlin Theater was the largest theater in the Apple Kingdom and a symbol of the capital. He hadn't expected the influence of the green scent to extend to the extent of renting out the Marlin Theater. It seems larger than I thought. We were able to rent a good venue because many nobles will attend the auction. It seemed that many nobles with connections in the green scent would be present. After a while, the carriage arrived at the theater. The two of them got off the carriage. Despite all the lights being off, quite a few people were gathering at the theater. They all seemed to be nobles intending to participate in the auction. Come this way, Damien followed Carmen into the theater. It was a passage used by VIPs. Carmen led Damien into a lavish room. Red carpets covered the floor and expensive-looking artworks decorated the room. This room is only for the VIPs who are coming to the theater. You can rest here until the auction begins. Damien nodded as he admired the artwork in the room. Sir, I heard you've had some conflicts with His Majesty Alexander recently. Carmen suddenly brought up the topic. Damien looked at her with interest. You have good ears, knowing such news already. It's inevitable for the weak like us to survive. She approached a corner of the room, tapping on the seemingly thin wall. He said, This side of the wall is unusually thin, so you can hear sounds from the next room very clearly. Perhaps there was a flaw in the construction. She chuckled softly. Even if it's noisy, I'd appreciate your understanding. With that said, Carmen left. Damien sat on the sofa trying to guess her intentions, but it didn't take him long to realize that there was no need for that. It's an honor to serve you again. Carmen's voice came from the adjacent room. His Majesty Alexander, Alexander. As soon as that name was heard, Damien immediately suppressed his presence and approached the wall, leaning in to listen. I'm not particularly pleased. If you could tell me the reason, I'll fix it immediately. Don't give me excuses, it's because your people messed up the job. There was a sound of something breaking, indicating that Alexander had thrown something. I've warned you several times, Oliver, that idiot should have been kept in check. If that's the case, I have nothing to say. There shouldn't be, stupid bitch. Can't even follow orders to keep him in line. Earlier, Carmen had mentioned that providing entertainment to Oliver was to maintain connections, but listening to their conversation, the truth seemed different. Do you know what that brat did? He said he would go to tackle the orcs. That fool who was obsessed with booze and women. I have nothing to say even if I had 10 mouths to feed. Damn it. If you had done what you were asked properly, that idiot would have been kicked out a long time ago. Audible gasps filled the air, echoing the intensity of Alexander's struggle to rein in his anger, evident in his ragged breaths. We couldn't do anything either because Damien Haksen warned us not to approach the Crown Prince. Oh, really? Is that brat intimidating to you but not to me? It's not that. Isn't it? Thuds. This time the sound of furniture falling over entirely was heard. We'll do whatever it takes to make up for it. Who do you think will give tasks to idiots like you again? I'll make sure you guys pay the price for this incident properly. Please calm down. Get the fuck out of here. The sound of something being thrown again echoed. Soon after, the sound of the door closing was heard. It seemed like Carmen had left. He truly was a different person than he appeared to be. In front of nobles and officials, Alexander Apple played the role of a knight dedicated to the kingdom. In reality, he was nothing more than someone who played petty tricks against his nephew. There's only one child of the king, Oliver. Does he think he'll inherit the throne if Oliver is kicked out of the crown prince position? Damien was lost in various thoughts. It was when the door opened again. Your Highness, you seem very angry. It was noisy even from the corridor. A woman's voice. Her tone was very stern and cold. Although her face wasn't visible, it seemed like she would remain expressionless no matter what happened. Leona, do I look like I'm not keeping my cool? All my plans have been ruined because of these idiots. Please calm down, it's already happened. Getting angry won't change anything. The woman spoke with a stern tone. Surprisingly, Alexander began to calm down as the woman suggested. I think that this crisis is an opportunity. By seizing this opportunity, your Highness could obtain what you desire even faster. Faster. After all, the original plan has failed. We aim to ruin Oliver Apple's reputation to bring about his downfall and kick him out of his position of crown prince. But haven't we been without any good results for years due to the firm support of the king? That's true. Oliver, that fool, has been causing trouble for years, and my brother always seems to turn a blind eye to his misdeeds. The woman continued. Since the crown prince volunteered to tackle the orcs if he fails this time, this could be the chance for him to lose the position of crown prince. Didn't I think of that? Damien Haksen is by Oliver's side. Isn't that enough? Not to mention, there is knight like the Michael Ryanbloom and other knights from the side of Duke Goldpixie. Indeed, it's a strong force, but you don't need to worry. We just need to mobilize all my sister's abilities. Do you have any plans? Damien focused more on figuring out what plan was being discussed. It's time for the auction to begin. I'll explain more later. Besides, there are items we must purchase to proceed with the plan. As the two left the room, Damien couldn't hear any more about the plan. He was biting his tongue in disappointment. Carmen entered the room where Damien was. Did you bring me here to listen to this? Damien asked Carmen. She simply smiled quietly. If what Alexander Apple said is true, I can't just leave you alone. He said you deliberately interfered with the crown prince. There's no excuse for that, but I hope you understand this. If someone like His Highness Alexander Apple demands something, we have no choice but to comply. Even if Green Scent was influential, they couldn't stand against royalty. There seemed to be no other option even for them. What do you want from me? We just hope you'll step back from this troublesome conflict. When Alexander Apple gains power, you'll benefit greatly too. At Damien's words, one corner of her mouth twisted. Sir Damien, our Green Scent was formed by gathering the weak. Survival is our only purpose. For the largest organization in the Apple Kingdom, and it had a such simple goal. Until now, we have witnessed many powerful figures fall. According to our experience, His Highness Alexander may not be as reliable as we think. It was a wise judgment. In reality, Alexander Apple hadn't left his mark anywhere in the future. I guess I'm reliable, huh? That's why we're here, isn't it? At Carmen's words, Damien couldn't help but laugh. She truly seemed like a woman who had honey on her tongue. Do you know who the woman with Alexander Apple was? I have absolutely no information about her. I've tried digging a few times but couldn't find anything. If even Green Scent couldn't find out, it was even more suspicious. If even Green Scent didn't know, Damien had no choice but to find out for himself. I need your help one more time. Please tell me. Since the entire theater is being used as an auction venue, do VIP customers have private rooms? He referred to completely separate spaces from the seats in the theater. It was perfect for having private conversations, but the rental fee was expensive, so not just anyone could use them. I'd like you to place me in Alexander's adjacent room. Carmen kept her promise to Damien. The private rooms at the Marlin Theater were quite spacious, with tables and chairs arranged for comfortable viewing. Looking outside, people were filling up the seats. Since it was a secretive meeting, the attendance wasn't too large. Leona. Tell me quickly, how do you plan to fail the expeditionary force? The voices of Alexander and the woman came from the adjacent room. To hear their conversation clearly, Damien amplified his hearing with magic. Just wait a moment. Since it's a dangerous discussion, let's prepare first. A strange wave spread beyond the wall. At the same time the voices of the two disappeared, Damien's pupils dilated upon sensing the wave. Dark magic, there was no mistaking it. Just now the woman had used dark magic, and it's not just ordinary. The woman had used high-level dark magic that only experienced high-level dark mages could use. Is Alexander Apple in collusion with dark mages? In his past life, Oliver concealed everything even after overcoming the rebellion and ascending to the throne. If Alexander was the mastermind behind the rebellion, everything fell into place. Revelation of a royal family member's alliance with dark mages would not only stain the Apple royal family's reputation, but also invite interference from the church. A member of the royal family in collusion with dark mages. With the thought of a dark mage being right next to him, his killing intent showed signs of erupting, but Damien suppressed his emotions. It wasn't time to show emotion. There was much to uncover. Although it's high-level dark magic, there is a way to eavesdrop. The woman's dark magic created a barrier to absorb sound. Even with amplified senses, Damien couldn't eavesdrop. But if it was dark magic, Damien could use it too. Damien slightly released the dark magic in his bracelet. He discreetly manifested dark magic within the woman's unnoticed range. A small hole should do. Using dark magic, Damien created a hole in the barrier without the woman noticing. Then the voices of the two started coming through again. It is unfortunate, for Noctis has painstakingly gathered a horde of orcs for you. Damien clicked his tongue at the woman's words. Are they saying they intentionally caused the orc incident? That was possible. There was only one dark mage sect capable of such a thing, the necromancy sect. They not only controlled monsters but also mutated them to fight. Among the sects of dark mages, it was known as the most difficult to fight. Darn it, we plan to get hefty support from my brother by instigating the orc incident. Who would have thought that idiot would intervene? Listening to the conversation, it seemed they had planned to incite the orc incident on purpose and make it seem like Alexander was suppressing it. Come to think of it, Alexander has gained a lot by resolving incidents in the kingdom. Perhaps all the incidents he had resolved so far were all staged. It was to boost his reputation and expand his influence. I informed Noctis. I told her to increase the orc horde and mix in other large monsters. Orcs and ogres, can we fail them with that? They have at least 2 mid-class knights there. That's why I asked Marina to prepare poison. It seemed there was another dark mage accompanying Alexander. So, if they're talking about poison, the other one must be from the Venom sect. They were a group that dealt with poisons and dabbled in alchemy as well. It's getting annoying. Poison was a formidable weapon. A single drop of deadly poison could kill even the strongest. Damien had no worries about dealing with poisons, but the issue lay with the other knights. However, crafting a poison that works against mid-class knights is extremely difficult. That's why I said we must participate in this auction. So, there's something I need to buy for you. Quite a few items. It might be a considerable burden. You don't need to worry about that. I brought a lot of money just in case. Alexander reassured, but you must promise I must ensure the failure of this expedition. You need not worry. I will ensure the success of this plan, putting Pandemonium's name at stake. At that moment, Damien felt as though he had been struck by an arrow to the head. Pandemonium. The largest, strongest, most sinister group of dark mages operating around the Empire. They were capable of annihilating entire nations if they mobilized all their forces. Because of this immense threat, they were simultaneously being watched by both the Empire and the Church. How amusing, incredibly amusing indeed. In his past life, Pandemonium was Darugo's most powerful ally. Therefore, anger surged within him. Suppressed hatred rose its head and screamed. He felt the urge to barge into the adjacent room and tear the woman apart, but Damien gritted his teeth and suppressed the hatred. Killing that Leona woman wouldn't be difficult, but doing so might make him miss the other 2 dark mages. He had to wait until he could kill all 3 of them. I'll be back in a moment. At that moment, a man in ceremonial robes entered Damien's room. Sir, these are the items up for auction. After handing Damien a booklet, the man left. He unfolded the booklet and examined its contents. Unfortunately, there were no items that caught his interest. Nevertheless, he continued to browse through the back pages just in case. Then one item caught his eye: mana cultivation and related techniques. About 50% burnt by fire. He was always searching for new mana cultivation techniques. The starting bid was unusually low, probably due to the damage caused by the fire. Should I purchase it? It was regrettable that it had been damaged, but with Damien's experience and knowledge, he could restore it. Is there anything else? As he flipped through a few more pages, another unusual item caught his attention. Unknown item, grants immunity to cold when carried, also blocks frost-type magic. As Damien read the description, he exclaimed in surprise. The heart of a spirit. If his guess was correct, it could be considered a treasure. The heart of a spirit was not widely known compared to its value, so it could be acquired cheaply. Your Majesty, please take a look here. The heart of a spirit is being auctioned. But Damien wasn't the only one who recognized the heart of a spirit. The Dark Mage of Pandemonium also recognized it. We must acquire this. It's not an item easily obtained. Understood, let's also purchase this. We appreciate your Majesty's discretion. Damien clenched his teeth. It wasn't a very favorable situation. Although he was quite wealthy himself, his opponents were royalty. There was no guarantee he could win a financial battle against them. Are there any other items we need? We also need a bundle of moonflower, basilisk's eye, mandragora powder, heart of the seven-star sage, and a dried fruit of the withered tree. With those items, we can create a poison capable of killing mid-class knights, right? While listening to their conversation, an idea occurred to Damien. The heart of a spirit was placed towards the back, while the items mentioned by the woman were placed in the front. Anyone could participate in the auction and bid on the items, and Damien knew about the items they needed. Shall I stir up some trouble? Chapter 92, Auction House Part 2. When it was time for the auction, a man wearing a mask stepped onto the stage. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for participating in today's auction. His voice echoed throughout the theater. All eyes turned to the man. As we've previously informed, the auction items will be presented in the order listed in the catalog we provided. If you're interested in any item, please write down your bid on the placard. Damien glanced at the placard he had received in advance. It was enchanted, allowing him to freely write and erase. Let's begin the auction. The first item to introduce is a bundle of moon dreamgrass. A woman, also wearing a mask like a man, appeared, pulling a cart. On the cart lay something resembling celestial weeds shining in sky blue. As you all may know, moonflower is a rare plant that only giants can harvest. Hence, even if you try to order it from herbalists, you won't get it. Damien was familiar with the plant. To be precise, it was among the dark magic knowledge imparted by Dorugo. It looks pretty, but you should be cautious. It's a dangerous toxic weed that induces extreme hallucinations. Considering its rarity, we'll start the bidding from 20 gold coins. People in the audience began raising their placards. The auctioneer shouted busily, 21 gold, 24 gold. I see 27 gold right away. Damien listened intently in the adjacent room. He heard Alexander and the woman's voices. Your Majesty, moon dreamgrass is an item Marina must acquire at all costs. No need to rush. I have plenty of money. Sounds of writing were heard. Soon the auctioneer shouted loudly, 35 gold, the current highest bid is 35 gold. No one else raised their placards. Then the auctioneer asked again, any more bids? If not, the item is sold for 35 gold. At that moment, Damien raised his placard. Written on Damien's placard was 60 gold. 60 gold, we have 60 gold, jumping from 35 to 60 gold, but Damien remained unfazed. He knew it was essential, as mentioned from the other side. 60 gold, is that weed worth that much? While moon dreamgrass is indeed hard to acquire, it may seem a bit expensive, but at this price it will surely be of sufficient value. A voice filled with perplexity came from the adjacent room. Your Majesty, moon dreamgrass is essential. Can it be obtained elsewhere? It's such a rare item, you could commission it from giants, but it will take time. Damn it. Cursing and sounds of writing were heard. Eventually, the auctioneer shouted, 70 gold, 70 gold, this is the highest bid we've had for moon dreamgrass at our auction house. Damien didn't raise his placard this time. He focused on the sounds coming from the adjacent room. Your Majesty, if the price goes up again, don't worry, I've got plenty of money. At the mention of overflowing money, Damien wrote down a number on his placard and raised it again. The auctioneer shouted excitedly, 90 gold, 90 gold, I didn't expect such enthusiasm from the first auction. As Damien increased the amount, Alexander became annoyed. Who the hell is it? Damn it, let's see who wins. Your Majesty, please calm down. The price has become too high. There are still many items we need to acquire. Raise the bid one more time, and if the other party raises again, let's give up. Upon hearing this, Damien lowered his placard. If there was no intention to participate from the other side, he would withdraw as well. 100 gold, 100 gold, do we have any more bids? Anyone? Thus, Moon Dreamgress became the property of Alexander. Although he obtained the desired item, the atmosphere in the adjacent room was not so good. We've incurred losses from the first deal. I won't let whoever it is off easily if I catch them. Soon after, the next auction item was presented, and the auctioneer shouted, pointing to the item. Now, the next item is the Basilisk's Eye. Just hearing the name is enough to know. It's an extremely dangerous item that must be handled with care. The basilisk was a monster known as the King of Snakes. True to its name, it resembled a giant serpent and was said to curse anyone who looked directly into its eyes with petrification, turning them into stone. Your Majesty, it's finally here. That's something we absolutely can't afford to miss. It's the most important item. Damien smiled at the woman's words. To an alchemist adept at handling poisons, the basilisk's eye was an invaluable treasure beyond compare. This time, it seemed appropriate to start the bidding at a high amount from the beginning. Considering its rarity, let's start from 50 gold. Please write down your bids. The competition was fierce due to the difficulty of clearly seeing the basilisk's eye. Placards were raised from various corners. Even without Damien's intervention, the price rose sharply. 74 gold, is there anyone else bidding? As the price almost doubled, no one raised their placards. Now we should also write down our bids. Alexander's voice came from beyond the wall. Damien also prepared to raise his placard. 90 gold, we have 90 gold. Before the auctioneer finished speaking, Damien raised his placard. 130 gold, 130 gold is the bid. I didn't expect such fervent desire for the basilisk's eye. At that moment, cursing erupted from the adjacent room. Who is it? Who dares to raise the bid by 50 gold? Your Majesty, the basilisk's eye. I know you said it's important, I got it, so stop rushing me. Now even their argument could be heard. Shortly after, the auctioneer shouted. 160 gold, is there anyone else bidding? It was unlikely. Damien immediately wrote down and raised 180 gold. Damn it, who the fuck is he? The reaction was much more intense than before. It seemed their money was reaching its limit. This time, Damien didn't raise his placard. The basilisk's venom sold for 180 gold. Though obtaining the most important item, Alexander showed no joy. He continued to curse incessantly. I've already spent 280 gold just in this damn place. Your Majesty, please calm down. Do I look calm to you? Ha, I'm warning you. We must make this plan succeed at all costs. Listening to Alexander's ultimatum to women, Damien couldn't help but chuckle. Now, the next item is the mandragora powder. When processed properly, it can be used as a panacea. Let's start the bidding from 20 gold. Upon the auctioneer's words, the woman cautiously spoke. Your Majesty, we also need the mandragora powder. Yeah, I got it. Listening to their conversation, Damien pondered how much to bid this time. It was quite an enjoyable dilemma. Since then, Damien fleeced Alexander's money several more times. Now, let me introduce the next item. The item we're going to present is the mana cultivation technique. Unfortunately, more than half of it burned down during. In the midst of it, Damien also acquired the mana cultivation technique, which he had kept an eye on. I managed to get my hands on it for just 12 gold. It wasn't such an attractive item as there were no competitors. It was a common belief that if the mana cultivation technique was lost, it couldn't be restored unless by a famous expert. The cost of commissioning an expert would exceed the purchase cost. Thanks to that, Damien could obtain the mana cultivation technique at a low price. The next item we have is a rare item whose identity we haven't been able to confirm. The auctioneer pointed to the crystal on the cart. Inside the transparent crystal was a large ice crystal. What's fascinating is that it said this item can withstand cold and ice magic. The auctioneer explained various things about the heart of the spirit. Considering the uncertainty of its identity, let's start the bidding at 10 gold. Some people raised their placards. The auctioneer shouted busily. 12 gold, 14 gold, we have 15 gold. The rising prices indicated that no one knew the true value of the item. Perhaps they were purchasing it because it looked pretty and fascinating. Before writing down the amount, Damien first listened intently to the conversation in the adjacent room. Your Majesty, we also need that item. It doesn't seem necessary to make poison. Can't we just pass on it? That crystal is filled with the power of the spirits. It would greatly help your Majesty with the Thornwood sword you use. With the Thornwood sword, at the mention of Thornwood sword, Damien also leaned in with curiosity. As I mentioned, the Thornwood sword is mostly sealed off from its power. Only pure mana can unlock it. So the crystal is needed. Yes, Alexander sighed. After a moment of contemplation, he made up his mind. You would know better, the one who obtained the Thornwood sword. All right, let's make the purchase. It was a very suspicious item, given that it was a relic sword obtained from Pandemonium. Perhaps it's not even a relic sword. At that moment, Damien felt a strange unease from the relic sword. He didn't know if it was a real relic sword or something suspicious. Highest bid is 30 gold. The auctioneer's announcement snapped Damien out of his reverie. It seemed Alexander was writing down the amount. All right, it's 30 gold. Anyone else? Damien immediately wrote down the amount and raised the placard. 40 gold, it's 40 gold, seems like quite a generous bidder. It was quite a large sum, but it didn't matter. The heart of the spirit held a greater value than that. Damien was prepared to bid whatever it took to win the heart of the spirit, but the conversation sounds coming from the adjacent room seemed a bit odd. Your Majesty, please write down the amount quickly. Your Majesty, damn it, I can't raise the price anymore. But the heart of the spirit, I don't have any more money, I've used it all. Alexander, the only competitor, had run out of money. Any more bids sold for 40 gold. Thanks to that, Damien was able to win the heart of the spirit in cheap. Your Majesty, what can I do? I'm out of money. Damien chuckled softly as he listened to their conversation. In the meantime, another auction item came up on stage. The chest was filled with shining beads of various colors. Now, let me introduce the next item. These are deciphering beads directly manufactured by the alchemy sect. It's said that consuming just one can counteract any poison. Damien, who hadn't checked the item thoroughly, unfolded the booklet and examined the back. Deciphering beads, alpaca's lung, air detection ring. Among the remaining items, there were quite a few that could counteract poison. Damien's expression subtly changed as he looked at them. Looks like I'll have to spend more money after all. Muttering to himself, he began to write down the amount on the placard. When the auction ended, he had successfully won all the items he desired. After that day, Damien focused on preparing for the expedition. Thanks to Oliver's outstanding performance, the timeline was significantly shortened. As a result, Damien and the knights could depart much earlier than planned. We've arranged for boats, so let's travel along the river to the Arden Plains. Oliver's capabilities shone even here. With everything prepared from the route to the manner of travel, the group could move comfortably and swiftly. When they arrived at their destination, Walnut Territory, they were met face-to-face with a sight that shook them to their core. Uea. It was the sight of an orc horde pounding on the walls of the territory. Damien, sir, the castle is under attack. Oliver turned to him in alarm. Damien shrugged. Well, what else is new? Just give the orders, your highness. The orders. Aren't you the one commanding us? At Damien's words, Oliver's expression changed, but his eyes still showed his nervousness. It was a natural reaction, given that it was his first time in such a situation. Your highness, it wouldn't be cool if you didn't speak up much here. Damien joked, and Oliver couldn't help but chuckle. Soldiers, that laughter eased the tension. Oliver shouted clearly. Charge! Damien drew his sword, tightened the reins, and dashed toward the orcs ahead of anyone else. The remaining knights followed Damien's lead and rushed toward the orcs. Let's go, Waya! A dozen or so knights thundered across the plain. Chapter 93, Orc Expedition Part 1. The sound of hooves pounding the ground echoed incessantly in the ears. The wind brushed past faces and clothing. The orcs who were once far away suddenly drew closer. Damien shouted towards the knights. Do not spare a single one. Yes, sir. All the knights responded with resounding voices to Damien's command. Wow, let's go, let's kill them all. Except for one, Veronica. She was already excited before swinging her sword. Barbaric, Michael looked at Veronica with a disapproving face. Meanwhile, Damien, who was at the forefront, reached the orc group. He immediately swung his holy sword. The holy sword slashed through the air with a sickening swoosh, carving deep into the flesh of the orcs. Blood sprayed in crimson arcs, painting the ground in grotesque patterns as severed heads rolled and lifeless bodies crumpled to the earth, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage in its wake. Gwea, with each swing of Damien's sword, the orcs' lives were extinguished one by one. He slaughtered the orcs, clearing the way. Don't fall behind, assist Sir Damien. Haha. Their flesh is so thick, it's satisfying to cut through. Michael and Veronica followed closely behind Damien, providing support. Follow Sir Damien's lead. Strike down these savage monsters. Following them, the knights finished off the remaining orcs. The orc group began to split apart. Woo, the orcs sensed danger belatedly, but it was too late. Damien and the knights had already broken through to the other side. Damien pulled the reins and turned the horse's direction. The knights acted in unison. Damien and the knights charged towards the orcs again. The orcs wailed upon seeing the approaching enemies. Although the first assault briefly faltered their formation, the orcs' momentum didn't diminish. If anything, it seemed to strengthen. They seemed to be well coordinated. The leader must be quite formidable. Orcs possessed a characteristic where their combat abilities varied depending on their leader. Not only did their ferocity increase, but their physical strength also seemed to enhance. Breakthrough, nothing changed. Damien charged at the orc group again. The orcs blocked Damien's path. Their determination not to yield was palpable, but it was in vain. As Damien swung his holy sword, the orcs fell apart without resistance. Die. Michael and Veronica also played their part effectively. Before the middle-class knights, the orcs were helpless. The second breakthrough was much easier than the first. Damien and the knights emerged on the other side of the orc group. Having been penetrated twice, the orc group was nearly disarrayed. Damien realized it was time to finish them off. Disperse, completely annihilate the orcs. A sound of wind splitting was heard. The sound grew rapidly. Damien raised his holy sword to shield his face. Just then a hand axe struck the holy sword. Despite the increased strength from Electo's royal jelly, his arm trembled uncontrollably. Damien glanced in the direction where the axe flew. Far off, a particularly large orc was glaring at him. "You want to fight me?" Damien looked at the orc with an amused expression, or rather at the greatsword the orc held. The surface of the greatsword shimmered with a constant crimson glow. "Didn't expect to encounter an orc warrior here, orc warrior." There was a reason why they were given the title warrior, born from the qualities of a true fighter among orcs. Orc warrior referred to an orc who had awakened to the aura. Combining the orcs' robust physique and ferocity with the aura made them even more dangerous. Their threat was beyond measure. "Yeah, if you're from the Monstrum sect, you should handle this easily." As a dark mage of the Monstrum sect within Pandemonium, creating an orc warrior should be a simple task. "Michael, yes brother, what do you need? From now on, command the knights." "What, all of a sudden?" Damien said, looking at the orc warrior. "I've got a bastard to deal with." Before Michael could respond, Damien rushed towards the orc warrior. D-hum, D-hum, the orc warrior also charged at Damien. With each pounding of the ground, the distance between them rapidly closed. Directly confronting it would be suicidal. The horse Damien rode was not like a unicorn, just an ordinary warhorse. Facing the orc warrior's strength head-on could seriously injure the horse. Damien spurred the horse, leaping off its back as the orc warrior charged. He swung his sword towards the charging orc warrior. The orc warrior quickly raised his greatsword to block Damien's sword. With a loud clang, both Damien's and orc warrior's bodies were pushed backward. Clang. As soon as Damien was pushed back, the orc warrior leaped forward again. He wildly swung its greatsword towards Damien. While the swordsmanship itself was crude, the orc's instincts and wildness made the swordplay surprisingly sharp and threatening. Damien parried all of the orc warrior's attacks. Meanwhile, he assessed the orc warrior's skill level. This orc could easily defeat a low class, but he wouldn't match a mid-class. Of course, even this level of skill was sufficiently threatening. Clang, annoyance flickered on the orc warrior's face. Despite his relentless attacks being blocked, he seemed to be growing increasingly furious. "Woo!" the orc warrior roared, his eyes turning bloodshot with rage. The muscles all over his body swelled up taut. The aura entwined around his greatsword grew denser. "Woo!" the orc warrior swung his greatsword towards Damien. His intention to kill was clear in the strike. Damien raised his holy sword to block the greatsword. The holy sword clashed with the greatsword in midair. At that moment, the direction of the greatsword suddenly changed. Its trajectory, which was descending vertically, abruptly shifted to the left. As a result, the orc warrior lost his grip on the greatsword. CHCH. Even the orc warrior seemed bewildered, even forgetting his primal instincts. Without pause for the orc warrior to regain his composure, Damien's holy sword descended with unrelenting force. It tore through the orc warrior's neck, sending a spray of blood and gore splattering across the battlefield. The headless body staggered momentarily, a fountain of crimson gushing from its severed stump before collapsing in a lifeless heap. Damien stood amidst the carnage, his hands stained scarlet, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and the sickening scent of death. In his dying moments, the orc warrior's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape in a grimace, before life drained from his now lifeless corpse, painting the ground with a pool of gore. After confirming the orc warrior's death, Damien surveyed the battlefield. Don't let your guard down until they completely lose their morale. Under Michael's leadership, the knights were performing admirably in battle, cutting down the orcs with efficiency. Haha, die. Meanwhile, Veronica was fighting the orcs in her own way, but due to her exceptional skill, the orcs were being effortlessly cut down. It should be over in 10 minutes. Damien's estimation was wrong. The battle ended in less than 5 minutes. It was a victory for the humans. After the battle with the orcs ended, Lord Walnut came out of the castle gate to greet Damien and his companions. "Prince Oliver, how can I express my gratitude?" Lord Walnut was almost prostrating himself. It was a natural reaction given the situation just before the castle was about to fall. To come just before the castle fell. It truly felt like seeing angels sent by God to save us. Lord Walnut praised Oliver profusely. "I have never seen such courageous knights in my life, to mercilessly trample the orc horde with so few in numbers." Lord Walnut praised not only Oliver but also the knights. "In particular, when I saw you swiftly defeat the orc warrior in one stroke, I doubted my own eyes. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to know your name." Looking at Damien, Lord Walnut asked. "I'm Damien Haksen." "Damien Haksen, could it be that you killed the corpseplay alongside the church?" Damien nodded. Lord Walnut's mouth widened in astonishment. It was as if he might lose his jaw. "Indeed, as expected. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. You're truly remarkable." Pointing to the castle gate, Lord Walnut said, "Come inside quickly, I'll prepare a banquet today to honor you and the knights." At the mention of a banquet, Oliver's expression brightened instantly. But soon he lowered his head with a serious expression. "We appreciate the suggestion, but we don't know if there are still some orc left. It seems too early to hold a banquet." Standing behind Oliver, Damien couldn't help but admire. Until recently, he would have thought of him as nothing more than a trash who would go crazy for alcohol and meat. Crown Prince's words are correct. Indeed, you're wise. More importantly, please explain about the orc horde. When did they appear? What's their size? The more detailed, the better. Oh, I see, according to what the scouts found. While the two were conversing, Damien called Michael and said, "Michael, have you given the items I requested for distribution among the knights?" "Oh, are you referring to the antidotes?" "Yes, distribute them to everyone right away." "But is it really necessary?" Michael asked with a puzzled expression. "Orcs do use poison, but it's not particularly threatening. Most people didn't worry about poison, they worried about how to block orcs' attacks." "Better to be cautious in advance, isn't it?" Damien shrugged, but deep down he was sure. It's obvious they'll spread poison tonight. Here, alongside the Monstrum sect, there were also dark mages from the Venom sect. During his Death Knight days, Damien had witnessed many times how the Venom sect's dark mages behaved. The Venom sect was a sect with weak direct combat capabilities. Thus, they pressurized enemies with very cunning tactics in unexpected situations. Don't forget to instruct the knights to patrol the surroundings. If there's any orc showing even the slightest suspicious movement, track them down and kill them without fail. What? Why have those fuckers arrived already? A woman with messy hair gazing at Walnut Castle from afar exclaimed incredulously. Even if they rushed from Apple Kingdom, it shouldn't take less than a week, right? It'll take more. The woman with sunken cheeks due to extreme leanness said. Her voice was very soft and feeble, almost as if she were sick. We were planning to smash Walnut territory before the expedition force arrived and isolate them. But now the plan is ruined from the start." The woman with messy hair vented her frustration, punching the air fiercely. "Geez, I can't stand it, I'm calling all the kids. I'll bring them all here and crush those guys to pieces." "Noctis, calm down, you just saw it, they're not ordinary," the woman with messy hair Noctis said with a frustrated expression. "Marina, but they've ruined the plan completely. If this continues, we'll get scolded by Sister Leona." "No need to worry, Sister Leona sent me to prepare for this kind of emergency." Marina lowered the backpack she was carrying on her shoulder. When she opened it, numerous vials filled with suspicious liquids were revealed. "Sister Leona prepared plenty of poison with the ingredients she gave me. If we use this, those guys won't stand a chance." Noctis reached out curiously towards the vial but withdrew his hand promptly at Marina's warning. "If you touch it wrong, your hand might rot away." At that, Noctis quickly retracted his hand. "Noctis, prepare the orcs." "Why the orcs?" Marina whispered something in Noctis's ear. As the conversation went on, Noctis's eyes widened. "Marina, you're really smart, I'll prepare them right away." Chapter 94, Orc Expedition Part 2. Late at night, the two dark mages began to put their plan into action. "Noctis, have you prepared what I asked for?" At Marina's question, the green-haired woman spoke confidently. "Of course, I wouldn't forget something you asked for, Marina." As Noctis clapped her hands, the orcs brought in several wooden barrels filled with water. Marina opened a vial of poison and poured it into the barrels. The poison mixed with the water and turned into a viscous liquid. "Wow, amazing, what is this?" "This is a poison called Tears of Septi. It's made with moonflower as the main ingredient. Even a small amount of inhalation will cause symptoms such as hallucinations, headaches, and nausea." Marina's voice was filled with pride. "There are stronger poisons, but if we use them, our traces will be left behind. But Septi's Tears is different. While they are delirious, we can kill them with the orcs." Ooh. Marina is really smart. Marina poured the poison into the other barrels as well. Then she used dark magic. The poison in the barrels turned into solid spheres. Noctis looked at the spheres with a curious face. "What kind of dark magic is this? I've never seen it before." "It's dark magic that pollutes the land in a certain area and addicts the creatures on it." "Ooh, the dark magic of the Venom sect is always amazing. Order the orcs to throw these spheres over the wall." "Got it." "Have you guys heard that? Come on, take one each." Noctis ordered the orcs. However, none of the orcs obeyed her. They just stared at the spheres with eyes full of fear and disgust. They instinctively realized that if they touched the spheres, they would not be safe either. "Noctis, why aren't the orcs listening to you?" "You're misunderstanding, my kids are so dumb." "Just wait a minute." Noctis pointed at the orcs and used dark magic. The dark magic that flowed from her flowed into the orcs' ears. "Kua, Chiek," the orcs screamed, clutching their heads. After a while, the orcs' eyes became cloudy. "Kids, come on, take one of those spheres each." The orcs obeyed Noctis's orders obediently. They held the spheres in their hands. As soon as the spheres touched their bodies, the orcs' skin began to rot instantly. It was a poison that caused hallucinations, but it was so strong that it had a negative effect even if it just touched the skin. However, the orcs just stood there blankly, unaware of that fact. Then hurry up and come back. At Noctis's words, the orcs started running towards the direction of Walnut Castle. The orcs ran out of the forest and across the meadow. It was late at night and the world was quiet. What is that? It's an orc. What are orcs doing at this hour? Ah, there it is. But before they could cross half of the meadow, screams were heard. From afar, knights were riding horses and charging towards them. Sir Damien was right. The orcs are trying to attack us at night. Those muscle-headed fools are trying to trick us. The knights charged towards the orcs. They swung their weapons and cut them down in one blow. The orcs, having lost their minds to dark magic, did not even think to resist. What is this? Something strange is going on. The knights looked at the spheres the orcs were holding. The spheres were still round and solid. What the hell is this smell? It smells sweet like honey. While examining the spheres, the knights suddenly began to cry out in pain. My head hurts so much all of a sudden. Ook, my stomach, ook, what is that? A G-ghost is looking at me. As the knights were all panicking, someone shouted, "Calm down everyone, Sir Damien gave us something to eat in case this happened." The knights took out small beads from their bosoms and put them in their mouths. They only ate one pill, but the symptoms disappeared instantly. Phew, I feel alive again. What the hell are these spheres? Is it poison, the pungent smell, the strange things that happened to us? I can't think of anything else but poison. Are the orcs using such a vicious poison? The knights looked at the spheres with confused faces. Then one of them said, "What are we going to do with these things anyway? Sir Damien told us to burn them unconditionally if we find anything strange." That's right. He definitely gave that order. The knights poured oil on the spheres, then they used a magic tool to light a fire. As the fire caught on, the spheres were instantly engulfed in flames. The sweet smell became even stronger. They're all burnt. We can go back now. Let's hurry and report to Sir Damien. With that, the knights returned to the castle. Noctis and Marina stared blankly at the blazing fire in the middle of the meadow. Marina, that, how did that? How is it burning? The poison, it's all burning. Noctis turned to Marina with a bewildered expression. But Marina wasn't in a situation where she could answer the question right now. My tear of safety. I put in so many moonflowers to make it. That, how could you burn something so precious like that? Marina seemed so overwhelmed that it seemed like foam might even come out of her mouth. Marina, calm down. You can't collapse here, Marina. Noctis hurriedly tried to calm Marina down. Fortunately, they managed to avoid the situation escalating to foaming at the mouth. I swear. I'll catch those bastards and melt them in the poison to kill them. Marina's cry echoed heavily through the forest. Although she said that, Marina didn't move right away. The knights weren't affected by the poison. Not only that, but they even saw the poison and burned it right away. It seems like the enemies are prepared for poison. Then maybe the fact that they were patrolling at that time wasn't a coincidence either. Maybe they were prepared for us to use poison. I agree with that. No matter how I think about it, it can't be a coincidence. Then maybe they know that we are here. That can't be. How would those sons of bitches know about our existence? Marina cut off Noctis's speculation in one go. No matter how she thought about it, it was nothing more than speculation. The only people in the Apple Kingdom who knew about the two of them were her sister Leona and Alexander Apple. How would they know about Marina's existence in that situation? Maybe they had a bad experience with an enemy who used poison in the past. That's why they were prepared. I just happened to be unlucky enough to get caught in it. Is that so? What's certain is that the old methods won't work. So we need to use a different method. Marina dug a hole and then gathered the poison in one place. The weeds and trees around the hole were so withered that they were almost dead, even though the poison was strong. Marina, what are you going to do this time? I'm going to turn this poison into gas and blow it away. The Venom sect was a sect that studied not only the manufacture of poisons but also how to use them. The most effective way was to turn the poison into gas and spread it. That's amazing, but why didn't you use that method from the beginning? It's because this requires a lot of poison, so it costs a lot of money. I'm sorry I asked. When Marina suddenly got angry, Noctis immediately apologized. Wait a minute, I'm going to use dark magic. Marina used dark magic on the poison. The poison that had been piled up in the puddle quickly dried up and turned fluffy like cotton. Noctis tell the orcs to take these to the edge of the forest and burn them. It was best to burn them as close to the castle as possible. However, if they did that, they would be discovered by the knights, so it was best to burn them at the edge of the forest. Got it, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and take them. Where did you all go? Before long, the orcs had retreated far away. They seemed to be reluctant to go near. Come here right now. However, Noctis was a dark mage of the Monstrum sect, which specializes in handling monsters. When Noctis used dark magic, the orcs had no choice but to carry the poison cotton. The orc's skin began to melt from the poison gas coming out of the poison cotton. Some of the orcs even vomited blood. Come on, hurry up and move. However, Noctis didn't care at all. The Monstrum sect was a sect that controlled monsters, not a sect that loved them. To the dark mages of the Monstrum sect, monsters were nothing more than tools. The orcs headed to the edge of the forest with the poison cotton and torches. Noctis followed the orcs and said with a happy face, "When I give the order, you all burn the poison together, got it?" That's when Noctis said that. The castle gate opened far away. Knights sprang out of the open gate. Huh. What are those guys? Why are they suddenly coming out? While Noctis was confused, the knights reached the forest. Noctis hurriedly hid behind a tree. Thanks to that, he was able to avoid being detected by the knights. Sir Damien was right, the orcs are up to something. Torches and cotton, is that cotton? It doesn't seem like ordinary cotton. Look, the skin of the orcs holding it is completely melting. However, they couldn't hide the orcs either. The knights attacked the orcs as soon as they saw them. The orcs were caught off guard. These bastards, they're here to interfere again. Noctis exploded in anger again. She wanted to go out and fight them himself. However, her sister Leona had strongly urged her. She said that their existence must never be discovered. Turn the poison over. Instead, Noctis commanded the orcs to spray poison over the knights. The knights who had the poison scattered screamed, some even vomited blood. As a result, the knights collapsed to the ground. Because of that, the knights could only writhe on the ground. Ha ha ha, it's so satisfying, Noctis watched with delight. But it was too early to enjoy. That was a close call. The knights got up without a scratch. Noctis was greatly confused. Why are you okay? I clearly turned the poison over. The poisons made by Marina, a member of the Venom sect, were incredibly powerful. The poison that the orcs had spread was especially potent, as it was intended to be burned and spread. And yet, they didn't die after being covered in it. No, they were completely fine. It was a good thing we applied the oil that Sir Damien gave us in advance. They say that the oil of the blue moon snail is excellent at blocking poison. It really is amazing. The knights who had come to their senses killed all the remaining orcs. Then they gathered the remaining poison cotton, buried it, and returned to the castle. Only after the knights had disappeared did Noctis come out. She looked at the buried poison and shook her head. Marina is going to be really angry when she finds out. Noctis's worries were correct. What? All the orcs are dead and the poison cotton is all buried? What the hell are you talking about? Marina was furious enough to spit blood when her second plan also failed. Marina, calm down. I'll kill all those motherfuckers, I'll melt them. It took Noctis a long time to finally calm Marina down. This won't work, we need to completely change our approach. Marina, who had finally calmed down her anger, spoke to Noctis. What method are you going to use? Anyway, they have no choice but to enter the forest to wipe out the orcs, so we'll dig traps in the forest and wait. The Venom sect was not a sect that fought head-on. It was a sect that waited for the enemy to fall into a trap and then cornered them. Now that the poison has been discovered, we can't let them live. If it becomes known that the orcs used a highly toxic poison, the church will come to investigate. The church's eyes and ears were everywhere. If they left even the slightest trace, the church would immediately take action. Then can we call all of my kids too? Of course, call them all and kill them. Noctis was overjoyed at Marina's words. Really? You won't change your mind? Hee, I'm looking forward to it. I've put a lot of effort into creating wonderful kids this time. You'll be surprised when you see it. That's when it happened. Queek, keek. The screams of orcs could be heard from a distance. The two were shocked and ran outside. We found the orcs, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Damien Haksen and the knights were attacking the orc village. Huh, what? At the sudden sight, Marina and Noctis's minds went blank. Chapter 95, Orc Expedition Part 3. While the orcs were attempting to raid the castle, Damien was moving to pinpoint the location of the orcs' village. It was clear that if he went into the forest blindly and failed to find the enemies, he would be in a dangerous situation. He climbed to the top of the tower and kept a close eye on the orcs' movements, or spread his mana to detect a wide area. Then, during the second attack, he discovered a dark mage with short hair hiding in the forest. Judging by what she's doing, it looks like that woman is from the Monstrum sect. Damien immediately chased after the woman. And he was able to find the orc village and the other dark mage of the Venom sect. Damien looked around the enemy camp and checked their forces. There were over 100 orcs gathered, and many orc warriors were also waiting. Ogre. Where did they get this from? There was even an ogre. It seemed that they had prepared thoroughly in order to make this expedition fail. The Monstrum sect is more dangerous than the Venom sect. The Monstrum sect was the kind of people who would become more troublesome the longer they were left alone. If they were to build a stronghold and set up traps, casualties would be inevitable. I can't give them time to prepare. As soon as Damien returned to the castle, he summoned the knights. I have found the enemy camp. We will attack immediately. The knights were taken aback by the sudden order, but they quickly prepared. Prepare yourselves thoroughly. There are dark mages within the orcs in the village now. At the mention of dark mages, the knights looked even more confused. They had come to fight the orcs, so they couldn't help but be confused when dark mages were mentioned. However, no one doubted Damien's words. After all, the knights themselves were also puzzled by the way the orcs were using poison. The knights were not fools, so they had been thinking it was strange all along, but their doubts were cleared up as soon as they heard Damien's story. If the dark mages were controlling the orcs, then everything made sense. Let's go. They only carried basic weapons to attack the orcs, as riding horses would increase the chances of their surprise attack being detected. The orcs seemed to have no idea that they were about to be attacked, as they had not even posted any guards. Chase them down, don't give them a chance to regroup. Thanks to this, Damien and the knights were able to take the initiative at once. Damien and the knights swept through the village, cutting down the orcs, Kruruk Keek. The orcs were caught off guard. A few orcs tried to resist, but it was in vain. How dare these green lumps rebel? Why don't you just surrender your necks already? The knights, armed with armor and aura, were truly overwhelming. The orcs were unable to even put up a fight against the knights. In the midst of cutting down the orcs, Damien noticed two women standing blankly in the distance. They are the dark mages. The dark mages are over there, Damien shouted as soon as he saw the two people. The knights turned their heads and looked at the two women. The expressions of the two women contorted at the knights' gazes. The woman with short hair screamed, "You filthy bastards, how dare you lay a hand on my orcs? Do you know how hard it was to gather those?" Dark mana erupted from the short-haired woman. As the woman formed hand seals, dark magic was manifested. The eyes of the orcs changed. The confusion and fear were gone. In their place were vicious killing intent and hunger. "You'll pay dearly for touching my kids." The woman didn't stop there and cast another dark magic spell. The orcs' muscles swelled and their skin turned pitch dark. Their teeth and nails grew thick and long. The Monstrum sect wasn't just a sect that only controlled monsters. They could also use dark magic to draw out the potential of monsters or grant them new abilities. The price for that was the monster's life force. The orcs would probably die before the day was out. Kruruk Keek, the orcs who were trying to escape let out eerie cries and charged at the knights instead. What the hell is this power? The knights who clashed with the orcs couldn't help but be bewildered. They were much faster and stronger than before. Their confusion created an opening. The orcs pressed the knights even harder. "That's troublesome." With that, Damien ran towards the orcs. He used his mana to accelerate. Damien's body disappeared. Right after that, a flash of light flashed in the air, one rotation. In a blinding flash, the holy sword traced a lethal arc, cleaving through the ranks of the encroaching orcs. With horrifying precision, the blade bisected their bodies, separating flesh from bone in a macabre display. The battlefield was instantly adorned with a chilling tableau as blood and entrails spilled forth, mingling with the dirt beneath their feet. "Oh my god, this is unbelievable." The knights looked at the sight with stunned faces. As knights belonging to Duke Goldpixie, they had seen too many middle-class battles, but there was no one who could move like Damien. "Snap out of it, they're just orcs even if they've gotten stronger," Damien shouted at the knights. The knights' fighting spirit was revived after seeing Damien's incredible move. They started to push the orcs back again. That fucker." The short-haired woman gnashed her teeth. She shouted, "This won't do. You guys come out too." New orcs emerged from the forest. They were much larger than the other orcs. They were each holding different weapons, but they had one thing in common. Their weapons were glowing with aura. The orc warriors had revealed themselves. "It's a shame to use you guys, but I have no choice." The short-haired woman cast another dark magic spell. The orc warriors' bodies grew even larger. Their skin turned dark. It wasn't just their bodies that were strengthened. The aura on the orc warriors' weapons also became thicker. "Kill that Damien guy together." The short-haired woman pointed at Damien. The orc warriors charged at him. Kruruk Keek. Weapons imbued with aura rained down on Damien. The already menacing orc warriors had been further strengthened by dark magic. Each attack was terrifyingly powerful. "There's a lot of them." Damien used the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation, feeling his body surge with intense heat as his senses sharpened to a razor's edge. Time itself seemed to bend to his will as the world around him slowed to a crawl. The orc warriors' frenzied assaults gradually slowed down until they froze entirely in their tracks. With swift and deliberate movements, Damien advanced, weaving between the immobilized orc warriors, his holy sword flashing with deadly precision as he decapitated them one by one. Despite their severed necks, the orc warriors' heads remained suspended in the air. Not a drop of blood emerged. Pressing onward, Damien breached the orc warriors' ranks, carving a path to their rear before finally stopping using the art of the sacrificial raging demon manifestation. In an instant, blood erupted from the orc warriors' severed necks, their heads tumbling to the ground in a gruesome finale of violence and carnage. A look of bewilderment appeared on the short-haired woman's face. To her eyes, it seemed like Damien had teleported and cut off the orc warriors' necks all at once. This is ridiculous. Noctis, snap out of it, quickly summon them." At that moment, the haggard woman shouted. At the same time, she threw a poison bottle on the ground. The bottle shattered and poisonous smoke billowed out. As the haggard woman used dark magic, the poisonous smoke flew toward Damien and the knights. This is getting annoying. Damien put away his holy sword and took out the thousand-mile sword. He flicked the thousand-mile sword with his fingertip. The thousand-mile sword began to vibrate. Damien gripped it and swung it forcefully. The thousand-mile sword emitted an aura. The released aura tore through all the flying poisonous smoke. What the hell is that ridiculous skill? The haggard woman exclaimed in disbelief. Noctis, I'm here, the short-haired woman shouted. At that moment, ogres burst out of the forest, breaking the trees. Yuo, wuo, the ogres' cries shook the entire forest. The knights who were killing the orcs shouted in shock. Oh, ogres, why are those monsters here? For the first time, fear appeared on the knights' faces. The ogres, known as the kings of the forest and the giants of strength, were monsters with immense strength. They could easily kill even low-class knights, and they were dangerous even for middle-class knights. It was no wonder that the knights were flustered. Ogres, it's been a while. Wow, they're big. There must be a lot of meat to cut off. However, not all the knights were flustered. Michael and Veronica just looked at the ogres with curious faces. Hey, Michael, you're right, but isn't that a bit too much bad-mouthing? You're too vulgar. Wanna make a bet on who kills more? The loser becomes the winner's servant. You won't regret it. Both of them simultaneously rushed towards the ogres. The ogres swung their fists to kill them. The Marquis Ryanbloom family is famous for its strong swordsmanship. Michael Ryanbloom did not avoid the ogre's fist. Instead, he struck back. The ogre's fist shattered. The ogre's face contorted in pain. At that moment, Veronica jumped in and cut off the ogre's neck. The ogre's thick skin and bones were easily cut through. Got one, Veronica said and ran towards another ogre. Michael Ryanbloom looked at her in disbelief. While the two were dealing with the ogres, Damien reached the two dark mages. The short-haired woman glared at Damien and asked, "Are you seriously going to take us on by yourself? So what if I am?" "Ha. You must think we're pretty easy." Even in this dire situation, the two didn't seem flustered. High-level mages have combat power comparable to middle-class knights. Moreover, dark mages don't hesitate to use any means necessary to gain power, so they were much higher level than ordinary mages of the same rank. Let's show you exactly who we are. The short-haired woman curled her index and middle fingers into a circle and put them in her mouth. She blew a loud whistle. Suddenly, the ground near Noctis began to shake. Something emerged, pushing through the dirt. Judging by its head, it was a white lion with a lush mane. However, it was no ordinary white lion. It stood on two legs. Not only did it walk on two legs, but its shoulders were also spread wide like a human's. Its pectoralis' major muscles were well developed, and even its abs were defined. Its arms and legs were not those of a lion at all. From the elbows and knees down, it was covered in scales instead of fur. Its soles were like those of an eagle, with claws on its hind legs. The most bizarre thing was the snake that was attached in place of its tail. The large snake slithered around and flicked its tongue at Damien. "It's not a lion, it's a chimera," Damien said, as if surprised. The chimera was a monster that could only be created by the monstrum sex forbidden dark magic. It was created by combining multiple monsters, making it both bizarre and powerful. "What do you think? Isn't it cool? This is my baby that I worked so hard to create." The short-haired woman shouted from behind the chimera. It's not just the chimera. "I'm here too." The haggard woman opened her bag and spilled out bottles of poison. The poison that spilled out of the broken bottles turned into a large snake and wrapped itself around Marina's body. Even though it was just poison, it seemed like all the fur on her body was standing on end. It was clear that it wasn't ordinary poison, but the venom sect's secret deadly poison. Chimera and deadly poison. It was the worst possible combination. You're the one who's been interfering with all our plans." The haggard woman glared at Damien and said, "You'll pay the price for interfering with us. I'm not going to kill you right away. I'm going to catch you and make you watch with your own eyes." Her tone was calm, but her voice was filled with venom. "I'm going to make you watch your knights die, begging for their lives as they succumb to the poison. I'm going to make this the most horrific day of your life." Horrific day. At those words, Damien was suddenly reminded of his time as a Death Knight. Damien, who had been a Death Knight, was a slave who had no choice but to obey Dorugo's orders. He had his self-awareness, but he couldn't move his body. He was trapped inside his own body, forced to watch everything he did. The burning castle, the mountain of corpses, the screaming people. It was all Damien who did it under Dorugo's orders. Damien watched the scene every day, without fail, every day. "Why can't you say anything? Do you finally realize something is wrong?" "It's too late anyway." A vicious killing intent erupted from Damien's body. It was as if dark energy was about to envelop the entire world. As soon as they were exposed to the killing intent, the bodies of the two dark mages froze. "This is why I hate dark mages. Every time I meet them, bad memories keep coming up." It wasn't just memories that came up. The emotions he felt at that time were vividly felt, as if it happened just yesterday. "You said you were going to make this a horrific day." The two dark mages stared at Damien with frozen faces. "That's a good idea." A smile spread across Damien's lips. It was a creepy smile as if it had been forcibly created by tearing through his skin. Chapter 96, Orc Expedition Part 4. Despite his boiling killing intent, Damien's mind remained calm. When facing a chimera, the most important thing is to be vigilant and observe carefully. A chimera is created by synthesizing multiple monsters. As such, it possessed a variety of abilities. Therefore, it was dangerous to judge by its appearance alone. This is because you never know when, where, or what kind of ability will pop up. You're really good at bluffing, but do you know that? There are more than a few kids who died like that, Noctis shouted, pointing at Damien with her index finger. Yeppy, show him what you're made of. It was a cute name that didn't match his majestic appearance. Shoosh. Suddenly, the chimera's body disappeared. At the same time, a wind blew from the front. The sudden strong wind shook his head and the hem of his clothes. Damien closed one eye tightly as dust got into his eyes. At that moment, the chimera suddenly appeared in front of him and waved its hand at Damien. Whoosh. Even though he had one eye closed, it didn't matter. Damien easily dodged it, judging the distance. At that moment, a sense of danger struck him. The moment Damien threw his body back, 5 long trenches were carved into the ground. It wasn't just the ground. The trees behind him were also split and collapsed. You're a good one, Damien said, looking at the sight as if it was amusing. You can not only turn into wind, but you can also use the wind to create slashes. Just now, the chimera didn't just suddenly appear in front of him. It had moved by turning into the wind. When it waved its hand, the ground and the forest were turned into a mess at the same time because it turned the wind into slashes and blew them away. That's why I said chimeras are a pain in the ass. Neither of those abilities was ordinary. Moreover, it was clear that there were many more abilities hidden than this. Now do you see how great our Yeppy is? Yeppy, go get him, Noctis gave the order again. The chimera waved its hands frantically. Every time it waved its hand, a hail of wind slashes poured down. In the blink of an eye, the forest was turned into a mess. However, Damien didn't even bat an eye and dodged all the attacks. Isn't this fun? On the contrary, he was enjoying himself, smiling brightly. Yeppy, what are you doing? That guy keeps dodging. Noctis got irritated as Damien continued to dodge the attacks. I told you to kill him right now. The chimera's eyes changed. At the same time, the chimera's body became blurry. Oh, the chimera disappeared, turning into the wind. Soon after, it appeared behind Damien. Shoosh, it immediately waved its hand. The blade of wind swept over Damien. Damien dodged the attack by dodging sideways. When he landed on the ground and raised his head, the chimera was already gone. Whoosh, this time the sound came from right behind him. Damien kicked off the ground and soared into the air. The chimera's hand slashed through the air. The blade of wind gouged the ground. Whoosh, the chimera turned into the wind again. Seeing this, Damien said as if he was bored, "It looks flashy, but it's not very effective." It was not bad that it could move in a blind spot by turning into wind. However, there was a problem that it had to return to its original body to attack. Once you figured that out, it was easy to dodge or block the attacks, just like now. Damien spun his body and swung his sword. At that moment, the chimera appeared out of thin air. Quang, Damien was faster than the chimera could attack. The holy sword he swung trying to slash through the chimera's torso. At that moment, the chimera raised both forearms to block the holy sword. The holy sword and the scales clashed. The holy sword cut through the scales and muscles, digging in. Green blood gushed out. But that was all. Damien's holy sword had only cut through the chimera's skin, not severing its bones. Seeing this, Noctis shouted proudly, "Yeppy has the bones of a drake fused into it. You'll never be able to cut through it." Drake. It was one of the dragon-type looking monsters that reigned at the top of the monster hierarchy. With its enormous size, monstrous strength, and ferocity, it was considered one of the most dangerous even among large monsters. In particular, the drake's skin and bones were known to be so tough that they were difficult to cut even with aura. Yeppy, go get him. The chimera lunged forward. It swung its hands, attacking Damien. Meanwhile, Noctis shouted at Marina. "Marina, you don't have to rush me, I'm already ready." The haggard woman, Marina, cast a dark magic spell. The vipers that had been in the form of snakes turned into a swarm of wasps. The swarm of wasps flew in at a terrifying speed and surrounded Damien. The chimera was in front. The wasps carrying deadly venom were all around him. If he moved to avoid the chimera's attack, the wasps would inject their venom into him immediately. Despite being cornered, Damien did not seem anxious. "You're trying to do a joint attack, which is not the style of you two." Damien drew his 1,000-mile sword. He dodged the chimera's attack and swung the 1,000-mile sword in the air. Every time it cut through the air, the 1,000-mile sword began to vibrate fiercely. When the vibration reached its peak, Damien flicked the 1,000-mile sword with his finger. Dark Blade Great Sonic Wave. A deafening sound erupted in all directions. The two dark mages hurriedly covered their ears with both hands. The deafening sound caused the swarm of wasps to lose their form and revert back to venom. The chimera staggered, unable to regain its senses. Damien gripped the holy sword instead of the 1,000-mile sword and concentrated his aura. Drake's bones, what's that count for? If he couldn't cut it with aura, he just had to use more aura. All middle-class knights had that much skill. Moreover, Damien had long surpassed the middle class in terms of skill alone. The concentrated aura enveloped the holy sword. The aura, which had been like a mist, became thick like smoke. Roar! At that moment the chimera shook its head violently. It had regained its senses, shaking off the effects of the great sonic wave. But it was already too late. Damien was already swinging the 1,000-mile sword at Yeppy's neck. It was then. "Yeppy, spit it out," Noctis shouted. Yeppy immediately opened its mouth wide. Flames erupted from the chimera's throat. In an instant the blazing flames engulfed Damien. The flames even spread to the surrounding forest. The intense heat instantly turned the trees into ashes. Even the soil and gravel on the ground melted. "Ha ha ha," Noctis shouted in glee. "Didn't you know, our Yeppy also has the flame sac of a drake?" The biggest reason why drakes were considered so dangerous even among large monsters. It was because they could breathe fire. It was nothing compared to a dragon's breath, but it was powerful enough to turn a city into a sea of flames. Good, good, who's the show-off now? You see what happens when you let your guard down. You turn into a charcoal briquette. Unlike Noctis, who was already drunk with the joy of victory, Marina was looking at the flames with a tense face. No, Noctis, thanks to her, she was able to discover it quickly. That guy. He's alive, I tell you. She was talking about Damien, who was standing nonchalantly in the flames. That's impossible, that's the flame of a drake. Damien walked out, cutting through the flames. Noctis's eyes widened in surprise. I can even sleep easily in this level of fire, Damien said, brushing the ashes off his clothes. He can easily deal with fire because he had previously absorbed the heart of the fire spirit. Thanks to that, Damien's body was now resistant to fire. That's nonsense. Damien walked out, cutting through the flames. Noctis and Marina were in a panic. What should we do, Marina? I don't know. What are we supposed to do with a monster like that? Damien swung his holy sword repeatedly. The concentrated aura created a huge slash. The first slash cut the chimera in half. The second slash cut through its waist. The third and fourth slashes cut diagonally. Several lines were drawn on the chimera's body. Soon the chimera's body crumbled into pieces. You bastard! Noctis's eyes were bloodshot as she shouted with hatred and screams. How dare you, you killed Yeppy, I'll never let you get away with this. Damien kicked Noctis in the abdomen as she ran towards him. Noctis was slammed into the tree behind her. You. I won't let you get away with this. Even so, Noctis couldn't come to her senses. She lay on the ground and spewed anger at Damien. Do you understand? The grudge for killing our Yeppy, I will definitely pay you back. Damien stabbed Noctis's fingers with his holy sword. 3 fingers were cut off cleanly. MIF fingers. If you say one more word, I'll cut off your wrist, Damien said in a dry voice. It was even more terrifying because of it. Noctis covered her mouth with his other hand. Damien pulled out the holy sword stuck in the ground and swung it sideways immediately. Arg! Marina's left hand was cut off. The severed hand held a bottle containing venom. Don't try anything funny, it's useless. Marina clutched her severed wrist and gasped for breath. I have a lot to ask you. I hope you will answer honestly. Who do you think will answer? That's right, stop doing something useless and just kill us. The 2 dark mages said with venomous eyes. Damien laughed at their sight. Yeah, that's the way to go, you should be rebellious like that, it's more fun. That way he could also vent his anger under the pretext of interrogation. I just learned a very good technique this time. He bought the half-burnt mana technique and manual at the auction house. It didn't take long to restore it. When he saw the complete mana technique and manual, he realized that he had obtained a treasure. The name of the mana technique was Cotton-Lined Forbidden Needle. It was a mana technique that could manipulate the blood vessels, the path through which mana flows in the body. Using this, he could train his own blood vessels or strengthen his blood vessels when exerting a large amount of strength at once. However, that was not the true use of the cotton-lined forbidden needle. It was the fact that he could also manipulate the opponent's blood vessels. He could block the blood vessels or stimulate them to cause excruciating pain. I just needed an experimental subject, you are perfect.